The U.S. beats Latvia in the Olympics yesterday, and I was really, really locked in. Not only did they win, our boy, Brock Nelson, put on a hell of a show. Not only did he score 2 goals, I think he was part of both of the goals that were called back in that game as well. Yeah, it's funny. As much as the Americans dominated and won by this big score, it felt like you scored 10 times in that game. So 5-1, Brock Nelson with a couple of goals. He played great. For anybody who was complaining and moaning about him being on the roster, you can take a little bit of that because he's played at an incredibly high level. You know, I'll talk a little bit about the Olympics, but I want to take this into another place. By the way, Freebird, I don't know when this became like our unofficial anthem that's not the anthem. Like, how long did it take after this song was released for us to basically adopt this as this is going to be part of, I don't know, our lore in music that represents our country forever? It fits. But when did that happen? When did we all, there wasn't some formal discussion. We've all just kind of decided as a country, this is it.
Nah, there was. Who was president at the time? Nixon said, "This is our song."
Yeah. He decreed it on the spot.
Yeah, easiest layup ever.
That in a bald eagle screech is all you need. There it is.
Isn't this America? I thought this was America.
But look, man, the U.S. is good. Like, super, super competitive. In watching them after watching Canada, and Canada did largely the same thing yesterday. Complete domination of Czechia. Game was close early. If you remember, they got a goal. Macklin Celebrini got one, a tip off McCarr, with like 5 seconds left in the first period. And you're like, man, it's only 1-0. But then they very quickly took over in a way that you were like, okay, they're going to dominate this game. I'll tell you this much. Was something interesting about all games that have been played so far and Avalanche players that have been represented in these games. Brock Nelson scores twice. For Canada, Nathan McKinnon, he scored on a power play for the 4th goal for Canada. I mentioned something about the idea of the power play for the Avs, as bad as it's been, maybe sending off your best players to go play for their respective countries in this big thing could help garner some sort of confidence. Or maybe they could take something from a super successful run and take that back to the Avs with them. Some sort of idea of what they did or something. I don't think it would hurt. Maybe you figure out some sort of thing that worked there that you're like, hey, if we implement this when I go back with the Avs, maybe this will bump up the power play big time. Because it is incredible that at this point in the season, when we're talking about this Avalanche team and how talented they are and how much they've dominated everybody that they've come across over the course of this season, you look at the power play percentage, and it's sitting at 15.1%, a whole half percentage point beneath the second worst team in the league, which is Utah, who's at 15.6. Hopefully, you can take things from this. But as the USA dominated, and Brock Nelson was a huge part of that domination, you know, that goal that was scored, I can't remember if it was his first or his second. I think it was his first. That was a thing of beauty. passing, tape to tape, sort of manipulate the defense, have patience, and then they find Brock Nelson wide open on the opposite side where all he needs to do is, if I could skate, maybe I could tap that in because it was easy. But, I mean, just a thing of beauty for what the U.S. put together. And I think the U.S. can be competitive with anybody. I did realize one thing yesterday, even though Canada kicked ass and there was a goal from McKinnon and an assist from McCarr. I'm not rooting for Canada. Screw them. Don't care. I'll root for our guys, I suppose. And I know people, I don't, is anybody else with me here?
I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
I'm not like some big Kachuk guy. I don't like the Kachucks, but when the Kachucks are wearing my uniform, I really like the Kachucks. Does anybody else feel that way? Not a huge fan of them, but when they don some sort of American uniform like they did last year in the Four Nations, or this year in the Olympics, big fan. I think they provide exactly what you need. And maybe they're just the classic case of, oh, by the way, that was Brock Nelson's second goal. I just saw a replay of it up here. It's gorgeous. I think they're one of those guys that you hate unless they're on your team and then you love them. And that has to be the case because when they aren't on my team in the NHL, I don't like them. But God, when they don that red, white, and blue, I'm a big Kachuk fan. Both of them. Bofa. But here's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping, and hell, maybe this has a good chance of happening, that the U.S. and Canada play each other in the gold medal game, and obviously I hope that the U.S. wins. But there is no conflict. I think that the U.S. and Canada playing in a gold medal game would be some of the most intense hockey we've seen in a long, long time. And God, do I want that to happen. I think it would be so fun. But here's the other thing that I took away from the game yesterday. As remember, Avs are off, Nuggets are off, football season's over, and now I have nothing.
I'm sorry, Brett. Did you not watch luge relay last night? I have something.
I actually didn't tune in to really any of the Olympics outside the hockey yesterday.
Luge relay is one of the most bonkers events I've ever seen. And by the way,
I did see this. Where there's luge. In that event, was there a single luger followed by like a double luge?
So what it did is there's four runs, if you will, for each team, and it goes. Let me see if I get the order right. It goes women's single, men's double, men's single, women's double.
Yes, that's right.
That's the order. And then at the bottom of the run, there's a target that's hanging like 2 or 3 feet off the ice. So you're on your back, right? And then when you get to the end, you have to sit up and smack this target. And when you do that, the gate opens at the top and the next person can go. If you sit up and you miss the target, your whole team is disqualified. Run doesn't count.
Really?
Yes. So you have to smack that target at the bottom to let the next person know they can go. If you miss it, you're out. You get nothing.
The doubles luge, Moser is so right about this. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
I want to get an actual luger on the show so we can ask them. From watching the singles and watching the doubles, especially side by side in the relay, I can't figure out any advantage you get in any way by having a second person on.
I told you I know somebody who was an alternate for the women's bobsled team in the last Olympics. Should I try and get her on? Maybe I should ask her if she understands luge first. But I mean, I'm sure she does. I mean, they're both on the same sort of track.
Yeah, but they're very different skills. Still, though, maybe she's been around some losers.
I'm saying she would understand it more, is what I'm. Yeah, like she would get maybe the more difficult nature of things that we don't see.
And yeah, I know because I'm racking my brain. They don't even go faster with the 2 people on their way down.
I know
they go slower. I genuinely can't figure out why you would stack another person on there. I also felt bad for last night. I was watching the half pipe finals, the gold medal round, see
Yep.
if Chloe Kim could defend her gold, and it was snowing cats and dogs. Do we still use that phrase with snow? Cats and
Sure,
dogs?
yeah,
It was
that'll work.
snowing a lot, and so every snowboarder was eating it because it just wasn't a cleanly groomed bowl, and
Is-
so everybody just kept face planning.
Is Chloe Kim married to Myles Garrett?
Yes, she is.
They're married.
Well, actually, okay, I don't know if I think they're married at this point.
Hang on. Chloe Kim, Myles Garrett. What a successful family that would be.
Yeah, no kidding.
Boyfriend. So they're
Okay.
dating. They're dating.
But it was, by the way, it was hilarious. Anytime they cut to the sidelines and showed her family, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say Myles Garrett doesn't really look like anyone else in her family by a
Yeah.
bunch of different metrics. So
Yeah.
he stuck out like a sore thumb, and they would put the graphic Chloe Kim's family. Oh, man.
I mean, he's huge. Anyway.
Yeah, so the
So-
point is, you said we have nothing. We got something, man.
Well, listen.
we got some Olympics.
What I was trying to get to with the Brock Nelson stuff is this. I don't think that people have given Brock Nelson enough credit for what he's been able to do this season. Like, obviously, remarkable in the Olympics yesterday. Brock Nelson has been on a heater for like 2.5 straight months. He has played unbelievably great hockey. If you just go through the numbers, each month of the season, he has taken a gigantic step forward. Because if you remember at the beginning of the year, he was doing nothing. That second line was doing nothing. And we're like, good Lord, man, we're going to go through this again? Ever since Kadri left, it's just been this black hole that the second line, and especially the center spot there, has just not been able to produce. And they've given it to a million different people. I mean, you make the trade for Casey Middlestat, and it's just nothing. He has 4 total points in the month of October. And then he has 5 goals and 7 assists in November. And you're like, okay, 12 points. And then he's got 8 goals and 6 assists in December. And you're like, all right, even more. January is 12 goals and 6 assists for 18 points in that month. And then in the 2 games before the break, he put together another goal. He's got 29 on the year. He's basically been a point-per-game player. That's something that was non-existent. You were hoping to get like half of that in the past when Kadri left. And he's playing at a Kadri level. And it feels like something that when you put that together and you give a little backup, a little help to your top line guys, your big-time players, your stars on this team, it just starts to take off. And I think that he deserves a massive amount of credit for what he's been able to do this season. And I'm happy as hell that he's keeping up with it in the Olympics. Texter says, Team USA does nothing for me, but the Avs winning means everything. Root for my players to kick ass and stay healthy. To not do anything for you. Like, you don't feel a single emotion? I find that hard to believe. Even if it's like what a lot of people did in the Olympics, the Summer Olympics with basketball. Maybe you hated the U.S. team and you were rooting for Serbia or something, but you didn't feel nothing. No, I was into it. I was intense. When that game was 1-1, I was like, you guys better figure this the hell out. So the U.S.'s next game, I believe, is tomorrow, correct? As they take on Denmark. And I believe they got a back-to-back. It's Saturday and Sunday. So a lot more Olympic hockey coming your way all throughout, the next few days. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. A lot to get to. I have a thought as to not just the Broncos and maybe a disbelief nationally that they can repeat what they did this year, but a stat that is truly mind-blowing that we'll get to in just a second. We'll get to it next. By the way, going on right now is Sweden and Finland. Gabe Landeskog's Swedes are down 3-1 with 10:52 left in the third, so they're going to need to mount a comeback here quickly. Another game that's happening right now is Slovakia and Italy are also in the third period. Slovakia is up 2-1 on Italy with 12 minutes left in that game. So, a couple happening right in front of our eyes at the moment. So, here's what I wanted to get to. Really interesting to me. The Broncos finish in the AFC title game in a game that I think even Patriots fans would admit that if Bo Nix is playing in that game, it's much different, and the Broncos probably win. I think that's fair. And I typically hate playing that sort of game because you're making a lot of assumptions that you just don't know. You know, we did this with, if the Nuggets beat the T-Wolves, they would have been in the NBA Finals. I was like, well, they had a series against Dallas before that, and do I think they'd win that? Yeah, I think so, but I don't know. It's a 7-game series. Which is the one that we did for the Avs? Was it a couple years ago? Who'd they lose to, or was it last year? Was it just they lost to Dallas? Help me out, guys. And everybody's like, well, if they beat them, then they were going to make the Stanley Cup and maybe win it. I don't know. I forget which series that was. Maybe it was Dallas. Point is, you're right there on the cusp of a Super Bowl appearance. And who knows what happens if you get there. You're the number one team in the AFC. You have finally taken away the division crown from one of the greatest winning streaks in NFL history in the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, you've done all of that stuff. So why would the Broncos be 12th in Super Bowl odds heading into next year? And I think there's reasons behind it that you don't have a wealth of evidence to look back to make sure that they are going to be in that position again. People seem to trust offense in this league, and offensively, you are inconsistent at best. But I think it's all about quarterback trust. Now, with that in mind, no quarterback in the history of the NFL has won more football games in their first 2 years than Bo Nix. 24 wins in his first 2 years in the league. That ties, ironically, Russell Wilson, who also had 24 wins. Lamar Jackson had 23.
Spicy.
Dak Prescott had 22. Andrew Luck had 22. Ben Roethlisberger had 22. Dan Marino had 21. You see the names that are surrounding him. From a numbers perspective, Bo Nix, out of all the quarterbacks I mentioned, first 2 years of his career, had more passing touchdowns than any one of those quarterbacks I had mentioned. He had 23 interceptions those first 2 years. Andrew Luck had 27. Dan Marino had 23. I know that there is not some sort of bona fide guarantee with Bo Nix that he is going to be a very, very good quarterback for a very, very long time. But he is a winner. And last year, I don't think I could say that as much with my chest as I can now. Last year felt a lot like you won games that you were supposed to win. You lost games that you weren't supposed to. We had questions heading into this season. If the ball's in his hands late and the Broncos are down, can he lead you to a victory? We didn't know that. Now, with all the evidence that we got this year, that answer is absolutely yes. He's a winner. And I think when you look at quarterbacks, it's not the only trait, but it's certainly a very important one. If he's able to keep winning at this rate, that perception's going to change. And I know that because that's exactly what happened with the guy he shares that record with, Russell Wilson. Everything about Bo Nix's career feels very similar so far to what Russell Wilson did in Seattle. And by the way, if he ends up having Russell Wilson's career, guys, that's a great career. I think we've confused Russell Wilson's overall NFL life with the last few years of him getting clowned, pretending that's what his career's always been. That guy went to 2 Super Bowls, won one, and put up numbers, big-time numbers throughout his career. Numbers that most guys in NFL history would die to have. Here's what I'm telling you. If Bo Nix plays an entire career of 14 years like Russell Wilson has and ends up with 353 touchdowns and a 121, 80, and 1 record, we'd be doing backflips over that kind of pick. But early in Russell's career, it was said to be that Russell was the byproduct of a very good defense, and with him, this is a big separator, a really good running game with Marshawn Lynch. Now, those Seattle teams, if you go back to them, I don't think people truly understood how much talent they had on that offense just because it wasn't conventional. They didn't have like a big wide receiver. But do you remember the wideouts that were on that Seattle team? Your Golden Tates and Doug Baldwins and guys like that. Those are good players, really good players. They're just undersized. So I even think he had more talent than what Bo Nix is working with. But it feels like they're on very similar career paths. And I'm telling you, if you guaranteed me Bo Nix's career was identical to Russell Wilson's, career, not life, career, I would take that in a heartbeat.
You ever done anything dangerous?
That's all the stuff that Nelly has on his board back there of all 18 things of Russell Wilson.
That's not what he wanted to cook.
That's what we've confused. Go back to Russell Wilson early in his career. Go back to why 95% of people who consumed football 3-4 years ago were going, wow, what a move the Broncos made to acquire Russell Wilson.
Mr. Unlimited.
Bo Nix has had as successful of a first 2 years for a starting quarterback as anybody. The problem is he is not seen as the reason for the winning. And that, to sports fans, is something it can take a long time to get over. Because they're doing that with Bo. They did that with Russell. The guy with 23 wins in his first 2 years is Lamar Jackson. Nobody did that for Lamar, although they had their own questions of, can he pass? Remember that? And that's still lingered for years afterwards. Very, very strange. Andrew Luck at 22 wins in his first 2 years is maybe a prime exception of that. He was adopted immediately. Roethlisberger, to be honest, I can't really remember. But I feel like he got his due. Because his first 11 starts were all wins. So all I'm saying is the reason why there might not be the belief that should come with a team that just went 14-3 and was on the doorstep of the Super Bowl. You don't have that confidence. I think it's almost solely because people are still awaiting to see if Bo Nix is a a main reason for the winning or a footnote to the winning? Does that make sense? Because they played this game with Seattle and Russell Wilson. The problem was Seattle was so overwhelming and they had like some box office to them. As good as the Broncos defense is and was this year, they didn't have like the Legion of Boom thing. They don't have anybody that's super loud and boisterous like Richard Sherman. It just felt like those Seahawks teams were very box office with the way they went about their business. I mean, Marshawn Lynch was a walking soundbite, and he still is. So you fly under the radar a little bit more than they did. Plus, I mean, they got a Super Bowl.
And Marshawn was just there, so he didn't get fined.
But even that, like, I know that's something that we always like kind of make fun of now. That was huge. I mean, Nelly, that was over a decade ago, and I still hear people like you say that. Like, that's what I mean when they're box office. They're memorable.
No, Marshawn Lynch he's so quotable. And I'm with you. Every single thing he says is just hilarious. And it's no secret that I'm a Niners fan, so obviously I have some beef with the teams that Marshawn Lynch played for. But there's this great video of him walking around Vegas, and he's just going to all these casinos, and he's walking up to random people in Niners gear, and he's got his phone with his microphone on, and he walks up to him, he goes, "Hey, boss, you a Niners fan?" And they say, "Yeah." And then he goes,
I remember this.
"Bleep you."
Yeah.
And then he just walks to somebody else, and he goes through the whole casino, and anyone in Niners gear, he goes, "Hey, boss, you a Niners fan?" "Bleep you," and then walks away. And he just put a video of him doing that for like 10 minutes. But he's the man.
They were so much like front and center of the NFL. And the Broncos, to be honest, are super quiet. Like kind of about every way they go about their business is quiet. They don't have this massive offense that is going to be all over highlight reels. They don't have a player on this team that is loud, arrogant, good soundbite. Like, who's the best soundbite of the Broncos? Let's think about this for a second. If you had to go to somebody to get an interview and you wanted that interview to be good, who is it?
Let's see. Adam Troutman, Dragon Slayer 69.
Yeah, well, he's a backup tight end, though. You gotta.
Garrett Bowles had a couple good sound bites. "Hey, we still the underdogs. People still don't like Bo.
But
We're the underdogs."
Bowles and Mike McGlinchey's another guy that people go to a lot, but they aren't like. They're just good representatives of your team. They aren't. I don't know how to put it.
No, I know what you mean.
They do football talk. They do coach speak stuff, but they're good at it, and they're good representatives. Like, nobody was Richard Sherman, LOB, Crabtree's a bum. Like, it wasn't that. Even the 2015 Broncos, like, they had Aqib Talib. Do you think he was a soundbite? That's all I'm saying. I think a lot of those factors all kind of come together. And
so when I see his ass in Atlanta, I'm going to beat his ass.
Yeah, that was Mike McGlinchey after week 4 this year.
Our plan was to do what we do. You know we do. That's what we did.
And that was Garrett Bowles after week 7. I think all of that comes together in a way that just it adds to skepticism that, quite honestly, maybe is unfair now. Like, they've had 2 successful seasons in a row.
Do you think all that comes from Sean Payton? Do you think he walked in and he said...
Well, he's the soundbite.
But I mean, for everything else, though, you said about why people doubt the team and why people aren't as active and vocal in person and on social media. Do you think Sean Payton came in day one and said, "Sit down, shut up, don't be public, just do your job"? Is that a culture thing?
Yeah, I suppose it could be. Yes. But if he had Aqib Talib, it's Aqib. He's going to say something. You know what I mean? And there's guys who are good enough who can do that. But yeah, I do think that it's a little bit of, we aren't going to say anything to the media to give anybody any ammunition. That's my job to do that, because Sean Payton did that all the time. But I also just think well, how about this, Nelly, to go back to something we talked about earlier in the week. When I said no way to George Pickens or to A.J. Brown, this is what I'm talking about. Do those personalities fit that room? No chance. No. As talented as you are, it just, to me, doesn't fit at all. So 303-504-0925. By the way, a little bit later, we'll talk about Burnham Yards and where this new stadium's going to go.
Don't pull a Hastings. It's singular.
Oh, is it?
Burnham Yard.
Well, you're going to burn it down to the ground here soon, so it doesn't really matter.
Burnham's Yards.
Are they still going to call it Burnham Yard?
It'd be Empower Field at Burnham Yard at Mile High.
Yeah.
Presented by DraftKings or whatever.
Once they bring in the bulldozers, is Burnham Yard just dead? It's a piece of Denver lore now.
I have no. Is that what the land is legally called? I have no idea. I did not hear the word Burnham followed by the word yard for about 31 years of my life. I have no and then it came. The only time I heard Burnham is if it was preceded by Bo. I have no idea what this name means.
So anyway, they got some stuff from yesterday. They had a community event. I want to talk about some of the suggestions that came from the community on what should happen within and around that new stadium, because some of them are hilarious. So that'll all happen in a few minutes. Stick around. Biggest crime in the history. I know everybody had a thought and a take about the halftime show of the Super Bowl. Biggest crime that was ever committed for a halftime show Super Bowl. Super Bowl 53 in Atlanta did not have Outkast. Dumbest thing they could have ever done. You know who was the halftime act in Atlanta? Do you know who it was, Nelly? Maroon 5.
Oh, that was the Rams Patriots snoozer Super Bowl.
You couldn't give me like some bombs over Baghdad or roses or something like that?
Obviously,
Come on.
Look, obviously I've never
Rosa
seen
Parks?
I've never seen Outkast live, but I've seen Big Boy a couple times. He is incredible.
I'm telling you, I'm not huge on rap. I'm not huge. I like some. They're like my favorite. Anything that they do is amazing.
But I mean, even just as a performer, Big Boy, he's not very flashy. He just gets a guy spinning records, and then he comes out there and he spits bars. He doesn't have a lineup of 15 girls shaking their butts. It's just like him and a DJ blowing your mind. He's amazing.
Anywho, I have to play some audio for you. I must. There's been this running sort of thing in college athletics right now about who gets eligibility and who doesn't. Some guys are going for like an 8th year of eligibility. And what's really confused this is that guys want to stay in college as long as possible now to make as much cash as they can, because a lot of these guys are not going to go on to prolific NFL careers that get them paid. Back, 5 years ago, if you're Trinidad Chambliss, you have this amazing come-out-of-nowhere season for a big school like Ole Miss. You're in the college football playoff. You're on the cusp of a natty. Your name's never been brighter. Your stock's never been higher. There is no question you're leaving for the draft. And he is begging the NCAA to let him come back. He was denied twice, and he had one more appeal yesterday. And I didn't know that this was like a courtroom thing that people went to. But video emerged of the arguments being made for why he should be able to stay. And part of Trinidad Chambliss, his argument as to why he deserves an extra year, is that in 2022 he had respiratory issues. And he was trying to get a medical red shirt for that season. And his lawyers wanted to show that the respiratory issues impacted his sleep, which in turn impacted his performance. Joe Judge, who was a coach at Ole Miss, was there to make the argument for him and continued on with that argument, saying this.
This is always a tough conversation to have, and it's not going to be a popular thing, but this is the truth. We would have to educate significant others who may have been pregnant during the season, or going to have a baby during the season, and you'd have to educate them on, you have this baby in the middle of the season, that father has to play good football, right? It's a day-by-day production business. He has to be ready to perform and go out there and play. And when I say that is, you need to let him sleep. He needs to be in another room, detached. You have to explain to the mother, like, hey, listen, he ain't waking up for midnight feedings. After the season, he's Full Metal Jacket. You do whatever you want with him. And he can change every diaper. But in season, he's got to have a different priority.
Joe Judge said, significant others need to understand that if you're pregnant, you have a baby during the season, daddy needs to play football. He needs to sleep in a separate room. He's not doing midnight feedings, is what he said. And that is not going to go over well with a whole bunch of people. I got to tell you, Nelly, as a father of two, that Joe Judge is on to something. I totally agree with what he's talking about.
Do you have any years of eligibility left? Can you go play college football while you still got a newborn at home?
I should try. Trying to get a medical red shirt because you were lacking sleep is really tough for me.
And also, well, what is
it? By the way, he got granted his eligibility, so he can come back now.
What does Joe Judge expect you to do? So the baby's crying in the middle of the night, you wake up and you just got to go, sorry, babe, I got to lift tomorrow. You go feed him. How does he anticipate this shaking out?
The people have different perspectives on this because some people use mom to feed and some people use formula. The people who use mom, that is an easier life for dad because there's nothing you can do to feed. Now, if you have formula kids, as I do, guess who's got to jump in there every once in a while?
I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me?
Turns out you can't. That's the truth. But I just can't imagine what these things, like, it was such an official proceeding. It looked like something out of a Law and Order episode. And I thought it just was, I want another year of eligibility. And you're on a Zoom call with some guy who's in a suit in a corner office somewhere, and you're like, here's the reasons why I think I should do it. I didn't know it was a full court proceeding. Like, Joe Judge is on the witness stand as he's saying that. It's bizarre. But couple things. The NBA is looking into this whole tanking thing. They have fined the Utah Jazz $500,000 for the shenanigans they've been pulling lately. Utah Jazz owner says, well, we beat Miami and you're punishing us for that game, but it's pretty easy. We all know what you're up to, right? So here's a couple ideas that they came up with to try and combat it. So from Kevin O'Connor, there's growing support for a potential rule that would freeze NBA draft lottery odds at a certain point in the season, meaning losses after that date wouldn't affect lottery positioning. I don't like that. I think that's a bad idea because, I mean, let's say you're in the position of, I don't know, the Nuggets are 22-10, and then both Jokic and Murray go down with season-ending injuries on the same day, and the team tanks afterwards. It's not the Nuggets' fault that their guys got hurt. You could be punishing teams who weren't attempting to tank that just kind of stumbled into it. The other one that I kind of love, the NBA is discussing creating a tournament among lottery teams to determine draft order in order to stop tanking. That from Shams. I kind of love it. Now, the issue you would have there is why would the players be super motivated to go out and win basketball games? You have to give them some sort of incentive on top of it. Now, for the guys who are going to be there who have like 3-year contracts, yeah, they want a better draft pick, so they'll go out and play. But I think some of them might be like, I'm in my final year. I'm not coming back here. I don't care. But I always think if you can do some sort of tournament that is properly incentivized, I think it'd be great. Imagine you're watching something that feels like, so the play-in is something that is successful that the NBA has done because there's stakes on the line. If you win those games, you make the playoffs, you get a shot at a championship. The in-season tournament is nothing because the motivation is, a few $100,000, which for us, we would die for. But for a guy making $40 million a year, I don't think he's that incentivized to go out and do it. You know what he probably says? I'll get that money by taking on another endorsement where I do one commercial for 30 seconds one day. How's that sound? But if you do a tournament properly incentivized to determine a draft order, I would watch the hell out of that thing. Because it would feel like you're earning it. Uh, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. I love every once in a while, I gotta throw one of these out there Texture says, bunch of huge hockey games yesterday, and y'all are talking about draft order. It was the first 20 minutes of the hour. We'll get back to it. If you listen to the show, you know we will jump back to everything. I'm sorry. I don't know exactly when you get in the car and exactly what's at the top of your head every single time. I apologize. I'm doing my best.
And, when we get back to hockey, we've been talking about a lot about the USA men. The USA women are running roughshod through the competition right now. We got to give them some love. I don't know if every time we score a goal, if Leonard Skinner still gets royalties for Freebird playing, but if that's a thing, then the USA women are going to get Leonard Skinner some new sports cars.
Can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup. The same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to that channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Trying to think, Nelly, what happened? Oh, it was Tuesday. Remember when Schefter was on with us for 16 minutes? And me and Vic started talking about something else for 2 minutes right after he got off the phone. And somebody said, I thought this was a sports show. I'm like, we just talked to the biggest voice in football for 16 minutes.
I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
So again, let me preemptively apologize to anybody who gets in their car and I'm not talking about the exact thing you want to talk about at the exact moment you get in. I'm sorry. Speaking of hockey, Texture, you stick around. USA Hockey with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Here comes Jack Hughes. Hughes dropping it back off the quick behind the back. Matthew Tkachuk. Back to Jack Hughes. Nelson, score! Wow!
NBC on the call as the U.S. dominates yesterday. God, it felt like they could have won 12-1. Goals called back, reeing stuff off the post. But Vic, how about our boy Brock, huh?
He was all over the place. In those first 3 goals, like the ones that were called back, one was offsides, one was this, one was that. He was involved in everything.
If you remember, Brock Nelson, there was some hockey heads out there that were critical of the decision to put him on this team. Yeah, suck it. 2 goals there in that first game of the Olympics. Do you know how well, and we'll talk a little bit more about the Avs part of this. Mm-hmm. He's played his ass off this year. He has been remarkable, and it's gotten better with each month. I was just looking through his numbers, Vic. So beginning of the year was a real struggle. He had only 4 points in the entire month of October. And it's frustrating because you make the trade for him last year, you give him the contract extension, and you've been trying to find some sort of answer for that second-line center spot ever since Kadri left. And no matter who you threw out there, you make the trade from Middlestad a couple years ago, that doesn't work. It's like, when can we get production out of that position? The following month, he had a 5-goal, 7-assist month, 12 points. Month after that, 8 in 6, 14 points. This last month, 12 in 6. And now he continues that into the Olympics with a couple of goals. It's awesome.
He's quietly consistent. Is that the best way to put it?
Yeah, totally.
He's quietly consistent. And that's exactly what this team needs. What do you think about, after watching 2 days of it, what do you think of Olympic hockey?
I love it.
Isn't it fast? It's furious, man. And I'm watching games that I'm like, I never thought I would watch these games. I never thought I would be into this stuff. But is it the rink? Is it the color scheme? Is it the national pride? What is it that makes international hockey so fun to watch?
I think there's an intensity there that just doesn't happen all the time in the regular season. Let me tell you something, though, that I found out. We always talk about guys that you hate them unless they play for you, then you love them, right? And I know everybody hates the Tkachuks. When they wear that red, white, and blue, I am all in on the Tkachuk boys. All in. I can't get over it. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but the Tkachuk brothers, understandably, punchable faces, play with a little bit of that toe over the line style. But do you guys agree or disagree? When it comes down to those 2 dudes donning that red, white, and blue, I love them. And I would love to have them on my team. They bring an intensity and a flash and a push to this roster that I think is necessary. Or else you're going to be kind of all by your lonesome, looking for a lot of guys to produce and not really having, a leader. But they certainly provided that. Whether it's this or whether it's the Four Nations, it kind of feels like they've taken the mantle of, at least with their play, the leader of this Olympic club. I've also found out that as much as I like watching, because Canada did the same thing yesterday, Canada with McKinnon and McCarr and McPickles and everything else, they're incredibly good. It took them a minute to get going. They got that goal at the end of the first period. They gave them 1-0 lead, but shortly after that, you saw just the raw talent and skill take over. Nobody stood a shot. I'm not rooting for Canada, though. I don't care that you got guys on that team. Doesn't matter to me. I'm very much like, you know what, go McKinnon, go McCarr. Both of them, McKinnon scored a goal yesterday. McCarr got an assist. Good for them. It's all U.S. And I want Canada, U.S. in a gold medal match to close things out. I think it'd be the coolest thing ever. You get those two teams put together, and you feel, first of all, it's going to feel like a huge rivalry. But secondly, you have a certain level of, I think the U.S. is catching up to some of the talent. Like, you can't put anybody on paper and say that they are equal to or better than what Canada's putting together. But I think they certainly can compete. They have a lot of guys that just play really solid, sound, disciplined hockey. And that's why I want to see it. So, one thing that I wanted to say about Brock and the importance he has to not just the Olympic roster, but to the Avs. He's just provided a different level of player that you haven't had before. But yes, Vicar, do we got your back? Are you in LA right now?
Yeah, I'm in LA. I'm here for the All-Star festivities. I'm at the Media Hotel. Last night, I had a wonderful conversation. I hung out just right into it as we were having dinner at the bar. Mike Miller, former Denver Nugget, former teammate of Nikola Jokic's, who runs his own, he and a partner run an agency. He runs an agency. Man, he was giving me some details about what it's like recruiting athletes for today's agencies and when it starts. He is a professional basketball agent. This is what he does now, okay? He represents professional basketball players. Do you know when they start recruiting these guys? Do you know how old they are?
Oh, God, it's going to kill me when you say the age, but go ahead.
They're sophomores in high school.
Yeah, I don't like that.
But that's where it starts.
I know,
that's where the NIL agency starts.
I get it. No, I'm not blaming him or anything. I just don't like it's just one of those, I don't know if it's an old man take or whatever. I don't like what we've become. Like, let the 16-year-old be a 16-year-old, okay? Stop talking about money with him. That's it. But I get it. I know that's the business now. They got to do it.
And the entire
do you disagree with me, by the way, on that?
Well, I mean, I don't know how you change it. I don't know how you turn this truck around.
Right.
I don't know how you do it. It's just impossible. You can't. You'd have to take the entire train, reverse it on the track. I don't know how you do it. He said the bulk of his time, by the way, isn't spent recruiting. The bulk of his time is defending. He's playing defense all day.
Yeah.
Because other people are trying to take your clients.
That's
all it is.
Could not do that business.
No, me neither. I told him, I said, so you just canvass the country and just talk to dudes. And, he's here this weekend because he's got a couple clients, and there's always prospective people running around. LA has hosted the All-Star Game before, but never at Intuit Dome.
Right.
Today, Joker and Jamal arrive. And somebody asked me this yesterday, somebody from the NBA, and I was not aware that there was any issue. They're concerned about Joker playing. They asked me, is Joker going to play? I go, as far as I know, he's playing. Why? They say he doesn't look right.
Well, that's true. I mean, he doesn't look like himself. It's funny to say that for a guy who's got 4 straight triple-doubles.
I know, but from the outside looking in, they're not sure if Joker is healthy enough to play in this game.
Well, is that
and
injury?
Knowing Joker, he's going to play.
Yeah, is that injury or is it just rust because he's really never missed like a month of basketball before?
I just don't think he looks right.
I know, but which one is it? Do you think
I don't know.
It's still a lingering injury, or is that just I haven't played basketball in a while?
Well, Scott, if you listen to Scott, he noticed it the other night. He was limping around, and he's not landing on the same foot from which he jumps, or he's landing on the same foot, so something's not right. And it could be the ankle that he irritated. Could be the knee. Could be something. But he's supposed to be here today. He will honor his commitment. If you know Nikola Jokic, he's not gonna pull up. I'm going to show up, I'm going to shake hands, do autographs, and not play. Yeah. It's not what he is. If he's not playing, he's not going to be here.
Isn't that LeBron who did that last year?
Yes, he did exactly that last year.
And he didn't say he wasn't playing before that. But he did that so that they couldn't take him out of the All-Star game, so he kept his consecutive streak thing going on. That's what happened.
And then I ran into this other guy. I got to tell you this real quick. He's an internet trick shot artist, and I didn't really catch his name because he speaks so fast, so rapidly.
Is he one of the Dude Perfect guys?
No.
Oh.
No. He's a trick shot guy who does all these weird shots with the basketball. He posts them. And he was invited to the All-Star game to play in their content creator game, which they held last night. And he's telling me about all these trick shots, and I'm like, and
I'm sure you loved it. Yeah.
At what point do you just sort of like, yeah, okay, tricky guy, tricky.
It's always amazing to me the people who can't read the social clues of I'm done with the conversation.
Oh, he's a nice guy.
I understand that. But you probably were sitting there going, that's great. Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's crazy.
I know. That's crazy. Wait.
How many man, that's crazy.
Over your head from full court? Wow, man, that's nuts. It's crazy what you do.
Yeah, man, that's wild.
Anyway.
So a hook shot from the other side, huh? Off the ceiling? Huh. Neat.
Oh, God, I'm sorry. I have really bad diarrhea. I got to leave right now.
That's neat.
By the way, you missed this, Vic. I was asking you something, then you dropped off. There's guys in sports that you hate, and then they're on your team and you love.
Yeah.
I got to be honest. I don't think I can hate them anymore. I just love the Kachuk brothers. Whenever they're in the red, white, and blue, I'm in. All in on those guys.
The reason I love them is because they bring a degree of sandpaper to the game that you need. The sandpaper is necessary, and we talk about this even with the Nuggets, even with the Broncos. Who's that sandpaper guy? Like Drake Greenlaw was that guy. Would you agree?
Mm-hmm.
Drake Greenlaw, when he was healthy and playing, he brought you that sandpaper.
Yeah.
And the Kachuk brothers do it all the time. Listen, I'm going to
look. Russell Westbrook was a sandpaper guy last year.
I'm going to make a decree.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm going to say it right now. We're not allowed to pick and choose when we like them. Either you like them or you don't.
I know. Here's what I'm telling you. I think I'm in on them. I think I like him now. I've changed, and that's rare. How often do you get the I hated the guy and now I like him? There's a lot of I like the guy, now I hate the guy.
So what changed for you? What was it that it can't be just your patriotism? What is it about their game that made you change your stance? Don't call yourself, because I'm a mighty patriot. That's why.
It's because I'm a mighty patriot. But
isn't this America?
I'll tell you this, Vic. It does factor in that when it happens for the U.S., it changed my mind. They're bleep holes. That's what it is. And I kind of like it. Some guys I don't. Those guys I do. I can't explain to you why. It's just how I feel. And I think a lot of it's just because they're wearing my colors.
Well, and you also understand that in that particular sport, because eventually they're going to run into Canada, you need guys like that. Somebody asked, I was listening to one of the other shows yesterday, and I think DMac asked Tyler, who are you rooting for in the non-U.S. games? You know what I'm rooting for in the hockey? I want the U.S. and Canada to meet in the finals. So whatever it takes for those two teams to get there.
No, I think that'd be the best outcome.
Yeah, I want that game. That moment. So if Canada's playing somebody that's going to prevent them from getting there, I want Canada. Obviously the U.S. in every game. But I want those two teams to meet in the finals. Now, the way it lays out in the medal round in that, is it too early to determine that?
Well, we still have prelim games going on, yeah.
I know. I just, the way it lays out, I don't know if there's a certain path, but I assume that can happen. And that would be the best result, right? Those two teams in the finals. Whatever it takes, give me that. Give me that. Hey, something else happened. I'm going to save it. Okay. Something else happened at the Olympics yesterday that made me question my character as a human.
Your character?
Yeah, and how I would react in that situation. And the more I did some profound introspection, I saw the way this person reacted, and I said, yeah, I could never do that. I'm a jerk.
Okay, we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Yeah. I got something else for you, by the way. I think that Bo Nix is on a very similar career path right now to somebody else who had a very successful NFL career, but you're going to hate the name that I'm going to compare him to, and we'll get to it next. All right, Vic, can you hang on to your story for a few minutes? Because I want to get this out there, and I want people to see if I'm crazy or not for making this comparison. Bo Nix has accomplished something that only one other person in the history of the NFL has done to the first 2 years of his career.
Let me think about that. What would that be? The amount of games won?
24 wins in his first 2 years.
All right. Who's the other person to have done that?
I'll tell you that in just a second.
Big Ben. Ben Roethlisberger.
No, he is close. But the Broncos are 12th.
Russell Wilson.
It is Russ, but hang on.
I'm sorry.
The Broncos are 12th right now in Super Bowl odds for next season.
Yeah.
And for a team that went 14-3, number one seed in the AFC, dethroned the Chiefs to win the AFC West, and was this close to playing in a Super Bowl, that feels like long shot odds. And the reason is, well, why? And I think it's a mistrust in your quarterback right now, nationally, that people don't believe that he's capable of doing this again. The other guy that won 24 games in the first 2 years of his career is Russell Wilson. And I think they're on very similar paths. If you remember, when Russell Wilson was a starter initially for the Seahawks, he was not seen as the reason why the Seahawks were good. He was seen as a piece of what was an excellent defense and a great rushing game with Marshawn Lynch.
I think you're revisiting history.
No.
I was there.
Vic, I'm telling you, there was 100% a sentiment out there that Russell Wilson was a game manager for them early in his career.
I'm telling you what players felt. I'll never forget. I'll never forget the first time the Broncos played the Seahawks. And they played it in Seattle. I'm trying to remember the year. And he looked really good. And we left that game. And Chris Harris, member of the No-Fly Zone, I used to host the Broncos show on Channel 4. He said on live television, he said, everybody's talking about Andrew Luck as the guy. Do not sleep on Russell Wilson. He's better.
We all know the way that players feel about other players is different than how media feels about other players.
I just have a different interpretation of history.
Well, here's what I'm telling you. I know this.
Okay.
Richard Sherman said as much. He thinks the reason they threw it instead of ran Marshawn in the second Super Bowl was Pete Carroll was trying to prove how good of a quarterback Russell Wilson was. Yeah. That's what he thought.
Well, you know that those guys, the defense and Russell they didn't like each other in Seattle because the defense wanted all the credit. Russell wanted all the credit.
A lot of Seattle defensive players didn't like him for whatever reason. The point is, it feels like 24 wins after 2 years. Obviously, Russell got a Super Bowl. You were close. I think they're on pretty similar paths as players. Even their numbers through the first 2 years are very, very similar. The touchdowns thrown. Bo Nix, through 2 years, has 53 touchdowns. 54. Russell Wilson had 52. Interceptions was 23-19. Quarterback rating similar. A whole bunch of different details similar. If he ends up having Russell Wilson's career, and this is where you talk about revisiting history, I think because Russell's been clowned for the last few years of his career.
You ever done anything dangerous?
People forget how damn good he was for like 10 straight seasons. If you give me Russell Wilson's career for Bo Nix, it's a home run. Home run. I will take that right now, no questions asked. Russell's criticisms are way more personal than they are professional. Correct?
Well,
home run.
Russell Wilson's career seemed to change when he reinvented himself as a human.
Yeah.
That's when his thing changed, but I don't see Bo going down that same road. Remember how Bo was criticized a bit by people when he's to himself, he doesn't do social media. Then all of a sudden last summer he did some commercials. He sort of got out there a little bit. And I'm like, why would you criticize a guy for doing that? He's not Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
He didn't open up a clothing store at the airport.
Wait, does Russell Wilson have a clothing store at the airport?
He had one at the mall and the airport. You don't remember that?
I remember the mall. I didn't know it was in the airport,
Ciara
too.
had one together. Yeah. I saw him in that clothing store.
I'm going there today. Maybe I'll go check it out.
It's closed now.
Oh, I got you.
I think it's McDonald's now.
It was in the food court area?
they have those little mini stores at the airport. Yeah, and he had one there. Clothing store. Did anybody ever go there, buy stuff?
I'm not.
What did he sell? Those big scarves? Remember those big scarves?
Yeah, they're probably $150 a piece. This is what I don't understand. Like, I know you're a clothing guy, Vic, and I'm not. I don't get the brand names because I feel like you're just buying the name of the brand instead of the actual wear of the clothes.
Of course, it's like anything in life. You're buying the brand name.
I just
But
got
sometimes-
these. You'd be proud of me, and I shout out to you because you turned me on to this. I went to Ross last week.
Nice. Ross dressed for less, baby.
Look at this. These sweatpants are the most comfortable sweatpants I've ever owned. $9.99.
Yeah, but you forgot there's a better cheat code now than Ross. And if you're a sports fan especially, it's a combination of Ross, Marshalls, and sports. It is the greatest store ever made.
Buc-ee's?
Sierra. Sierra. Come on, sports fans. Follow me on this one. They got sportswear. They got sporting goods. They got little things, little trinkets that you can use. I mean, if you put me in a Sierra, everything's very low priced because it's all stuff that they can't sell at the major stores. It might be the greatest store ever made.
Well,
yeah,
I might have to go check this out now.
Sierra's already goated. Go to Sierra, dude. You won't leave. My wife won't go with me because she says
how
no.
much? Like this hoodie was $14.99. Are we talking these prices?
Yes. You will find prices at Sierra that'll knock you out of the park. You're like, what? Yeah, it's perfect, man.
Right.
You won't shop anywhere else.
I'll put it on the list.
And speaking of Sierra, her store with Russell Wilson was called The House of LR&C, and there were two locations. One was at Concourse C at the airport, and then there was one with our next door neighbors. It was in Park Meadows.
Yeah. What the hell does the House of LR&C stand for?
It stands for Love, Respect, and Care.
Yeah, I got none of that.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
That's a long name for a store.
I mean, it's a very long name. All right.
That's not what he wanted to
Vic,
cook.
everybody's saying that Sierra is like the greatest. So you know what? I'm going in. That's next on my list.
I'm so obnoxiously pro Sierra that my family members will never go with me because they won't get me out of there. That's one of those stores where I'm there and you buy stuff for the sake of buying it. Like you're in there, I got to have it.
Wait.
I mean, do you need it? No. But I mean, I can't walk out of here without buying this.
Texture says, I've seen discounted Odyssey putters at Sierra.
They got it all, dude. I bought a bike there.
All right. That's on the list now. Yeah. I got to make a trip.
Dude, see, that's what my role is on this show
Right,
for the community.
Give me some.
I
Bam.
change minds. I'm pro community here.
You know what, Vic? You
I
didn't.
enrich the community.
I trust
That's what
you.
I do.
I trust you on these things. Yes, I trust you. But anyway, the other guys on that list, by the way, and then we can get to what you wanted to talk about. Guys with the most wins in the first 2 years of their career. So Bo Nix, Russell Wilson, they're number one with 24 wins apiece.
Okay.
Second is Lamar Jackson. He had 23 in his first 2 years.
Where do you think of Lamar Jackson today? Do you think he's washed, or do you think he's still got something?
No, I think he's great. He was just hurt last year.
I'm just curious.
No, I think he's still really good. The Lamar one's even more weird because Lamar, I think people acknowledged he was good, but there was still, you remember like the first, up until a couple of years ago, people were like, yeah, I don't know if he can throw. And I was like, really? Do you watch him?
Yeah.
Dak Prescott had 22 in his first 2 years in Dallas. And then Andrew Luck also had 22. Ben Roethlisberger had 22. So there's some names on there. All of those guys are careers that I think mostly everybody would take if that's what it was. Now, just quickly, Nate and Andy, they're going to be at number 38 today at 3 o'clock. It's the best place to watch hockey games during the winter games. Enjoy New Amsterdam vodka specials like puck drop shots, espresso martinis, and the Avalanche Mule. Plus chances to win great prizes. See you at number 38 at 3. So, Vic, what happened to you yesterday? That question.
Well, it's not what happened to me. It's what happened at the Olympics, and it. I watched this take place live, and I'm thinking to myself, could I ever pull that off? Could I ever do that? And I don't know. I'd have to be in that moment. I doubt I could because I'm not wired that way. And I want to know how many of you are. So I'm watching the women's half pipe final. Now, I don't know a damn thing about the half pipe. I don't know what's good, what's bad. I don't know a good move from a bad move. You jump in this little half pipe.
Yeah.
You run around. It's snowing. You jump up and down and up and down. You do things that, like when you watch a half pipe, can you discern from good and great?
No, but I have a long-standing theory that
Yeah.
I know how good Shaun White is at snowboarding because I didn't know what I was watching, and I knew he was better than everybody else.
Just because they told you that, though.
No. He got higher than everybody else did. It was like, to my untrained eye, I could tell that was better. I couldn't explain why, though.
Okay, so two things. Chloe Kim, have you heard of her?
Yeah, the girlfriend of Myles Garrett.
That's the thing that threw me off. I'm watching this, and I'm like, Chloe Kim's about to compete, and then they cut to a shot at the bottom of the hill. And I said, God, that looks like Myles Garrett. There's no way Myles Garrett is in Cortina for the Olympics, but that looks just like him. Just a random dude down there that looks like Myles Garrett. So I just Googled Chloe Kim. Lo and behold, they're dating.
Yeah.
When did this happen?
I have no idea.
Does anybody know the origin of the Chloe Kim Myles Garrett love affair?
Chloe, hang on. Kim.
Myles Garrett's just randomly hanging out at the Olympics.
With a huge camera hanging around his neck. Is he a credentialed photographer now?
I don't know, but he was at the bottom of the hill waiting. I'm like, and it's funny how your antenna. I'm like, God, that looks just like Myles Garrett. I don't know why I recognized him.
Okay, Vic, according to AI,
Source.
they have been romantically linked since May of 2025. Their initial public appearance and rumored or soft-launched relationship was at the Anime Awards in Japan.
Okay, well, they have something in common then. The anime. My kid is into anime, my beautiful baby boy. I don't understand it, but whatever. Teach his own.
That's something I've never gotten into either.
Don't understand the cartoons. Anyway, Chloe Kim is a dominant figure in the halfpipe. She's won 2 gold medals. She goes into this Olympics trying to make it 3. She loses control of first place until her final run. She has 1 run to go. A gal from South Korea took over the top score.
Yeah.
Koi Gan. Proper pronunciation. So Chloe's got 1 more run to go to win the gold. Pressure's on. Well, she's doing the half-pipe thing, the half-pipey, and about halfway down the half-pipe, she stumbles. You could tell she doesn't complete a twist properly. And as soon as she's done, so, the announcers, oh, my God, oh. So she goes straight from the half-pipe.
Oh, my God, in a good way or a bad
No,
way?
as in they couldn't believe she
stumbled.
failed.
Okay,
Exactly. Because she is the master of the half-pipe. She doesn't lose. She stumbled. In the greatest moment, Olympic, this is it.
Right.
She stumbled.
Right.
So what does she do? Other people who stumbled, because I saw like 2 or 3 other ladies, they lay on the ground there. They're crying. They're devastated, right? They're devastated. She continues down the track, goes straight to the first place South Korean girl, interrupts the South Korean celebration, because the South Korean girl at that point is celebrating.
Yeah, she knew she won.
Yeah, she's essentially celebrating the demise of Chloe Kim.
Right.
Chloe Kim's up there devastated, and the South Korean girl's hopping up and down with all of her contingent. Just, we won. Chloe Kim goes into the middle of that celebration, beelines it right after she stumbles, and smiles and hugs her. I couldn't do that. Could you do that? The character she displayed there, top notch. The ability to just, hey, I failed. I didn't get it done. This young lady did. She won. I'm going to toast her championship, her gold, publicly.
I'll tell you this. It feels like that is such an individual sport. You aren't competing necessarily head to head.
It's not a team thing. Yeah, so you're not offending teammates. It's just an individual.
But not even that. That's not what I'm talking about. It's you didn't stare somebody eye to eye and they beat you at something. It was like your own doing. Yes.
Yeah, it wasn't a fight.
Which I think would make it easier because you'd be like, I failed, I messed up.
Uh-huh.
How about this? If it's Game 7 of the World Series, I'm in the batter's box, and I get struck out by Clayton Kershaw, and our hopes and dreams die, I'm not running out to the mound to say, good job to Clayton Kershaw.
Well, yeah, that's why it's hard to make a comp, team sports versus individual sports, but it happens all the time in individual sports. Tennis match, guy loses, they shake hands at center court, right? Boxing match,
Golf,
guy loses.
18 green.
They hug.
Yeah.
Yeah. watching her go out of her way amid the devastation of not completing the run that was a sort of humanity that was pretty cool to see. And you start to get philosophical. Would I do that? And I don't know. I'm not in that situation. I don't know. I'd be like, I just choked. Screw off.
Yeah.
I'd be so devastated with myself.
I'll tell you who would do it. Joker would do it.
Yes. He does it already.
Yeah.
He does it. See, and I wonder what part of humanity, what character trait, because I know deep down, like Joker hates to lose. He hates to lose, right?
Yeah.
But even after devastating losses, he's that guy who shakes everybody's hands. I couldn't do that. Could you do that? I can't.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of like if I feel like I just blew it. I think I'd need a minute to curse at myself repeatedly.
I mean, we have like I hate to pick on him, but we've criticized LeBron for just walking off the bench to the locker room many times. But isn't that what most people would do? Maybe acknowledge, hey, good game, but the outward open, let me hug you, great job, you just beat me, enjoy beating me. I'm not sure I could pull that off.
These sports are so weird because
which makes me sort of subhuman.
Every sport is different, though. It's like the vibe of what your sport is. Because in basketball, I don't know if it's because you're on the floor at the same time, so it's just like it's easier to shake hands with somebody. But in baseball and football, guys just sit there on the bench and watch the other team celebrate in anger.
Is that the worst? The worst.
But they don't go out there and high five them.
I know. The worst is a World Series game. You lose the World Series, and you have to sit there and watch the celebration. Remember when the Blue Jays had to watch the celebration?
That sad shot in the dugout. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I would do. I think I would have to, eventually I'd get there. Huh. Maybe not right away.
Yeah.
I'd probably just sit there in the snow for a second and be like, you are such a moron.
Let me read this text. And again, I invite this. It's like, I'm not trying to fight you, texters. I'm not. I invite this upon myself. So I know I'm going to get texts like this from 0072. You guys are showing your ignorance. Yeah, well, thanks. I opened myself up to you. The snow sports community. Why does everything have to be a community?
Oh, God.
As soon as I read, I'm going to finish this text in a second. Why does everything have to be a community? The snow sports community. Skiers? Olympians? What? Let me finish the text. You guys are showing your ignorance. The snow sports community is always high character and supportive of their community members. Not all of them. I remember Alberto Tomba.
Well, this might change things. She did that because she's been mentoring her.
Gotcha.
Said she's a friend.
Great. That's all I needed to know.
Yeah. Probably makes it way easier.
That makes it different then.
Yeah.
The wrestling community, John Leanweber writes in, you probably needed to wrestle, Vic, or play hockey. Those are two sports. You do that every time you lose as well. In hockey, I guess it's the playoffs. Wrestling's after every match. You're right. After every wrestling match, you go there and you shake hand. That must be tough. Like, if you got your butt kicked or if you lost to somebody that you should not have lost to have the gumption to pick up your britches, shake hands, look them in the eye. I have nothing but, I'm telling you, that's why I'm bringing this up. You people are better than me. I'm not sure I could do that.
Yeah.
You shake hands. Shaking hands is one thing. You know, you lose a game, you shake hands. I get that. I've lost events. When I lost the 3-league race in an upset fashion in 6th grade at field day, Cousin Joe and I got upset by Christine Atzenbeck. When we got upset, it was devastating, but we showed the courtesy of a handshake. Doesn't mean I was happy. Doesn't mean I was going to go all the way down the mountain and partake in their celebration. And that's what I noticed.
Your ability to remember people from 6th grade is unbeaten. I don't remember anybody from my middle school. No one. I had like 3 friends. I remember my friends. That was it.
Wait,
I can't remember.
You don't remember
teachers?
anyone from the field day community?
What is the field day community? What do you mean?
Well, I'm just going off on what this texter talked about, the snow sports community.
All these communities that we have. Yes, of
I
course.
mean, it's just one community after another.
You don't understand the radio community, sir.
Hey, you don't understand the brittle-haired community.
Yeah. Try getting together on that.
That's all a charade.
303-504-0925. I didn't know what happens for these hearings about guys trying to get eligibility, and I got an insight into that yesterday, and I'm really confused. So I'm going to play some audio you need to hear when we come back.
Someone said,
That sounds like money because it's Chulatero. It's the favorite lottery app of many. Participate in all your favorite games, Mega Millions, Powerball, Lucky for Life. And if you download that Chulatero app and register with the code MAGIC, again, that's the code MAGIC, you get a free credit to play your first lottery game. Tonight's a good night for it. Mega Millions, $385 million up for grabs. So download that Chulatero app, Tulotero. Register with the code MAGIC and try your luck. It's Chulatero, your lottery app. Girls become mothers. Turn
doing this on
into
purpose for me?
mothers. What'd you say?
Is Nelly doing this? Does Nelly know? Yeah, Nelly. This is one of my favorite songs of all time.
Really?
I
Oh
did
my
not know
God.
that.
That is
Vic.
shocking.
Oh my
I
God.
actually never would have guessed. John Mayer,
Oh.
daughters?
I did a video for my daughters when they were young that I edited with this song. I'm going to see my daughter today, and I'm getting emotional just hearing this song. She is part of All-Star Weekend, the marquee event for me.
Oh,
is
I thought you said she was part of All-Star Weekend.
No, no.
I was like,
well,
good for her.
she's working All-Star Weekend.
Oh, she is?
Yeah, she's here. She lives here in L.A. She works in operations. They have this NBA Tech Summit going on, and it's part of all the weekend festivities. And the Tech Summit sort of gives you a look into the future of broadcasting, digital stuff, all of it. And every year they have the All-Star Game. It is the prime event. It's sold out every year. It's hard to get tickets. You can't get into this thing. And this year, a former president will be featured. He'll be on the panel. And she's working this thing. So I get to see her today. But that song just brings back memories. I mean, wow, it's a great song.
Well,
If
the
you
only
have
reason
daughters, if you're a girl dad, ooh, it's a good one.
The reason I played it, Vic, is because that's a sentiment that's not exactly shared by the man in this next soundbite we're going to play.
Well, if you guys haven't been following along,
Yeah.
Trinidad Chambliss, who had this unbelievable come-out-of-nowhere season to be Ole Miss's quarterback, played D2 football last year, and led them to the Final Four and almost a national championship appearance. He's petitioning to get another year of eligibility, as many guys are doing now. And here's what's funny, Vic. If this is 5 years ago, he is riding this, like, skyrocketing stock into the draft, right? Saying, I'm going to parlay this. My name's never been hotter than it is right now. I'll get drafted somewhere early. I don't know if it's the first round, but early, and try and make an NFL career out of this. But now he's like, why don't I just stay another year, collect that Ole Miss NIL buck, and do that? And I didn't know how these things went, these hearings for extra eligibility. I thought you got on a Zoom call with somebody from the NCAA and you're like, here's why I think I should stay. Turns out it's like a full courtroom.
Yeah, just go to your local judge and say, hey, I want something. Can you hold court here? I want this. I want to talk to the courtroom community.
So Joe Judge is a coach at Ole Miss. He is arguing on behalf of Trinidad Chambliss. I didn't know why this emerged or why he was talking about this. I'll explain after. But this is what he said when he was on the stand.
This is always a tough conversation to have, and it's not a popular thing, but this is the truth. We would have to educate significant others who may have been pregnant during the season or going to have a baby during the season. And you have to educate them on, you have this baby in the middle of the season, that father has to play good football, right? It's a day-by-day production business. He has to be ready to perform and go out there and play. And when I say that is, you need to let him sleep. He needs to be in another room, detached. You have to explain to the mother, like, hey, listen, he ain't waking up for midnight feedings. After the season, he's full metal jacket. You do whatever you want with him. And he can change every diaper. But in the season, he's got to have a different priority.
So if your significant other is pregnant and has a baby during the season, guess what? He's still got to be all football. There's no getting up in the middle of the night to feed the baby, change a diaper. He's got to sleep in a separate room, Joe Judge said, because sleep is so important for these guys. And I said, why the hell is he talking about this during Trinidad Chambliss's, like...
What the hell does it have to do with Trinidad Chambliss applying for an extra year of eligibility?
Well, here's what it is. Chambliss is trying to get an extra year because in 2022, he had respiratory issues. That was from a lack of sleep, he says. So he wants a medical red shirt for that season because the lack of sleep led to respiratory issues,
I don't need to hear anything.
which led to poor play from him.
Okay.
And that's why he wants it.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. Insanely stupid argument to make.
Come on, man. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off and say you could play college football for as long as you want. You could play until you're 45 if you can still. Let's stop this game. Yeah, there's that Montana linebacker that's now playing his 9th year. Chambliss is doing this. The Aguilar kid, he's applying for an extra year, claiming that JUCO shouldn't count. JUCO football, JUCO sports shouldn't count on the clock. Let's just get it over with. Some of these excuses are so ridiculous. I couldn't sleep because I had respiratory issues. Hey, you know what that does? Coming from somebody with respiratory issues, National Jewish Health Hospital, by the way, the best respiratory hospital in the world, located here in Denver, Colorado. Coming from somebody with respiratory issues, don't scam me. Don't scam me with that crap.
He won.
Of course he did. Where was the judge? Where was the court held? Where?
Mississippi.
Yeah. So what do you think's going to happen? So a Mississippi court and a Mississippi judge judging whether or not the Mississippi quarterback gets an extra year of eligibility. Wow. And that's fine. I have no problem. You can play as long as you want. See, that does, but these lame excuses, these ridiculous, it's just, you know what? You're wasting people's monies. You're wasting taxpayers' money. You have to assemble a court, a jury, a judge, all this stuff you have to pay for what? For a ridiculous case? What are we doing?
I've been trying to confirm this like crazy. I've seen a few people say that maybe the judge had a few autographs from Trinidad Chambliss after the proceedings were done. I can't confirm. He was signing autographs there. Rumor is maybe the judge in that case got an autograph or two. Don't know.
The judge also got his, I don't know what you call it, his judge degree from the University of Mississippi.
So
he went to Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Of course, so dumb. Listen, it's fine. I don't mind this because you get to see another year of Chambliss and play in Mississippi. We have no problem with it. You do your thing. But, I mean, what a knock on the respiratory community to make up some crap like that. Oh, couldn't sleep, so I couldn't breathe. First of all, it's the other way around. For anybody who knows anything about respiratory issues, the issue causes you not to sleep, not because you can't sleep. Oh, I didn't sleep tonight, so now I have asthma.
Yeah.
What the hell is that? I almost cursed.
I got to tell you, as a father of two, what Joe Judge said wasn't popular, but I think he's onto something. I think the guy's got to sleep in another room. They got to be sure they're ready to go in the morning. You know, it's like he's onto something. I don't know what to tell you. See, if you have formula babies like I have,
now,
that's shared time.
What's a formula baby?
It means they drive race cars, Vic.
Yeah, no.
You have a Formula One baby?
It means that the feeding is not just horking onto mom. Formula babies.
You guys didn't breastfeed at all?
That's not a thing that we could do.
I breastfed.
I tried. It didn't take. I gave it my best shot. So, look, it's a lot more to get to. I do want to get back to the Olympics. By the way, 2 games were played already this morning. Sweden, Landy's team, lost.
They did?
4-1 to Finland, yes. And
Really?
Slovakia edged out your Italians, Vic, 3-2. They barely win. You know what? Let me say something about your Italian brethren there on
Don't they
skates.
lead the medal count? Doesn't Italy, little old Italy, little old pasta Italy, pasta and organs, aren't we leading the medal count right now? Get you some of that.
I'm very impressed with your hockey team. They've hung in there way better than I thought they would. In both games, really.
Where are you, Canada? Canada, all you got is snow. You can't even deal with the Dagos in the medal count. Where are you?
So Italy is currently tied with Norway for most medals overall with 18 total.
Yeah. I mean, we got the Amalfi Coast, we got the Vatican, we got the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and we're busting your asses in the medal count. Where you at? Germany? It's cold up there. You got nothing.
I don't like this. This feels a lot like somebody goes, my favorite team's the Broncos, but the Eagles are my favorite NFC team. I don't like how you have like an NFC team
I got
in the Olympics. Yeah, I don't like this at all. You choose one.
No, Brett, I was just saying this to KJ. The beauty of being a European mutt is I could just switch to whichever side I want. Guess what? My dad's side of the family is Norwegian. You want to talk about that cross-country skier running uphill? That's my people.
And this is the problem with the Olympics is that people like the World Baseball Classic, Aroldis Chapman. Can I play for Great Britain? Are you British at all? No. Well, then no, you can't. There's no you choose one thing. You claim one thing.
Well, when you're discussing the Olympic community, you can cross lines based on heritage. Okay, you can do that. I don't have any problem crossing lines. Now, remember, the lines will not cross if you get to this point. I live in the United States of America. If the U.S. played Italy in any of those respective events, I'm all red, white, and blue.
So wait a minute.
I make no bones about it. I never go to the other side if those two teams meet.
I got a really good friend named Margarito, who was my bartender in Puerto Vallarta. Can I claim Mexico?
You can claim whatever you want. I mean, listen, just because you grew up under a cow all your life doesn't mean other people don't have culture. Just because you have none, don't try to belittle others who do.
The irony is not lost on me that you grew up around more animals than I did.
Listen, because your family practice was squeezing the cow all day long, and you never saw the sun because you lived under that cow, there's no reason to rip the Olympic community.
You had a goat that you considered your friend hanging up in your garage one day.
See, speaking of switching sides, Jeffrey here on the text line, in the text line community, he hits it right on the head. What side did Italy take in World War II? The smartest side. Switched. You know when you're losing, switch it up. Wow, we losing? All right, let's go to the other side. That's how it works.
Nelly, you're an always sunny guy. Mac. See, I'm playing both sides.
Mhm.
That way I never lose. That's how it should be done. You just find whoever's going to be the winner.
I literally
okay?
tweeted that out the other day when I was talking about how I flipped my Olympic allegiances. Hey, Italy won gold in both men's and women's luge doubles. Let's go Italy, baby. I jump around.
Why are you claiming Italy? You're not. There's no Italy in your bones.
There's half Italy in my bones.
What are you talking about?
Do you want me to whip out the almanac and tell you about my great grandfather
whip it out.
Salvatore Victor Miano? Tell me I'm not Italian. Forget about it.
I don't believe that. There's nothing about you that comes across that way. But that's fine.
I'm loud. I'm hairy.
You're
I
like
don't shut
Moser.
up. What do you mean I'm not
You're
Italian?
like Moser.
I-
Moser, Moser's in Spain right now trying. What do you think he's trying to do right now in Spain?
Oh, he's
I'm
now a
Spanish.
Spanish
Buenos
citizen.
dias.
Yeah, a lot of Spanish people. He'll come back claiming he's from Spain. That there's a member of his family that.
But then his great grandfather signed the Constitution or something
Sure,
too. You know what I mean?
sure.
Like it's always that.
He's gonna have the list. He's gonna be Mark Moser.
Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this.
You said this was the preferred site. Are you willing to take the word preferred off of that?
Not yet. We talked about that earlier. We really want to respect the overall process. It's important to respect the city council's role in this, the mayor's office's role in this, the state, CDOT, all of these different entities, and also make sure we get the right community input before we can say this is actually where it's going to be.
Are there any progressions with SRM Concrete in terms of working with them? Where's that at?
There are a variety of private real estate transactions that we're trying to work on. Some of those have been made public, but that's also probably why this is a preferred site.
Is there a possibility this wouldn't be the site, that another site would still be considered?
We are laser focused on delivering this site.
That is DMac, or was DMac yesterday, talking to Damani Leach about meetings and stadiums. And DMac's in studio now. Hello, DMac.
What's up, guys? Vic, good to see you. L.A., say hi to your daughter.
I will, man.
That's awesome. That was a
How
great
you doing?
story coming in. Yeah, it was a La Alma Rec Center. You guys ever been?
Never.
Oh, yeah.
No?
Oh, yeah.
You
know,
have?
my brother has his studios right there.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, he has 2 studios right in that area. So I've spent a lot of time in the Baker neighborhood, the Lalma neighborhood. That place has undergone. It's been a hell of a ride, put it that way.
I bet.
And for people that live in that area, I understand your concern. I understand it might be a bit precarious and situation the way it unfolds. But I'm telling you, only good things will happen from the stadium being put in there. Good things
I couldn't agree more.
for your neighborhood. I don't understand why people are so tentative about this. It's going to help your property value. It's going to help clean the place up. If that's what you're aspiring to get, this is going to get it for you.
They compared this Burnham Yard area in that neighborhood to a donut hole. Well, if you take a peek at it, I got another hole that you could actually call it. But we'll stick with donut hole, okay?
Dude, I'm telling you, it is one of those areas in our city that, every big city has this, so I'm not trying to push the city on this. Every big city is going to have areas like that, and you don't want to sweep it under the rug.
Yeah.
But if you're going to put a structure like this community stadium, and correct me if I'm wrong, DMac, you were there last night.
Yeah.
They're really spinning this as a almost like a community rec center.
They're basically chopping it up to what I would say is 5 neighborhoods, like north, the south, the stadium, and an entertainment district, and then sort of a parking sort of area.
Yeah.
They said they would still have 7,000 parking spots, which is similar to what Empower Field has now, by the way. I was like, really? Because it doesn't.
Where?
Well, that's what I said. But okay, I'll sort of trust you on that. They're gonna add 2 more light rail stops, and hopefully one of the light rail there'll be like you can go underground, because the light rail stop at 10th and Osage, it's a little dangerous, guys. I'm not gonna lie. It's got to be one of the most narrow, small, like light. I mean, they're gonna have to have a massive expansion of that. And they specifically said, here's how we're going to design traffic flow. So only like 5% of a traffic flow for any event would actually go through the neighborhoods, and 95% else would sort of wash out basically north and west towards I-25.
Well, if you live in that area, outside that area is where you're going to get a bunch of the traffic. First of all, thanks for joining us again, DMac, because you attended last night what had to be the largest HOA meeting in Colorado history.
Dude, it was insane. It was freaking packed, and it's a rec center. So there was still like an old guy in the gym doing a couple of, whatever. It was hysterical, right?
A couple dudes on exercise bikes.
Yeah, no, and it's listen, man, it's your neighborhood. You should feel protective about it. There's people that I'm sure, Vic, have been there for generations.
Yeah.
Let me tell you this. You'd be insane to not want this project happening where it's going on right now.
Well, the only people, you know as well as I, if people are being somewhat standoffish about it, they want something. And you know what that something is.
Right, of course.
So I've always said this, and listen, you call me crazy, call me a boomer, call me an antagonistic person, but when you hear about these historical districts and all this stuff in that area, there ain't nothing historical in that area. Nobody ever ventures there unless you're doing crack.
I was just asking this to Nelly earlier. when this gets built, is it still called Burnham Yard?
It
Or
would
is
be
that just going away?
No, it'd be cool if it was. Because, and there is one building of his, it's a dump now, but there's one building. It's the locomotive shop. And there's a 100-year-old brick building where they used to build locomotives and all the warehouse and that.
Yeah, nobody cares.
I'm telling you.
My dad was in the railroad business for years. Nobody cares. Get it out of there.
No. Well,
nobody cares about your locomotive shop.
No, but like you understand, like in Camden Yards, it used to be whatever it was there. Yeah. So they're trying to, the Burnham Yard, this locomotive shop, it goes a long way in preserving. Now they're probably going to turn it into a beer hall. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But they preserve the essence of it. So I think, yes, in terms of the name, I think they're going to embrace that. They're going to embrace the neighborhood, that sort of thing. Damani Leach did an extraordinary job presenting it. And then a couple of nerds got up there and they stumbled all over the place, trying to say what was going on.
Can I ask this too?
Yeah.
And I don't mean this in any sort of negative way. It's just the way the world works. Mm-hmm. They have these events, and I think it's really smart to try and get community input on stuff like that and make sure that people are on board and you're trying to win their favor, right? For people who are skeptical. Do they really care what people think? Because they're billionaires and they can just do what they want.
It's so funny.
It's smart that they're doing this, but does it really matter?
It was funny you say that because I was talking to one of the other muggles and I was like, Damani could have just got up here and been like, we really don't care what you people think.
Yeah. Thanks for coming. Here's exactly what we're going to do, and there's nothing you can do to stop
Let me tell you why they care. Can I take a shot at this?
Okay. I know why they care.
But they have to care because this is a partnership with the city.
Yeah.
And the city, your clientele is the citizens. So if you've got this big entity moving in and you're a partner with the city, you better care because it's going to affect the city.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. They are, by far, the Broncos, taking the hardest path with the highest upside. No doubt about it. Because this is so much more complicated than if they were to just go down in an empty space lone tree.
You're trying to still move the thing in the lone tree. Even the way you questioned Damani, is this your preferred? Is this it? Like you're trying. Is there any chance you can get it in my neighborhood? I know what you're trying to do, DMac.
There's still, I think the two takeaways, it's still the preferred site, not a done deal.
Oh, come on.
It is. They're still using the word preferred, Vic. They are.
DMac. It's done. It's been done. I told you. Did I not tell you 6 months ago? It's done.
Yeah. Well, then why don't they take preferred off of it, Vic?
Because there's still some legal wrangling
Correct.
they're dealing with.
Correct.
And you know what that legal wrangling is? You know what it is? Listen, I'm not going to pay you this ridiculous amount of money for what you claim to be an historic fire hydrant. Well, that's what it is.
That's not their biggest. You're having fun with it, but they have to get the people on their side because it would only take a small contingent of people to really hang this thing up.
Sure.
To protest it, whatever. The other thing they got to deal with is this huge concrete company. And as I'm leaving the rec center, I made sure Wally got his bench in. I look through the buildings and I'm like, blammo. Like I've never seen SRM concrete so openly in my life. And I mean, they're talking about not making it sky high rises when they do buildings, maybe like 5-6 stories. So it's not over like 200 feet. Mm-hmm. This concrete company, do you guys know what it takes to make concrete, I guess? I mean, we got to have big, huge towers and chutes and trucks and like all sorts of stuff.
It's a very simple message to the concrete company and going to straight Vito Corleone here. Hey, we're building this large concrete arena, a stadium. We might need some concrete. What do you think about moving your concrete company?
It's not that simple because it kind of is that simple and it's not. Their company is Quick Dry Concrete, so they have to be stationed within like 90 minutes of their next sort of plant. And they've got hundreds of plants throughout the United States. They're from Tennessee. So it's not they're worth hundreds of millions of dollars, this company. It's the biggest quick dry concrete company in the country.
That's a lot of information.
I'm just telling you what it is, bro. And they've got to be able to move them to a different location. Vic, you understand me? It's not just buying them out. They've got to move a concrete company somewhere close.
Plenty of room in Commerce City and West Arvada.
You're missing the point. They've got to be within.
No concrete company standing in the way whatever. Yeah, have fun with that.
Okay.
I got another thing I want to bring up. Listen, just because you went to the world's largest HOA meeting doesn't suddenly mean that they can't get this done. And it's funny because it is an HOA meeting, but I want to bring this up. So this whole project is running parallel to the project that's happening at Ball Arena.
Correct.
The Ball redevelopment project.
Yeah.
All right. And so both areas of downtown, which is going to reconfigure the whole downtown area, is going to change the footprint of Denver. It's going to change the shape of Denver. It's going to change everything. And the one constant I've noticed, the one consistency with both projects is this. They don't want many cars going through there.
Oh, that's for sure.
The Ball redevelopment project, if you see the final effects, they want public transport. They want walking. Yep. They want you to park afar and sort of walk through there. And with this stadium, it's the same concept. And I think that's a city trigger. That the city wants that. And it's sort of a way that the city is acquiescing to these professional sports teams. We'll give you the space and the room, but we don't want all those cars here.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Additional light rail stops for cycling lanes all over the place, pedestrian walkways. That was another big target. You wouldn't want to drive your car down to this place. It would. Let's face it, it'd be a nightmare coming and going.
Yeah.
It'd be way easier. And by the way, if you don't know where the light rail stop is now for Empower Field, it's actually quite a distance from the light rail stop to the stadium. It's a little bit of a walk. Not this bad boy. This is like you're at the light rail, you walk off, you're at the stadium. You're in the entertainment district of Burnham Yard. Like, it's cool as hell if they can get this done.
Is it like the stop that you have right outside of Ball? Like basically like that?
It'd be like that.
Yeah.
It'd be way more similar to that. Now, if you get off at the light rail for Empower Field, you got to go under an aqueduct. You got to go through guys playing drums on buckets. You got to go through. There's trains that could be passing through. There's traffic. There's pedicabs going all over the place. This isn't like that at all. It's just like Ball. You'd walk right off and you'd be right there. So
you know what, the traffic inside the area, okay, they want to sort of diminish that. That's fine. But if you're pushing traffic, the traffic along I-25, 6th Avenue, that's going to be insane.
It's going to be insane. There's nothing you can do about it. I mean, what are you going to do about it? It's like you got like a border. You got I-25 and then like 3 roads that go to I-25.
I mean, it's not like it's a walk in the park if you're driving to the stadium now.
Correct.
Like,
correct.
No matter where you put it, you're going to get that.
Correct. I mean, what's the joy now? Going down Federal Boulevard? I mean, game days are just game days. They're a mess. And you know what? Just to keep it real, as much as we all love the Broncos, it's not a great tailgating history here. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. People do it. But we're not like Buffalo or these other places where you have these massive, flat, open parking spots. It's like college sort of stuff. It ain't like that.
Right.
So if you want that, then you want Lone Tree because that's what you could get out there. But this is in the city. By the way, Vic, to your point, this is a new city. Between Ball Arena and this, good luck, Lodo, by the way, because this is your new downtown Denver.
25 years from now, and you and I will both be underneath the ground.
Really?
Well, maybe you won't.
Really? Seriously? Okay,
I
go
can't
ahead.
imagine 25 years from now overlooking the downtown area and seeing how different it is.
Yeah.
Because you're exactly right. It's going to shift to the southwest.
Yes.
Downtown's shifting, basically reconfiguring to the southwest.
How do you feel about that?
I think growth is great. I think any city undergoes change. Any city. I mean, especially if you're aspiring to survive and aspiring to the visionaries of the city, you got to grow. Otherwise, you'll become Detroit.
Yeah,
Cleveland,
Atlanta.
Pittsburgh.
You know what city did this? Atlanta. Because when they built Centennial Park for the Olympics and they built Mercedes-Benz and the CNN and all, that's all away from downtown.
Yeah.
But they just built a new downtown. It's just like, oh, well, we'll be different. We'll do this.
Detroit did the same thing. Detroit built a brand new downtown where, I mean, the outskirts of Detroit it's Detroit, but their downtown now is actually nice because they moved everything centrally located inside of it.
By the way, all the NFL teams are going to the suburbs. The Walton Penner Group, I tip my cap to them. The essence of their surveys must have revealed the essence of being the Denver Broncos is having Denver as part of it.
Yeah.
And boy, oh boy.
What, the Arlington Heights Bears doesn't do it for you?
I mean, keep going. Where are the Browns going? The Bills are already out in Orchard Park. All these, because it's easier, guys. It's so much easier just to go out to the suburbs where there's open space.
Santa Clara 49ers, baby.
They already did it, right? From Candlestick.
That's ridiculous. Having been there for that. When they showed the shots at the Super Bowl,
it's ridiculous.
Here's the Golden Gate Bridge.
Yeah.
Here's the Bay Bridge. Yeah, it's an hour and a half away.
An hour
from
and
where
a half
the stadium
away.
is.
2 things real quick. Number one, I have women's skeleton on the TV right now. Would you be surprised to know that Nicole Rocha Silveira competed in the women's skeleton, who's a Brazilian?
For what country?
No, Brazil.
Oh, okay.
No, like Brazil was in skeleton. I was like, look, I don't know a lot about Brazil. I don't think it gets very cold there. Maybe I'm wrong.
Jamaica has a bobsled team. I mean,
not to be a jerk, but like, how much time on the ice do you need to just lay down and go downhill? Like, do you have to grow up on ice to lie on a sled and go straight down the hill, or can you learn that in about 2 minutes?
So it's mostly just the initial push and then steering.
Yeah, I mean, do you really have to grow up in a cold climate to do that?
I guess you're right.
DMac, if you and I were to engage in the 2-man luge, what does the bottom guy do as opposed to the top guy?
I think
what roles do they play?
I think he's just heavier. So
the bottom guy's heavier than the top guy.
Well, you can't have the bigger guy on top of the smaller guy. That can't happen.
Well, I thought the bottom guy steered, but then I watched it. The bottom guy has no idea where the sled's going.
How you steering? How you can't see?
The bottom guy can't see anything, so it's the top guy that's steering.
Like this one's bouncing off the walls like a ping pong ball.
Well, that's the skeleton. That's the head first stuff.
Yeah.
So with the doubles luge, I think the person on the bottom is usually smaller because they fit the sled better. And then the person on top, if you notice, their legs are hanging over and they're hooked into those stirrups. I think those can affect the trajectory of the blades that you're skating on.
By the way, why is there no mixed doubles luge?
I've been calling for that for years.
By the way, one of my favorite things about what you attended last night is they had that sticky note board, right? Where everybody gave their suggestions.
Did you zero in on some of them?
I've been reading those all day.
Hold on a second.
It's really
so people
good.
what? Just sort of like a suggestion box? Is that what they were?
Yeah. So what they had is.
How about this? We'll do a couple of these in just a second when we come back. All right, so DMac's going to stick around for one more segment here. I do want to get to some of these Post-it notes that were on there, these suggestions.
Should I describe
from the community.
so the scene was at the Alma Rec Center. They had big boards with basically somebody at each board to explain the development, which was really cool. So anybody could have just walked around and said, okay, what's this, what's that, what's the other thing? But they also had a couple of big boards with just stickies, and you could write whatever you wanted on a sticky note in terms of questions or suggestions or whatever.
Did anybody write, hey, take the field goal in a situation?
It was pretty funny what people's concerns were and what they had to say. They also did a live Q&A where you had a QR code, and they put questions up, and you could respond in real time. So they would put a question up, and that you could see comments. Like it was a stream or something. You could see comments and questions as it was going on, like a little kind of a high-tech sort of HOA presentation meeting. But the stickies are kind of, a little old-fashioned. But go ahead.
God.
That's what those were.
Our HOA meetings are about, women in the cul-de-sac hating each other.
Well, there's a little bit of that here.
So hang on a second. These were, just some of the sticky notes on here. So you had a lot of these. Emphasis on bike and pedestrian safety.
Yes.
I love this one. Isn't this what Parker is for? Somebody said. Use the space for people in this community, not only people who can afford tickets, no stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Here's one. This is my favorite. Trees, trees, trees. Somebody wanted a lot of trees, I guess, around that stadium.
My favorite one. Is an older gentleman, and Vic, you would probably know this better than anybody.
Here you go, Vic. That's what it looks like.
Yeah. But at some point, the Broncos probably did some sort of fundraiser where you could buy a brick, that sort of concept.
Sure.
And this older gentleman older than you, much older, came up, and you got to understand, it is packed in there, and there's 100 media people around Damani Leach, for the whatever. This old guy just comes up to him, in the middle of all the media people, and tugs on his elbow a little bit and goes, "Are you going to move the bricks?" So he probably bought a brick back at 65 for $10. So we're talking about this multi-billion-dollar whatever, and he's worried about his $10 brick being moved from
things we don't think about, right? You paid for that brick. You want your return on investment.
Exactly.
Somebody on the text side says, "God, you guys are so negative about the new stadium." What are you talking about? Negative.
This is going to be amazing.
I've been promoting this site. I've been campaigning essentially for this since it was first brought up.
We said this is
vouch for that.
We said this is going to be a brand new Denver. We said you'd be insane if you were in the area if you didn't want it.
Yeah.
We said
you guys just hear what you want to hear, I guess.
And we said this is keeping the Broncos literally in Denver. How is this negative?
Now you brought up something. We can go down this road. I'm a cyclite. DMac, we've ridden together.
Yes, we have.
Jesse, I love
Vic
riding
kicked my
bike.
ass, by the way.
But I just love riding my bike. It's a therapeutic thing.
Yes.
This push that Denver has for this bike lane crap is gone beyond preposterous.
Wait, what's going on?
Everything's got to be a bike.
Yeah.
I'm in a hurry. I got to get to the game. Get the hell out of my way with all the bikes. We don't live in Amsterdam.
Look,
all these bike lanes, we don't live. You have to understand where you live. This is an expansive city. People are driving from Colorado Springs, Fort Collins, Brighton. To make this, we got to preserve our bike lanes. You know what? Sometimes bikes don't belong in certain areas. And I don't understand this push. Everything's got to be a bike lane. I understand. I love riding my bike. But I don't love riding my bike in the middle of traffic. That's stupid to me.
I don't even know.
I've never understood it.
What are you talking about? What's is there some sort of city initiative that's pissing you off?
He just read the note from one of the bike crazies.
There's a bunch of the bike
crazies.
Yeah.
Keep the bike lanes. Yeah. Because on game day, when there are 70,000 people trying to get to the game, excuse me, we have two people on a unicycle that got to get through first. The hell out of the way.
What are the big-wheeled ones? The big front-wheeled bicycle, the guys with the mustaches, those.
Chopper bikes?
I kind of agree. No. I'm talking about the old school black and white photo giant.
You
front
mean
wheel.
with the
the
humongous
circus
front
wheel?
wheel?
Yeah,
tiny
those.
little one. Yeah.
Listen, again, and this comes from I'm a cyclist.
Yeah, but you're
some
not.
of these cyclists take it too far.
Yeah, but Vic, you're like a Rain Man cyclist. You leave your house, you cycle to one place, and you cycle back. You don't go anywhere else. Not really.
But this city's not designed for that.
But when was the last time you ever cycled into the city?
Do you want me to ride my bike to work?
Yes, you could easily do it.
I can, huh? I can ride my bike to work.
I mean, depending how fit you are, but you can take the 470 path directly to work.
Okay, so
the 470 path is in behind the building.
So if I were to go to the studio to do my radio show and bike to work, what time do you think I'd have to leave in the morning? How would that work out?
How long does it take you to get to the 470 path from your house? 10 minutes?
On a bike?
Yeah. Yes. No.
Oh, 20 minutes? 15,
okay,
20
so
minutes?
it'd take you probably an hour and 15 minutes to get here to work.
So I would have to leave my house at around 5 a.m.
Yeah.
In the snow, mind you.
There's no snow. Guys, we had snow.
You are so... you and these bike people are crazy.
Snow,
yes, I'm going to ride my bike from Golden to work because Bike Freak over here thinks it's... I don't need to do that.
You could easily do it. There's
That's
a path.
the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Everybody knows we had 90 minutes of snow this entire winter, and we know when it was.
Yeah.
And that was it. And there's no, Vic, you're crazy. It's like there's no snow. 470 path is gorgeous. There's no traffic. You'd cruise all the way.
Okay.
You should do it.
So after I do my radio show, I got to go do television. Where do I keep my, do I just have a suit with me? Where do I shower?
Oh, my Lord.
How about my briefcase?
You do TV, you do TV every day?
Hey, listen.
It just makes no sense. You people, again, we don't live in Amsterdam. We live in Denver. Cars are a necessity in Denver. Stop pushing this bike thing. I like to bike for exercise.
Okay.
Let me ask you something else.
Okay.
If you're in charge.
There were free burritos last night and free waters.
That's nice.
Yeah, I thought so.
If you were in charge of the Broncos, you're George Payton, what's your first move?
Breece Hall. I don't care. Spend the money, get the running back, and let's go. The window's small, and I don't care if you only have him for 2 years. It doesn't matter. This is not time to develop. It's time to win. I get Breece Hall.
That's literally, I said, I think the best GM in the NFL is Howie Roseman. And look, they have the most talented roster, but part of the reason is, yes, he's very good at identifying talent, drafting it. Like, he always takes a stud in the first round, no matter what they're drafting.
Yeah.
But he's also the guy that's like, he's available? Here's a third rounder. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy's available? All right, here's free agency money.
What are we trying to do?
Like, you're at a point right now in the next 3 years, the most important, because it's before Bo's going to get paid.
Correct. That's right.
Do whatever you need to do to buy whatever you need to buy.
Brett, you are so right, because in 3 years, you're going to have to reinvent the team.
Yep.
Period.
Like, now's the time.
Yep.
And to their credit, and this is why I have such immense respect for George Payton. I think he's a top 5 GM in the league. I really do. And the worst things that he did were incredibly bad, right? The Hackett hire, I still maintain.
He's had some misses.
Hiring Hackett is the worst thing he did. It's not the Russell contract. Because I can't fault him for trading and giving Russell a contract when everybody would have done the same thing.
Who hired Hackett?
Payton.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was necessarily the case.
Well, it was a play to get Rodgers. So
well, he was. I mean, look.
I don't know if George Payton's idea.
He's
was
in
to
the
hire
seat,
Hackett.
though. He's in the seat, so he's going to have to take some arrows for
Well,
it.
hold on. Who else would it have been, Vic?
Well, remember, that whole process was taking place before the team was sold.
Yeah, there was a weird crossover where Elway was like the consultant and Payton was the GM. There was
an era there. There was about a year and a half crossover
that was weird.
where the old regime was still running the show to get ready for the new regime. And I don't know what kind of hand George played in that hire.
Well, you could be right.
Regardless of it, like what he has done, and this is why I have a lot of respect for him. Does he have misses? Sure. So does every GM in the league. But what he's been able to do with the little amount of things that he's had, which is no draft capital for like 3 straight years, at least prime time draft capital. And he's found an all-pro in Nick Bonito. He's found an all-pro in Quinn Miners. He's found Jonathan Cooper in the 7th round. He's done all of that. Now he's actually got a full deck. And it's like, let's see what you can do now.
Do you think with George Payton, without Sean Payton, they would have drafted Bo Nix?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I don't think so, no. That draft pick was made because Sean Payton fell in love with that quarterback.
And don't forget, Sean Payton was the 3rd choice.
Yeah.
It was Damani Leach, it was Jim Harbaugh, and then it was Sean Payton. So
yeah, you see, and that's where you and I differ on how decisions are made. You seem to think that the GM makes every decision when it comes to draft picks. I think coaches have a bigger say than you think.
I-
If a coach won't coach them up, what good does it do?
I think it
Sean
depends.
Payton's-
It
Sean
depends on
Payton's-
the coach. Like
Sean Payton's not grinding college film.
no,
though.
but you're right. So I think Sean cares about the first couple of rounds, and after that, it's like go do your magic.
But you're basically outside of like, look, man, when you're picking 30th, I don't know how many guys Sean Payton knows that are going to be around the 30th spot. So he's being brought this by his guys.
I bet Sean Payton had say on Pat Bryant, R.J. Harvey, and I think he actually did have say on Jade Barron, which was just a mistake.
I know, but George Payton is bringing him those guys. That's got to be what's happening.
Yeah,
Like,
but I
he's
think
evaluating the tape, saying like, I like these guys. Now you can take a look.
Right, but you think Sean Payton was like, hey, man, you guys got to check out Q Robinson and Savion Jones.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he's not doing that.
He's not doing that.
He's got too much stuff on his plate already.
But the most important thing Sean Payton did was insist Bo Nix was their guy.
True.
It's the most
Very
important
true.
decision in Broncos history of late.
I need Sean. I actually looked this up. The last 16 first-rounders that Sean had, he's only taken 3 skill position players.
Is that right?
Bo Nix,
Who else?
Brandon Cooks, Mark
Okay.
Ingram. So he's got a really good hit rate on it. He just never does it. He drafts defense in linemen. That's what he does.
It's going to be defense this year, too. It's going to be inside.
I feel like it.
It's going to. Although I saw that Kenyan Saquid guy from Oregon.
Is it Sadiq?
Sadiq, sorry,
Yeah.
Sadiq. Oof. Oh man.
Oh, he's huge.
Holy cow.
Yeah, he's huge.
It looks good in the gym.
Hey, one more thing about the bike stuff. I'm sorry, I'm just stuck on this. People keep texting about how you can't. Hey, old man Vic, it's the future. You know what? You people that I respect everyone's wants and desires, but you can't be everything in a city. You have to make your mind up of what you are. You can combine some things, and you can't turn Denver into a bike city. It's too big. Okay.
You're peeing into the wind here, bro.
What do you mean by that?
It's going to become a bike city because public transportation is it's better for everybody. It's better for the environment. It's better for the city. It's literally better for everything. The
you know
more
the people
public,
that think that way? You know the people that think
smart
that way?
people?
Smart people. The people that think that way are the people that own bikes that cost more than most people's cars.
That's
I see those people.
that's ridiculous. That's,
oh no!
That's untrue too.
Oh no! I know the people that think that way.
I'll
check out my $8,000
I'll tell you
bike
this right now.
Hey, DMac. My parents came into this country. They were janitors for 8 years.
Uh-huh.
They worked at. How were they going to get to their janitors' jobs with buckets and mops on a bike?
Yeah, I got you, Vic. Guess what? I went to the meeting.
I'm just curious. How does the local grocer get to a job on a bike?
Easily, because you don't have to have an $8,000 bike to get on the light rail.
This isn't the
Hang on,
Philippines, dude.
hang on. I'd rather them do this. Than the bike lanes. When I first moved here, it was in 2019. I lived in Green Valley Ranch. I was right next to the A-line, that 56th Street stop, right?
Yep.
I took that all the time downtown to get to Ball Arena, to get to Coors Field.
Perfect.
I don't take that anymore.
Well, you don't live there anymore.
Well, no. I moved and I had another line. I don't know if it was a B line, what it was. I was off 225 in Iliff. I took that to get to Nuggets playoff game one night.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine taking one of my daughters on there.
I know, because I lived in Aurora for 20.
How about investing in some security on that stuff so it's not scary to take public
because
transport?
I was in Aurora for 20 years, the H line. I know exactly where you were. And the most frustrating thing is you can't just take that direct to downtown. You have to get off and switch trains. Yes, they do have to make some improvements.
As annoying as that is, make it feel like I'm safe taking that thing first. Please.
All right, man. I'm on the light rail a lot. And yesterday, Vic, I didn't take my $1,000 bike. I took my wife's crap bike, and I just pedaled to like less than a mile to the light rail station. Got there, locked it up, had fun at the meeting, had a backpack. God forbid.
Don't misrepresent what I say. I've ridden bikes. I've had more bikes stolen.
When was the last time you took a bike on the light rail?
On the light rail?
Yes.
Well, I rode a bike to DIA yesterday. I went from my mom and dad's house to Union Station. I took that train to DIA, which was wonderful, by the way. I have no qualms with that.
It is.
So I partake in all that. I think it's the easiest way to get there. You don't have to park anything.
I agree.
just took but to say then that you can live only with a bike, again, I go back to those people. How does a landscaper work on a bike?
How does a landscaper work
How
on
does
a bike?
janitor work with a bike?
What, you take your bike to the school and then you.
How do you work? How do
you
you do your jobs?
Why would a janitor need a bike to sweep up the floor?
You're saying that bikes are going to be the future and nobody's going to have a car. How is that possible?
Okay, all right.
What are we doing here? That's your takeaway from the meeting last night?
No, my takeaway is you have a bike. you know how many bikes I've had stolen in Denver?
All right.
Oh my God.
I want my bike back. You want me to ride my bike? I want all 17 of my bikes stolen. You give them back to me, then I'll consider this.
Brett, is this every day?
To be fair, I don't talk to him about bikes often. So maybe this is pent up. I don't know. Thank you for coming in, DMac. Appreciate it.
I'm going to get on my bike.
Settle down
Kaz
just a little
is going to
bit.
join us at 9:20. Stick around.
Dan Caplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Why? Because Dan Caplis Law wins. They win in record-setting ways. It's a serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. And they've got 3 front office locations, front range locations right across the range here. And in fact, you can get from one to the other on a bike. If you get your bike, if this one's not close to DTC, goes right up there to Fort Collins. There's one over there. Just ride your bike up and down the front range and get there. There's offices everywhere. Or you could just call 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Or hit them up, dancapleslaw.com.
All right, time for what we do every day at 8:45. It's a little, oh, by the way, stories that you might have not heard, but I think you should. Should get some of this. How's this one, Vic?
Yeah.
At the Olympics, a Slovak fugitive who was wanted for 16 years by Italian police was just arrested in Milan because he had to watch his hockey team play in the Winter Olympics.
So he returned to the country where he committed the crime because he's such a hockey nut.
Because he loved his Slovak team so much that he could not miss an opportunity to watch them in the Olympics.
That's an awesome story. That's a made-for-television movie.
So the man who had planned to attend Slovakia's opening ice hockey game on Wednesday has 11 months and 7 days to serve for a string of shop thefts committed back in 2010.
I got one for you.
Sport fandom, by the way. Big fandom.
By the way, say what you want, and this may sound like I'm contradicting myself on a lot of things, but maybe I am. Say what you want about LeBron James and what he's done to the game, what he brings to the game. I'm sitting there last night. Here I'm at the hotel, sitting next to Mike Miller, former NBAer, who played for the Nuggets for a season. He's now an agent. He played with LeBron James during his career, and we're looking up at the television, and we're watching the Lakers game, and he's just shaking his head. He's shaking his head. I'm like, what are you shaking your head about? He goes, that dude's almost 42 years old, and he's got a 28-point triple-double in the NBA.
Yeah.
A 28-point triple-double in the NBA, and he's almost 42 years old. And Mike's like, I can't even walk up the stairs without getting sore. Do we understand how ridiculous that is? Just, how old are you, Brett?
36.
You're 36, so you're younger than LeBron. Could you, even at age 36, you're a young man. I'm an old, brittle, pansy-haired man.
Yeah.
I said that wrong.
Yep.
Brittle-haired man. Can you imagine at that age doing what he's doing?
No. It's why I will maintain this. He'll be the best athlete I think I've ever seen in my life ever. Like, I don't think anybody in a sport where you have to maintain peak athleticism to compete, and his style of game requires athleticism to compete at that level. To do it at this age is stupid. It doesn't even make sense.
It's unreal, and we may never see anything like it again.
So, oh, by the way, the NBA has fined the Utah Jazz $500,000 for the shenanigans they're pulling, I'd call it.
They hit them.
They, rumor is Adam Silver is being peppered by Oklahoma City's front office, of all people, about tanking allegations and how ridiculous it is for the game. So they're trying to curb this.
Mm-hmm.
I saw two different ideas that have been floated around in NBA circles, higher ups, on what they could do.
One of them won't work, so throw those ideas at me.
I
can't
don't
wait.
think either one is going to work.
Okay.
One of them is, they said at some point during the season, before the end of it, they're going to freeze where teams are at in the standings and take that for the lottery odds.
See, I like that one better than the next one you're about to tell us, because that one, and you don't tell the teams what that date is. Like, at the end of the year, you go, okay, our date this year was December 25th. Our date this year was February 2nd. And wherever you are in the standings, that's where you're going to pick.
Okay, but here's my problem with it. If they cut it off on February 2nd, and Jokic and Murray get hurt the same game on February 3rd and are out for the year, and the Nuggets tank because they're bad, not because it's intentional, well, then you get punished for it.
You're exactly right. Them's are the breaks. They're trying to curb tanking. I get it. You're going to have to take some chances. Give us the other one that I don't think won't work, and I'll
discussing
tell you
a tournament among lottery teams to determine draft order.
So you throw Utah, you throw a bunch of these teams in the mix who are clearly trying to lose, right? And you say, all right, you guys play for the best pick.
Now you have to win.
Yeah. Now you have to win to get the first pick. Let me tell you something right now. You think players care about that?
Yeah.
You think a player is – all right, so you're telling me I have to go as hard as I can to win this game so you can pick up a draft choice to replace me?
Well, that's you have to incentivize them with something else.
Of course.
Yeah, they gotta be playing for like $1 million a piece or something like that.
It's not going to work. It's not going to work.
I agree.
The last thing the NBA needs is another mid-season tournament.
Right. A couple other things here. Oh, by the way, did you happen to see, speaking of the NBA making changes, Shams report the other day, if expansion does happen, it will likely be in Vegas and Seattle, which would pose a problem. Geographically, those are two West Coast teams. So what would happen?
My understanding is Seattle and Las Vegas are the front runners for expansion teams. And then from there, a Western Conference team moving to the Eastern Conference. So you think about teams in that region, right? Memphis, Minnesota, New Orleans. Could one of those teams potentially move to the Eastern Conference? These are conversations that we'll be picking up as 2026 goes on. This is still a few years away from actually taking place as far as these expansion teams being put forth for the public.
Let me tell you something right now. Geographically, this would not make sense. I volunteer as tribute. Put me in the East, please. I'll play in the NBA Finals 8 years in a row.
That would
please
be nice.
Take Denver, please.
Put the Nuggets on the. We'd have to have East Coast bias then.
Fine.
We'd have to. Okay.
Fine.
Hey, there are enough East Coasters that live in Denver. We could qualify as an East Coast city.
Vic, think about it. Games start at 5 o'clock every night. You play against dog butt teams the entire year. You finish first every single year with Jokic. Come on, man. Why wouldn't you want to go East Coast?
Not only that, it's a lot of time spent in Orlando, Miami.
Yeah.
Sign me up for that. No, the real move is what Shams just said there. You move Memphis and Minnesota. They're right there. I mean, just move them. See ya.
Memphis... It still never made sense to me how Memphis was a West Coast team.
Well, because they had to, because it came from Vancouver.
I understand. I was just like, in my head for all these years, I'm like, God, I want to travel out west to Memphis, Tennessee. That sounds great. But yeah, when that happens, it's going to shake up what these conferences look like. So you think it'll be Minnesota goes over?
I think those two make the most sense. I mean,
do they worry about how good the teams are or bad they are moving to another conference?
That's cyclical. I think that comes and goes.
Okay.
Listen, Major League Baseball did it. Remember when the Astros were they're in a different league.
Yeah.
The Astros were always a National League team. In fact, when I think of the Astros, I still can't. My mind can't wrap around American League.
Wait, who switched from AFC to NFC in the NFL?
Seattle.
Seattle did, yeah.
They were in the AFC West?
Yeah. Seattle was a rival of Denver's for many years in the AFC West. And all of a sudden, they're in the NFC West. And, heck, there's no argument. The NFC West is the best division in football.
And that was to make room for who?
Jacksonville?
Was it Jackson? Yeah, probably. That sounds right. Jacksonville. By the way, you said this about baseball. According to Jeff Passan, here's a quote. MLB owners and their desire for a salary cap, quote, they are ready to burn the bleeping house down, is what he said. That CBA expires December 1st of this year. We are undoubtedly getting a lockout after this MLB season.
This is the final year of 162-game baseball. You got a shortened season next year is what you're saying?
Well, next year will probably be, a shortened season due to a lockout. I'll tell you why this happened. If the Dodgers didn't make the signing this offseason, after all the stuff they've already done, deferred money, Shohei Ohtani, getting all these different guys, I really think that the straw that broke the camel's back was the Kyle Tucker signing this offseason.
Yeah.
Where they're just like, dude, okay, fine. We can't do this anymore. We can't. And I think that's the one.
I just I wonder how you're going to fashion this in collective bargaining with the players. Again, their union's much different than the NFL players' union. Yeah. I just wonder how long that would take to hammer out a deal.
It would take a very long time. Very long.
And are you ready? When's the last time we've had a professional sports work stoppage among the Big Four? Think about that. Okay, so basketball, God, it's been a while in hoops. We had one because I remember it.
There was an NHL lockout, and wasn't it like 2010 or 11? Not quite around there, but I think that's the most recent.
Do you mean a lockout that actually affect the games played in a season?
Yeah.
Because the NFL locked out, but not during the season. Not too long ago.
Yeah, those don't count.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, if you have the off-season lock, those are like fake.
Okay.
I'm talking about the impact of the season.
The last NHL lockout was September 15th, 2012 through January 2013.
Okay, you ready for this?
That's it.
You ready to hear about the next big lockout in sports? It's going to happen. Mark my words. Hell, record this. Nelly, record this. there will be, in the next 10 years, a substantial lockout or work stoppage in college football.
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
Probably right.
I guarantee it, as soon as they unionize college sports, which is right around the corner, a work stoppage is coming.
You know what? Why would the college players do anything? Feels like they're getting the good end of this deal right now.
Then the other way it'll happen. Something's going to happen. It's just an out-of-control meteor right now.
One last thing. Oh, by the way, place that you played, Vic. I don't know if you guys have heard about it. Vic played Augusta last year. How's this?
Did I tell you about the time I played Augusta 3 days in a row? Did I bring this up on the show?
Listen to this, Vic. 3-time Masters champion Gary Player had this quote: "I have been an ambassador at Augusta for all these years, yet they won't let me have one round of golf in my life with my 3 grandsons. They have denied him over and over again a round of golf with his 3 grandkids. It's all he wants to do."
It's Augusta.
Let me reemphasize something. As much as I love the Masters, hey, Augusta, get over yourself. Let the man this guy is a 3-time champ. Let him play with his grandkids. 1 round. What's the problem?
You got to play with the member.
How is he not a member? He's an ambassador to this place.
You're never going to hear me say anything bad about that place. You may not like it. It might be archaic. It makes no sense. It's like, what are they doing? My lips are sealed.
Let the man play with his grandkids, for God's sake.
Send the kids to Willis Case. I can get them a tea time tomorrow. Call me, Gary.
All right.
Let the boy watch.
Back to Olympic
Applewood's got tea times all day. It's right by my house. I'll hook you up.
Back to Olympic hockey and what Brock Nelson did for the U.S. last night. Next.
Here comes Jack Hughes. Hughes dropping it back off the quick behind the back. Matthew Tkachuk. Back to Jack Hughes. Nelson. Score! Wow!
The U.S. dominates yesterday. It took a minute. Well, when you score 12 goals and they call 8 of them back, I mean, I guess that's what happens. But Brock Nelson, unbelievable. 2 goals for the U.S. By the way, that second one that he scored, if you wanted to make just a clip from somebody who's never seen hockey before and why they should watch it and why it's beautiful, that sequence of just tape-to-tape passes, have the defense confused, kick it back to Brock Nelson for the wide-open shot. Gorgeous.
Wow!
I'm going to lean on the hockey purists here. So everybody made a big deal out of the smaller ice surface, right? Why does the game look faster to me? Maybe we need a smaller ice surface. What's going on?
I don't know.
Is it me or is it just more intensified because it's the Olympics?
I think it's a little bit of both. Maybe it makes it look a little bit quicker, but it's also the intensity of the Olympics, by the way.
Again, educate me because I don't know. Maybe we need to bring Raj in. Everyone made a big deal of this about how it's just so dumb. It's not a big surface. It's not going to work. It's great. It's awesome.
So
I don't see any issue.
Real quick here, this morning, Finland beat Sweden 4-1, so Gabe took the L in that one, but Lecky and Kiviranta got a win in that game. Slovakia beat Italy 3-2. Canada and Switzerland are going to play at 1:10, but right now Czechia is playing France, and guess who scored the first goal of that game on the power play? Marty Nachos.
Nice.
So he gets a power play goal in the Olympics.
Wait, when you said Gabe took an L, which Gabe are you talking about? I didn't recognize by the way you said it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Gabriel Landeskog.
Yeah. Gabriel Landeskog.
That one.
Yeah. Billy says the way the ice and the lines, there's no neutral zone trap garbage. Again, I can't tell you what the biggest difference is there, but maybe that's why it looks so much more wide open. Because watching a neutral zone trap in hockey is the worst brand of hockey you can watch. It's what a lot of those teams did to the Avs when the Avs had those fast flying. Remember Seattle did it to the Avs. Remember that?
Big time.
You're like, oh my God, again with this.
Can't let those teams get a lead, or else they just do that for 60 straight minutes. Now, Brock Nelson, really good game yesterday. I have already been on record. I apologize to everybody out there who hates these two men. I like the Tkachuks. I liked them last year in the Four Nations. I like them in this Olympics. I think they bring a what'd you call it, Vic? Sandpaper.
Sandpaper.
They bring sandpaper to the game, which I like. And now I can't get off the train. It's just like, you know what? I like the Tkachuks now. Sorry, I've changed. And it's a rare occasion to change from somebody you hated into somebody you like. That doesn't happen in sports very often.
I have no issues with the Tkachuk brothers because they play to win. And if it makes you angry, that's on you. They don't care. I would want one of those guys on my team any day.
Yeah.
And I guarantee the guys in that locker room would want one of those guys on their team.
Yep.
Having both of them, it's like that compounds the whole thing. It's great.
We're going to talk to Kaz at 9:20. I do want to give you, Vic, 2 things real quick. Something I just saw from Adam Schefter. You know those report cards that NFL teams do? Or the players give you feedback on they grade the locker room and the coach and the ownership.
Owners hate it.
Well, the owners have now gotten together, brought in an arbitrator. They're no longer allowed to do that. No more report cards.
Someone got their feelings hurt there.
Well, the Broncos always finished great in these. It wasn't their fault.
Yeah.
But if you remember, like the Chiefs, for all the winning they've done, they had Fs across the board.
They got absolutely – the Chiefs were just bludgeoned.
It might have something to do with, by the way, they have their training camp every year at Missouri Western University that was in my baseball conference. Oh. Not exactly the greatest place you want to go is St. Joe, Missouri. So that might be part of it.
You know what that was like? That's like opening your HR books to the world. Like every company's got an HR, Here's what our HR sounds and looks like. That's what they were doing.
Is it the worst thing in the world that owners once a year get checked on some of the stuff that they're doing? Is that the most terrible thing ever?
Who organized that? Was that a players union thing?
So the NFL, hang on, let me read this. The NFL has won a grievance over the NFLPA to stop making annual report cards.
Well, let me tell you something. It's always a quid pro quo. They may have given that in. The NFLPA is going to get something in return. And I'm waiting to hear what that something might be.
Yeah, it could be. Here's the other thing. I don't know if you're into this or not. If not, then we can move on. Did you happen to see Christian Fourier yesterday? And what he was saying about Prime?
I listened to that entire exchange, and I saw Christian at the Super Bowl media row and had a brief exchange.
Is he Boston radio, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's still in Boston. I think so. He was for years. Of course, he played for the Buffs. His kid played for the Buffs. He had some things to say about the current state of the Buffs program, and you know how this goes. You're going to hear these comments from Christian Fourier, and you're going to get half the people on the text line, half the people listening saying, yeah, he's right, and the other half are going to kill him. And the truth always lies somewhere in between. That's just the way it is. So I don't want to prompt your thinking, but I want you to listen to this. Try to listen with an open mind and tell me what side of the fence you're on when you listen. Christian Fourier just smashed the CU football program.
See that helmet right there? Some of my best memories of my life. I'm just not a fan of the coach. I'm not. I'll never be a fan of the coach. I love the school, and this isn't me picking on Deion Sanders because I pick on Joe Gibbs. The worst coach I've ever had was Joe Gibbs. So me picking on Deion Sanders, there's nothing. I just don't like the way he coaches football. I don't think he's very bright. I don't think he can manage a game. I think there's a lot of flash, but I think there's no substance. He's got a lot of people like brainwashed, and we'll see. We'll see what he can do, but I'm not a fan of him.
So that's just a portion of it. I have a couple other I can play. Look, I am not as vociferous as him on this, but kind of what he said at the end there is when he's got people brainwashed, I do feel like there's some of that going on. Like there's people who are just so obsessed with the idea of having Deion that they aren't looking at results or trends of where the team is going, and that's concerning. Because I watched Nebraska make Scott Frost like the sacred cow, where he was above criticism despite the fact his first year, Vic, they started 0-6. Mm-hmm. That doesn't happen in Nebraska, and they certainly don't accept it, but they did it for him. And I go, guys, ignore the name and look at what's going on here.
Yeah.
To me, that's a concerning thing.
Again, I fall somewhere in the in-between. I understand the criticism levied toward Prime. I levied some myself when he first got here, and some of the traditions that he no longer partakes in, some of the changes that were made. I get it. At the same time, I'm willing to give the man some grace. And now was to be, it's year 4 that he's entering?
Year 4.
Is it year 4?
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to give the man some grace because it's not often that you bring with you a Heisman Trophy winner and the best offensive quarterback the program's ever had. You got to replace those. He had a year of miserable health that I don't think people understand how bad it really was. I'm going to give him some time. And talk to me in about a year, and let me see where this program is. Now, is that fair? Oh, some people may say he's had enough time. That's just my opinion.
Well, he goes on.
Clearly, Christian Fourier's done.
He goes on to say this.
Is that the end goal? Just to be relevant? To have a new scoreboard? Have people talking about you? Or do you want to win games? Win games the way you win games, the way you recruit, know everybody's name, give everybody the same attention, sing the fight song, learn the fight song. I would say then, you got business, but right now, all your victories are hollow in my book. If all you care about is relevancy, they're hollow. They mean nothing. Win the Big 12. Go ahead, win that. And then, okay, your methods work. But right now, I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I'm not a fan, and I could really care less if anybody likes it or not. My give level is 0 right now with people caring about my opinion of Deion Sanders.
Okay, let's stop. The proper term is couldn't care less. But
that felt deeply personal to him.
Yeah. Here he went off, but he's not the only one. He's not the only alum who played there. Listen, for those of you who slough that off and say, I don't care what Christian Fourier thinks, well, you should care because he played for the program.
You should.
And there are a lot of guys who played for the program that have the exact same feeling. So you should care. And it doesn't make your opinion better than theirs better than yours. It doesn't. But they played there. It means something to them. However, I will disagree with him on this. He says, who cares if you're just relevant? Who cares? Win the Big 12. Well, there's a couple steps you have to take along the way. You don't just go from irrelevant to winning the Big 12. You have to understand, Christian, this is a program that several years ago we had a member of the regents. We had a regent on our show that wanted to ban football. This sport, this program was as irrelevant as they come just a few years ago. So relevance is not a bad move after you're irrelevant. I get it. There's plenty of room for criticism, but there's a road you have to take. There's a mountain you have to climb. You may fall off that mountain, but baby steps here, baby.
I get all that. And a texter says, people seem to forget where the Colorado football program was headed prior to Deion. I think we're on the verge of losing the program altogether. So, yeah, we're happy to have him there. I'll give that credit. It did make the CU football program survive that.
Yeah, now you got me going to the...
But hang on, Vic. But when people talk about that in terms of just wins and losses where the program was, they went 1-8 in Big 12 play last year.
I get it.
That ain't that much different from 3 years ago.
I totally agree. See, the relevancy thing is done. All right, you're selling out games, you're selling merchandise, you got a scoreboard, that's over. Now it's time to win. I get it.
Yeah.
It's time to win. No more of that. That's done. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about if Game Day shows up, if ESPN, if First Take talks about you, if Michael Irvin comes to town and he does those weird things. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about that anymore. It's time to win.
Yep.
Correct? We're in
Yes.
that mode.
Yes.
However, let me play the other side because, again, I can play both sides here. Oh, well, you don't know where CU football was. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Just because you don't know doesn't mean history hasn't repeated itself. I remember when Bill McCartney came in here and CU football was largely irrelevant. And in year 3, he almost got let go. He survived, and he built a powerhouse national champion, the only national championship in the school's history. I remember that. He did it. Deion's not the only coach to build relevancy here. He's not the only one. It's happened before.
Yeah. Well, and to your credit, just looking up Bill McCartney's sort of path.
His arc?
2-8-1 in year 1, 4-7 in year 2, 1-10 in year 3.
Yeah, at year 3, I remember.
Then it was 7-5, 6-6, 7-4, 8-4, and then 11 wins and 11 wins. And it goes on from there. It took a minute for that stuff to get going. Now, different era, bigger patience.
And that's what bothers me. When people say, oh, you don't understand, CU football was completely... Well, yeah, I mean, maybe in the 2000s, but CU football was a powerhouse, man. There was a decade long of this team was in the mix for a decade. And then it went away.
Yeah. All I'm saying is you need to get some results this year. You have to. And I don't even know, like Vic, I don't even know what it would take to even have Deion go on a hot seat because of how much money he's owed and the dollars that he does bring in with the prime branding.
There.
Yeah, I know.
There. You got to make it work, and you got to hope that the new assistants he brought in, Marion, the offensive coordinator, this new system works. And, if you're a CU fan, that's what you're pulling for right now. You got to coach them up.
Number 38 in Rhino is the place to be this weekend. Watch all the best hockey games. Watch Team USA in Denmark on Saturday at 1 o'clock with Sanford, and then USA versus Germany on Sunday at 1 with Raj. Enjoy New Amsterdam vodka specials like puck drop shots, espresso martinis, and the Avalanche Mule. Plus, chances to win great prizes. So we'll see you at number 38 this weekend. Kaz joins us next. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We've awakened this man from his deep slumber. Hi, Kaz.
It's a good thing I love you people, man. By the way, Moser, how the hell do you do this every day?
Moser is currently in Spain, so he cannot answer that question.
Oh, well then, yeah. Then forget him then.
Yeah, exactly
Big
right.
time win.
How many more hours of sleep do you usually get?
Well, it depends, as Vic will attest to. And by the way, Vic, a quick shout out to my boy Troy Hawk in Omaha. You met him last year. He's the guy that had the man crush on you. Remember him?
Is Vic not here either? I don't see Vic on the screen. He's in LA right now. He should be on. How disrespectful. How disrespectful to Kaz.
What? Can I get some production around here, Nelly? Can you tell me who's here and who's not there?
Right now, I guess it's just me and Nelly.
When you say that, Kaz, as if I know where Vic or Moser are at any given time.
No, it's like I have weird sleeping patterns. Sometimes I can't sleep. I call it part-time insomnia.
Gotcha.
So a lot of times after big wins, I may not go to bed till 7 or 7:30 in the morning. But then other nights I go to bed right when I get back from the game. So it's a potpourri, if you will, Kaner.
I got you. What you said after big wins, what do you consider the biggest win of the Nuggets season so far?
I think that one where was that Philadelphia when Pickett called us the Denver Gold?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so I think it was either that one or Boston. You know, it's one of those when, you know, you're missing 4 starters and you're playing, you know, 90% of your team is like G League and bench players, and you get any kind of road win would be awesome. But to get one there, I thought was pretty special.
Do you think, part of this, it's amazing to me when you're in the middle of it and you see the Nuggets home record, maybe that bothers you, or you see that they are struggling to close out games at time, that bothers you. But holistically, with what they're missing, guys, they're 15 games above 500 in third place in the West. It's pretty remarkable where they're at considering what they dealt with.
Yeah, Kaner, I think what you had to do as a Nugget fan is you had to shift your ideals around, right? Like, I mean, let's look at it this way. What our original starting 5 is, and I don't need to name the names. We all know what our original starting 5 are. These guys are 8-2 this year. So, I mean, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So then you had to shift from like, hey man, I think maybe we can make a run at this Western Conference. Bert one time asked me, he's like, do you think we can beat our best home record ever as a franchise? I was like, yeah, we can actually do that. But now with all this stuff going on, you have to switch. And then there was a point where I'm looking at the starting lineup or just seeing who's available, and I'm thinking, man, just get us in the playoffs. Give us any kind of a shot, because by then we'll be healthy, and then nobody's going to want to face Denver, even at, especially as a lower seed. And now to be third after going through all that, man, to me is a blessing, to be quite honest with you.
Well, Kaz, answer this question for me then. When they do get healthy, what is the starting 5 considering how Peyton Watson played?
Yeah, it's a great question because Gordon has said in the past he doesn't mind coming off the bench, and that's going to be a coach's thing, man. That's above my pay grade. I would probably just go back to what you have and what you thought of, and I don't know. I guess you could Cam Johnson, Peyton Watson, they're both going to play a bunch of minutes. So, to me, the starters kind of don't really matter. To me, it's always about who finishes the games, not who starts them.
Kaz, Vic here. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, brother. What's up, man?
Hung out with your boy Mike Miller last night.
He's a great dude. I had him in the radio booth a couple weeks ago.
I know. He's so good. He's so cool. I know he's running that agency now, and he's doing great work there. So
he's just the best. Yes, he is.
So he said this to me, and he's not the only one. I had a couple people here. I'm at this NBA hotel with a bunch of NBA execs and stuff, and somebody walked up and said, man, when you guys get healthy, you are the only team that can beat them. And I was like, sometimes the perspective outside looking in is different because we are so close to it. Like, we watch every game. We live and die by every bucket, and we highs and lows, it affects us. But the national perspective is still the Denver Nuggets are a championship contender. And that made me feel good about this team. Do you get the same reaction from people when you go from city to city?
Yeah, but so and here's what I always say is when it like first of all, I don't understand why the NBA doesn't reseed. To me, this is the dumbest thing ever. But whatever. Yeah. So that's beside the point. But if you look at Oklahoma City's run last year, the only one that gave them any business was Denver.
And Indiana.
And Indiana. Yeah. But in the West, it was Denver in order for the right to fight for that thing. Sure. But you had basically, with all due respect, no depth, and you had Aaron Gordon playing on one leg. And I personally watched two of our equipment managers help Michael Porter Jr. take off his jersey after a playoff game because he couldn't raise his hand, and because he couldn't raise his arm.
Yeah.
So with all that, you still took him to 7. So now how are you different? Now once you get healthy, you have depth, and here's the beauty of this season. It doesn't look like it, but the Nuggets are getting better in a whole, right? Because you're playing Spencer Jones, you're playing Jalen Pickett, you're playing Zeke Naji, and then when you get healthy, if you need to, trust is a big thing with coaches, right? So if you need to, you now trust those guys to come into a playoff game and contribute. So it may not look like it from the outside, but playing all these young bucks, man, you're getting better. You really are, because they're getting this valuable playing time. So it's huge.
So that's what's crazy to me is that in the deepest, I don't know if it's the deepest Nuggets team ever. I think arguably it is, but certainly the deepest in the Jokic era. You have all these different guys getting playing time and proving that they're worthy of it. Like Julian Strother's another example of somebody's like, okay, he's capable of handling minutes. When you think about this team fully healthy, go through the list of names. You can go to like 11 or maybe 12 guys that you're comfortable putting in the game, which, I mean, it's like double what it's been the last couple of years.
Yeah, easy, right? And although you probably won't, normally in the first round you use 9 guys, in the second round you use 8, and then from there on out you use 7. But they're there. If you need them, they're there. And then if Adelman likes a matchup with a certain team, and, he's not going to be afraid to throw those guys out there. Man, I'll tell you what. I think there was just look at Jalen Pickett. I mean, how many people were hating on him 2 years ago? That guy's playing out of his mind right now. Spencer Jones, nobody who ever really heard of before, started, I don't even know how many games this year for the Nuggets. So, yeah, the depth is huge, I mean, and that's going to mean a lot for Denver, especially when you're trying to match up with Oklahoma City's depth, if it comes down to that, which it probably will.
Are you concerned? My chief concern going into the final 27 games and into the playoffs, I got one concern. Because you know as well as I, the Denver Nuggets are not going to win a championship if Aaron Gordon is not healthy. I think the future of this team short-term rests on his hamstring. And I don't know what to do about that. I mean, you're on the road. Can you massage him on a nightly basis? What can be done here?
Well, not me personally, because that'd be weird. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, you have the proper methods.
How much you want to help the team?
No, I agree with you, Vic. But, he's one of those gamers where, it's like he's not one of those guys that even if it hurts, he's not going to not play when it comes down to it. So I don't know. This might be – it's a concern. I agree with you. 100% agree with you. Those things take forever to get over. Luckily, we have some time before that happens, but I just don't see him passing up games that matter because he's a little bit injured, because he played the entire playoffs last year with that basically the same injury, right? It was the same thing.
Do you think that Jokic looks right, or is he still dealing with some injury stuff?
No, I think he was dealing with injury stuff, but was it last game or the game before? It was the first game back since his injury where he played the entire first quarter. And then in that overtime game, he played 40-plus minutes. So that would tell me that he's I don't think anybody's perfect in the NBA right now, but that would tell me he's good enough. You know what I mean? Yeah. Plus, I'll take 80% of that guy over 100% of anybody else.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, by the way, your stuff with Gallo in the booth the other night was so damn good. I mean, it was so good.
Hey, by the way, what did you ask him in Italian? I watched that. I was listening to that show.
I asked him a question that everybody's been wondering for years. I said, "Is it true that for the majority of your career you wore a toupee?" And he undeniably said no. He said, "No way did I ever." I still think he did.
That was pretty good. Your Italian's still pretty good.
No, it wasn't. It was terrible, by the way. I felt like an idiot. But your work with Gallo was awesome, and it got me to thinking, do you remember that season? I know you do, when the Denver Nuggets went 38-3 at home.
Yes.
38-3.
That was George's first year, right? Like he came in halfway through the season or
No,
whatever?
I think that was later. That was that 2012-2013 season.
So this was after the 2009 year. I got you. Okay.
Yeah. No, this was the one of the, if not the last year, they lost to Golden State in the first round because Gallo injured himself. Gallo got hurt on April 5th, and the rest is history.
And that's basically I don't know. A lot of people argue that the Nuggets could have had a run that year had he not been hurt. You know what I mean?
Yes. He seems to think that, too, that they could have had a championship here, but, that remains to be seen. The point I'm getting to is that 38-3 home record is absurd, and they played a certain style. What did they do then that the Nuggets aren't doing now at home?
They had probably twice as much pace. They just scared the hell out of every team that came in here. They played so fast, and they already had almost every single night. They almost already had the opponent beat in their heads before they got here. Because you got to think of yourself as the other team. It's like you're on a road trip, whether it be, the second game in, the fifth game in, third game in, second game of a back-to-back. You got to think to yourself, and I've talked to players about this before. We're like, who's up next? They're like Denver. And they're going to be like, oh, my God, man, I do not want to go in the altitude and run, because that's what they did. They just played so fast that I just think they won the mental warfare against teams before they even got here. That was huge.
Kaz, Jamal Murray is finally awarded an all-star nod.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to participate in the three-point contest. It's well-deserved for somebody that has been so essential to this team, but me and Vic were talking about this recently. Part of me feels bad for Jamal because if he has a 40-point game, he'll get interviewed afterwards, and it's like, man, Jokic really set you up for success tonight. It's always about Jokic, and I'm glad that he got an individual accolade on this. But what do you think's made him different this year? Because he's obviously having the best season of his career. You're around him all the time. What's changed?
So here's what I think it is, and this is just one man's opinion, right? He will never ever vocalize this, but I think that he has been wanting to make this All-Star game for a handful of years now. And he's gone up against tough point guards, right? He's going up against Curry and Harden, and you go right down the list. So he's always just been a little bit short of it. And I just think he kind of made up his mind like, man, this is my, 11th year. If I don't do it now, when is it going to happen? And I think he really, really wanted to be a part of this. Now, he plays it down because if you ask him that, he's like, hey, man, it's a really great honor. He goes, but all NBA means more than the All-Star game, right? So he kind of plays it down. But I just think in his head, he wanted to be a part of this. At some point in his career, he wanted to do it. Now, when Jokic and everybody else goes down, boom, the door is wide open. It's like, hey, we need you. So two main people, well, I actually think everybody stepped up, but I think we were a little bit surprised by Jamal Murray's play. I think we were a lot surprised by Peyton Watson's play, and I think we were surprised by the play of Spencer Jones. But my point is Murray had the door open for him, and I guess the green light got a little bit greener for him with all those injuries, and it allowed him to get his stats up there, and that's, of course, what everybody looks at when it comes to All-Star.
How are you spending your All-Star week off? Are you partying? Are you on the beach? What are you doing?
Brother, back in my 20s, 30s, and 40s, I'd be in Mexico, Vegas, or somewhere. But now I'm just going to sit on the couch, watch curling. By the way, Kane, if you know who won between USA and Canada and men's curling, don't tell me. I'm watching the replay.
You're one of those guys. He's DVRing his stuff now.
But basically, Vic, I'm going to sit on my couch and pet Nikola Jokic and enjoy a few days off.
Oh, good for you. Hey, by the way, according to DMac, because here's how he wants it to operate. Next time you go to Ball Arena to call a game, you have to ride your bike back and forth there with all your stuff. He just wants strict biking to the arena. No more car. So put your car away.
Vic, you know where I live, right? I mean,
that's why I'm laughing.
Nelly has one for you on the way out, Kaz.
Yeah, Kaz. So we've talked a lot about on this show about how you decide who to root for in the Olympics. So let me see if I have this straight. You're Polish. That's your heritage. You grew up, I think, for the first 14 years of your life in Germany, and German is actually your first language. Then your family moved back to Nebraska about the time that you were in high school.
That's its own heritage by itself.
Exactly. So when it comes to the World Cup or the Olympics, what's the pecking order? How do you pick who you root for between USA, Poland, and Germany?
So they're different. In the Olympics, I root for USA, and then Polska, as we like to call it in the motherland, they're not in a lot of stuff, right? So them and Germany are a tie, but I do follow all three. And I hate to say this, so people don't be hating on me, but this is in my blood. When it comes to the World Cup, I'm 100% German, but I keep a close. I'm a 100% Germany supporter, but I keep a close eye on the United States of America.
I don't get it. I got to fight you on this. Dude. You know my background. You and I are the same. I'm from an Italian background. You're from Germany. But if the U.S. played Italy in soccer and it was a cup final, cup semifinal, I'm Team USA all the way. I don't understand. How can you do that?
Well, first of all, America's got to get to a cup semifinal.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Second of all, is Italy even in the World Cup again this year?
Not right now. No. But they were, and they play. Hey, Italy played the U.S. You remember there was a cup years ago where they played against each other.
I'll tell you what. If it got to like a knockout game between those two, then I would be 100% USA. Because I still have a lot of family back there, and I would love to blow them up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if it comes to a knockout game between those two, I'm 100% USA. But I tend to follow Germany because they tend to go a little bit further. And by the way, I wanted to clear something up. When I said I was sitting on my couch petting Nikola Jokic, that's my St. Bernard's name. It's not. So it's not actually the human. You know?
I was wondering that. We just kind of breezed past it, and I was like, oh. I thought it was a cat, so it's a St. Bernard.
It's a St. Bernard.
Does he drool as much as Jokic?
Yeah. He's like, if you ever seen the movie Beethoven, it's exactly that.
Wait. I know somebody who's a St. Bernard. Do you have a dedicated drool towel that you keep around you when he's walking around?
Nah, I just use my slippers, man. When there's like snot hanging down, I just reach out my foot and kick him in the mouth.
It's how we deal with Moser every morning. So same thing.
Kaz, you're the best. Get back to bed.
All right, guys. Call me anytime.
Thanks, bud.
All right, there you go. Kaz, your radio voice of the Nuggets. So, gotten through a lot today, and now it's time for our favorite part of the week. Drunk Takes, next. Nate and Andy are live at 3 o'clock today at number 38, the best place to watch the best hockey games during the winter games. And you can enjoy New Amsterdam vodka specials like puck drop shots, espresso martinis, and the Avalanche Mule, along with a chance to win some great prizes. So see you at number 38 at 3 o'clock today. Vic, you are in LA for the All-Star game. How much of your focus is going to be on Jamal?
A lot, because we've done this dance with Joker every year. I've come down here with Joker every time he's going to an All-Star game, and frankly, I know exactly how he approaches it. For Jamal, it's all new. It's all new. Plus, Jamal's going to participate in the three-point contest tomorrow, which has become the marquee event of All-Star Saturday. So, all new to Jamal. I know he wants to make an impression, right? So, we'll follow him around.
So,
they get in today.
What's tonight? Is tonight like Rising Stars? Do they still do that?
Yeah, tonight's Rising Stars, and the Nuggets don't have anybody involved in that. But right after this, I'm getting dressed now because I'm going straight to the NBA Tech Summit. No cameras allowed. This is like all
at the Tech
stuff.
Summit.
Yeah, this is all like high-tech stuff that's coming out. They're delving into different topics like AI, broadcasting.
I'm going to the NBA Podcast Summit. No microphones. None.
Well, I mean, they don't want a lot of this new technology.
Just saying, you're going to a tech summit, and they're like, no tech in here.
You can't have any tech. You know, the tech community doesn't want any
all of your communities.
Secrets.
I'm part of the United Airlines community today. That's what I'm going to be.
Where are you going?
Home.
What are you going to do?
Some family hasn't seen New Baby yet, so because we got the extended weekend, going to do that. So listen,
good for you.
Quickly, we'll get to drunk takes here in a second. There is, I think, something really interesting that's brewing in the Olympic hockey events, which is, I think the U.S. is pretty damn good. Like, we saw a little bit of that in the Four Nations.
Well, we know they're good.
The issue is, how good is Canada? Because, Vic, they're stacked. We watched it yesterday. They play again today at 1:10, by the way. And they're taking on Switzerland. So they played against Czechia yesterday. And it felt like it took them a while. Remember, 5 seconds before the first period ended for them to score. But once they turned up the gas a little bit, it was like, all right, this thing is over. I'm trying to figure out what it's going to take for somebody to beat that team.
Would you agree with me that Canada in hockey, sort of like the U.S. in basketball, the expectations are through the roof?
Totally.
The expectations are gold medal or bust, right? Anything less than a gold medal for Canada, if you're Canadian listening to the show, tell me I'm right. If silver is just not acceptable.
Okay, despite the fact that they have everybody who is an NHL player on this team, here's the names on it, though. It's Celebrini, Crosby, McKinnon, Marchand, McDavid, Marner, McCarr. You know what I mean? It's not just NHL players. It's the best the league has to offer.
Yeah.
All of them. So, yeah, on paper, you're right. They are the U.S. Olympic basketball team. It's if you don't win a gold, then you've royally messed up somewhere. Yeah. Royally. I think the U.S. can give them a run. I really do. And I with you, I don't know how this matches up. Like, how do you get to the gold medal game, and how does all that happen? How does a bracket shake out? Whatever. But the U.S. has got a lot of talent, too. Disciplined. And look, Brock Nelson, that first game, 2 goals. Love it. One other thing real quick before drunk takes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's going on with the Jonathan Kuminga stuff and what's been going on for like the last 2 years in Golden State. Hasn't he requested to trade like 500 times and nothing's happened?
Sure. Yeah. He got traded.
Well, listen to this. This is how bad things have gotten. If you remember when Jimmy Butler was in Miami, it was like, I think Dan Le Batard said this. He goes, I have been told that if Jimmy Butler farts incorrectly, they will suspend him for another 2 games. Like, that's how bad their relationship was. So Jonathan Kuminga had such a bad relationship with Golden State that it even got to this. He knew management wanted to ding him for missing team-requested events and alert him that someone around him was taking too much food from the family room.
Is Jesse related to Jonathan Kaminga?
The gripes between player and organization, as multiple sources said, had become so petty in the 5th year of the relationship, many believed should have ended years before. But
Jesse
what if
Trujillo just caught a stray.
Jesse, here's the thing. If you guys don't know Jesse, he does a whole bunch of things around here behind the scenes. He follows Vic around when he's on the road at places. He was with him in the Super Bowl. But whenever Jesse is at an event like that, where there is free food, he makes minimum 3 trips.
Oh, yeah.
Minimum.
I respect that. I'm not poking fun. I respect the hell out of that. He goes crazy when it comes to free food.
Can you imagine this, though? Like, your relationship with your company is so bad that somebody in the company walks up and goes, "Can you tell your brother to take it easy on the pasta and leave some for everybody else?"
What are they putting in their pockets?
I don't know. How does it get that
is
bad?
so funny.
And how much food are you taking? Unreal.
Sounds like something my family would do. It really does.
I mean, look, when I'm in the suite for like a Nuggets or Avs game or something like that, don't get me wrong, Vic. I participate in the food that's in that suite. Like,
I'm sure you do.
I get after it. I can't imagine who would be hosting that. Sean is hosting the suite. And he's like, "Brett, can you leave some for the others? Please."
Dude, Super Bowl 32. I've told you the story. I had 7 family members in that game. My dad was at that game. Each seat, back then, EAS was a sponsor of the Broncos. EAS, it was a
that
supplement
pre-workout
company.
stuff? Yeah.
So they gave away hats. My dad got back to Denver with 47 EAS hats. 47 EAS hats.
Where'd he put them? Do you have a bag with him?
Stored those suckers up real good.
That is so great. I mean, part of it's like, I respect the hustle.
I respect the hell out of it, man.
Yeah.
Go to work.
All right.
Get your hats.
Let's get to our favorite part of the week, please. Drunk Takes.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
Drunk Takes, they're clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly?
I'm going to sit on my couch and pet Nikola Jokic and enjoy a few days off. And by the way, I wanted to clear something up. When I said I was sitting on my couch petting Nikola Jokic, that's my St. Bernard's name. It's not, so it's not actually the human.
It was weird. He just said that like everybody knew his... It was a Moser moment from Kaz.
Pretty much.
You know, Moser always says, I was hanging out with Steve. You're like, who's Steve?
Who the hell's Steve?
What's next? That guy is worth... What's his name, Nelly? You'd probably know. What's that stupid idiot's name? Jack Doherty. Net worth for this 22-year-old... $2.6 billion?
No, that's... come on, what are you reading? What are you... Bro Bible?
Dude, I haven't had a good, gasp reaction in a while.
That was a bit exaggerated.
Dude, it took my breath away. He's a streamer. 2.6. Now, I don't think that's true, but they did say he makes $1 million a month. Anyway, go ahead now.
You went a little overboard there.
I had a moment of clarity when I won the bronze. I wanted to give this to my love of my life, but I cheated on her 17 straight times here in the Olympic Village.
That was Vic's live Norwegian translation? That's what that was? How do those people do that, by the way? Translators who they're doing it as people are talking?
How about the hand the hand signal one?
How do you not get? I would fall behind immediately. I would start signing or I would start translating.
That's crazy to me.
And then
how quick they are.
And then it would eventually go to this, Vic. I go, sorry, I missed like 5 sentences. I don't know.
I got nothing. Imagine trying to sign for Mad Dog Russo.
No. Imagine trying to sign for like government stuff when it. Yeah.
Maybe I am that old man.
God, you never sound older than that right there.
Yep.
Oh, you had it stuck.
I was about to go.
I mean, the fact that it was so perfectly and comedically timed. You know what?
Maybe I am that old man.
Maybe I am that old man.
I wonder what those last words are going to sound like. I often dream about that.
I know what somebody's going to say to you
What's
after
that?
your last words. Whatever your last words are. Your beautiful baby boy, Dante, maybe. We'll say, that's great, Grandpa. Let's get you to bed.
I want that. That's what I want.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you guys next week. Love you. See you.
I mean, this is absurd.
Happy Friday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass today. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. Some more Olympic hockey in the books. Another Avalanche player scores, get this, a power play goal at the Winter Olympics. It's the great power play summit of Milan. They're going to come back. They're going to clip it 25% when the Avs are back on the ice coming up on February the 25th. And if you guys do want to watch some Olympic hockey today, make sure you head on down to number 38 in Rhino. Nate and Andy are going to be live starting at 3 p.m. today. It'll be the best place to watch the best hockey games in the world. Enjoy New Amsterdam vodka specials like puck drop shots, espresso martinis, and the Avalanche Mule, plus chances to win great signed Avalanche memorabilia. We'll see you guys today at number 38 at 3. And then if you're not sick of hockey and you're not sick of us, you can do the next thing on Saturday at 12:30. Sanford's going to be there for Team USA in Denmark. And then I'll close up the festivities on Sunday at the same exact time, 12:30 to 2:30 p.m. For the second of the back-to-back USA games as they take on Team Germany. Brock Nelson looking great. Nathan McKinnon looking solid. Arturi Lehkonen has been good as the Finns bounce back and they beat Team Sweden today earlier on this morning. Gabe Landeskog is flying around the ice, so all the nervousness going into the Winter Olympics for Avs players in particular of, are they healthy enough to play? Are they risking injury? Those questions in the early going have been answered. Gabe looks fast. Gabe looks mean. And that is so very clearly something that the Avalanche have been missing over the course of his month-and-a-half-long injury with broken ribs after he crashed into a net. So very clearly the piece that stirs the drink for the Avalanche. And need to find a way to get him back into the fold when the Avs come back for a stretch run. They still got a decent lead right now in that Central Division. They should end up coasting to a number 1 seed. You don't have to play Dallas or Minnesota in that first round, but getting Gabe Landeskog back and healthy is exactly what they need. Cale Makar, I know it's not the toughest of matchups to open up the tournament, but Cale Makar looked great as well, running that Canadian power play. Can't complain at all about what we've seen for him. There's some big things happening tonight, whether it's the men's half-pipe final. Chloe Kim with the women finished second yesterday. Men's figure skating ends tonight. Can't wait to watch that. KJ, did you watch Super G? I watched the men's Super G a few days ago and didn't realize just how dangerous it was until I watched the women last night. That was insanity.
What was the craziest thing you've seen from that thus far?
One, that you drop through a chute and you can't see a damn thing. And then you got to go 70 miles an hour and you have to jump and then stop. The women's Super G was the most violent thing I've seen in the Olympics thus far. We're gonna be joined by DMac coming up here in about 10 minutes from right now to talk about the town hall meeting that Damani Leach and the Broncos held for the new stadium at Bottom Yards.
The HOA meeting of all HOA meetings.
I can't wait to hear what DMac had to say. There's a little clip that he grabbed from the Damani Leach press scrum afterwards where you have all the normal faces. You've got, Parker Gabriel, and you've got DMac in there. You've got Rachel Vigil. And then there's this voice. It's in a faceless voice because you can't see this short old guy asking a question about bricks. And I can't wait for DMac to tell us the story on the other side of our first break today. But seems as though it's going swimmingly. The planning for this new neighborhood, this new mini city within Denver.
Didn't you think the sketches looked pretty neat?
Yeah, they looked solid. It
looked like a stadium.
It's going to be pretty.
Looked like a stadium surrounded by trees.
It's not going to be the $350 million stadium that was, then Invesco Field at Mile High.
How much is this total project going to cost, do you think?
I think it's going to be close to $4 billion. That's my guess.
So the cost of doing business, building a new stadium is 20x what it was?
I think it's going to be about 4. That's my guess. Around $4 billion.
Dude, that's crazy.
Right? Because the Bills just finished up at like 2.3, and this is going to be a larger project than the one in Orchard Park. There's going to be more things around it.
Plus,
it's going to be larger.
It's in a place that doesn't really require a whole lot of finagling or, I'm saying Buffalo. Buffalo's not
right.
Heavy real estate pricing.
Yeah, have space, will build stadium.
We like
and
this.
everyone in Buffalo wants it there.
It's the only thing we have. Literally we have Niagara Falls, but even that.
They got the Sabres?
Yeah, they're not bad.
They got wings, chicken wing lore.
Hey, dude, the Americans were pretty spicy
Pretty
yesterday.
Spicy. Americans look good. Brock Nelson could have had 7 points in that game. Scores 2 goals, had 1 taken away, had another assist taken away.
Those
hit
white
a post.
Kids, that white sweater looked good, buddy.
They looked good, man. The Americans are a solid hockey team. Marty Natchez scores in the power play today for the Czechs.
All right.
But then the French come back and score 3 goals in 4.5 minutes, and the French currently have a 3-2 lead on Czechia.
What's going on with Czechia?
I don't know, man. But the Avalanche players, every single one of the Avs players, they look really good right now.
Yeah.
I know
and they're healthy.
The Swedes lost this morning to Finland. Who
nice
bounced back.
little bounce back performance from the Finns.
But Gabe Landeskog was violent today. Put a big hit on Eric Haula, and then Haula moved Gabe's stick out of the way after it had fallen to the ice, and Gabe goes over there and gives him a little face wash.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the things that the Avs are missing, man. That violence, that peskiness from Gabe Landeskog, the physicality from Nathan McKinnon that he showed in the first shift of Canada's 5-0 win yesterday.
When do you think Gabe Landeskog could have played for the Avs if it was must-have type of games?
Must-have, like playoffs.
Yeah, or get into the playoffs. It was 2 weeks before the All-Star break?
Yeah, 2 weeks. Before the Olympic break,
yeah.
2 weeks. I give you that. He would have played through something. He's probably playing through a little bit of something right now. Like, have you ever broken a rib?
I've had like the rib cartilage damage type deal where, it feels like it.
Did you play with a quarterback jacket when you were playing?
Yeah.
Was it restrictive or was it good enough that
it was good? The ones now are way better. They're like a one, like the shoulder pads are all one suit now. Back then it was a flak jacket.
Yeah, you would put on your put on the flak jacket first, shoulder pads next. Now it's just one piece.
Mm-hmm. And actually,
it's like
the flak
football
jacket
playing corset.
The flak jacket would like attach to the back of the shoulder pads, and then you would tighten it up. Kind of, it was Douglas made the best quarterback pads back in the day. So, yeah, it's ribs suck, man, because everything hurts. Sleeping hurts.
Breathing hurts.
And it's crazy because you get shot up and you get some adrenaline and somehow, some way you can play through it. And then you get back to normal life and you're like, this is awful. And then just one shot to it in a game, which you're going to inevitably get in a contact sport like football or hockey.
I think Landy probably would have been able to go middle of January, maybe a little bit earlier than that if they were must-win games, if they were playoff-style games. I'm happy that he sat out. Again, I'm happy that they waited to get his ramp up of return to play in the Olympics because, again, you don't have to play as many minutes when you're playing on all-star teams, right? Like, you see Nathan McKinnon's ice time for Canada in game number 1?
22?
14.
Oh.
14 minutes.
So good.
Now, if you look at Devon Taves and Cale Makar, they're closer to 20. Now, that's less than what they normally play with the Avalanche. Those guys are north of 20 minutes of time on ice per game during the regular season. But I saw Nate going down. Nate's playing 14 and a half minutes. Andy's getting power play time on top of that. Or rather, to get to that sum of 14 and a half minutes. That's perfect for me. So you play less. You're not taking as many physical altercations as you would in the NHL game, although it has been a physical early ongoing in the Olympics. I think it's perfect for the Avs. And the fact that they're all scoring power play goals now, I was calling it before you got in, Coach. It's the Great Milan Power Play Summit of 2026.
You called it. You called it well
before. It's
before.
like the Yalta Conference.
You called it well before. You know what it is? It's what I'm doing today. I'm going to a football clinic. We're all going to share ideas about how to get better.
Yeah.
That's a Denver version of the Milan Power Play.
It's exactly
clinic.
what it is.
Yeah, it's just, hey, let's iron sharpening iron.
The Milan Power Play Summit. That's what we will call this. They'll return back on February the 25th. And I told you guys, I'm going February 25 through the end of the regular season, right? I think there's 27 games, something like that, left for the Avalanche. They are 0 for 0 starting on February 25th. And if they run at a 25% clip, all you got to do is look at the good vibes that they started in Milan. That's what fixed everything. That's my hope.
What other team do you think has a chance in the NHL to benefit, or, to Brett Kane's fear, be negatively impacted by what happens in Milan?
The negative impact could be Florida because they have more players. I think they and Tampa have the most players at the Olympics right now. I think Florida could be negatively impacted by it because Florida is chasing, right? Florida is outside the playoff picture as it stands right now. I think Florida could be negatively impacted. I think St. Louis could be positively impacted, but they're not going to make the playoffs, and therefore it's going to be a worse draft position for them because Jordan Binnington looked like Stanley Cup champion Jordan Binnington in their first game.
What about what do you think about like Dallas? How is Dallas going to be impacted by the?
Well, Mikko got hit. The Finland and Sweden game was very early today, right? Very, very early. Woke up, the baby was up, so I was watching it.
What time
Mikko
was that?
got hit hard, like 4:35.
It wasn't like a 2:30 or.
No, I wasn't waking up for the 1:30 Alpine events this morning. I wasn't doing that. He got hit hard by Victor Hedman twice and was visibly shaken by those types of hits. Dallas could be, by a result of all of their players, negatively impacted, and Mikko hasn't looked himself in the first couple of games, and I kind of love that. I want Mikko to look bad and disinterested going into the postseason. Dallas could be negatively impacted.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good wishful thinking, just like the power play summit of Cortina, Milan.
The Broncos had a town hall meeting yesterday to discuss what's happening around Burnham Yards when this new stadium goes in. DMac had boots on the ground. He joins us next. I was trying to figure out what the British music is. KJ comes in over the talkback and he goes, "It's Burnham Yards, eh? It's Burnham Yards, eh?"
Get out your pints of Guinness. We're going to Burnham Yards.
Broncos.
You got to take the S off, though. I don't mean to be
Burnham Yard.
It's Burnham Yard.
No, it's Burnham.
Which is way more English Premier that you don't have the S on the end of it. It's better.
I agree. Right? It's the premiership.
Right, exactly. In hockey, it's the Stanley Cup final.
Right. It is not plural.
But in NBA, it's the finals.
The finals.
Yeah. But it's Burnham Yard.
How was Burnham Yard yesterday?
It was great, man. It was a hell of a meeting.
What did you learn?
It was a great HOA meeting. The big takeaway is that it's still preferred. It ain't done yet. They got a lot of work to do.
Do you feel like it's preferred in name only, or is it inevitable in your opinion?
It'd be shocking if it didn't happen after everything that's gone on. But listen, man, crazier things have happened. They got a long way to go in a very short period of time.
Okay, inevitable that it's going to happen, but they have a lot of hurdles. What are the hurdles that you learned of last night?
Oh my God, there's 10 million of them. There's just everything that goes with acquiring property and then building infrastructure. So that is city and county and governments. There's the neighborhood thing. I mean, you still have to figure out SRM concrete, which would be an eyesore. They could build everything and that concrete company could stay there, guys. It could. Like, it's not on the footprint of the stadium itself. But the way they laid it out, it's 5 neighborhoods. There's like North, South, Entertainment District, the stadium, and then parking or something else. If you look at it, there's 5 neighborhoods. So to have it laid out in detail, by the way, free burritos and water if you wanted one. In front of
what kind of burritos? Carne asada or were they carnitas?
Had beef, they had chicken, and they had beans.
When you say beef, was it barbacoa? Was it just ground beef?
Was it Los
No,
Dos
it was
again?
barbacoa.
They frequent Los Dos all the time.
I don't know if it was Los Dos. I'm going to guess there's a neighborhood place in that area that they don't have to outsource it to Los Dos and Highlands Ranch.
A neighborhood place that they're about to bulldoze?
But that's not the case. So the way it's described is, if you can think of it, there's the light rail station at 10th and Osage, and then there's a neighborhood just to the east. None of this construction is happening to the east. None of it. They are going to build additional light rail station to expand around there, but that doesn't affect the neighborhoods. All of it happens to the west, north and south to the west, where they described it as a donut hole in a great neighborhood.
Like bellied up against the interstate.
Not quite, because it's a donut hole. Meaning, like, on the other side, to the west side of it, there still are buildings and businesses that go up to I-25. Guys, seriously, if you look at it, it's a hole between a neighborhood and other sort of industrial properties. That's where they want to put everything. They want to keep the locomotive shop, which is a 100-year-old building, as a defining characteristic. So I think they continue with the name Burnham Yard, and they really lean into the train history of the area. But you got to understand, nothing has happened in this area for more than 10 years. It's been abandoned. It's a horrible blight in that neighborhood. And they want to build parks and open space. And yeah, the concrete company is an interesting side note of it. But that is not where the stadium is. That's where the other stuff would be up north.
You were telling me that, so that's what, 3, 4, 5 blocks north of the north end of the stadium.
Not
something
that
like that.
far, but I'd
2
say,
blocks?
Yeah, man, it's more like that. It ain't that far away.
I can hit a driver and a 7-iron to
Yeah,
it?
you sure could.
All right,
You
so
sure could.
the crazy thing about this concrete company apparently is it's the biggest hurdle that they have.
In terms of negotiating with business owners, for sure,
Because it's
There's
because it is the most lucrative of those businesses in the area.
Well, they figured it out with Denver Water, which has a huge building there, but like, it's Denver Water, it's offices. We'll just go somewhere else. This concrete company, they're strategically located throughout the United States because it's quick drying concrete. You got to get it from one plant to another before it dries up. So it's not just buying them out, it's finding them another strategic location as they've only been there for like 3 years. They're new to that area.
Can they get the bid?
Gosh, I'm sure there's a lot of things that could
Seriously.
happen. I mean, there's going to be
Isn't
a
that-
lot of...
isn't that how
Feels
the
a little
world works?
Five Families-esque.
I don't know.
I think they're going to have to figure out a way to move them and pay them all at the same time because there's no motivation, zero, for SRM Concrete to do anything. Zero motivation.
Darren, can you paint the picture of what Burnham Yard in the stadium after last night will look like?
It'd be awesome. I mean, it would be absolutely amazing. There'd be a ton of green space. They're not going to build buildings over 200 feet, so it's still going to fit into the neighborhood and the stadium itself. And there were no renderings of the stadium because there's
Just the top down, right? Just
yeah,
the footprint.
man. Here you go.
Here's the
Stadium.
footprint.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
going to be something cool. And
Or the area, though.
The area, to me, this is such a no-brainer. And a lot of the construction would be away from the houses and the people that live there. There's going to be jobs. There's going to be opportunity. Everybody's property values, theoretically, would rise up. Yes, there would be a little more traffic. However, if you saw the meeting last night, and you can watch the whole meeting on our YouTube page, by the way, the whole thing's up there.
Did you record it?
Recorded the whole thing, 41 minutes of the presentation of the HOA meeting. So if you missed the HOA meeting and you want to relive it in all of its glory, go to our YouTube page. It's there if you want it. But they're only going to push like 5% of traffic on event days through the neighborhood. 95% will be pushed out towards I-25 westbound.
Okay, good.
They're really trying to push this as a multimodal transportation hub.
Yeah.
So you're not looking at more parking, right? Damani Leach said it in his post scrum.
Almost
It's around
identical, right? 7,000.
spaces.
Yeah, and I kind of was like, really? Like, okay, I'll take your word for
Because
it.
the current, but I'd say this, the current Empower Field footprint, to me, relative to other NFL stadiums that have been built in the last 15 years, feels very massive parking lot tailgating.
Oh, I enjoy it.
Which is awesome.
Especially the south side.
I would envision that being a hard, maybe a hard thing to be able to get done.
He
at
pointed
Burnham
out,
Yard.
and you saw the area, which would be kind of away from the stadium. It wouldn't be right up next to the stadium like it is now. I'll take their word for it. I think there's going to be garages and underground parking. I think there's going to be a lot of stuff like that. It doesn't seem like there's that much space, but if we wanted big open parking lots, let's go to Lone Tree. Well, that's where we can do big open parking lots, guys. So what would you rather have? Big open parking lots that would be ideal for tailgating 10 times a year, or would you rather have a neighborhood that you can go 365, 12 months a year? What would you rather have? And
if I'm building the area, I want the neighborhood and the commercial space and the restaurants. That's
Right.
what I want. If I'm a fan, if I'm driving to the game from Parker, if I'm driving to the game from Lone Tree, I want the parking space.
Well, they don't want you to do that. They want you to hop on the light rail, and they're going to have 3 new light rail stations, and there's going to be plenty of restaurants and areas for you to party at. We don't want you to drive in at all. We want you to take public transportation.
Which I love.
They want you to have 1 beers.
1 beers.
Oh, probably more than 1 beer, but yes.
Well, no.
Right, sorry.
Yeah. It's a bit.
It's a plural.
I
Yeah.
know. I'm sorry.
We'll catch you up on the
I
morning
understand.
sprint vernacular
No, I
that we
get it.
use here. DMac, how big is this stadium district? Did that come up at all? Like how many restaurants roughly? How many bars?
Well, it's 5 neighborhoods, and it's 5 to 7 million square acres.
That's the
So-
stadium district of businesses?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So it's-
No, I'm sorry. It's 5 to 7 million square feet, 150 acres. I think I got that right. It's something like that. Square feet, 5 to 7 million, 150 acres.
So this is going to be, gosh, I'm trying to think. Is this kind of like Jerry World?
You tell me. I've not been to Jerry World.
I
I
mean,
don't know.
that's a unique one because
No, I doubt it because it's not. It's more. The stadium is the stadium. They've got it like in 5 neighborhoods. So the stadium is the stadium. That's a neighborhood. Then you've got the north neighborhood. Then you got the entertainment district. Then you got the south.
So
neighborhood.
entertainment district is what I'm talking about.
The entertainment district is going to be slightly to the east of the stadium.
South and east?
Like
due
right,
east.
like right on it. Like right east.
Do you think will that be where light rail station is
Yes.
added?
Yes, 100%.
Will that will be the primary Burnham Yard?
Yes.
Or whatever you want to call it. Broncos.
Say it right, please. Say it properly.
Burnham Yard.
Thank you.
Yes, that will be like it. That'll be like where we're partying. We're having some fun. And that is going to be right next to the stadium. Right there.
The 2 best things that happened from this town hall meeting were not us learning about where the light rail station is going to go. It's not us learning about what neighborhoods or what businesses have to be negotiated with. It's 2 things. One we learned that bricks are very important.
What will happen with all the bricks that are to personalized bricks that are at the stadium now? Will those bricks be transferred to the new stadium, or will the bricks stay and carry on the legacy of Mr. Bowen?
That's a great question. I don't have an answer for that.
Can you push to keep the bricks, please?
It's definitely something we'll look into.
There's hundreds of people that have spent thousands of dollars on those bricks.
Got it.
So what you just listened to is a post-meeting scrum, and all of the normal faces are there. You, Rachel Vigil, Luca Evans, Parker Gabriel, Zach Stevens, all of the regular Broncos.
Basically just a bunch of nerds.
They're all there.
And this is a headless voice, if you see the video. It's just this old dude from Denver.
Yeah,
it could be anybody's father or grandfather asking about the bricks. And if you guys don't know what the bricks are, back in 2000, when Invesco Field, what it was originally named, was being built after Mile High, they put in 15,000 bricks that you could buy for $69.50. And I'm reading from the August 26, 2000 article in the Denver Post.
That's great. $70 for a brick.
$70 for a brick.
Text if you have a brick.
Let me know if you were bricked up.
Text us at 303-504-0925 and say, yes, I am currently full brick mode.
So
whose dad is bricked up?
This guy is kind of right. If you collectively put everybody together, it'd be thousands of dollars. But he's worried about his $70 brick. Let's be honest. I don't think he's speaking for the entire brick community. I think he's speaking for himself.
When you look at the brick community as a whole, it's an important community.
Yeah, it is.
Are bricks salvageable?
I don't have an answer for that.
Are they fully salvageable?
Why wouldn't they be?
Well, I don't know.
Just be careful when you dig them up.
Digging them up is not easy.
Yeah, they're going to break.
I have no idea. I think it's
You know who could help with that? The freaking concrete company.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Exactly.
Pay him $4 million.
But how great is it that the president of the Broncos is there and all the muggles are killing themselves to interview him? I'm screaming questions at him, like barely getting through anything. And this old guy just figures out, well, if I just walk behind him and tug on his elbow, I can ask him about my brick.
Speaking of tugging,
how great
we already
is that?
have two people that have bricks.
Oh, there you go.
And you got, we got bricks everywhere.
Well, it's $70 26 years ago. It's like, you know why I think this was a great moment? Because this is the everyman fan, right? Like, we're laughing about it to a certain degree. But the contrast between this multi-billion-dollar project and one dude who loves the team and has a $70 brick from 2000, and he cares about his brick.
I've got family who does that. So my extended family is all back in New York. And when they built Citi Field, we are long-suffering New York Mets fans, my family. They did the Jackie Robinson Rotunda, and you could buy for $100 a brick to put in the Jackie Robinson Rotunda.
And you get your name on it, and you could go there and you go, that's my brick.
You know who would be devastated if his brick wasn't moved? My 92-year-old grandfather.
So this was a great moment for the common average guy in this huge monstrosity of a project to just say, I love you guys. You know, what about my brick? It's a metaphor for the fan itself. And this is why they're spending a year before they put a shovel into the ground, guys, making sure they're cool with the community. A year. But once they start building, it's going to be fast, guys. It's 4 years to get this all built once they start in Q1 of next year.
So I said that was one of two things that was awesome about this HOA meeting. Brick guy, who is everybody's grandfather. Love him. I hope he gets his brick.
He's brick
and
guy.
If he doesn't get one, I hope he is the only brick.
Did you ever talk to Brick Guy?
No, the brick guy was the brick guy was funny because he actually put it on the Post-it note too. Like
that's the next part.
Okay, go ahead.
There's a Post-it note wall.
Oh, I saw the Post-it note wall. Lots of trees, lots of bricks.
I'll read some of my favorites. Trees, trees, trees.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What this wall was, guys, it's a suggestion box.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a greenskeeper suggestions box, and instead of putting it in the middle of a lake where you can't get to it, they had it next to the building plans.
Yes.
Trees, trees, trees. Require new businesses, 35% new businesses. I love that.
Yeah, it was a mixture of like serious suggestions and trees.
Also, isn't this what Parker is for?
There's a little bit of that. Take your corporate greed and go elsewhere. There was a little bit of that vibe, which to me is ridiculous.
Who is the angriest neighbor?
Well,
here's
what they did that was pretty clever. So they didn't have people with like a microphone at your typical HOA meeting. What they did is they had a QR code, and you could make comments that they would put up on the screen, and they would sort of respond to your questions organically as it was going on. It was kind of cool. They would put up surveys, and you could vote on the survey during the meeting, and then they could filter through your questions, so you did not have the crazy Karen moment just screaming into the mic about, whatever.
I'm disappointed a little bit about that.
They did not have that moment, but then they did breakout sessions where they broke up into 4 quadrants, and you could go and ask questions to whatever, but one person isn't going to hold up the entire meeting. That's what they did after.
Well, speaking of breakout sessions, we're joined by an actual brick owner. Dan, the brick owner, we're going right now to the Ramos Law Hotline.
I love it.
Dan, tell us all about your brick.
You guys, this is one of the most special moments of my entire life that I could get bricked up here on that.
Let's go. Let's go.
So, Dan, 25 years ago, you purchased a brick?
Guys, my family's had Bronco tickets for 58 years, and when they moved to the new stadium, our dad bought me and my sister a brick.
That's cool.
Yeah, so it's there, and I'm sure it's been puked on, and all kinds of other stuff's happened on that thing on the west side.
So if it's been puked on and bled on and God knows what, do you want your brick back? Do you want your brick moved to bottom yard?
Guys, I totally forgot we had the brick, to be honest with you.
See, you and 99% of the other people who bought a brick a quarter century ago had no idea that they existed.
So you don't go visit your brick every time you go to a game?
DMac, I'm running a tailgate in that south lot, so I'm just praying that we get to have our RV spots in the new stadium. I was excited to see that. So
Yeah.
I haven't seen that brick in 25 years.
That's a riot.
Brick guy, Dan, we
That's
appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for the call. There's many others of you. I see it all over the text line right now. There's
All
a
right.
bunch of people.
I find it to be
That's the voice of the fan.
nothing short of amazing that today, in honor of Mark Moser's vacation, what do you do with a brick? Or a lot of bricks? You lay it down!
Lay it down! DMac, thanks for joining us, brother.
You got it, guys. You got it.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coach and Raj, the morning sprint, hanging out with you guys up until noon. Our special thanks to DMac joining us. He was boots on the ground at the Broncos HOA meeting yesterday at Burnham Yards.
I'm so pissed I missed it. Because DMac was boots on the ground. I would have been bricks on the ground. I would have just been, oh, yeah.
There's a bunch of you who texted in, like Lucas and Derek. The 891 has a brick there. The Jaramillo family. My husband helped build Mile High in the Pepsi Center. His name's on the brick wall at Coors Field. There's a bunch of you out there that have bricks at these stadiums. And you know what? I hope they have another brick program. It'd probably be about $100 though, $125.
I think new brick program's $225. It's a $225 brick.
That's a lot of brick. That's an expensive brick.
What's the newest stadium that's been built?
Vegas?
Okay. I don't think Vegas has brick. They don't have bricks, do they?
Probably not.
No. They got Adobe.
It's a fun thing, though.
What's it called again? The Vegas stadium? It's
Allegiant.
Allegiant. Yeah. I just want to see if they have a brick program.
I guarantee they don't have an actual brick program, but I bet you they have something that you can donate to the Raiders.
They've got a brick program.
No, they don't.
And it's called Legacy Bricks. Oh. Cement your place in Raiders history.
I was going to say they probably had like a fan wall where you can purchase a little 4x4 square where you can throw your family's number.
Yeah, it's right. It's right there.
All right, never mind.
Summer of 2026, they're laying bricks. So this is a new. So that stadium's been there 4 years?
Something around there.
This is happening, man.
Okay, so you're telling me that like the brick thing isn't of yesteryear.
Oh my gosh. Brick inflation is a real thing,
buddy. Oh no.
Okay, just a 4-inch by 8-inch brick.
Yes.
The smallest option by a long shot, $850.
Shut the front door.
An 8 by 8, so a square bigger brick.
Stop it.
Yeah, it's $1,000.
I think I still have the article. It cost people $69.50 to do this when Invesco was being built, or what is currently now Empower Field at Mile High. It was $69.50, and that was cheaper than the bricks that you could purchase at Coors Field a few years earlier at $75 a brick.
Did we just create a new term for economics?
Brickflation?
Brickflation. It's a real thing. Dude, 67, was it $69?
The Raiders are just on like a big high tea environment out there. They've seen the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic out there in Vegas, apparently.
Correct. They are bricked.
Expensive bricks.
But let's just call it like it is, man. I mean, there's way more history with the Denver Broncos franchise, and it's, I don't know, it's less transient. I think that the bricks might be $1,000. $1,012.50. That's expensive bricks.
That's insane. $850, man. I don't know if I'm paying $850 for a brick. I do $100.
I do 100.
I do 100. I would do a morning sprint brick for $100. That'd
be fun.
KJ, what would you put $100 your own money in for a brick?
I would.
So $300 between the three of us.
Yes.
But I ain't going a cent over it.
Yeah, I think 100's that's a fair
100
price.
each.
And that's real negotiating, Raj.
Yeah.
You can't go a cent over because you start negotiating over now.
You get to $850 for a brick.
I'm not getting bent over a barrel for
That's
bricks.
how you get there. That's how you get there.
I'm not doing that thing, but I'll do $300 between the three of us. I'll handle that. You
And
guys can put on whatever you guys want out there. 303-504-0925. If the Broncos do a brick program again, and Mike, KJ, and I purchase a brick, my favorite response at 303-504-0925, we'll put on the brick. As long as it's acceptable to be printed. Stamped. What do you do to a brick? Do you stamp it?
Cool story here from Anthony on the Shop Mazda text line. My dad has a brick, and it's incredibly special. He helped put in the fire sprinkler system at Empower Field and was his last job before he retired, and he passed away in 2008. So there are some really cool stories of how much that does mean.
Yeah, like some of those bricks are gravestones, right? Like, you know,
in a sense.
In a sense.
Yep. Like it's a great way to remember family that has come before you in this community, in this state, that were diehard Broncos fans before, probably well before the successful era of Denver Broncos football, and are no longer with you. So you get to have a chance to go to a game and then also visit essentially your your relatives that are no longer with you.
I assume that a lot of people who have that family tie to the Mile High bricks, as long as it's not super far out of the way and you're not running late to the game. I'm assuming.
Do you see that?
Yes, I do. I see the text message. I can't read it live on the air.
You can't?
I'm not allowed to do that.
I think I am.
I'm assuming they go to the brick every game just to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you got kids with you. Grandpa paid for this. He's no longer here. My brother paid for this. He's no longer here. Or he lives in a different state, maybe. They probably go there every single game. I appreciate all of these texts coming out here.
7 years from now, 6 years from now, are we going to have to start a morning sprint GoFundMe? Brick GoFundMe?
Oh, hopefully that we still have the show by then.
There's no chance.
Sixers, we would have been fired by now.
All you got to do is look at my trajectory, my track record.
What we know is that Denver wouldn't turn into WKU. Hey, we love you here, Coach.
We love you.
We love you here, Coach. As we look forward to the rest of the men's Olympic ice hockey tournament, Coach, do you see the article that The Athletic came out with? They went and they interviewed Sidney Crosby and Nathan MacKinnon about Macklin Celebrini, a 19-year-old scoring the first goal of the tournament for Team Canada. And did you hear Nathan MacKinnon's comment that he made? When MacKinnon was asked if he could imagine doing what Celebrini is doing at 19 years old, he has a bit more background information to go on when making his determination. And I quote, no, I sure can't imagine what he's doing. The follow-up question, why not? He goes, I was an idiot. No, not good enough, not mature enough, not anything enough. I was an idiot. And Nate was playing in the National Hockey League at that time. Nate had already gone through a 7-game playoff series at 19 years of age.
Was Nate really an idiot? Was he ever an idiot? Because it seems like he's always just been so next level in terms of his preparation, in terms of how he takes care of his body. Like, that's not something that you just one day become. That's
I don't know, man. Like, if you look at the pictures, the difference in what he looks like from year to year, it's very clear when Nate started taking his off-ice preparation and his nutrition more seriously.
And then he just went all in.
Yeah.
Like, to the point of, like, dude, come on.
He's, like, super baby-faced and, like, I hate to say it. Again, he's a mutant. He's a professional athlete. Super baby-faced and almost, like, a little chubby.
Okay.
At 18 years old when he was a rookie.
You think he was pounding?
I don't know. I'm not. Maybe.
Do people in hockey typically, like that culture, pound beers maybe on the weekends?
Yeah, after games?
Yeah.
There's a reason why Tyson Berry has a beer company called Chili Ones.
Yep. What's the drinking age in Canada? Is it an 18er?
I think it's 18 or 19.
Okay.
One of the two. It's certainly earlier than the States. 18 or 19. Yeah, the hockey culture loves a beer after a game. A little chubby at 18 and 19, and then he gets crazy thick, like in the neck in year 2 and year 3, but didn't feel as dynamic. He takes that dip. Sakic signs him to the craziest steal of a deal in the NHL for almost 6 years. And then in that deal, he starts to like thin out just a little bit more, and he's getting more mature. He's getting into his mid-20s. Something happened during that contract where he was like, I've got another level. So I think he just became this new version of Nathan MacKinnon. And it feels like Celebrini is like already there.
It also probably is one of those things like we've all been there when you are elevated into a place that you don't feel like you yet are probably worthy of the calling. Like think about it, like first time you ever really drove a show on a sports talk radio and you're young and you're just
there is
you have to kind of like, what do they call it?
They call it imposter syndrome.
Imposter syndrome. There's got to be a little bit of that with Macklin Celebrini. He's like, dude, I am playing with Sidney Crosby, Nathan MacKinnon, and you go down the list. I gotta have my stuff together, big time. Like even more so than any of those other players.
Right.
That's just who they are at this point in time. They're just being themselves. The legal drinking age in Canada is vary by province and territory.
Oh, I did not know that.
18 years old in just Alberta, Manitoba, and Quebec. Everywhere else, it's 19.
Okay.
So
still
BC.
Still earlier than the States.
So if you go up to Vancouver, you want a 19, you can have yourself a little cocktail at 19, coach. 1 beers.
Make sure you guys get on out to number 38 in Rhino today. Nate and Andy will have a live broadcast from 3 to 6 p.m., and you can watch Team Canada take on the Swiss this afternoon. You'll enjoy New Amsterdam vodka specials like puck drop shots, espresso martinis, and the Avalanche Mule, plus chances to win great signed Avalanche prizes. We'll see you guys today at number 38 starting at 3 p.m. for Nate and Andy, as well as Canada and Switzerland in the Men's Winter Olympics hockey tournament. (303-504-0925) is where you can reach us as we roll into hour number 2 here on the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson is behind the glass. If you missed any of our conversation with DMac at 10:20 regarding the Burnham Yard update and the Broncos HOA meeting that they held yesterday, in Denver, talking about the surrounding area and the infrastructure and light rail situations and what businesses will be impacted. You could just search the Morning Sprint wherever you get your podcasts and listen back to that. DMac will also, I'm assuming, have those same updates sometime between 12 and 3 today. Nate and Andy will be live from number 38 in Rhino from 3 to 6. And then you guys are off onto your weekend, your long weekend, right? President's Day on Monday?
El Presidente.
We'll be
Los
off on
Presidentes.
Monday. Well-earned vacation day.
We off
for the
Monday. We have, it's best of, right? I know my man KJ Granderson's been grinding.
That's a tough one for KJ to go through. When it says best of, you
and
I.
You got to find something.
Yeah. That's where he makes his money.
He's, I guess, pretty good.
They asked us to help with it, and I responded to the email, and I went, there ain't much. It's slim pickings.
Raj.
Did you see the Bleacher Report article that came out about possible landing spots for the apple of my eye this offseason?
Breezy?
A.J. Brown.
Ooh.
Breezy. I'm happy about Breezy. You give me Breece Hall, but you can get him in free agency. You can pay $12 million a year, 12 and a half over the course of 3 seasons, and you can get him without giving up any draft capital. You can find a way. We walked through it about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, about how the Broncos can open up almost $70 million in cap space by restructuring the contracts of Mike McGlinchey, Ben Powers, and Quinn Miners. Just those 3 guys can balloon your cap space from around $30 million really close to 70, and then you just get to go and play, right? Bo Nix, 3 years left on that rookie deal, and then you have to basically, I wouldn't say you have to dismantle the team, but you have to drastically alter what you're doing when your quarterback goes from rookie contract to, well, if they get to the promised land, Bo Nix is going to be a $60 million quarterback here soon. Bleacher Report has Denver Broncos receive Philadelphia Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown. This is a mock trade.
Ooh, I can't wait to hear this.
In exchange for a 2026 second-round pick.
Sick.
Which would be pick number 60.
Awesome.
So the R.J. Harvey pick.
It's essentially a third-rounder.
A 2026 second-round pick and edge rusher Jonah Ellis. Do you make the trade? I knew it was going to be one because you love you. Coach Sanford loves him some Jonah Ellis. Yona.
Everybody in the Denver sports community should have a soft J.
We have Jonas Valanciunas.
Jokic.
We have Jokic.
And we have Jonah Ellis.
Yes.
Oh, I can't wait to just continue to get silly with that. Yeah, I do it.
He was traded for back in 2022, right? When he was traded from Tennessee to Philadelphia. Brown went for a first and a third. And I've said I'd give up the number 30 pick straight up for A.J. Brown. I'd do a first-round pick at number 30 for A.J. Brown because there is not a player on the draft board, at least from what I'm seeing, and we haven't done our deep dive yet. We're not quite into combine territory. It's coming up super quick, but we're not quite into combine territory yet. There's not a player on the board at 30 that is going to make an impact for the Broncos as much as a guy like A.J. Brown would. And you do have the cap space. Even if you don't restructure those 3 contracts of McGlinchey, of Powers, and of Quinn Miners to guarantee money so that you can open up the cap space.
Let's talk about the edge room right now for the Denver Broncos.
Benito, Ellis, Cooper.
DeAndre
Tillman.
Q Robinson.
Looked good in the playoffs.
Yeah,
Robinson looked good in the playoffs.
I like it because you have depth at that position. And frankly, as much as I love when Jonah Ellis is up and rolling, there's been some injury there in the last 2 years.
Reggie goes, that trade gives me a soft J.
Have we defined it?
I feel as though I got a bunch of people excited about A.J. Brown. There were as many people excited about my A.J. Brown love as there were people saying keep him as far away from Mile High as humanly possible. And then I saw on the New Heights podcast, Jason Kelsey was like, hey, he's a super talented dude, but when things don't go his way, he lets you know. There's no hiding his emotions. And if it gets to that point, it can kind of break up what you're doing on offense because he becomes disinterested, and that's when you see the drops. And A.J. Brown is a player, right? He's a player that has been plagued by drops and certainly dropped like the most important ball of the season for Philly this year in the playoffs. If you can keep him away from that mindset, he's an all-pro wide receiver or has the ability to be an all-pro wide receiver.
Year in, year out. It's from a physical attribute standpoint.
He's been in the league for 7 years. He's got 6,000 yard reception seasons.
1,000 yard seasons. It's just phenomenal. I think he's worth it, and I also think that he would come to the right system. It would be a breath of fresh air for A.J. Brown. Sean Payton being the guy that's clearly in charge. Because to me, call me an idiot if you think I'm wrong here. Does Nick Sirianni feel like a guy that would maybe some of his own highs and lows, some of his own maybe emotional immaturity as a young leader of people could potentially give way to more A.J. Brown ups and downs than a place like Denver with Sean Payton?
Yeah.
And also, does it also kind of hurt when you have an offense that's built around solely the legs of Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts, and then everything in the pass game is just kind of built off those
Tight
two
ends.
things? It's just like play action off of that, or
Middle of the hash marks with Devonta Smith.
it just doesn't feel like what A.J. Brown would get in Denver for him, which would be a breath of fresh air, is volume passing. I mean, Bo Nix threw the ball how many times this year? I mean, the amount of drop back pass that Bo Nix had was top 3 in the National Football League. A.J. Brown would be like, yeah, sign me up for that.
I'm happy to go there.
I will be happy, and I'll keep my mouth shut. That sounds fantastic.
For me, it's worth the chance because you are in championship window now, right? You get to the AFC championship game. I think most people would go, if Bo Nix is healthy in that game, they probably get past the Patriots. Now, if you ask anyone in New England, that's a hard no. I don't want to do the ifs and buts and candy and nuts thing today. We've done that more than enough over the course of the last 2.5 weeks. I'm willing to take that chance because of the length of Brown's contract extension and how it coincides with Bo Nix then turning into a post-rookie contract quarterback. Because if it doesn't work out, you get rid of AJ at age 32. You move into a new version. You find a way to draft another wide receiver. The only way that I don't get rid of that first-round pick, if that's my trade, if I'm guaranteed I get A.J. Brown for the first rounder, and that's it, I'm making the deal, unless you can give me another guarantee. And that's what happened on The Athletic, or rather on ESPN with Field Yates' most recent mock draft 2 days ago.
Okay.
If Kenyon Sadiq is available at 3, and you guarantee me that I get Kenyon Sadiq at 30, I don't trade away the first-round pick that it would require to get A.J. Brown here in Denver.
Agreed. I just don't know that you can guarantee that Kenyon Sadiq, after what he's going to do at the pro or at the combine and or his pro day, I don't think that he's going to be available there. And I don't know with the way that tight ends have been going in the top 12 picks, 13 picks in the last 2 drafts. I don't know that Kenyon Sadiq is going to be available anywhere inside of 15 or outside of 15. And we've learned how hard it is to trade inside of 15. The Broncos potentially were going to do it last year. There's some talk around it. Never happened.
Other teams that the Bleacher Report has as possible landing spots for A.J. Brown, the Baltimore Ravens. Here's their mock trade, a 2026 second rounder and wide receiver Rashad Bateman. The Bills, a 2026 second rounder and wide receiver Keon Coleman. New England, wide receiver A.J. Brown from Philadelphia in exchange for a 2026 third rounder and cornerback Carlton Davis III.
Okay.
San Francisco, the final of their 5 teams that they see as a trade fit for A.J. Brown, a 2026 second rounder, a 2026 fifth rounder, and the other, it's funny, you trade away one headache for another, Brandon Ayuk.
That's who I was actually thinking about, is Brandon Ayuk. Would you rather, Sean Moss, the text line, all you out there, 303-504-0925, one price, one person, and 1 hour. Would you rather A.J. Brown, Denver Bronco, or restored, healthy Brandon Ayuk, Denver Bronco?
Ayuk is younger by, nearly 3 years? 2.5 years he's younger by. The production and the consistency of the production is nowhere near what A.J. Brown has given you. Ayuk's seasons, when he's healthy, 748 yards.
Do you have 2 healthy seasons?
3 fully healthy seasons. 1 half season and 1 season where he played like 2/3 of the year. 748 yards as a rookie, 5 touchdowns in 12 games. Fully healthy season in 2021, 5 touchdowns, 826 yards. The following season, 1,015 yards with 8 touchdowns in 17 games, played every single game that year. 2023 with San Francisco, 105 targets, 1,300 yards, 7 scores. And then last year, injured, and now there is...
What was his final stat line in 25?
He didn't play in 25.
Oh, his injuries, was that during training camp?
He played his last season he played was 7 games in 2024.
So he missing that much time.
A.J. Brown, we've gone through this many times. 1,000-yard season as a rookie, 1,000-yard season in his second year. He missed 4 games in his third year with Tennessee, had 5 scores, 870 yards, and then went 1,500-yard season, 1,450. And he scored 18 total touchdowns in those 2 seasons. And he followed up with back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons in 24 and 25 when he was disgruntled in Philadelphia. He's a couple of years older. He's the better wide receiver.
Would you rather have Kenyon Sadiq or A.J. Brown? You can only have one. And I want, consider your head coach and how he typically operates with rookies. And even tight ends recently.
Yeah, but like the hole at tight end, that's the reason why I go, if you guarantee me the first rounder gets A.J. Brown, it's a straight up trade. I do it unless I can guarantee that I get Kenyon Sadiq, because the tight end hole on this team is so wildly larger than the hole at wide receiver.
Very true.
Wildly larger.
Very true. But I tell you,
you've got a really good 1B. You don't have a true number 1, but you've got a really, really good 1B in Cortland Sutton, and you've shown that you can kind of get it done with what's happening in the wide receiver room.
But
that's why, like, dude, I would take Sadiq every time.
So Leggy on ESPN did a piece this morning, and I woke up to it. It was 2026 NFL offseason, free agency draft questions for all 32 teams. Jeff Legwold will most likely be on one of the programs coming up to be able to talk about, probably be Kreckman and Lindahl. But the question that Leggy posed was, what will the playbook look like when quarterback Bo Nix returns from injury? Then obviously the conversation start with whether Coach Sean Payton, or new offensive coordinator Davis Webb will call the plays in 2026. It goes on talking about Bo Nix's ankle, that it's not the first time. It's actually second year in a row where there's been some type of procedure done in and around Bo Nix's ankle, not to mention his back injury. But this is the question. This was interesting. Should the Broncos keep Bo Nix heavily involved in the run game in 2026, knowing that he has fallen apart?
Fallen apart is very strong.
At the end of the year.
He's been injured like most NFL players are injured at the end of a full season.
Jalen Hurts, though, it doesn't feel that way.
He's missed a game.
I agree with that.
1 game.
A pretty important one, too,
Very
Raj.
important game, yes.
So you have to consider all those factors. Like, the best indicator of future events is past events. And yeah, like when you needed Bo the most, like you used his legs in the Buffalo Bills game.
And we were begging for it the whole season. I
was begging for it. I bet for 2 years.
I'm not willing to remove an elite part of Bo Nix's game because I'm nervous his ankle's not going to hold up. I'm not there yet. There has to be one more injury to Bo's lower half for me to go, maybe you don't utilize the quarterback-driven run game.
Our text line hates A.J. Brown. Literally can't stand A.J. Brown.
I'm winning at a 10% clip right now. There's a few people who like A.J. Brown because of the upside. Most of you hate it. I understand. It's controversial. I get it.
So here's, when we get a text, like, why are we even talking about A.J. Brown? The hole is so much more significant at both running back, tight end, even inside linebacker. And I don't inherently disagree. But we have to look at the known factors that we know right now, today, is that Bo Nix probably should not run the football as much in 2026 as he did even in 2025. Probably. And even with that, Sean Payton called 612 pass attempts, which is the most of any quarterback in the 25 season in the National Football League last season.
That's crazy.
On the flip side of that,
crazy to me.
On the flip side of that, he lacked efficiency, and this is from Leggy. He was a negative 2.1% in completion over expectation, which in the National Football League ranked 26th. And we break that down to expected points added in terms of value per pass play. We're talking back half, if not back third of the National Football League in those nerd-picking stats. You know what helps that? Run after catch in Sean Payton's offense. And who have we? Marvin Mims. I think we've established Marvin Mims is a good run after catch, pass catching receiver. I think RJ Harvey is a good run after catch, pass catching running back. Who else? Troy Franklin doesn't feel like a great run after catch player.
No, he's a home run hitter.
He is a get behind
Home run
defenses and hold on to your breath because he may or may not catch it when it's thrown on the screws. Cortland Sutton. I mean, a lot of his catches, it is catch tackle, which is okay. He plays
He's a sticks guy.
He's a sticks guy, and he's also
a red zone threat vertically.
He's an aerial guy, which is great. You don't have the strong, tough, get you those extra yards if you're going to be a high volume throwing football team, particularly in the short and intermediate passing game that Sean Payton loves so much.
And I think the reason why I focus so heavily right now on the wide receiver market and the A.J. Brown trade market is because, well, one of those three massive holes, especially if we're just going to look at the offense, the three big holes on this team, running back, tight end, number one wide receiver, probably in that order, definitely in that order. You can fix one of them with just money. That's it. And the team not only has cash, it's got cap space. And it can have even more cap space if they decide to restructure those three offensive line contracts. So I'm not worried about Breece Hall. If they want Breece Hall, they can go get that guy. You can overpay him by $1.5 million a year if you want to on a 3-year deal for that dude. Give him security and give him cash. You can fix that with money. You can't fix wide receiver with money this year. You can't fix wide receiver in the draft by selecting at number 30. And it is a pipe dream. You might be able to fix tight end simply by drafting. That's the reason why I'm obsessed with A.J. Brown and obsessed with the wide receiver trade market this year. It's the one thing that isn't completely in your control or very close to in your control. KJ, your NFL notes are next. Every day here on the morning sprint at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL notes. Before we get to that, some news on the hardwood. Chris Paul announcing his retirement from the NBA effective immediately.
Wow.
One of the very best point guards in NBA history without a ring. Chris Paul, 4th in points, 5th in rebounds, 2nd in assists, 2nd in steals, 6th in three-pointers, 2nd in double-doubles. Chris Paul retires from the NBA. KJ, what do you got first in NFL notes?
The Denver Broncos took a step by answering the locals' questions last night about the Burnham Yard area. And they want to look at how things are going to shape up as the years go by heading into 2030 and 2031 when the expected stadium is supposed to be there. The Broncos sent President Damani Leach as their representative to the town hall HOA meeting, as Coach calls it. Here's DMac and Damani kind of talking about whether things are set in stone or not.
You said this was the preferred site. Are you willing to take the word preferred off of that?
Not yet. We talked about that earlier. We really want to respect the overall process. It's important to respect the city council's role in this, the mayor's office's role in this, the state, CDOT, all of these different entities, and also make sure we get the right community input before we can say this is actually where it's going to be.
Are there any progressions with SRM Concrete in terms of working with them? Where's that at?
There are a variety of private real estate transactions that we're trying to work on. Some of those have been made public, but that's also probably why this is a preferred site.
Is there a possibility this wouldn't be the site, that another site would still be considered?
We are laser focused on delivering this site.
DMac's next question would have been, are you going to build one in Lone Tree?
Why not Lone Tree?
I went through the photo of all of the Post-it notes, and it was essentially a suggestion box for people who were there at this town hall meeting. And you could write something on a Post-it note, throw it up on a wall, and the Broncos and Damani Leach have said, we'll take your input into consideration. Now, I don't know if those Post-it notes actually make it to the ownership group or the development group.
Like, did somebody have can Shotgun Willie's 2.0 be right on the outside of the new stadium?
I wanted to see DMac's chicken scratch. Why not Lone Tree in there? And I didn't see it. Maybe it was buried. Maybe it happened after the photo was taken. I didn't see it.
But I could ride my bike to Lone Tree.
Did you catch that this morning with Vic and DMac going after it? I'm not a bike guy, so I can't say anything about the bike transportation. I did see, though, on the Post-it notes, many people were nervous about safety for bikers and safety for light rail commuters in and out of this area. If Burnham Yard, in fact, happens to be built for the Broncos, that was a large piece of contention for people. It was like pedestrian safety.
Understandably so. But hopefully if this is a good opportunity for public transportation to take a next step here in Denver, because it's functional, it's fine. It's not like in a top 5 public transportation city in the United States, that's for sure.
It wasn't originally built that way. Like, it's too spread out.
But
the light rail's fine. It feels a little.
There are times that you're like,
There's times where it feels a little unsafe. But for 95% of the times that I'm on it, it's great.
I'm a light rail guy. Problem is, I can't always convince Mama to have her and the kids on the light rail, because she's seen some things. We've done it a couple times for Broncos games in the past, and she's like, yeah, we're not doing that again. Because you see some things, man.
Sometimes. Most of the time, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Depends on how you define fantastic.
KJ, what's next?
That's a great question. I don't have an answer for that.
Dan Parr of NFL.com released his first mock draft for the 2026 mock draft season, and the stars continue to point towards the Broncos going offense. And just like Phil Yates of ESPN, Dan has the Broncos taking Kenyon Sadiq out of Oregon at pick 30. Parr wrote, the draft's top tight end falls right into Sean Payton's lap, allowing the Broncos to reunite Bo Nix with his former Oregon teammate. Sadiq brings versatility and explosiveness to Denver's offense. Coach, you said in the last segment that you don't think he'll drop that far. But in a hypothetical world, because this is exactly what mock drafts are, he does fall that far. Does that make Evan Ingram a post-June 1st cut candidate for the Broncos?
Yep. Absolutely. Because Kenyon Sadiq is not the 6'6", 270-pound tight end. He is the soft J Joker. He is the Joker. That's what he is. He's a converted wide receiver, was recruited to the University of Oregon as like a 195 to 200-pound wide receiver, put on 10, 15 pounds, then another 10, then another 15, ended up becoming a jacked-up version of a 6'3" speedster that can get you run after catch. And it's a little bit the archetype that the Broncos within Sean Payton's screen game and quick game world is looking for. Brock Bowers, that was kind of his traits were such that he is a run after catch savant. Same thing with last year's tight end who ended up doing some really productive things that we liked on the morning sprint, and Harold Fannin Jr. That's the type that I want to see. I just don't see a world that exists that the tight end position, which, man, Tyler Warren last year, Brock Bowers the year before, this past year, once the playoffs kind of, the rush into the playoffs, Colston Loveland got going. That position seems to just increase in value every single year.
So what's the lowest you see him going?
I mean, 30's like not completely out of the realm of possibility because of 10, 15 years of data where there have been tight ends that have, the first tight end was outside of the first round. So, I'm not going to say there's no chance.
So 20? Is that a decent, he's probably off the board?
What my heart of hearts would tell me, the number that comes to my mind is 22.
Okay, 22. According to Walter Football's draft value trade chart, you would likely have to package number 30 with your second round pick to guarantee.
As a pick swap?
Yeah, you would pick swap first and first, then you'd add in
you just give them the second.
You'd just give them the second. And that would pretty much guarantee that you'd be able to move up from 30 to 22.
I'd do it.
Now that is based off of a draft pick trade value calculator. You could get up there for a first and a second in order to get Kenyon Sadiq. He's not dropping to 30, dude. He ain't doing it. If that guy goes to the combine and actually runs and he does the underwear Olympics, he's going to impress people. Right? Just on the straight up eye test, he's going to impress people. He'll look like DK Metcalf. Is he going to be DK Metcalf? Probably not. I want him here. He's not going to be available.
I had no idea that Kenyon Sadiq is from Idaho Falls, Idaho.
No, did not know.
That's crazy.
KJ, what's next?
That's a great question. I don't have an answer for that.
The NFL won his grievance against the NFL Players Association.
Oh, I saw this. This is a shame.
Dude, this is crazy, man. Effectively banning the union from conducting and publishing future player report cards, according to a memo distributed to all 32 NFL teams. An arbitrator found that the report cards violated the CBA by disparaging NFL clubs and individuals, end quote. According to the memo, the arbitrator also found through hearings with the NFLPA's witness and counsel that the report cards were designed by the union to advance its interests under the guise of a scientific exercise. The NFLPA refused to produce data related to previous surveys, and the union witness and counsel admitted the union, quote, cherry-picked topics and responses to include in the report card. How much of this is the owners getting their feelings hurt versus the NFLPA not doing their due diligence?
This is the owners getting their feelings hurt, and it sucks. It sucks for the players. It sucks for their families. It sucks for the fans because you saw immediate changes here when the Broncos, they were F in family facilities a few years ago, and the ownership group came in and went, that ain't going to happen.
That's easy.
We're going to upgrade this.
Here's $500,000.
No doubt.
Boom.
Here's a check.
Throw
Make
it
this
on there.
not an F. The Broncos facilities, right? Their training facilities, they had gotten old, right? The Bolin Fieldhouse was getting old comparatively across the NFL. This new one that's going into Dove Valley, that might be the top ranked one on the planet. Like, that thing worked. The survey worked. Now, what this doesn't do, this doesn't bar like The Athletic from going and questioning 500 NFL players and going, anonymous survey, we're going to do exactly what the NFLPA did. And we are going to release it every single year at the end of the season. It doesn't bar the Athletic from doing that. The NFLPA can't do this anymore.
You know what individual owner this says his blood, his fingerprints are all over this?
The dude who owns the Bengals?
Clark Hunt of the Kansas City Chiefs. Because they do not invest in literally anything as it relates to their players. And for a while, it was just, hey, we're going to Super Bowls. Like those checks? You enjoying that?
Oh, yeah. What happens if you go 2, 3, 4 years without like truly competing in the AFC?
And Clark Hunt is he is a darling. That family is a darling of the National Football League. And Roger Goodell.
You have a trophy named after your family for the AFC champions.
And have you seen their locker room?
I've never been inside Arrowhead, no.
Whenever I see like a post-practice presser, I go, that looks like my locker room in 2001 at Boise State. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
Ian Rappaport just came out with this. John Fox hired as a senior assistant coach in Buffalo.
There are so many connections in Buffalo to not just Sean Payton, but Denver as a whole. Good hire.
That's a good hire. John Fox was solid here, man. Couldn't get it done, but he was pretty solid.
Pretty good.
Yeah, KJ, the NFL, NFLPA report cards, those things going away, it's tough, and I don't like it. I really looked forward to those every single year. I looked forward to how certain teams enacted those changes. I don't expect it to go away completely. I expect something like the Athletic to take this, run with it, and blow it up.
NFLPA.com report card from 2025, had the Kansas City Chiefs and Mr. Hunt as they were the 26th out of 32 teams, breaking it down all together. Some of the most abysmal areas. Locker room, 28th in the NFL, a D-. Training room, C-, 29th in the National Football League. Training staff, 28th. Weight room, 30th. And ownership group, 26th, a C-. Head coach, A+.
The Broncos in 2025 were ranked 17th out of 32 teams. Treatment of families, C- at 23rd. Food and dining, B+ at 10th. Nutrition and dietitian, A- at 6th. Locker room, here's where it hurts them, F, 30th in the league.
We'll go ahead and fix that. We're gonna build the next North Star for the Star.
Yeah, we're going to build you a new training facility with a brand new locker room and everything, and we're also going to build you a brand new stadium in 2031. So that'll go from an F to an A in the next 4 seasons. Training room, B. Training staff, B+, both within the top 15. Weight room, B at 20th. That will skyrocket whenever the new facility is done, not this season, but next season. Strength coaches, B- at 30th. So I wonder how much, leeway is there? B- to be 30th in the league is a little questionable. Like a B- is a solid grade, no?
Pretty solid.
Pretty solid. Nothing great, but pretty solid.
I think
doesn't keep you on the roster at Notre Dame.
No, I think that a little bit of the feeling I've gotten around the Broncos in the full Sean Payton era is that strength coach, weight room, sports medicine, it's all predicated around you're going to play. You should play.
You're a football player. You're going to play.
Yeah, which is okay, which frankly is a good thing.
Team travel got an A, ranked 6th. Head coach got a B, ranked 26th.
Ooh.
Ownership got an A, ranked 4th.
Do you think Sean Payton's grade, if the NFLPA report card was available after this season, would have gone up or would have gone down?
Up.
I do too. You know
80% of Broncos players feel their head coach Sean Payton is efficient with their time, a rank of 27 out of 32. The players feel that Payton is moderately receptive to locker room feedback on the team's needs, ranking him 29th out of the 32 head coaches in the league. There's not a lot of dudes around the league that it's so hard with that large of a locker room for everyone to love you. You tell me, coach, how hard is it to get everyone to love you as a head coach?
Don't do this to me again, Raj.
I'm not going to. KJ, what's next?
That's a great question. I don't have an answer for that.
The Las Vegas Raiders are expected to hire Mike McCoy as their assistant head coach under Clint Kubiak. McCoy was recently the offensive assistant turned intern with the Titans, obviously after Brian Callahan was fired in October. McCoy spent 4 seasons with the Chargers in between 2013 and 2016, had a record of 27-37, and he made 1 playoff appearance there. He had 2 stints with the Broncos, 2009-12, and then he came back in 2017. He had 1 stint with the Arizona Cardinals in 2018 before he was fired middle of the season there. McCoy joined the Titans staff in 22. Before he joined the Titans staff, he was with the Jaguars from 22 to 24. And Kubiak and McCoy go all the way back to 2017 when Kubiak was just an offensive assistant under him with the Chargers, saying all of that to say, guys, do we think this is Clint Kubiak doing McCoy a favor because they did work together? Or could this be Clint's fall guy just in case things go wrong early?
Nah, I don't think so. I really don't. I think that there's a connection there. I've heard a lot of really good things about Mike McCoy. As a person, as a football mind, as a mature adult to have around, I think Clint Kubiak he's recognizing that he needs almost a Gary Kubiak figure in and around the building to really help shepherd kind of him through some of the decision making of being a first-time head coach as a youngster. I think it's just it's a positive thing. Man, like assistant head coaches, for the most part, man, like they're not really responsible for anything, so they can't really get blamed for anything. It's like you can just say, gosh, the offensive production was bad. I'm getting rid of Mike McCoy. You only really get rid of those guys, not really to take a fall. You get rid of them maybe because there's some loyalty issues or there's a chemistry issue on the staff.
Or if you're bringing in a new coordinator and they've got a couple of staffers with them that they go, I can't do my job the way you want me to without X, Y, and Z. You move on from that guy, you create a new position.
Or sometimes the coordinator comes in and they say, I don't want that guy micromanaging me. You know what's funny? So pretty good family friends. Greg Madison was a defense coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens, Ohio State, Michigan, won a couple national championships, won a Super Bowl. Really good football coach, great guy. He was named the defensive coordinator at Baltimore for John Harbaugh. And guess who the special assistant to the head coach was at the time? Vic Fangio. And Vic Fangio had been an NFL defensive coordinator, but he was just the sarcastic, dry a-hole in the corner all the time. It's like, you can't do that. Man, what are we doing? What are we doing? And it got to the point that Greg Madison was like, John, I can't do my job with this guy in the room, essentially giving some type of sarcastic. And guess what happened? Vic Fangio ended up as the defensive coordinator at Sanford for his brother, for Jim. And it worked out pretty good for everybody.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at MountainHighAppliance.com. They are Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, in Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. Again, you can find them at MountainHighAppliance.com. We'll wrap things up for the week on the other side. Hand it off to PhD from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy live at number 38 in Rhino today for a watch party with New Amsterdam vodka for Canada and Switzerland. Don't miss it today. Go hang out with Kreckman and Lindahl from 3 to 6. Number 38 in Rhino is the place to be this weekend, not only today, but this weekend, to watch all the best Olympic hockey games. You can watch Team USA take on Denmark on Saturday at 1 p.m. with Coach Mike Sanford, and then USA and Germany the following day on Sunday at 1 p.m. with myself. New Amsterdam vodka specials include puck drop shots, espresso martinis, and the Avalanche Mule, plus chances to win great prizes like signed Avalanche memorabilia. We'll see you guys today, tomorrow, and on Sunday at number 38 for Olympic hockey. The only other game that we've got left today, I believe, in the Olympics is Canada and Switzerland. There are 3 finals. The Finns beat Sweden 4-1. Our old pal Mikko Rantanen had an empty netter in that game, so the Finns bounced back. They beat the Swedes. Slovakia survives a scare from Italy. 3-2 is the final for the Slovaks. And then the Czechs beat France 6-3. Marty Necas scores a power play goal, adds an assist in that one. So Avs players, man, are, through the first handful of games in the Olympics, they are scorching. Scoring. That's all they're doing, scoring goals.
So you have Sunday it's Germany versus Canada? Is that right?
I have Germany and USA
Germany
on Sunday. So Leon Draisaitl, Tim Stützle.
That's going to be a good one.
Former Avalanche goaltender Philip Grubauer likely in net for that one.
Günther Gleben, Glauten, Globen.
You'll have the Danes.
Name the song.
Give it to me, baby.
Hey!
The Offspring, pretty fly for a white guy.
Oh, yeah.
You thought you were going to get me on that one, California boy.
If we didn't have Glorilla today on a Friday, I would love to get out on some Günther Gleben, Glatten, Globen.
The only Danish hockey player I think I can name is Nikolai Ehlers.
Yeah, good one. It's a good
Solid player, Nikolai Ehlers there. So you'll have a decent game. The Americans looked really good. They should roll through them. Dude, Brock Nelson continues to amaze.
Yeah, salt and pepper, man. There's a power in that in the salt.
I didn't think that Brock Nelson.
Do you know that Vic lost his power?
Yeah, because he dyed his hair.
He's so peppery.
There's still a little bit of salt in there.
He tried to.
It's a little bit. I'm telling you, it doesn't look as fake as Ricky Martin's does.
It looks good.
It looks solid.
He did a good job. You can't hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
My ears are all messed up right now, but
that's a you problem.
It is a me problem.
That's a hockey problem.
Brock Nelson, 29 goals, 20 assists, 49 points in 55 games this year. I didn't think there was any chance that he could put up anywhere close to the season that we saw from Nazem Kadri in his contract year when the Avs won the Cup in
75 points.
He had 87 points in 71 games, a bunch of assists, scored 28 goals, had 59 assists. He's got a decent chance to get close to that 80, 85 point threshold. I assume he's going to beat him in goals. I think Nelson's going to score 35 plus this year.
Nelson is a goal-scoring Jesse.
Yeah.
That dude scores freaking goals. Will he end up second on the team when it's all said and done in goals?
Yes.
It'll be Nate.
It'll be Nate 1. Nate's got...
How many does Kale have this year? Kale's goal scoring is down this year, right?
Your Avalanche goal scorers this season, Nate with 40. Nelson with 29, Necas with 22. Okay. Kale is 5th with 15.
Which is still little low for him, right?
It's a little low.
A lot of times he's kind of in that power. He has historically been in that power play spot where he's ripping it from the offensive blue line.
I thought he was going to score just 30 inside. This year. He just has missed the net too much in the first half of the season. He was fantastic last year, scoring 30 en route to a 92-point season. He started off the season so hot and has tapered off significantly just simply because the power play, when you're the worst power play in the league, your number one defenseman, his numbers are going to go down in terms of point production. If the power play bounces back in the last 27 games, could I see him getting to 30 goals? No, but I could see him sniffing that 90-point mark again.
What goes through a hockey player? And maybe it's just as simple as it's like golf. You kind of just have a slight bit of kind of a case of yips a little bit, or as a hitter in baseball. But what goes through Cale Makar, a guy that started so hot, historically has an incredible stick, and he just can't find the net.
I think the power play, everyone on that unit is just looking. Yeah, they're gripping it every time, and every PK against them is playing with confidence, going, we'll come right after you.
We're good.
Prove to me you can make 2 passes and then take the shot that you've set up. Because, like, there are times where the Avs make a couple of passes and you go, there's the grade A.
Yeah.
And then they pass it up.
And they still keep hunting. They look for the grade A plus.
And then when you miss the net constantly or you fail to get into the zone and you get that one setup, right? You get that one perfect look. And a lot of the time, it's Kale walking down the right side of the high slot. When you're that player and you get one chance in 2 minutes because the power play has been so crappy up until then, you go, it has to be perfect. I have to put this puck in a 3-inch spot when you don't really have to when you're shooting the puck like Cale Makar. I think they're gripping too much. I think they're finding way too many opportunities to pass up grade B or grade A shots. And then when they get that grade A chance, they're looking for the smallest position in the top corner.
You know what's the worst feeling as an athlete? Because you got to think, we're sitting here as sports talk radio hosts talking about elite athletes. Like they're gripping it too tight. They know also.
Oh, yeah.
They know that we are gripping it too tight. The worst is when you have the conversation, you get in, you grab the boys and you go into the locker room and you say, hey guys, dude, let's just freaking let it rip. Let's just have some damn fun. And you say, let's stop doing what we're doing right here. Let's not make this overanalyze this. And then you still can't find it. That's like it's the worst feeling as a coach, as a player, when go
there's
through
no
those,
answers.
Yeah, when you go through that, like it's such a simple thing for you and I to say they're gripping it too tight. So what would the easy solution be? Hey, lighten up a little bit, pal. They've already tried that. I promise you that.
What's the equivalent on a football field for an offense?
Gosh, third down sometimes, like third down, like third and pass, third and long. Like you might just be in a bit of a quandary third down passing. Oh, this is another one, man. Like opening script. Like where your opening script, your guys, like things are dialed up, they're open, and your quarterback's just legitimately to start a game. He's like, we got to get this thing right. And it's when you, as a head coach, if you're overly emphasizing start fast, we got to start fast. If we don't start fast, then we're gonna find ourselves in a hole that's gonna be too far to dig ourselves out of. And that's why for me, I try, like psychologically, I try never to put too much on any one part of the game, but put a lot on every part of the game. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah. So that it's not. It doesn't get like that. I've been a part of receiver groups that they just collectively are dropping the football. And they're spending so much time after practice, before practice, doing tennis ball work, doing, jugs machine work. And they just, when the game starts, they're, I got to catch the first one that comes my direction. Boop, on the ground. And then the other one, man, on defense, I think a lot is tackling, right? You just miss tackles. If you're missing tackles, then you start getting to the point like we can't miss tackles. And then when psychologically you get in the open field, you're sitting there like, oh gosh, I can't miss this tackle. And so you wait and you don't shoot your shot. You don't pull the trigger. You don't activate like you're supposed to activate.
KJ, it's Friday. Let's pop some tops, brother. All right, you guys know me. I am always all in on anything Olympics, and Sunday is one of my favorite events. I'm a skier, but I do love some snowboard events.
Ooh,
now we've got men's half pipe tonight.
Got the pipe?
Got the pipe.
Lay down some pipe, man.
Chloe
Kim,
Kim
lay it down.
Tried to lay down some pipe. She finished second.
Got a silver.
Finished second. Still very good. She's got 2 golds and a silver in the half pipe. Pretty good.
Did she lose to Eileen Gu?
No, Eileen Gu is a skier.
Oh, that's right.
She's a Californian-born skier with dual citizenship. She skis for China.
China.
Eileen Gu does more like slope style and big air on skis. I don't know if she's a half pipe skier, but she's very good. She's also very good looking. I love snowboard cross so much. It is chaos. There are collisions. It's fast as heck. I'm watching men's snowboard cross on Sunday afternoon. I'm popping my tops to the crazy snowboarders out there. Shout out snowboard cross.
Shout out Iowa's own and morning sprint listener, Maddie Bicknell. As for me, I'm going to be popping the top to the 2 countries that make me who I am, and that's Denmark. The Danes taking on the United States of America. and I will be rooting hard for the United States of America.
Atta boy!
Because I love my country. I love the Kachuk brothers, and I'm going to be popping some tops with all of my favorite friends at number 38 in Rhino because it's the place to be this weekend. Puck drop on Saturday, 1 o'clock at number 38. I'll see you there. We'll be popping one beers together.
That's going to do it for us this week. For Coach and for KJ, I'm Mirage. Have a wonderful weekend, everyone. A wonderful extended weekend. We'll be off on Monday, enjoying President's Day. PhD is coming up next. We'll talk to you next week at 10 a.m. on Tuesday, or rather Wednesday, I think. I think we have Monday and Tuesday off. Glorilla, take us into the weekend.
Come on, Glow. Get you some, girl.
All right, welcome to it. Friday before a holiday. Next year at this time, this will be the Friday before the Super Bowl. It'll be I think it'll be the latest Super Bowl ever. And President's Day this weekend as well. So I think this, Tyler, will be sort of the future eventually with this late for football, even maybe a pinch later, and President's Day weekend with football.
Well, that's cool. I'll enjoy football going a little bit deeper into the calendar.
Yeah, I mean, would we mind it if we were talking about the Super Bowl today?
I would not. No.
Wouldn't be a big deal, right?
No, it would be great. Give me an extra week. Let's go.
Yeah, nothing wrong with more football. No doubt about it. HOA meeting last night was something else. That was fun.
That looked exactly like I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Actually, it was pretty good attendance. It looked like I obviously wasn't there. I'll let you break it down. I know you're the one that was there, but
packed, yeah.
It looked like everything I thought it was going to be. It looked like it was going to be informative in nature with exactly, Dan. That's exactly what I thought was going to come out of it. Was a whole bunch of crickets.
Dan was there.
Yeah. Dan did some good camera work. I shouted him out on Twitter.
Dan, you want to give your 2 cents on?
I will say the Damani Leach stuff was interesting. Okay, It was. It was informative, so it was worth it. There, the city people. Oh my gosh, I almost fell asleep listening to them. But Damani Leach was good.
All right, well, I'd be curious, what were your takeaways, Dan? And we're going to have Parker Gabriel on in about an hour or so from a more journalistic approach to it. But
the only thing anybody really wanted was renderings. That was the only thing anybody really wanted out of that.
About, they didn't get any of that.
The parking situation is interesting.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like there's enough parking. So they're really going for other modes of transit to get in and out of the stadium.
Right.
So that was interesting. And then the timeline, too. So it looks like they're trying to have the stadium design ready to go in early 2027. Those were kind of my big takeaways.
Yeah, they're giving themselves a year to sort of get all the feedback they can, sort of button things down a little bit. They got a lot of work to do still. They've got to settle up with not only the SRM concrete company, there's other businesses as well. But they got a lot of work to do just to get through whatever red tape it takes to make this happen. And they're still not moving off the word preferred, Tyler. It's not the permanent. It's preferred still. It'll be preferred for a while, actually. So, but it seems preposterous at this point that they would go anywhere else.
Dan brought up the parking deal, and I forget the name of it. Somebody was educating me on the urban developing. There's a name for this new trend, right? And I forget what it is. Somebody smart out there on the text line will know what I'm talking about. But the new urban development trend of utilizing every last ounce of real estate and having as few parking spots as you possibly can, right? That's going to be different. It is. Broncos are not the Bills in terms of tailgate culture, but the Broncos do have a strong tailgate culture. And that's going away for sure. I know that they've got a designated, everybody on Twitter is like, oh, can't you read a map? They've got a designated area. Yeah, that designated area looks like it's going to hold about 300 cars.
They have two parking areas. They do have a designated tailgate area. And then just a little bit southeast is another parking area.
Yeah.
They claim that there'll be around 7,000 spots, which is what exists now around Empower Field. So I'm like, okay. And when you really think about the parking around Empower Field, it really isn't that much. And there's a lot of parking at Empower Field and neighborhoods, or, the pedicab business. People park down at Ball Arena or throughout the city or whatever. It really isn't that big of a tailgating parking situation now.
It's pretty
really.
decent, dude. It's pretty good. I mean, because
not compared to some of these other cities like New Buffalo and other places.
It's a full 360 encompassing parking lot is what you've currently got, more or less. There's a small little spot on the east side that it doesn't go to. But you basically got a full encompassment of parking lots around the current stadium. Now, listen, I'm really not a tailgater, so I don't really care personally about the tailgating culture. But I know that that's a huge deal for a lot of people. And you're tailgating now, the parking lots that they say, they're going to be in different spots. It's not next to the stadium. It's not going to feel the same. But whatever, man. I mean, that's the trend that they're going with. That's the new city mold that they're that all these new stadiums are building right now. They'd rather have the bars than the restaurants and the economy around the stadium than the parking lots itself. I'll say this. I don't really understand how you do that without the parking lots. Because is there only one RTD spot?
Right now, but they're going to add 2 more.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, because there needs to be at least 3.
Yep.
So 3 different train pickup spots?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Like 10th and Osage is like blammo, like dead center of the stadium. So if you're familiar at all with 10th and Osage, if you can use your imagination, when you get off, you see Buckhorn Exchange. Well, if you were to look directly to the west, you'd be in the heart, like across the train tracks of the new stadium. It'd be right there. Whereas right now on the light rail, you actually got to walk a little bit from the drop-off point for Empower Field. Like, it's not right next door. It's close enough to walk, but, like, it's a little bit. You got to get going a little bit. That won't be the case now. And then there'll be one on 13th, and then there won't be one above 10th and Osage. Oh, there you go. Dan's putting it up right there. All right, thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. So, yeah, I mean, it's like down here. It's like that. So, I mean, that's what they're planning on doing. And then the funniest part, I'm looking at the map here. Can you guys see it? Sort of. I'll do it there. You see this little spot right here, Tyler? That green right there? Kind of, what would you say? North, a little bit northeast?
Yep.
Yeah. That little green plot, that's the concrete company.
Okay.
So what they're planning on doing with the concrete company is making it an open space. Like green space.
Yeah, so that's exactly how you get to eminent domain.
Correct.
Exactly how you get there.
Correct, because it's in the public good.
Right.
So when you look at where the concrete company, you see these white buildings. Well, those are business. That's restaurants, hotels, whatever.
Yeah.
Not right there.
No dumb question. What's eminent domain? I know I'm a moron.
It's basically the city has the right to take over land that is privately owned if it's going to be used for public purpose. More or less is the gist of it.
If it's going to be used for the betterment of the community, essentially?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can get rid of you.
Yeah. So obviously you got to buy them out. You got to do all those things. But if you can prove that it's for public use, in theory, you can pull it on anyone. Now, listen, that's going to be the last hurrah. That's going to be the last thing that they want to do.
Yeah, they won't want to do that.
Right. I mean, they're going to want to just buy them out because once they do, if they do buy them out, don't be shocked to see that little green area go away and it turns into actual commercial real estate.
Oh, we'll see. But they did make a big pledge last night that they want to. Dan, I don't know if you have some other maps up there, but the neighborhood map, like the concept that this is this neighborhood, that neighborhood. There's 5 neighborhoods, and I don't know if you got that or not, but that's the concept. Yeah, if you could throw that up there, then we can sort of describe it's the entertainment district, the stadium district, the north neighborhood, the south neighborhood, and it looks yeah, there you go. That's good, Dan. So yeah, north neighborhood, stadium district, entertainment district, south. Stadium South, and then South neighborhood. And the real sizzle is going to be that entertainment district next to the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
But up north and south are your other sort of, greenery neighborhoods, area. So it's a lot, man. It's a ton. And yeah, the concrete company would be pretty prominent in the north neighborhood.
Well, so what they're trying to do is they're going to, it's 150 acres total. They want to have 15 of that 150 acres be for open space, and they're trying to put the open space near the neighborhoods is what they're trying to do to create a little bit of a buffer there.
All right, so here was, at the end of this whole thing, they gave the presentation about 40 minutes. They did a great job. It's Damani Leach, did great. Then it was a little boring when the other guys got in there to talk about whatever the hell they were talking about. I kind of zoned out on that too, by the way. But the way they had it set up is they had these big boards set up around the gym. So you could walk to each board, and each board laid out a different element of what's going on. And they had somebody that would answer questions at each board. And then they had the suggestion board where people were putting up sticky notes. Like, what should we have? Trees. It's just like, and then there was a couple like, no stadium. Corporate greed, that sort of thing, right? Like, this is old-fashioned. Like, this is a multi-billion-dollar concept. It's like,
yeah.
But let me throw my...
Those sticky notes went straight into the trash. Because somebody's going to collect all those sticky notes and
I
then
don't
sit
know,
down and
man.
organize them and make sure that they all get their opinions voiced.
So unlike most HOA meetings where you stick a microphone up and then, crazy Karen gets up there and just starts screaming
Here,
at you.
you get a sticky note.
Kind of. And also what they did is they had QR codes. So you could click on the QR code and they had like it was a streaming thing. So you could throw in your comments and questions and it would sort of stream on the screen in real time as they also put up survey questions, which again, they were answering and looking at in real time. So it's a pretty high-tech way of taking questions without directly taking questions, which I thought was great because it didn't hijack the meeting. And then they split up after those questions were asked into 4 different quadrants where you could go ask questions. There's the parking thing and there's the, the building thing and bum. And at that point, Damani Leach talked to all the muggles and, it was packed. It was everybody you can imagine. So I fired off the 3 big questions, I thought.
You said this was the preferred site. Are you willing to take the word preferred off of that?
Not yet. We talked about that earlier. We really want to respect the overall process. It's important to respect the city council's role in this, the mayor's office's role in this, the state, CDOT, all of these different entities, and also make sure we get the right community input before we can say this is actually where it's going to be.
Are there any progressions with SRM Concrete in terms of working with them? Where's that at?
There are a variety of private real estate transactions that we're trying to work on. Some of those have been made public, but that's also probably why this is a preferred site.
Is there a possibility this wouldn't be the site, that another site would still be considered?
We are laser focused on delivering this site.
So there you go. It would be stunning if they were to go. It seems just almost impossible, Tyler, to imagine they would go somewhere else.
Yeah, they're not. This is it. This is where they're going.
Like you said, there's real estate transactions. There's other, there's so many things they have to do. And they're starting to plan construction right around this time next year. So they're giving themselves a full year to get themselves organized and get the community on it and get together and get feedback and answer questions. Because the last thing they'd want is to get so far down this road where you can't come back from. And for whatever reason, we're not good in the community. Like there's some protest or major groundswell. And I think a couple of people last night, Tyler, were sort of like, this seems like a lot and a little dubious about it. But I don't think that's representative of the vast majority of the feeling. I mean, I think anybody with a brain in their head could see this is a pretty amazing concept for this area. And it's not in the neighborhood. If you look at the map again, Dan, if you put the map up again, you'll see that they called it a donut hole, Tyler. Like, I wouldn't call it a donut hole. I would call it there's another type of hole I would call the area of Burnham Yard. I mean, there's the neighborhoods to the east, right? Like that's not touched at all. And there's some buildings and stuff to the west. Well, that area where the stadium, this project, that's a whole lot of nothing right now. There's nothing in there. It's just garbage, and there's been nothing in there for 10 years.
Yep.
The concrete company came in there like 3 years ago, and you can see that's way up to the north anyways. And there's some Denver Waters up there, which they've already made an agreement to get them out of there. So, yeah, they have some business transactions, but they've already sunk millions of dollars into this thing.
Well, I'll tell you what's interesting to me is that I was assuming that they would buy up all that property to the west of the stadium, where there's, I don't know how much land that is, but it's probably the equivalent
a little bit
of about the footprint that they're currently on.
Right.
I thought that they would buy all that up because they'd want it to be as close to the highway so it could be viewed and seen and easily accessed and all those sorts of things. So now all that stuff that is currently there, I guess that stuff just stays in place, which is going to be, honestly, a pretty big eyesore in comparison to what's going to be just to the east of it.
I agree, but it is what it is. What else can they do? I don't know. Maybe they buy it up over time. Who knows? But not yet. Not on this phase of the project. There was a funny moment, and Raj did a good job looking this up. Because on one of the sticky notes, it said, "What about the bricks?" And Raj looked it up. In 2000, they were trying to raise money when they were moving to, Invesco when it became the new stadium. So, Tyler, you could buy a brick for like $70. And I guess somewhere at the stadium, Tyler, there are bricks around the stadium, as a fundraiser sort of thing. I think most places, I know CU definitely has that outside of the stadium, and a lot of places buy a brick, get your name on it, that sort of thing. It was $70 back in 2000. So this older guy comes up to Damani, and he's surrounded by media people. He like tugs at his elbow, and he gives him this.
What will happen with all the bricks that are to personalized bricks that are at the stadium now? Will those bricks be transferred to the new stadium, or will the bricks stay and carry on the legacy of Mr. Bowen?
That's a great question. I don't have an answer for that.
Can you push to keep the bricks, please?
It's definitely something we'll look into.
There's hundreds of people that have spent thousands of dollars on those bricks.
Got it.
Well, I think the answer to that one's pretty simple. Those bricks were to pay for the old building. So there you go. They stay there.
The bricks were $70 a pop. I'm sure there's people in our audience right now that probably have, they bought a brick, their parents bought them a brick. I mean, there's probably a brick. I guess if you add it all up, Tyler, it's thousands of dollars and hundreds of people. But I'm pretty sure this dude is probably just talking about, his $70 brick.
His brick.
Yeah. And I'm just laughing that, in this multi-billion-dollar concept, it's like, now, about my $70 brick. Where's that going? Because I don't think he was elected the president of the bricks. So that moment existed too. And you can see there's a lot of big things going on. And then there's just the fans. Like, who's the fans? And Dan's put it up behind us, the timeline of when things are going on. So, but it's here, man. This is like a real thing. And they put a lot of time into it. And they made a great presentation last night. And at the end of the day, here's what Damani wants.
And it's a little bit of what we said. We want it to be a great place for fans on game day, but also a great place every day for this community that surrounds it, but also everybody in the city of Denver. I think anecdotally, I want friends and family to come into Denver and ask where I should go, and everybody to say you should go to Burnham Yard. That's what I want.
I think that's a great goal. And that happens. If somebody asks you right now from out of town comes in, what do you tell them? Like, what do you got to see?
Stay away from downtown.
So when you say, where do you want to see, you just say, stay away from downtown?
Yeah.
All right. Well, where do you tell them that, hey, I'll show you this? Somebody comes from out of town.
Go to Red Rocks.
Red Rocks. What else? Red Rocks for sure.
Go to Red Rocks.
That's it?
I don't know.
Dan, what do you tell people if they come from out of town? What do you got to go to?
Red Rocks for sure. That's probably number one, honestly.
All right, I agree.
Mountains.
Certain
mountain towns.
Sure. Do you say let's go to a game? You should go to an Avs or Nuggets game.
Sure, Coors Field. Really cool.
You say
Absolutely.
Let's go to Coors Field.
Yeah, check out Coors.
That sort of thing, right? I think it's a reasonable thing. Like, we got to go to Burnham Yard. I know this when I've gone to other cities that have great areas, like Atlanta. I'd be like, oh, you should go to the College Football Hall of Fame. It's next to Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Well, that didn't exist in Atlanta until they sort of built all that area up. And now it's really, really cool. Now it's like a must-see sort of thing. I'm going to Toronto. I'm going to go to the CN Tower. Well, the CN Tower is right next to where the Blue Jays play. It's right downtown. Like, there's cool things with the sports stadiums. Nobody in their right mind, if you came to Denver, nobody would say, I got to take you to Empower Field. No, you would never say that in a million years. And this would be that. Like, you got to see what's going down there. And there's other cool parts of downtown, like the Santa Fe Art District. It's really cool. I doubt anybody says, well, you got to come see it. Well, that's right next to where this is. So that could be revitalized and energized, that type of thing. And with the construction that Kroenke's going to do, Tyler, Denver in 25 years will be completely different.
It's going to be brand new. Yep, you're going to have two brand new cities.
And I think Lodo is going to be a thing of the past.
Good luck with the traffic for the next 10 years.
Well, that's a great point. The emphasis here is to not bring your car to any of these things. Like, if you look for the developing around Ball Arena, it's busy. It's not made for traffic. Neither is this. So the message here with the city, whatever it is, we're city building now, it's to get rid of cars. We're not having cars. We're on walkways.
You know what?
Trains.
I've got a thought on that I'm trying to be a little bit careful on. But if you want to get rid of cars, I took the light rail about 6 weeks ago. And you know what? If you want to get people to get on the light rail, how about you clean the dang thing up? How about you make the thing feel like it's an experience that you want to bring your children on? If you want to force everybody onto the light rail, get out of their cars where they're going to not drive because there's not going to be parking lots, how about you make the light rail be an experience that you feel like you can bring your kids on?
What was your experience?
It's dirty, it's messy, it's a little bit scary.
Okay, where were you going from? From where to where?
I went from one stop up from here. What was that? Orchard or whatever that is?
County line's right here, and then there's Dry Creek and Lincoln.
County
so
line.
It's Lincoln, County line.
And I took that down to Union Station.
And that was a little bit of a dicey experience for you.
I mean, listen, I was safe. I was, but it's not great. No, it's definitely not great.
Well, you should get a sticky note and put. But by the way, I understand what you're saying. I totally understand what you're saying. I ride the light rail all the time. I understand what you're saying. It could be much better. It could be much better.
My kids are loud. They can cause a scene.
Okay.
I had to be like, you gotta. They're just having fun. But you might not want to be loud around that. You might want to be a little bit more quiet over here. You might want to just stay in our lane right around here.
Theoretically, after surviving the ride, though, the ability to go somewhere without a car, though, was it positive or negative? If you could take that,
I wouldn't do it again. I wouldn't have done it again.
Oh, okay. It wasn't worth it.
No, it wasn't a good positive experience.
Gotcha.
So clean it up, and then I think it'd be great. But yeah, I think there's other work that needs to go into it.
Well, this is all being designed, so
I can't imagine how many people I just angered.
I don't think you angered. Your experience is your experience. Your experience is fair, no doubt about it. I do take the light rail all the time, but I don't travel on there with young kids. I don't. I kind of keep my head down. I got my earbuds in. I use my bike. That's how I got there. I rode my wife's bike, not my good bike. My bike to the light rail from Sky Ridge. I went Sky Ridge to 10th and Osage. Easily rode my bike to the meeting. Rode back same way. That 10th and Osage light rail station, I'll tell you that looks dangerous. It's very small, very narrow. The trains move awful quick. It's like, whoa, like you got to keep your head on a swivel right here. Be a little careful. There's a lot of work to do here, Tyler. But
I told myself I wasn't going to do that today.
Why?
Because
all right.
I know exactly what's about to happen after I go on that rant. I know exactly what's going to happen. And you know what? All it is just a dad that thought that, nope, that's not great.
Yeah, that's fine. It's your experience, man. You're more than entitled to it. If that was your experience, that's fine. Listen, this is the way of the future, though. This is the way it's going. And right now, nobody says, let's go to Empower Field. Frankly, right now, who says, like, hey, you got to see downtown Denver? I mean, aside from Coors Field or perhaps a game, when I first got here in 2000, Tyler, like 16th Street Mall was a big attraction.
Yeah.
Like, let's go down there. This is really awesome. That's cool. And I know they've done a lot of construction to try to build it back. I think Lodo is pretty cool, but
we went to 16th Street that night too. Went to a restaurant that was nice on 16th Street that night.
They're trying. They're doing better for sure. They've done major construction down there. So listen, the city of Denver. What would you rather have? All of this, or would you rather have the stadium and everything out in the suburbs?
Oh, I definitely want this.
Right.
The stadium belongs in the city. That's where it belongs.
Yeah. And they're going, Tyler, by far this is the hardest path. But the upside, way higher upside. So there you go. And the bricks. And hopefully, the guy can get a $70 brick.
You can buy a new brick, buddy.
It's PhD here on 92.5. All right, we have a. I think it's going to be fun. A little Olympic game, Tyler, in about 15 minutes.
Perfect.
So if you want, it's 1980 or now, and it's a simple game. We'll read you a name, and you would tell us if it's a skater for the U.S. men's Olympic hockey team from the Miracle on Ice or somebody on the team right now.
Oh, okay. Good,
very,
good.
very simple. So we're going to do this for the listeners. So 303-504-0925. It's not right now, but if you want to line up and we'll do it, you win nothing, by the way. Unless we do have a prize. Do we have? No, nothing. We'll do that in about, like I said, about 15 minutes. The comments, wow. Okay.
Got them rolling.
Oh, my God.
I got the people going.
Wow.
The people felt passionate.
You're getting a lot of support. There's like, DMac, why are you so stupid about everything? Genuine question. Well, I mean, you got to be a little bit specific.
I mean, it would appear I'm not the only one that's ever had that experience. We'll put it that way.
No, apparently. People aren't into it. And you got a couple of,
Yeah, can you read the top one? How do you read that one?
The very, very top one?
I guess it'd be number 2, the 883.
Oh, you're an entitled biatch. That's how I would
true.
read it.
I was born on third base, and I thought I hit a home run, so that is true.
But the one right under that, I had the same experience as Tyler on the light rail. I take it to Rockies games from Thornton. Most people are fine. They're also going to the game, but there's some scary people that are clearly on something sprinkled in.
I tell you what, I mean, my other experience, and I'm glad to hear that the new stadium is going to have, what'd you say, 3 stops?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad to hear it's going to have 3 stops because my other experiences with riding the library, I haven't ridden a lot. I'm not going to lie. I've not ridden it a ton, but I have done it once to a Broncos game. I've done it twice to Nuggets games. And, I tell you what, getting on after that game, that is not a fun experience.
It's packed.
It's brutal.
Yeah,
it's absolutely brutal. And you want to talk about standing like a sardine in a little tube with your shoulders like pinned together.
Yeah.
Like it's just not good. You need more trains. You need more stops. You need more places to get on and off at the site itself.
Hey,
so
I'm with you, man.
Hopefully it comes with more trains and it comes with more stops, and that solves that problem.
Well, I think it would absolutely would have to. And like, it would be great if this was the impetus just to make the whole system better.
No doubt.
I take the light rail all the time.
I remember when the light rail first started. It was amazing. It was. I mean, you want to talk about something that felt like you were out of the future. That thing was literally built in the future.
I kind of, it's a little twisted when I take the light rail because I'm always working at the game like an hour after the game's over. So of course it's not very crowded. So I'm not riding the light rail typically when other people are. And I take my bike on the light rail all the time. But I'm on the
Which bike do you take?
Oh, if I'm on the light rail, it's my wife's bike. It's
Why is that?
Because my nice bike got stolen outside of Ball Arena a couple years ago.
Okay.
It was a bad experience.
Okay.
So yeah, man, it's life in the fast lane, So I got a better lock, and I got a cheaper bike. So I took it. I had my bike the other day when we were at Ball Arena.
Sorry, wife, I'll get your bike stolen, but not mine.
So she got it for free. So so. She doesn't really like riding it. Hey, Nate and Andy are at number 38 today, the best place to watch hockey during the winter games. Enjoy New Amsterdam vodka specials like puck drop shots, espresso martinis, and the Avalanche Mule, plus chances to win great prizes. See at number 38 today at 3 o'clock. Did you see that Finland beat Sweden 4-1 this morning at 4 o'clock in the morning? So Mikko got over on Gabe. Or not just Mikko, but Lecky and Kiviranta got over on Gabe earlier today.
Any of those guys get on the board?
Mikko got an empty netter.
Okay.
And Gabe was not involved with the one Swedish goal. But Sweden had lost to Slovakia Finland had lost to Slovakia. And Sweden beat somebody. Italy. I think it was Italy. And the U.S., after, we were hemming and hawing about Latvia, they got their act together and they basically own Latvia the rest of the way. So that was good. Brock Nelson had a great day. Are you into this hockey at all?
I definitely will be. I mean, as we get into the medal rounds, I'll definitely be into it. I'm not getting up watching random countries, no. But I love it when we get into it. I tell you what, You could feed all the Team USA highlights that are going on Twitter. You could feed that straight into my veins. I'm here for the Kachuk brothers, unlike you.
Well, I tell you what, man, I'm starting to get more into it.
Them dudes, some red-blooded Americans right there.
Yeah, the Kachuk brothers. Yeah. Which is ironic because their dad's from Canada, but.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, they chose the right side.
I think Kachuk. Am I wrong?
I thought he was American, but I'll check.
Yeah, look me up on that. But
You're talking about Keith, right?
Yes. Is he? Well, I apologize if I'm wrong on that. Because if this is American, then that's awesome. And I know they love St. Louis. St. Louis.
He's American.
He is. All right, my bad. I apologize. So
He was born in Melrose, Massachusetts.
I apologize. There you go. My bad. I should know that, right? So they're about as American as you can get. Like Josh Manson has dual citizenship. Like his dad is from Canada, but, he basically grew up in the United States because that's where his dad played.
I can't, I was thinking about our conversation from yesterday with the Team Canada stuff and you and other Avalanche fans that are like, yeah, you should be rooting for Team Canada. I can't do it. Nope, can't do it.
Well, I mean, you'd root for Team Canada with our guys over Latvia.
I've got an interesting conundrum with Team Canada.
What's
I do.
that?
I mean, the conundrum is that I do want to see a gold medal matchup. Like, that would be cool.
Right, so they got to win.
So that would be cool, but I can't actively root for them to even get to the gold medal matchup.
So you'd really root for Latvia over Canada?
I think so.
So Latvia.
Yeah.
Germany with Leon Draisaitl, you would root over Canada.
I'm going for Grubauer.
Oh yeah, all right. Wow, what is it with your hatred of Canada?
Oh, I don't like Canada.
I get the idea.
Did you not watch the Four Nations?
So that's where your hatred of Canada comes from?
That's a huge part of it. I mean, when we're talking about hockey, hell yeah, that's a huge part of it.
Wow, so you're just anti-Canada.
Did you not hate Canada during the Four Nations?
I didn't hate them. I enjoyed the fights.
Wow.
I hated Canada.
Dan, did you hate Team Canada during the Four Nations?
Absolutely.
With the passion?
Yes.
With an extreme boil, inside of your body, you could feel the rage, the type of hatred that you had for Team Canada.
1,000% yes.
What is wrong with DMac?
I don't know.
How could you not have felt that during the Four Nations?
I just enjoyed the fights, but I'd like to hate Canada. I mean, it's Nathan McKinnon, it's Devon Taves, it's Cale Makar. I mean, I'm going to hate that team with those guys?
When they're wearing the right jersey again. Not when they're wearing the wrong jersey.
Did you see the promo with John Hamm for Team USA, who goes, boys, like he's a coach, we're going to Italy to get one thing. What's that? Canadian tears.
Yeah, buddy.
Won't you fly? I was like, all right, well, let's see how smart you are. We got one person online, Cody. We'll play our 1980 or now game. Let's see how sharp you are. Do you really know your Team USA? We'll quiz you on that coming up next year on PhD. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. With the new year, the chance to make real change is here. Be positive in your life. And if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction, let's get past that. Get past that frustration and embarrassment and call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. There's no better resolution than finally taking control of your ED. So put this number in your phone. Don't be embarrassed. 720-440-7900. or you can just go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's a new year. Make that resolution to treat your ED and change your life. If you call 720-440-7900, you can make a consult. You can get the visit for 99 buckaroonies. It's just slightly more expensive than a brick from 2000. You get that medical consult, the T and a PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. 5 locations, very convenient. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We are live in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion? Justice. And justice will be served by the U.S. men's hockey team. By the way, I should tell you, number 38 in Rhino this weekend. Team USA against Denmark. How you feel about Denmark?
Screw them.
That's Saturday at 1 with Mike Sanford. Then USA against Germany. How you with Germany?
Yeah, screw them too.
That's Sunday at 1 with Raj. Enjoy New Amsterdam vodka, puck drop shots, espresso martinis, and avalanche mule. Plus your chance to win great prizes. That's at number 38, man. We got you covered. Well, it's incredible when we have nothing to give away, and sometimes we don't get many contestants, but we do have Cody. We have room for a few others at 303-504-0925, but we got Cody, and that's good. Cody, how are you, my friends?
Good. How are you?
Well, you're going to play against Tyler. I just drafted you,
What's
Tyler,
up,
to play
brother?
against Cody. And you don't have to be the first one to it. We can take your time on it.
So how do we do this?
The game is simple. Game show music, Dan, if that's possible. Or Olympic music. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. It faded. It's a simple game. Cody, how old are you?
25.
25. What do you know
Oh,
about...
I might actually have a leg up on Cody
Yeah,
in
a
this
little
game.
bit. Like, what do you know about the Miracle on Ice team from 1980?
A whole lot of nothing.
Okay. What do you know about this year's U.S. hockey team?
Besides that, all of them are NHL players. That's it.
All right, this might be an interesting game then.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in good company.
How are you with the Miracle on Ice team?
Well, I just watched the documentary.
You did?
About last week. I watched that.
The one on
seen
Netflix?
the movie.
Okay.
You know?
All right.
So I feel like I'm as
Pretty good.
updated on my knowledge as I'm ever going to be.
Okay. It's a simple game. I'm going to just name a name, and you tell me, is it 1980 or now?
Okay.
Ready? Bob Suter.
Huh.
1980 or now?
1980.
You're going to say 80. Tyler?
See, I've got a philosophy on this that I'm going to tell you at the end. I don't want to tell you my cheat code because I don't want Cody to know my cheat code, but I too am going to go with 1980.
You are both correct. Bob Suter from the Miracle on Ice team.
Okay.
Okay. Good job. Good start.
Yeah.
All right. You ready? Dave Silk. Cody?
Go 1980 again.
Absolutely 1980.
Oh, man. You guys are nailing it. You guys are absolutely killing it. All right. Very good. Good start. Dylan Larkin.
Oh, that's new.
Yeah, that's this year's team, the 2025 team.
You guys are both right. Boy, I'm impressed. Mark Wells.
Yep, that's 1980.
1980.
How are you guys crushing this so easily?
I've got a cheat code. I'm curious if he's got the same cheat code, but I'll tell you it at the end.
Holy cow. Well, I'm hell of impressed right here. All right, let's see here. Kyle Connor.
This year's team, the 2025 team.
I'm going with 80.
You are wrong. Cody takes the lead.
Well, see, that actually is a breach from my cheat code. That fits within the rules of my. That fits within my rules.
Cody, you got a 1-point lead. Way to go. Noah Hannafin.
That's new. That's new.
That's the new this year.
You are both correct. Cody, you are perfect so far. My God, that is impressive. Mike Ramsey.
80 team.
That's 100%. I even know what position he played. He was a defenseman.
Are you cheating?
I'm not cheating.
What's your code?
My code has nothing to do with what I just do there. I just happen to know that one.
You know Mike Ramsey was a defenseman.
Yeah.
You are both correct. I feel like somebody's cheating here, Dan. I don't know how they're cheating, but it feels like this game isn't that interesting.
This game blows.
Jake Sanderson.
This is the 2025 team.
I gotta see, this goes against my code, but I need to catch up because I'm down 1.
You're down 1. Cody hasn't got one wrong.
Wait, what did Cody say on this one?
He said this team.
2025 team.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go with 80. Dang it.
You're wrong.
Oh, Cody, you're unbelievably
Cody
good at
remains
this.
undefeated. All right, let's see here. Let's go JT Miller.
That's new. That's new.
This year's.
Yeah, that's too easy. Because I'm running out of the hard ones here.
I need at least a couple more so Cody can get 2 wrong.
All right. I'm looking for more generic ones that you might not know. I'm really running.
Somebody on the text line knows my cheat code.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm not sure what it is. I'm not gonna cheat on that. I might just be able to give you. Well, you're down 2. I feel like I want to get you back into it. John Harrington.
Oh, definitely 80.
80s team.
I'm out of names here. That's it. I think the rest of the names
This
are
is the easiest game we've ever done. I'm mad at myself. There's only one that I really got wrong.
Cody, you killed it, man.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Cody, I'm proud of you. Now I want to know what your code was. How'd you figure that out?
I know this year's team.
He watches hockey?
You really do, yeah.
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 Watch hockey.
Okay, that was pretty good.
What's your cheat code?
1-syllable names, definitely coming from the 80s.
1-syllable names from the 80s?
Yep.
I gotta think about that.
How many 1-syllable names are on the current team?
That'd be a fun little game to play. Read
Holy
me
cow.
the roster.
Well, Jack Hughes, Quinn Hughes.
Like basic one-syllable names are coming from the 80s.
But I think the Hughes would be too easy. I could have said Jackson Lacombe.
That's not one syllable.
That would have thrown you.
Yeah.
What would you say about Jackson Lacombe, Cody?
Oh, that'd have been 80s.
It is not. That is this year's team.
See, I would have got that right.
Oh, so there's one. Yeah, Jackson Lacombe. All right, Cody, you did a great job, pal. So you know this team pretty well. What are your expectations there of this team?
It's going to go gold versus Team Canada, and then Team Canada's probably going to win because they just have better players.
All right, do you also hate Canada?
I don't hate Canada, but they also was born in the U.S. In America.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, those two don't go together.
I feel bad. Like hey, Dan, let's take Cody's name and number down and see if we can't get him something at some point.
Get
off
our show! Cody, that was impressive.
That was
feat right
really
there.
impressive.
I was feeling good about my performance, and you just outperformed me. There's no way around it.
Good job, Cody. Hang on, okay? Let's try to get Cody something, Dan, if we can. Hang on, Cody. Nice job. Oh, that was impressive.
Gosh, I thought I had a cheat code that was for sure going to win that thing for me.
You want me to just rip off a few more names just see if you can tell them?
Sure.
Bill Baker.
Yeah, that's old.
Ken Morrow.
That's old.
Steve Janicek.
That's old.
Because it's the first names. You're just going like,
all I'm listening to is the first name.
Steve, John, Ken, Mike, Bill, Rob.
Yep.
God, you're right.
Right?
Wait, hold on. Let me get down the whole roster.
Find me a 2-syllable name.
I don't know. I'll just go really seriously 1 through 25 here. Steve, Ken, Mike, Bill, Rob, Dave, Neil, Mark, Steve, Mark, Jack, Eric, Bob, Mike, Dave, Bill, Phil, John, Jim.
See?
That's crazy.
See?
That's insane. All right, 2025. Holy cow. Well, Matt, Kyle, Jack, Brock, Jake, Noah, Connor, there's one, Jack, Quinn, Clayton, Jackson, Dylan, Austin, Charlie, JT, Brock, Jake, Jacob, Jeremy, Tage, Brady, Matthew, Vincent, Zach. So yeah, there's more.
Yeah.
What the hell's that all about?
Old names, man.
So these guys were all from 1980, were all born like 1958 through 62.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were born in the late 50s, early 60s,
you had basic names.
Sean, Jack, Jim, Mike.
There were only 50 names in the whole nation you could choose from.
All right, it's PhD on 92.5. That's funny.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to Phil Long Ford, the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. Guys, I think relationships matter in life. That's why I go back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle. I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys, and it's the only dealership that I ever need to go to. It's one-stop shopping at Phil Long Ford. Don't drive all over the state. Just go to Phil Long Ford because there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
Let's go. We appreciate you listening wherever you are. If you want to catch up on anything, the Altitude Sports Radio app is there for you. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. All right, so Parker Gabriel had some things going on. We push him back till just after 2 o'clock to get back into the stadium stuff. I mean, this is so far down the line, but it was fun last night. I had a good time, man. I love stuff like that. Very newsy, you know. A lot of the sports guys were like grumbling. I didn't get into sports to come to HOA meetings, you know, stuff like that. I love stuff like that, man. I think it's a riot.
You seem like a big HOA guy anyways.
I haven't been to a lot of those type of meetings. I do like the concept that you could just stand up and just start screaming about, you know, whatever. But I really do like meeting like fans, like the grassroots sort of blue collar sort of folks like that. So I do like that. And it's really fascinating to me to see what everybody's perspective is on what's going on. And, I don't really know much about that neighborhood, frankly. I do use the light rail all the time, but I don't get off on 10th and Osage. Not very often, a couple times maybe. I've never gone to the Buckhorn Exchange, that restaurant that's right there.
Neither have I.
Looks cool.
I'd love to, though.
Yeah, it looks cool. But, I just don't know much about the area. So I learned a lot about the area last night, and it seemed great. It seemed cool. Vic Lombardi's brother has like his studio, like his business right there, like right in the heart of it.
Does he have to move?
No. Nobody has to move. There's no relocation of anybody with this development. Zero. Because this area it's next to a neighborhood.
They're buying out people left and right.
Businesses, not residential.
Oh, I know. You were just telling me about a business that I asked if he had to move.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I'm
talking
sorry.
about
I'm sorry. I apologize. His business is in kind of a residential. It's small. It's just like in a house in a neighborhood.
Okay.
I know what you mean. I'm sorry. It's a very small. He has like a production house. It's literally like a production house.
Cool.
So yeah, he's not pouring concrete or something like that. Dan, overall, what were your thoughts? I am curious where your head was at with going to the whole thing, and who did you end up talking to?
Well, it was a little disappointing not to see have any sort of details on the stadium. We're not going to know that for a year. Another big takeaway I had is, again, they were very adamant that they're very, very early on in the process. And listening to Damani Leach, I mean, they have a ton of hurdles still to clear with the city, eminent domain, like Tyler was talking about earlier. So, yeah, it's very early on in the process.
Yeah, they don't want to take the preferred thing off of it yet. But I don't know. I don't know where else,
Were you surprised the Penners weren't there last night? I was a little surprised they weren't there.
No, I wasn't surprised by that at all. It's their thing, obviously. But this is, all right. One of the weird things that was going on when it was Joe Ellis and John Elway, Tyler, is like, who was in charge of what? It felt confused sometimes with the Broncos, like who's in charge of what? And it did feel like Joe, as the president of the Broncos, was involved with a lot of football decisions. I don't know if it felt like that to you, but it felt like that way to me, that's for sure. There is a very clear delineation that the president of the Broncos, Damani Leach, Tyler, is in charge of business and development. Like, he has nothing to do with football. I mean, zero. Because we have an owner, and we have a president, then we have our football side of things. And the Broncos are just a big business. So when it comes to the business side, it's Damani. Like, he's not chiming in on draft picks or whatever else is going on or coaching hires or anything like that. That's all on the football side of things. That is significantly different than the way things were.
Yeah, well, the king doesn't really leave the castle to go talk to his people very often. It's you got people that you've hired to go face the mob. And that's what Damani Leach was last night.
Face the mob.
Yeah. That's what Damani Leach was last night. You sent him out to answer the questions. Look, I will give the ownership. I give ownership credit for a million things. But one thing that they are very, very serious about is valuing the fans' opinion. And
that's true.
And in this particular circumstance, it's not just the fans' opinion. It's valuing the opinion of those that are going to be affected by the new development. And that's kind of a separate category than just the typical fan. So I actually give ownership credit. I think it's cool that they open it up. I mean, sometimes I roll my eyes a little bit, about the sticky notes. Like, is anybody actually going to read the sticky notes? Probably not. Is somebody going to go collect thousands of sticky notes and then organize them by categories and input them into the computer system? Probably. I'd be surprised if that actually happens.
They have a way of really looking at every single comment, every single suggestion. I don't know. There's probably a high-tech way to put everything in a bucket with keywords. Who knows?
Seems a pretty low-tech way to go high-tech.
It was pretty funny.
Whatever you say, buddy. But I do give them credit. I actually think that part of the reason why you didn't hear anything about the stadium design is because they want to make the public feel like you've got a voice in this thing before they come out with that. Like they said that they haven't even hired the architect. Listen, I guarantee you they've got renderings. They've interviewed architects that have got them in renderings already. So maybe they haven't decided on who they're going to hire, but I think they wanted to get out in front of the public and make sure that the public felt like they had a voice in this thing before they actually just said, hey, here's what we're doing.
Well, no dumb question here. Does it matter? The design of the stadium? I mean,
what do you mean? That's like the only thing that people really care about.
Well, I mean, obviously it's going to be brand new. It'd be stunning if it didn't have some sort of retractable roof. I think that goes out without saying that it's going to. You now know where it's going to go and what its footprint is. I mean, what else do you need to know about the stadium?
Did anybody ask anything about how much tickets are going to go up, PSLs, anything like that?
Nothing like that.
Nobody asked about PSLs.
No, well, they might have, but like I said, there wasn't a microphone where people would say anything. You could submit your questions, and they were scrolling, and of course the sticky notes.
Well, I know just from my interaction online that that's a huge concern of season ticket holders.
Yeah, this meeting wasn't really for season ticket holders.
Yeah, I agree. It's more about the neighborhood.
Correct. If there were more than a handful of season ticket holders in that gym last night, I guess I'd be surprised. I'm sure there were a couple, but that's not who that meeting was for. So no, nothing prominent came up about that. It was way more about parking and construction and that sort of property values and taxes and that kind of thing. So yeah, PSLs. I'm sure that'll be a big part of it. Listen, man, I'm sure the stadium's going to be beautiful, and I'm sure it's going to be expensive. I'm sure.
How much, if any, did they go into the details of what will be within the entertainment district?
Just like a lot of pictures of like, hey, this is what it could be like, and you see the trees on the streets and the lights.
But
I've
been more specifically like the type of venues.
Multi-use entertainment, restaurant, that sort of thing. It was like big, nothing specific. They didn't say, hey, we're gonna have a 3,000 seat theater here and this comedy club over here and this. There's going to be 2 Italian restaurants. It wasn't like that. It was just like, we're going to have all of that stuff. All of that stuff will just exist. In this of the 5 neighborhoods, the entertainment neighborhood would have like all of that stuff.
So now, since you can't easily just park as close to the stadium, and you got to take public transport to get in and out, now we're going to get you to go buy a few beers across the street at the restaurants that we own while you wait out the
Ain't no doubt about it. Your tailgating will happen inside of the restaurants and venues rather than just with a 6-pack of beer on the flatbed of your truck. It's more like that, yeah. Yeah, but listen, man, there's nowhere. You realize after a Broncos game now, there's literally nowhere to go that's easily accessible. I mean, Mile High Station, I guess, but that's the old Brooklands. I mean, we are stretching our bounds of places that we would go. Or you walk up to Federal, where it's like a burned out Burger King or something. Like there's just nothing. It's one of the most frustrating things that after a game's over, there's just not somewhere just to go to chill out and like have a drink or a meal or whatever, unless you get in your car and you drive somewhere.
Yeah, see,
not much different in Ball Arena either, by the way.
They're definitely not building the stadium for people like me. But when the game's over, I just want to get the heck out of Dodge and go home. But I recognize they're not building it for people like me. They're building it for the people that will linger.
Well, you can leave early. They're going to have like 3 or 4 different ways to get out to I-25 that don't exist now. Like they're going to build better access to roads to get to 25. But it is hemmed in a little bit. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, there's going to be a limited amount of parking, period. So you're going to roll the dice.
It's going to be the nicest stadium, not in the NFL, but in the world. That's what it's going to be.
That's a hot take.
It will be.
It probably will be.
I can almost guarantee it. You've got the wealthiest ownership group in the NFL by a landslide.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about the stadium.
If you want to put up this ownership group in every professional league in the world, they're going to be at the top of the list of all of them.
What do you think could be better at the stadium as it exists right now? And
hold on. So what I'm trying to say there is that you're not going to get a Buffalo Bills stadium. Buffalo Bills kind of strung this thing together off $2.6 billion, right? Which is obviously a boatload of money. Kroenke spent, 5.8, something like that on SoFi. But the reason why that came in so high was because of the fact that there was all the rain and the floods and the delays in the construction. You're going to see a stadium that, in my opinion, is probably going to come in within the ballpark of $5 to $7 billion. And that's before any mistakes. That's before all the things that go over. This is literally going to be the nicest stadium in the world. And yes, with the stadium comes the new city that's around it.
What would you like? What don't you think the stadium has now that you hope the new stadium has?
I think you're asking the wrong guy. If you're asking me, the new stadium or the current stadium's fine. Like I don't have an issue with the current stadium.
Yeah.
I every time I go to that stadium, I've got a positive experience. Went 3 times this year, had a great experience every single time I went. They just built the new jumbotrons. They made it look phenomenal. It doesn't feel old to me. I don't go to that stadium and think to myself, boy, it's missing X, Y, and Z for me to enjoy my game day experience. But I also recognize the fact that when you got new ownership, one thing that was a guarantee was they were going to want their own shiny objects and their own new things. So a new stadium was going to come, and I'm not anti-new stadium at all. But I also don't really view anything of the current experience that is missing.
I think what's that, Dan? You had something? Did you say something there? Oh, I thought you did. Having a roof that's a retractable option, I think, would be a positive. Other than that, I kind of agree with you. I think in Power Field, the stadium itself is fine. Like, I really don't have any beefs with anything. It's more just like the stuff around it kind of sucks. Like, there's just nothing really cool like around the stadium. But other than that, the stadium itself, I think if you put a retractable roof, and by the way, I saw that there were plans to put a retractable roof on the current stadium. That was under consideration, by the way. But now we're just going to do a bad boy down the street. But, aside from that, I think it's pretty great. I think they've done a lot of cool things in the stadium, too. Like, game day experience, I think, was better this year than it's ever been. Seriously. I think they've improved the Wi-Fi, the Jumbotron. They had the cards in the south stands, which was kind of a cool feature.
That was one thing I thought about yesterday when we were talking about what could they bring from the current stadium to the new stadium, like what matters. And you were like, nothing. Like what is it they need to bring? Somehow they need to bring the south stands. Like somehow, somehow the south stands needs to remain a thing. It's like our black hole,
Right.
It's the rough and rowdy crowd.
Yeah, that's a great point. The south stands has some sort of that. There you go. That's probably the most defining characteristic of the stadium from Mile High to this one. To the south stands is something.
Yeah, it is.
There's something special about the south stands. Yeah, there you go. That's good. That's really good. Aside from that, but that's a big one. That is a good question. I wonder what they'll do about that.
Can I ask you guys a question on this?
Yeah, of course.
So would you rather have a non-retractable roof that's translucent? Okay, so you're getting natural sunlight, or have a roof that's not translucent but retractable?
Well, I want
What
both.
would you rather have?
I want both because I definitely want the translucent. That's going to be cool, and it makes a huge difference just in terms of feeling like it's not as indoor of a stadium.
Agreed.
But I also want it to be retractables, and I think they could accomplish both those things.
So they could do translucent roof that's also retractable.
Sure.
That's okay.
If they could do that, that's the ideal
That
situation.
would be yes.
Yeah. Yeah. But we ain't going to have any more. It only snowed for 90 minutes this entire winter here in Denver, Colorado.
And it happened to be during an AFC Championship game.
I mean, how messed up is that? That our most significant snowfall the entire winter. And I know it snows in March and April here. I get it. But so far this entire winter, the only significant snow was that 90 minutes. But we're going to lose to the Seahawks anyways, right? So, right. We want to thank all of our guests for showing up on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. A suggestion on how the NBA can improve. You'll hear that coming up next.
All right, guys, listen up. Saturday is Valentine's Day, and listen, most of us, what we do, we run to the convenience store on Friday night or the grocery store on Saturday morning, get some flowers and candy, and that's great. But how about this year, that special lady in your life, something truly special? I'm talking buy her a few hours of rest and relaxation at Beau Visage Skincare and Spa. Beau Visage specializes in several luxurious pampering services that women love. Hey, I'm gonna just tell you this little secret right now. I've been to Beau Visage. I love them too. They're an absolutely fabulous, fabulous place. Get all the different spas and things and stuff that you can try around town. I'm telling you what, Beau Visage is the very, very best. At Beau Visage, you're not just buying a service. Instead, your special lady receives a wonderful overall experience. Trust me on this, there is no place like Beau Visage. Fellas, this place is terrific, professional, first class, and they do a great job. Tell them Scott sent you. Give them a call, 303-779-5002. That's 303-779-5002. Or BVSPA, that's bvspa.com, and tell them Scott sent you.
Hey, I'm looking at the text line here. Hey, Dan, Shop Mazda. One price, one person, 1 hour. Love you, Shop Mazda. Hey, Dan and guys. It's the Dan Show. So what would be the best way to get invitations for you to come to Buckhorn for dinner? It's the oldest restaurant in town. Liquor license number 1, tons of history. Just let me know. Thanks, Mark. Is this?
He says he's an owner.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I see that. Well, Mark, man, it's great. I don't know, Dan. Call us.
Yeah, I can reach out. So wait, what is he asking?
I guess you got his number, right? We got his number.
He's just invited us to have dinner at the Buckhorn.
Oh, sweet.
He's the owner of the Buckhorn Exchange? Well, sure. Love to have dinner at there. I'd love to check that out. He's talking to you, though, Dan, so I guess it's your responsibility to figure it out.
Figure it out, Dan.
I'll give him a call.
Give him a call.
I'll give him a call.
Hey, you know what? Get him on the phone, man. Get him on the phone, Dan. That would be kind of interesting what he thinks about this whole thing. He's had this restaurant down there. It's been there forever. This is right in his neighborhood. This is right at his place. Tyler, holy cow.
I'm sure it's great for him.
Does he have the golden ticket right now? You
Yeah,
know
no
what I'm
kidding.
saying? He's been staring out his window to this dilapidated area and light rail station for the past decade. And we're going to build the crown jewel of the city?
I would imagine he is thrilled.
Oh, my God. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? All right, well, we'll see if we can't get Mark on the phone for a second. I got a bunch of other things. Oh, by the way, your NFLPA. You guys lost one today.
Saw that.
Yeah. All right, we'll get to that in a second. Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys.
Are you? So what's your deal? You own Buckhorn?
My family owns the Buckhorn.
Wow.
Wow, very cool.
We bought it in 1978 from the family that started it in 1893.
Wow. Well, that's when that area was happening. That's when the locomotive thing and all that stuff was going.
Exactly. Across the street was the pay station for the Union Pacific Railroad, and the guys would get their checks and come over, and the owner, the founder, Mr. Zietz, would collect their checks and give them most of the money back in the way of cash, but they would also give them tokens, good only at the Buckhorn. And so you could get a beer for 2.5 cents, a nickel for a shot of whiskey, and 25 cents for a steak dinner.
Oh, my God.
And that's where the exchange part came.
Gotcha.
Oh, very cool.
Gotcha. And isn't on your – listen, I've never been into your place, which is my bad. I should have over all these years.
You can get a rough idea at buckhornexchange.com.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Oh, but don't you feature like venison and other types of interesting?
We do. Game, buffalo.
Yeah.
Some game birds.
Don't forget.
Yeah, absolutely.
What about the oysters?
You got it. We do have the oysters.
Do you?
Local seafood, right?
Yeah, buddy.
All right. Well, Mark,
we were invited. Yeah, we were invited during the NBA championship run, and they were playing here. And I think the Charles and the guys tried some of the oysters. And I think they did that on air. So, yeah, it was pretty fun.
Did you go last night to the meeting?
No, my brother did.
Something
That's
else.
the good part about having the youngest brother be the president. He can go to those meetings.
What did you? What is your overall? Can you believe this is happening right out your front door?
No, not really. No, I mean, yes and no. We love the idea. We're totally down with it. Of course, we don't want to get hurt during the construction, so
right
access, would be an issue.
Yeah.
And yeah. But Tyler, you're from here. I can't believe you haven't been there.
I know. No excuse. I mean, I know all about it. I know the whole story, but I've just never been.
You know, it's kind of funny.
Sure.
You do kind of have that area all to yourself, don't you, right now? There's not a lot of competition for you.
No. we used to do lunch when there was a thriving downtown.
Yeah.
But after the pandemic, we just kind of quit doing that. So yeah, we're open for dinner 7 days a week, and would love to have you guys and your spouses, partners, whatever.
Yeah.
And so let me know.
I got your number. I'll definitely hit you up, and I don't know if we can figure something out as a group or individually or whatever, but I'm dying to go.
Awesome.
So that's great. All right. So overall, what do you give this the development? Thumbs up, thumbs down? Where's your head at with it?
Well, we got to wait and see where this goes. I think we're positive on it. We're optimistic, but the city and the Buckhorn the city and the Broncos are going to do whatever they're going to do.
Right.
And so,
right.
At
the end of
like
the day,
you said,
right.
Yeah. They're listening. They're listening and Post-it notes and all those things. So everything you guys said earlier is spot on. So, yeah.
All right. Well, listen, we appreciate the invite, and let's stay in touch. And thank you. Thank you, Mark. We'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Love the show, guys. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thanks,
you.
bud.
Can you imagine keeping a business open for 100 years or whatever?
Yeah, it's tough,
That's
especially in that
incredible.
industry.
Can you imagine that? It's pretty remarkable.
Restaurants are tough.
Yeah, I was going past there yesterday. I was like, what other businesses are here? And it's like, not much. But there's the Buckhorn Exchange, and there it is. All right, that's
so is that
great.
similar to the Fort?
Yeah. Yes.
It's kind of the same
sort
of
same
menu?
concept.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, look at Dan
I've
throwing
been
out
to the Fort,
the
but I
Fort
would
in
love to go to the
Morrison.
Buckhorn Exchange.
I have not been to the Fort either.
I've been to the Fort
It
multiple
looks,
times.
It looks awesome. Is it a cool experience?
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah,
I
really
haven't been to that place in Boulder either. That's like up the hill and you're going up the oh gosh darn it, what's the name of that place? Up on Flagstaff Inn or whatever it is. That's like I think that's that type of place too. All right, yeah, the Fort. How did you know the Fort, Dan?
I've been there. I mean, I grew up in Littleton. It was, it's only a 10, 15-minute drive from where I grew up.
It's called Flagstaff House, by the way.
Flagstaff House, yeah, that looks amazing. You been there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I haven't been anywhere. Been like to the McDonald's on Arapahoe.
Wait, what's the connection? I'm sorry, I guess I kind of missed that though. What's the connection between the Fort and Buckhorn?
The type of food they serve, like the venison, like that type of the game, the kind of the unusual sort of thing that's part of their menu.
Gotcha.
That sort of thing. You eat buffalo? You're not anti-Ralphie eating that sort of thing, right?
I only do that when nobody can see.
Gotcha. All right. Well, we'll have it is interesting. Like, if this does go through, there'll be massive construction, and all there will be is like other restaurants around them. Wouldn't it be ironic if, like you say, oh, this would be great attention, but kind of be careful what you ask for?
Yeah, you never know with these things.
Yeah. All right. Your NFLPA, you guys, you had something that was awesome, and the NFL makes sure that it's not awesome anymore. They did a survey that apparently they're still going to do. That's what the NFLPA has said. But the NFL actually went to court to make sure it wasn't produced and made public so that we can't see how crappy the owners are. That, and it's come out for the past couple of years, Tyler, that report card has been awesome to watch.
Yep.
And to see what the players really do think of a wide variety of things about their teams.
Well, shocker, bad owners don't want to have their bad ownership put out in a public forum via their players. Woody Johnson from the Jets was the main guy that was leading the charge on this arbitration, the grievance that was filed. And, I mean, this was definitely a legal deal. Like, you want to talk about something silly the NFL's worried about. They're worried about the report cards coming out. But I'll tell you this. God forbid the owners be held accountable the same way players are held accountable in a public forum, by the way. And people are like, oh, gosh, what are players held? You ever seen Pro Football Focus? You ever seen – there's a million different ways the public holds players accountable in a public forum, which, by the way, is like pretty much in conjunction with the NFL, PFF is. So you see grades on players all the time, but you can't give grades on the owners. Now, the sad part was these report cards, they actually they put peer pressure on the owners to make change. And good owners would make change and bad owners would avoid it. So they didn't all make changes, but good owners did, and it did here in Denver. The report cards will continue. And now I guess we're just going to have to wait for the local union reps to take a photo of it and leak it online themselves.
Guess what the Jets' grade was?
F.
And they were the only team in the NFL to get an F. So Woody Johnson, who owns the Jets, didn't want this public.
Correct. Yeah, shocker.
What a shock.
Bad owners didn't want that out there. Shocker.
By the way, very specifically, the Broncos got a bad grade in terms of a family room. And so what did they do? They built a beautiful family room. It's huge. And it did not exist before that report card came out.
Mm-hmm.
The Broncos got an A, as did the Chargers, Texans, and Raiders. A+, Dolphins, Falcons, Vikings. Jets, F, D-, Cardinals, Panthers, D, Steelers, Patriots, D+, Chiefs. And kind of interesting, the Chiefs got a C-, like low grades for ownership, which I think caught everybody a little bit by surprise considering how good they were at winning championships.
Yeah, their ownership's gotten bad grades every year these report cards have come out.
And it is interesting that the ownership got bad grades, the facility got bad grades, like all that stuff around the team got bad grades, but the Chiefs were still able to win championships. They love their coach, though. The coach got great grades. So I always thought that was kind of funny. C, Rams, Bengals, C+, Giants, Browns, Seahawks, and it kind of goes from there. So that's out the door, man.
Well, they'll continue, just not in a public forum.
So you think it'll just get leaked out one time after another?
Well, I hope so. Yeah.
All right, let me give you a little Bill Simmons on the NBA. No dumb questions coming up in about 10 minutes. 303-504-0925. You got a dumb question.
So to me, there's like huge fundamental issues with the league that they're just yada-yadaing and pointing to all the media money they've made and the fact that their players are famous and that everybody loves the playoffs. It's like the regular season has real issues. It's too long. Guys are getting hurt too much. Everybody is making so much money. The only reason to have 82 games is because you make money from it. You go down to 70, you make less money. Guess what? Devin Booker, instead of making $75 million in 2028, he'll make 73. He'll be fine. All the everything they're doing, they're not serving the larger picture of what do fans want? How do we keep our players healthy? How do we have a competitive season from start to finish? How do we avoid over 1/4 of our league not giving a for the last 2 months? How do we fix this? And it's the first time I've really wondered, do we have the right guy running the league? Because he doesn't seem interested in actually fixing real problems that everybody can see. And it's not about look at the NBA Cup. Oh, we created this thing. It's like, your schedule's too long. You have to fix this. It's too long. It should be 70 games.
If the NBA and NHL seasons were 70 games, I would do such a happy dance. I would do an Irish jig. I think he's spot on. It is crazy that they have what they have right now. Did you see too, and Dan, maybe you have better info on it, but the NBA is proposing that they have a tournament, Tyler, at the end of the year for seeding.
Yeah. Dumbest thing I've ever heard of in my entire life.
Why is that?
Do you think this is a good idea?
I hadn't really thought too deeply into it, but this is a way to avoid tanking on the surface. I guess it sounds like a good idea.
So the NBA's solution to tanking is to have an end of the season tournament from the worst teams to get the number one pick, right?
Yeah.
So if you win the tournament, you get the number one pick.
Yeah.
Okay, let's think about the logic about this one for a second.
Yeah.
I know we haven't all thought this one through yet, but let's think about the logic of this.
Okay.
We're trying to get players to care, right? We're trying to get players to care about playing a basketball game, about winning a tournament at the end of the season to improve their draft rankings.
Yeah.
You know what you're asking? You're asking these players to go win games so that it's going to make it easier for your team to replace you. Hey, go win this game so we can get a better draft pick so it's easier for us to fire you. That's what you're asking the players to do. What player is going to be incentivized to help his team get a better draft pick? Newsflash. Players care mostly about themselves. They care about their long-term future on the team. They dang sure don't want to help their team have a better opportunity to replace them and no longer have a job.
All right, well, I'll argue on the other side of it. We're just going to have a little debate. I would make the argument players that would play in those games that are significant, that would cause you to win, would be players that don't have to worry about their jobs, period. The players that have to worry about their jobs are the crappy players who probably aren't going to be playing in the games
that's
anyways.
not true. That's not true. In any given year, you've got multiple starters that are replaceable.
Yeah, but I mean,
Every
an
single year.
NBA draft is like one guy.
I got you.
You know,
I got
mean,
you. You're telling me you're telling me the guys that are going to be playing aren't replaceable? That's not true. The guys that are playing, there's always multiple starters that are replaceable every single year.
What if there's bonuses for wins or whatever? There's some sort of financial incentive for these guys to play, which would make sense. That's how the
well, that bonus better be bigger. That better be as big as my next 2 years of salary that I might be giving up by helping my team replace me.
Well, what was the Emirates Cup there? $500,000 for the winners. Pretty significant.
Okay, I'm going to make $10 million.
Matters.
I'm going to make $10 million next year.
If you make $10 million, you're not going to be replaced by a draft pick.
You might.
No way.
Whatever. You get the point. I mean, you can find semantics here, but the bottom line is you're asking guys to go replace themselves.
I guess, but I mean, it'd be different if it was a 7-round draft. It's a 2-round draft, and the tournament would be what, an extra week and a half of the season?
Yeah, and you know what? In the NBA, how many picks really matter? Really matter?
Maybe the top 17 picks in the draft.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, whatever. We're trying to battle for, but I'll tell you this: it makes a hell of a difference in NBA history if you have the number 1 pick compared to the number 5 pick. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And why reward the crappiest team that's just tanking games left and right when you can look at the 8th crappiest team? Shouldn't they deserve a better chance to be better the next year? And whether the players care or not, I mean, does that really matter?
It does matter. That's how you get them to play.
I mean, you're a pro athlete. You get paid to play games. Here are games. You're paid to play in them.
No, not really.
And by the way, if you're not going to care and you're not going to play hard, you're going to sit on the bench.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
What am I wrong about?
On all of that. On all of that.
I don't know. The coach is going to care. The ownership is going to care. And if the owner cares and the coach cares, whether you care or not as a player, what does it matter?
Who are the ones on the court?
Well, players.
Thank you.
Yeah. So what do you imagine happening during this tournament? Like them just trying to lose on purpose?
I don't know. I got a toe.
Okay, then I guess
you're
not playing then.
Oh, I got an ankle.
Okay, so we'll find. What
oh,
do you?
Oh,
well, hold on.
I think I'm gonna loaf back on this one.
Hold on. Is your
sorry, I turned that one over. My bad.
Is your argument that they're not going to find enough players to play in the games?
No, my argument is that you're not going to get the players to care. You're asking them to replace themselves.
I think it's pretty.
It's counterintuitive.
How do you stop these teams from just tanking and folding up at the end of the year?
Not like that.
How?
I don't
what else do you do?
I mean, you're asking me. I don't have the answers. I'm just telling you that's not the answer.
I mean, what's the difference between this and like saying, okay, we're going to do a reverse draft order for teams out of the playoffs? Meaning if there's, 16 teams in the playoffs, that's 14 that's not. So if you come in 14th place, you draft first? Do that? I mean, wouldn't that be the same kind of thing?
I didn't follow that.
How many teams, Dan? How many teams make the playoffs in the NBA? 16, right?
Yeah. Well, actually, with the play-in now, technically it's 20.
Correct. Okay, fine. Right. You're right. Because there's no. Hold on. There's 4 other teams in each thing. 8, 16, 24. So it's only 6 teams total that are not participating in anything. Is that right?
No, there's 10. So 10 teams in the West, 10 teams in the East.
So it goes 7, 8, 9, 10.
That's the play-in.
All right, you're right. I'm sorry. You're right. There's 20. So there's 10. So does team number 10 draft 1? Team number 9 draft 2? Does it go like that? Is that more fair?
I don't know.
Well, okay. Well, what's the answer?
Well,
then?
what about what baseball does? Like they have you can only get a certain amount of top picks per year, and then like the Rockies this upcoming draft.
Funny. Yeah, they can't be in the top 10.
They can't be in the top 10.
That is hysterical.
Even though they had the worst record in baseball.
Yeah.
The problem.
It's a really interesting concept. Like, hey, you can continue to suck for as long as you want, but if you didn't figure it out, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's an interesting idea because this bench is guys sitting, and we saw it around the All-Star game. There were teams that just didn't even play dudes. They don't care. They're not trying at all. That last week of the season is a freaking joke.
You see what happened with the Utah Jazz? They just got fined like $100,000 because they were up by 17 on the Magic, sat 3 of their starters in the fourth quarter, and the Magic came back and won.
Of course they did.
Is Cam Johnson replaceable?
Is by a draft pick? No. No, he
if
is
you have
not.
the number one pick.
Wait,
God, that's a dumb
all
statement.
right, hold on a second.
God, that's a dumb statement.
How would you have Cam Johnson and Nikola Jokic on your team and have the number one overall pick finish last?
Oh my gosh, don't get into the weird semantics of this. The point is that you're going to have multiple players out there that you're saying because they're starters, they're making a lot of money, they're not replaceable. And that's not true. If a team was going to be drafting number 7 and all of a sudden they got the number 1 pick, we're all freaking replaceable.
I got one for you.
Cooper Flagg can replace any last one of us.
I got one for you. The Nets suck.
Okay.
Right? Where are the Nets right now? Do you think whoever they pick will replace Michael Porter Jr.? There's no way if he's still on the Nets.
Yeah.
No way.
Now talk to me about the other 4 guys.
Well, okay, but who cares?
Yeah, they do. The players that are playing in the game.
The terrible players
The
care?
terrible players that you're asking to go put it all on the line so that your team can replace you.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that are going to care.
So we're going to care like what the terrible players on the worst teams think.
What is so hard about this? It's not what your opinion of them is. I don't care what you think about them. I'm telling you the ones that you're counting on to win the games.
Right.
They're the ones that are going to care. They're the ones that can sabotage this.
All right. Well, I don't know what they're going to do. They'll try to figure out one way or the other. But if I'm an owner, you know who I really don't care about? It's the lousy starters on my terrible team.
Well, yeah,
I don't
of course.
care
I'm trying to
about
get
them.
rid of them anyways.
Yeah, so if they want to lay down and make it easy for me,
they're going to make it hard for you because they're going to lose the game.
Well, I'm going to tell that guy not to play, and he's not going to be playing.
Okay, so play the scrub, play Zeke. See how that goes.
It's going to be the Zeke Bowl.
Yeah, so see how that goes.
We'll see how it goes. I'll take my chances. My season sucks anyways. I think it's a creative idea for a terrible solution. Wait, does that make sense?
Does the lottery help prevent tanking? Because the NFL doesn't do a lottery. Is there massive tanking in the NFL?
In week 18 there is, yeah. In week 18
but that's different than systematic tanking.
Yeah, Tyler's right. Week 18, a lot of NFL teams are just,
Would you like to see the other sports just do the NFL model and the team with the worst record gets the first pick? Or do you like the lottery?
I like the lottery.
Why do you like the lottery?
Actually, I don't know. I kind of like this tournament idea. I like the fact that there's a reason to play for something. And if it's just an absolute cluster and chaos, maybe that would be entertaining. I mean, the concept of battling, like all the bad teams have to face off against each other. It's a little bit like, sending the gladiator out to face the lions, right? Like your season's been bad enough. Now we'll really prove who sucks. And if you really truly suck the worst, you get the worst draft pick. I mean, there's something kind of compelling about that, isn't there? I'll tell you this, it gives something for the fans to be interested in. That's who matters more than the players. You would find the fans they would be rooting. You would have sold out games to see your team who's going to finish 8th or 9th try to finish number 1 to get Cooper Flagg. That's what would happen. I just want to keep rolling here. All right. Well, you can do no dumb questions. Go ahead, Dan. Hit no dumb questions.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, 303-504-0925. Up for ideas, up for dumb questions. Tyler, I don't know if there's anything on your brain these days.
I don't know. I got a lot of dumb things on my brain, but I don't know.
Dan, you got any questions after that little meeting last night? We're going to have Parker Gabriel from the Post on at 2:05. What do you got? Oh, Dan's on the phone. Oh, Dan's on the phone. Dan's trying to figure something out.
No dumb question. Will the dorms that are about to be built over the Dark Horse be cooler than the Dark Horse?
Help me out. What are you talking about?
The Dark Horse, all-time Boulder, Colorado landmark, officially going out of business. Officially. Do you not know the Dark Horse?
Talk to me. Yeah, tell me.
Wow. I mean, it's all-time bar in Boulder. It's been there forever. It's right there off 36. If you're coming down 36, you just go past Willville. Those are the towers. Those are the dorm towers right there at the bottom of the hill. Dark Horse is right across the street from it.
Okay.
It's a legendary landmark in Boulder, Colorado.
Okay.
They've been fighting it off for as long as they possibly could because they've been trying to redevelop it. and they're putting them out of business to put in more dorms for the kids.
Huh. Okay, that kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Anyways, shout out to the Dark Horse. They were a great landmark for a very long time.
All right. We have a caller. Caller, you got a dumb question or a comment? Yes?
No, not a dumb question. I was just I was listening to the show, and you guys were talking about how to resolve the tanking situation in the NBA. And you're talking about the tournament situation. That I don't think is going to work out. But I heard a different option this morning. They said, what if the NBA at like a 50-game mark or like at a 60-game mark, they just cut off the time where you can like be at that like last seed that you could get an advantage on the seeding. You know what I mean?
All right. I have no idea what he's talking about.
I think he's saying so they determine the draft order by game 50
65.
or 60. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's interesting. Like
I don't hate that.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Ooh,
yeah, when everybody's competitive anyways.
Right. And there's like that's the draft.
Oh, I kind
deadline.
of like that. That's a great idea.
Actually, that's a good idea.
That's how you maintain competitive teams.
Hey, what was that dude's name? What's this guy? John?
Yeah, that was cool.
He said his name is Cure Bell.
His name is Cure Bell?
That's what he said.
All right, Cure Bell. That's a good idea. Like I actually kind of love that idea.
Yeah, me too.
You have a draft cutoff. And wherever you are, well, but still, wouldn't you just tank earlier then?
No, make it the All-Star break. Everybody's still going then.
But you would still reward the lousiest team?
No, I don't know how you do it, man.
Yeah, actually, there's some flaws in that system, too. No dumb question. Would you rather be on vacation with Scott Hastings or Mark Moser?
Oh,
that's an easy one to me.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, I like doing things. So I would go with Moser because Moser has a natural curiosity and he likes doing things. Scott Hastings goes on the road. Now, granted, he goes to Milwaukee for the 1,000th time, but Scott will literally just sit in his room and do absolutely nothing. Like, Scott does not seem to have any kind of curiosity about anywhere he goes ever.
Yeah, but Moser would dad-splain to you the entire time.
That'd be fine. That'd be cool. Because Moser's traveled a ton. He's been all over the world, man, so I'd be down for that. Mark would just be more fun. I mean, I love Scott and all, but Scott just wants to go to bed and sit around and watch Hallmark movies and then go lift weights. I mean, what's a vacation for?
Sounds great to me.
What is that? What
Sounds
you
like a hell of a vacation.
So you want to travel somewhere?
I'm going to Mexico in about a month and a half.
Yeah.
And my intention is to go to the beach, go to the pool, go to the restaurant, call it a day. I don't want to do all the excursions.
Yeah, that's like I don't think Scott would even do that.
Well, what would he do?
He wouldn't go, he'd stay in his room. He wouldn't even go to the beach.
He'd hit up the pool. He's done shows by the pool.
So you'd rather go on vacation with Scott?
Yeah.
Plus Moser
stick with my guy.
Moser would be bringing Bear with him.
What does that mean?
She's fun.
What does that mean?
She's fun.
Wow.
I mean, Julia would be fun
Might be
too.
a little
I suppose.
careful on that.
Yeah, I know that's kind of a rip on Julia, kind of unintentionally. I'm not trying to rip on the warden. I'm just saying that the Bear's a fun hang. That's all. All right, what else we got here? Anything?
I heard it like you really liked the Bear.
Well, she's fun, and she might paint a picture of you while she's at it. You never know. It could be quite flattering. Don't let the teams know the cutoff date. That's kind of funny. The cutoff date could come at any time, but you never know when the cutoff date is going to be. They just announce it at some point. It's kind of like the Hunger Games. At some point this could possibly happen. Who wouldn't like to be around Scott and listen to his... Oh my God. I'm going to start reading text that I shouldn't read.
Conspiracies? That's all they're talking about. Conspiracies.
Yeah.
I love conspiracies. I've been to Conspiracy Party. You guys ever been to Conspiracy Party?
I have. What's a conspiracy party?
It's exactly what it sounds like. Everybody shows up with their own conspiracy. You sit down at a round table.
I'm sorry, is this a real thing?
This is a real thing. This is a real thing.
Okay.
You sit down at the round table. Everybody brings up a conspiracy.
Uh-huh.
You try to poke holes in it until nobody's got any holes, and then everybody at the table says, you know what? That thing is actually right.
We didn't land on the moon.
That's right.
And then
Along those lines.
You just go from there?
How were the pyramids made? You know, why?
Who shot JFK?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about here.
You drinking during this?
Well, I don't, but the others do.
I'd have to be.
I'm telling you, it's probably the coolest party I've ever been to in my life.
What was your conspiracy?
I didn't bring one to the table. I just attended. And,
give me a couple that were brought to the table.
What was
the wackiest one?
What's the Ultra 13 or whatever that is? Oh gosh, why? I'm drawing a blank on it. It's the mind control with LSD from the CIA back in the day.
Okay,
you know what I'm talking about,
yeah,
right?
I kind of, yeah.
That one was deep because we had 2 Navy SEALs in attendance.
Yeah, LSD used to be legal.
And they're breaking down all the ways that this stuff is still going on in the world.
Okay.
And then when you hear about the algorithms on Twitter and how real life warfare is actually unfolding via AI and fake events, that they're just flooding to these countries with fake stories, with fake wars, with fake events, and they're causing outright, like, not just protests, but they're causing riots based off fake stuff that's going on.
Right.
Yeah. This is deep rooted stuff, man.
Wow. What did you feel like when you left that meeting?
MK Ultra. Thank you.
MK Ultra?
Yeah.
You feel a little paranoid after you left?
I did.
That party sounds terrible.
The party's great.
That sounds like an amazing party.
Birds aren't real. You know, typical things.
Yeah.
Why did the birds sit on the power lines?
Dan, what a fun party.
I think I'd rather watch the Super Bowl halftime show than go to that party.
No, Dan, you would love it. I'm bringing you to the next one. I'm telling you, you're gonna take that statement back.
Big question of the day coming up next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, you're looking for a simple solution that's guaranteed to work, call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment, surrounded by the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. Call Advanced Hair Restoration, ask about their Advanced FUE, because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. Guys, at Advanced Hair Restoration, they believe in what they do so much that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
You said this was the preferred site. Are you willing to take the word preferred off of that?
Not yet. We talked about that earlier. We really want to respect the overall process. It's important to respect the city council's role in this, the mayor's office's role in this, the state, CDOT, all of these different entities, and also make sure we get the right community input before we can say this is actually where it's going to be.
Are there any progressions with SRM Concrete in terms of working with them? Where's that at?
There are a variety of private real estate transactions that we're trying to work on. Some of those have been made public, but that's also probably why this is a preferred site.
Is there a possibility this wouldn't be the site, that another site would still be considered?
We are laser focused on delivering this site.
Aside from those questions, what else concerns you, or do you have questions about in terms of the Broncos and the new facility and the proposed new area?
Well, I guess I'm just fascinated. If you look at the map as it sets up, to the east of the stadium is going to be the entertainment district. To the north and south, they're kind of neighborhoods. And I'm really curious what the entertainment district's what's going to be in it. The stadium's going to be unbelievable. We know that. My prediction, it's going to cost between $5 and $7 billion. That's just my own prediction on it. And it's probably going to be the nicest stadium in the world. And then you're going to have the stadium, the city that comes with it. There's things that are going to be different. And I think that there's going to be some fans that don't like it, some fans that do like it. Gone are the days of the totally like 360 wrapped parking lots around the stadium for all the tailgating and everything that goes with it.
Yeah, that's ancient history.
That's gone.
Yep.
There's going to be a small little designated tailgate area at the new stadium, but it's nothing in the big picture. So the tailgating scene's more or less going to disappear forever. And where they want you is inside the bars and the restaurants that they're now going to own the real estate for and keep the economy going 24/7, 365.
Concerns? Do you have any?
I don't know about concerns. I mean, I'll tell you this as somebody that doesn't particularly love our public transport system. I don't love the idea that they're trying to force us into public transport. They're going to make... I'm glad to hear that they're going to have 3 stops at the stadium. That hopefully will help, but when you're having 70,000 people exit, I don't know how many stops you really need. How many do you need? 5, 6?
Well, they say that they're going to have as many parking spaces as they currently have at 7,000.
Yeah, but where? Like when they say that, are they talking about within a 2-mile radius?
Well, I mean,
because nowhere within that. Yeah, I mean that looks like that's going to hold about 500 cars.
It doesn't look that big, does it? That's actually, I mean, I don't know, man. That's probably about 2,000 or so. And then down here, down to the south, I guess, that's a little bit of a walk, though.
For sure it is.
If you're parking there, you may be hopping on a light rail to sort of get to the stadium, right? It's not right next to the stadium. The only parking right next to the stadium, you're right, looks, gosh, I don't know. And what would you say there? 2,000, 3,000 maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to scale that thing, but in the big picture, it's not much.
Not much, no. No, it's a massive emphasis on public transportation. Yeah, big time. Big time. Okay, so
I mean, that'd
that.
be the one aspect that I would just be a little bit hesitant to see how it unfolds.
Yeah, I do have one more note last night that I noticed in the meeting.
Yeah.
Gosh, I think it was Damani Leach who mentioned this, but somebody mentioned the way that they're going to design the new roads around the stadium, they said will be emphasized to lighten the traffic in and out, before and after the game. So they're going to design the roads in a specific way that'll help alleviate some of the traffic issues that have been one of my big concerns.
They did point that out.
Wouldn't they always be trying to do that when you design roads?
Well, have you been to the stadium before and after games? It takes 4 hours to get in and out of there.
I know.
It's pretty bad now. Like, it's got to be better because it couldn't be worse now. Now it's awful. So how, it inevitably will be better. But there just won't be as many parking spots to go to. That's the difference. But, I mean, listen, man, you did want the stadium in downtown Denver, though, right?
I did.
So
I'm glad it's staying there. That's where these stadiums should belong. They should stay within the cities. I didn't want it to go out to Lone Tree, so I'm glad that it's staying there. There's going to be challenges that come with that. That's what we're going to have to live with. I think that they're designing it in a particular way that they're trying to take advantage of every last ounce of real estate that they own, which is going to be about 150 acres, to put as many businesses as they possibly can and make sure that that concrete is full of buildings and not cars.
Okay.
I'm sure it's going to be fun. I'm sure it's going to be beautiful.
Yeah,
if you're a tailgater, sorry.
Yeah, it ain't for you if you're a tailgater. But then again, there was an overwhelming response that wanted this thing in downtown Denver, not out in the suburbs. If it's out in the suburbs, you may have parking lots for days.
No, they would have done the exact same thing. I mean, yes, they could put parking lots, but they would have built around the immediate area. They would have built a city. That's how they would have designed it, because they would want to trap as many people as possible.
Parker Gabriel from the Denver Post joins us right now. He's been all over the SRM concrete situation, which I find delicious. Parker, what were your impressions from last night?
Overall, or about SRM concrete in particular?
Let's start with SRM. Let's start there, and then we can go to overall. It really stood out to me when I left the rec center, Parker. Like, if you left the rec center and you just looked to the west, holy cow, it's like ba-boom. You could really see the concrete company. Like,
yeah.
Did that stand out to you?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and when you go down there, like if you walk around, like the Denver Water campus is really beautiful. The vista to the west from like the Burnham Yard area in particular is really beautiful. And there is a giant concrete yard there. It's just like 10 acres of land. And it's right, it's at the northern edge, but it's right in the footprint of where the Broncos have this entertainment district and stadium obviously planned. And so SRM Concrete, our people, Judy Kohler, a business reporter of ours, finally got in touch with them. The first comments from them I've seen a few days ago, they said sort of along the lines of what Damani Leach said last night. They're all sort of playing nice at this point, but obviously there's, something of a standoff happening in terms of actual negotiations.
Go ahead.
Were there any significant concerns raised by the community that stood out?
Yeah, the two biggest. I mean, there's a lot of concerns when you're talking about a project of this magnitude, but the two that stood out and sort of like what their live polling suggested, and then I thought, based on what the Broncos presented and what we've heard in our reporting too, if you're thinking about like the small area plan committee or just sort of the community groups that are involved in this thing, I mean, I think the biggest questions are about transit and about the cost of housing. I mean, it's a historic neighborhood. You don't want people to get displaced. Certainly people that live in that neighborhood, La Alma and Lincoln Park, are worried about that. And like your home value going way up is great, obviously. But, if you're on a fixed income or, working class, your property taxes change dramatically over a few years. That's obviously difficult too. And so that picture plus just the idea of like, how are you going to get tens of thousands of people in and out of there and do it without completely overrunning La Alma and Lincoln Park on sort of like event days. Those stood out to me as sort of the biggest questions from the community.
Yeah, if you have a house there, you're going to be able to charge like $300 for your 6 parking spots in your front
There you go.
yard.
Yeah, no kidding.
I was talking to a guy who just opened it's All Copy Products, I think, is a company. They're right on the north side of 13th. He's like, I opened this building 4 years ago, and I have 220 parking spots at my building.
Wow.
So that guy is having a really good 5 years. But there are definitely people down there who have like real concerns.
All right, what did you learn that was new last night?
Yeah, I mean, quite a bit, frankly. I was a little bit surprised at how much there was. I mean, they're up to 150 acres, which is quite a bit more than what they were at even a couple months ago. We've been reporting on some of the land purchases they've continued to make. And then I thought, one of the things that we sort of intrinsically knew was that, on September 10th or whatever it is, 2031, like the whole district isn't going to be done. But I thought it was interesting their sort of initial plan on, okay, stadium, some of that district, some of the restaurants and stuff that will be to the east of the stadium, between the stadium and La Alma Lincoln Park, and then we'll be done. And then they're talking about like to the north and south having basically parking ramps built, and so parking available for people going to the games, but that those parking ramps basically will be the foundations of buildings that get built as part of the district from 2031 on. So just the way that they clearly already have ideas about the stages of development for the surrounding district. And it's sort of amazing to think, like, guys, that, you know, this is not just 6 years until the stadium opens or whatever. It's legitimately like work and construction that's going to be going on down there like well into the 2030s.
Yeah, it's interesting. When I went to the Atlanta Braves stadium, which is out in the suburbs, it's not in downtown Atlanta.
Yeah.
Parking garages connected to big hotels and businesses. And it was like, whoa, okay. Because how are you going to get 50, 60,000 people, whatever, theoretically, for a sold-out Braves game in and out? And I was there for a 4th of July game. And it was a trip getting everybody in and out of there. And everybody's in a garage for their parking, which was pretty wild.
That seems like a disaster, is it not?
It was, you know, you had to have a little patience. It was it's hot. It's Atlanta. It's July 4th. But guess what? They had an entertainment district, Tyler and Parker, in that ballpark. There were offices. There was a theater. There was big hotels. There was a reason to go down to that area, just to go down to that area, period. And that's what we did. The Braves were actually on the road. We did a tour. We ate at restaurants. We were staying in an Airbnb kind of down the road. So we ended up going to that area kind of all the time. That the stadium also happened to be there, Parker. I think that's the idea with this.
100%. That is the idea with it. And like exactly what you're saying. I mean, that's how it's going to be there in Burnham Yard if they get this thing done. I mean, it is not going to be that you park in your same, parking spot that's in a big, vast surface lot, and then you break out the grill and you grill brats, before you go into the game, when you're looking at the like, it's going to be that, hey, pick a company, somebody moves down there, some insurance company has a big office down there, and on event days, that parking ramp that, Monday through Friday, people drive down there and they park there for work, and then on Sunday, that's a parking ramp that is going to be used for Broncos game days or something, it's going to be along those lines. So it's going to be the game day experience, I think, for a lot of people is going to be a lot different than it is now or than it is I grew up in Wisconsin, than it is if you go to Lambeau Field and you park 1,000 yards from the stadium and there's nothing but, concrete brats and Miller High Lifes between you and the entry. Like, that's not really the way it's going to be. It's going to be there's a restaurant, there's a bowling alley, you can see a movie after the game if you want.
Right.
Maybe you're sticking around to go to the concert at the theater down the road or what have you. Like, that's the new game day experience in the Walton Penner Family Ownership Group's model compared to what it is now.
All right. I'm trying to figure out if there's anything. There was no stadium specific news, right? Like nothing in regards to how it's going to be built, capacity, PSLs, anything like that.
No, I mean, I think, not specifically in terms of that. It's interesting they haven't even hired an architect for the actual design of the stadium yet. So that's probably a little ways off still. I do think it's interesting. Like, one of the things they sort of spelled out is that they'd like to start construction just about a year from now, like Q1, maybe spring of 27, kind of just when you can start a big construction project. Maybe not in the dead of winter, but early 2027 is when they want this thing to be underway. And so they just there's so many different plans and so much design stuff. I'm sure they have time for that, but there's a lot of the community stuff and a lot of process to work through in order to be putting shovels in the ground, 12 to 15 months from now.
Plus, the most important moment is the elderly man who asked about bricks.
What will happen with all the bricks that are, to personalized bricks that are at the stadium now? Will those bricks be transferred to the new stadium, or will the bricks stay and carry on the legacy of Mr. Bowen?
That's a great question. I don't have an answer for that.
Can you push to keep the bricks, please?
It's definitely something we'll look into.
There's hundreds of people that have spent thousands of dollars on those bricks.
Got it.
We looked it up, Parker. This is such a great moment, right? When that gentleman came up to Damani Leach, right, in front of all the media, and he just sort of got a question in front of 100 reporters, which was great.
And DMac, you know who that was?
No, a brick guy. I don't know. No.
Yeah, that was John Elway's longtime driver.
Are you serious?
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. He drove John Elway around for a long time, and actually, I think he got the money for his brick as a tip from Pat Bowlen. So he's not only in the brick, but in the role that he played over the course of his career driving John Elway around.
That is fantastic detail, Parker. I had no idea.
Fun little nugget.
Yeah, well, I think Luca, who has the nose for this stuff, is writing it today. I think maybe Kyle Ferguson from the Gazette was writing about it too. It's or somebody from the Gazette. But yeah, it's a fascinating thing. Like, I thought the same thing. I was like, wow, this is sort of interesting. This guy just walked up, but no, he's got, he's been around Broncos luminaries in the past, so he wasn't afraid.
That is a riot. Well, we looked it up, and the brick program was in 2000, and the bricks were about $70 a pop. So the fact that I thought it was a great moment because it's just like a fan. I didn't know he had a connection to John Elway, and obviously he has good feelings about Pat Bowlen. He brought up Pat Bowlen's name. But when they were trying to get support for the new stadium back in the day, they had this brick, which I think is a very fundamental fundraiser for a lot of events. I think a lot of places, you get your name in a brick and, that whole thing. I thought it was a kind of a cool moment. I did laugh, though, that in this multi-billion-dollar project, make sure we take care of those bricks, Parker. Let's make sure we get those moved, with everything else.
There's so much. I mean, it's funny because my boss asked me about that replica Mile High that's in the parking lot, and like that's obviously a bigger piece of that's a bigger project than some bricks. But there really is something to the idea that like, you have all this. There's the small area plan and the community benefits agreement, all this different stuff that's happening, and at some point, like you're going to be tasked with this sort of notion that like you are literally moving the stadium down the road by a mile, and there's a lot of history and a lot of all this stuff that's going to either move or not move with it, and it will be interesting. Like lighthearted moment aside, like there still is this sort of like. It's going to be the first time the Broncos have ever been anywhere other than Mile High playing football. And so there are a lot of decisions, big and small, I guess, to make about sort of like how much history do you transport down the road and how much are you really like starting new?
Is there anything that stands out to you like you got to bring it with you? It's got to be part of the new environment?
That's a good question. Not necessarily. I mean, the bricks now, obviously, I'm on this gentleman's side on the bricks, but I think it's more about. I think it would be cool. Actually, I heard Zach By talking about this recently, but like some sort of like Hall of Fame or history, like somewhere in there, I think you have a chance to do something cool for the history, not only of Burnham Yard in that area, but also. Of the team. And so, like, I don't know. I don't get to wander around the stadium a ton at this point. Like, I don't think there's a lot of that. There's obviously, like, the Ring of Fame pavilion, which you would think would be moving in some way, shape, or form.
Of course.
But it would be cool if there was a museum or some sort of, nod to history along with a glimmering new palace.
Well, I don't know if anybody even knows this, but there is a building outside of Empower Field that's the Colorado Sports Hall of Fame. It's near the Comcast building. Sort of in the southeast area of did you even know that? Did you have any idea that even existed out there? Oh, and I think we lost Parker. All right.
I guess I grew up in Wisconsin when they did the big Lambeau renovation. They put a beautiful, Packers Hall of Fame and Packers History Museum right in the new Lambeau Field atrium.
Inside of it,
and it's really cool. Yeah, you just wander through it on your way to your seat if you want to. And it's a neat little tie to the past.
Well, I think we can all agree, and we'll maybe end on this note. When it comes time to build the stadium, guys, it's going to be unbelievable, right? Like anything you can probably imagine will be part of the stadium. That's not what last night was about. That's not what it was about at all. It was about the footprint in the community, and you go from there. So, all right, thanks, Parker. We appreciate it.
Yep, have a good week, guys.
Parker
Thanks,
Gabriel,
buddy.
Denver Post. Yeah, when it comes to the stadium itself, Tyler, I mean, so it'll be like you said. It'll be the best stadium ever built.
Yep.
Period.
It's gonna be cool. We're gonna have the best stadium in the world.
And then you can get a burger and go look at your brick and maybe a cement company, slightly to the north.
And for all those that are worried about it, yep, it's gonna have an HVAC system.
Who's worried about that?
You.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm worried about the HVAC system?
Well, you know what I imply by that, right?
I'm not quite sure.
It's gonna be an indoor stadium.
Oh, gotcha. Well, it'll be retractable. It'll be inside. It'll be outside.
Well, you can turn the HVAC system off.
Sure, you could do all of that. All right, let's football go. Dan Buds Quinn Stander's got that for you next.
All right, guys, listen up. Saturday is Valentine's Day, and listen, most of us, what we do, we run to the convenience store on Friday night or the grocery store on Saturday morning, get some flowers and candy, and that's great. But how about this year, that special lady in your life, something truly special? I'm talking buy her a few hours of rest and relaxation at Beau Visage Skincare and Spa. Beau Visage specializes in several luxurious pampering services that women love. Hey, I'm gonna just tell you this little secret right now. I've been to Beau Visage. I love them too. They're an absolutely fabulous, fabulous place. Get all the different spas and things and stuff that you can try around town. I'm telling you what, Beau Visage is the very, very best. At Beau Visage, you're not just buying a service. Instead, your special lady receives a wonderful overall experience. Trust me on this, there is no place like Bow Visage. Fellas, this place is terrific, professional, first class, and they do a great job. Tell them Scott sent you. Give them a call, 303-779-5002. That's 303-779-5002 or BVSPA. That's bvspa.com. And tell them Scott sent you.
Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Brad and everybody down there is amazing. MountainHighAppliance.com. We are live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice, and Dan's passion is football. LFG, Dan, let's go.
All right, fellas, we'll start off with the Denver Broncos. So ESPN has an article out, the biggest questions for every NFL team over the offseason. We'll obviously go to the Denver Broncos. Their biggest question, according to Jeff Legwold, who wrote this, what will the playbook look like when quarterback Bo Nix returns? So Leggy writes in his piece here, should the Broncos keep him heavily involved in their run game in 2026? They had Nix throw, I did not know this, Bo Nix threw the most passes of any quarterback in the league last year with 612 passing attempts, but he lacked efficiency, writes Jeff Legwold. So let me ask you guys this. What do you want to see in the next stage of Bo Nix's development as far as opening up the playbook more? Do you want to see more shots downfield? Do you want to see him run more, run less? Where do you want to see Bo Nix improve in year number 3?
I just want to see him being able to matriculate the ball down the field more often and score better. I want to see more consistency. I really don't care how it comes.
Yeah, I mean, it starts and ends with consistency. The biggest frustration has been that he was such a great fourth quarter player, and you're like, why can't we get that the whole game? And that is the next step for Bo Nix. Figuring out how to be good in the first quarter, the first drive of every game. Let's go. Let's score points. The first drive, every single game. Let's get 3 points at a minimum. And go from there. It's an expectation of every quarterback in the NFL to start fast and finish strong, not just to be a fourth quarter player. But for Bo, look, I think that he runs the ball at appropriate times for the most part. What I don't love is all the times that he necessarily escapes the pocket. But then again, I don't want to take it away from him because he's an off-schedule player, and there's a lot of off-schedule players in the NFL right now that are absolutely thriving. So let's just find ways to keep more consistent early in games.
Next story, Dan.
Guys, during the week leading up to the Super Bowl, there was some speculation that Derek Carr was looking to make a comeback. And now we know that's definitely the case because he confirmed it on his podcast. That's right. After sitting in retirement for just one season, it appears that Derek Carr is ready to return to the NFL. So CBS has the 5 best or top landing spots for Derek Carr's return. Number 1, the Minnesota Vikings. Number 2, the Pittsburgh Steelers. Number 3, the Indianapolis Colts. 4, the Kansas City Chiefs. And 5, the Atlanta Falcons. What do you think is the best landing spot for Derek Carr?
God, first of all, he's going to get a shot. If he's coming back, that's crazy to hear. Like, as you're ripping off those teams, I'm like, oh, he'd be good for all those teams. I'm not sure what the best team would be for Derek Carr. I guess I'd have to look into his relationship with offensive coordinators and stuff like that. So I guess I don't really have a great answer, Tyler.
I mean, listen, if Derek Carr's coming out of retirement, he's immediately the number 1 available quarterback in free agency.
Great pickup.
Immediately the number 1.
Yeah.
So would he be good for the Vikings? Probably, yeah. Colts, why would the Colts not just bring Daniel Jones back? I know he's got injuries and all that, but why wouldn't they just
Was he only under a 1-year deal?
Yeah.
That's interesting. So he's a free agent too, huh?
They got to give Daniel Jones a new contract.
I guess you would just say, would you rather have this guy or that guy?
I'd rather have Daniel Jones.
All right, well, okay. I mean, I get it.
Obviously I get why the Chiefs would want Derek Carr, but if I'm Derek Carr, I probably wouldn't want to go to the Chiefs because I don't want to go play for half the season and then sit down. What was the other 2? I got 3 out of the 5. Atlanta. Yeah. What was the 5th?
Atlanta.
I said Atlanta. I just said Atlanta.
Did I say 5?
You know what? Now that you go through them again, I guess Minnesota would be probably the best place, the best coach. Is Jefferson staying there? I would assume. Look what they did 2 years ago. That would seem like the best place to win. I guess, are we done with J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix? We're just done with those dudes? Their careers are toast?
I don't think you're ready to just move on entirely, but you got to have a backup plan. You got to do what the Colts did this year with Anthony Richardson, and they got to bring in somebody to compete.
You know what's crazy? If he wants it, he'll definitely get an opportunity. But any of those teams would be lucky to have him, frankly. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Joey Porter. He was on Not Just Football podcast talking about his former quarterback and teammate, Big Ben Roethlisberger.
Broke the brotherhood, then 7 definitely broke the brotherhood because,
that's the one I don't understand.
The 7 dude that we don't talk about.
I know.
is crazy. Like out of anybody should talk, he should never grab a microphone and really talk Steeler business. Yeah. Because if we talking Steeler business, his ass is foul of all foul. Like that he's did is foul of all foul. He's not a good teammate. Won the Super Bowl with him. But the person, he's just not a good teammate. Like, he knows that. Anybody in the Steeler building knows that. But we protected him because I've only won 1 Super Bowl, and that was my quarterback. So do I love my quarterback? Yeah, but is he a good person? No.
Wow. That is something.
Talk about breaking the brotherhood. Like, hey, buddy, that's breaking the brotherhood right there.
It sounds like they were pissed off that he was outspoken about Tomlin, I guess. Listen, Ben.
Hold on. What do you mean?
That's what he's saying. Yeah, that Ben was ripping on Tomlin like you don't do that.
Gosh, I guess I don't recall Big Ben being anti-Tomlin.
But he was saying it was time for Tomlin to go, essentially.
Oh, but that was in retirement. That was Big Ben this year.
Oh, it's this year, but it was before Tomlin had hung it up.
When Ben was playing, was he anti-Tomlin?
Oh, well, I don't know.
I'm sorry, because that's how I took it.
I don't know, but he was the initial argument. Joey Porter saying, "Who's the defensive lineman too?" Who said it as well. Anyways, it was Ben was like critical of Tomlin, like it's time for him to move on. Basically, this past year.
Yeah,
that's what Porter's referring to. But then Porter's going deeper because he's obviously referring to the problems, the sexual assault allegations, and those other things that were going against Ben Roethlisberger. He was talking about him as a human being, like just a bad person. I mean, that's wild.
Jeez.
So, there you go.
Don't see that every day.
Yeah. All right, is that it, Dan? We got something else? Or
one more quick one here. So with trade speculation surrounding Max Crosby, new Las Vegas Raiders head coach Clint Kubiak affirmed that he wants the all-pro defensive end to remain with the organization moving forward. Why would the Raiders keep Max Crosby in a rebuild? Should they trade him, or would it be better if they tried to keep Max Crosby?
I would 100% trade him. I have no idea in a rebuild, which they're clearly in, by the way, because they're going to draft Mendoza, and they need to form the team around him. You can get significant value for Max Crosby. I have no idea why they would keep him.
I'm usually not in the business of getting rid of guys like Max Crosby. I could probably make the argument that whether you're in a rebuild or not, you got to have guys that inspire you to have success. But I do think they should probably move on. I mean, if Max Crosby wants out, first off, if Max Crosby is talented enough, good enough, and can be outspoken enough that he can be a headache, he can be a problem as you're trying to rebuild a new culture, that might be enough reason in its own right to get rid of him. But the value that you could get as a rebuilding team is significant.
Yeah, what do you think they could get in return for him?
Well, multiple firsts for sure.
Really?
Dude, if you could get 2 first-round picks, this is a no-brainer.
Yeah, I think that's the starting point with Max Crosby.
And then there's nothing to think about. It gets a little bit more interesting if it's a first and a third or something. But there's no way you're not getting at least a first-round draft pick for Max Crosby. I mean, at least. I don't know where this is even, like, complicated to think about. Like, this seems like an easy decision to make.
Well, he's really good. That's why it's complicated.
So
how far down the rebuilding path are you trying to go? Are you trying to go 3-4 years? Or are you trying to do a year?
I'll tell you this.
If you're trying to be competitive within a calendar year, then you probably try to keep him on your team.
If you think you can do what the Patriots did and go from a 4-win team to the Super Bowl, then you should keep him. If you really think that's what's about to happen.
Right.
You would never get rid of him. So you've got to assess your own team and where you're at. But if you think you're going to be competitive and make the playoffs, 1,000% you should keep Max Crosby. If you don't, then, we're moving on. They could always keep him and then at the trade deadline make a trade too, couldn't they? And then we'll see where we got. And the value for Crosby, as long as he's not hurt, is still going to be the same. So there's no real rush unless you really think there's make or break players you can get this year in this year's draft.
Yeah.
So it's a quirky situation. It's not an insult to Max Crosby.
You guys see John Fox back in the league?
What's he doing?
He's coaching with the Buffalo Bills.
What?
Buffalo Bills brought him in.
As a what?
It's I forget the exact title. It's one of those kind of ambiguous ones. It's like offensive analyst, something like that.
And he's going to...
Let me look it up.
Is he going to be in Buffalo for that job, or would he just be doing that from wherever he's living?
He's actually coaching. He's on the coaching staff. Senior assistant coach.
Interesting.
So it's not an analyst. He's in the building day to day. He's on the field. He's practicing.
What relationship does he have with Joe Brady?
I don't know.
That's good for Foxy, man. Well, I thought he was just done. I thought that was kind of a wrap for him.
Well, he's been out for a hot minute now.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Boy, they got kind of an elderly staff over there in Buffalo. Huh? They got some older guys there. All right, good. Hey, good for Foxy, man. Best of luck. Wait, hold on a second. Wait a second. He's an offensive assistant?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
No, I'm sorry. That's weird. Senior assistant coach.
Okay.
Not offensive. Obviously that would be weird.
Okay. Just
but the title doesn't say offense or defense. It just says senior assistant coach.
Huh. Just like a pal, a buddy. Just what do you think, Foxy? What do you think we got going on here? Hey, good for John. He's one of my favorite guys. If he wants to do that and that makes sense for him, that sounds awesome. It's PhD here on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I want you to have a spectacular weekend. I want you to be active. I want you to feel great. And if improving your health has been on your priority list, but you just haven't, well, it hasn't been that big of a priority, you know what it feels like if you're low on energy, not sleeping well. I don't know, maybe the sex drive is gone. This could just be low testosterone. So go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz, and figure it out. How about this? Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is also helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. So here we go. Thank you, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, with 5 locations up and down I-25, easy to find. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health. You can visit them at revitalized-health.com. What would we do without you? Thank you, Revitalized Health, revitalized-health.com. Chris Paul has announced his retirement officially. Did that like a couple hours ago. This is it. After 21 years, I'm stepping away from basketball. I mean, it didn't end in a glorious way for Chris Paul, did it? But okay, he was waived by the Raptors on Friday after being traded from the Clippers on February 4th. The Raptors did not require Paul to report to the team and looked to move him before the trade deadline, but they couldn't get that done. So that's it. No, we don't have any interest in trying to get Chris Paul out of retirement for the Nuggets, do we? No, right? Andy's with us too. Andy, nothing on Chris Paul, right?
Strong negative.
No, I mean, whatever. You know, wasn't that the guy we all talked about forever that was supposed to be? I feel like he was rumored to come here about 1,000 times and it never happened.
Yeah.
You know what I'm always going to remember Chris Paul for?
What's that?
The most random stuff. Remember when everybody kept getting up at his wedding and talking about Melo and Chris Paul going to the Knicks back that kind of led to all the stuff before the trade. Don't you remember that, DMac?
I do.
It was uncomfortable because Kroenke was in attendance and everybody could shut up about how we were going to get him to the Knicks and this is what's going to happen and all three of them are going to line up and blah, blah, blah.
Good memory. Had no idea about that. You guys are out at number 38. And
our favorite place, I'd say. You were here a bunch this fall, weren't you? Tyler was too.
I was there too. Great
Love
place.
number 38. You can enjoy all the excitement of hockey in the winter games and New Amsterdam vodka specials like puck drop shots, espresso martinis, and the Avalanche Mule. And there's great prizes. So Nate and Andy out there. The Canada-Switzerland game, 3-1 Canada over Switzerland. That's kind of tight. It's a little probably closer than they would like.
Yeah, we got that one on one of the TVs, but get this, man. We've got the U.S. women against the Italian women.
Yeah, we've had that.
How's that going?
6-0, and it's getting a little feisty, man. The U.S. coach just lit into all the officials about a little of the contact, and I was asking Cole, I go, are we going to get a fight in this game? But he said apparently the Olympic Committee said if you fight, you're kicked out, so probably we're not going to get one, but it feels like the temperature's up high enough that we could.
No, there was an Italian player who was getting in the face of an American. I looked like something was about to go down.
Are you going to?
I have never seen, I'm sure it's happened, but I do not recall a fight in women's hockey. Again, I'm sure it has happened, but I just don't recall seeing one. You guys? Ever?
I heard of one a little while ago. I feel like maybe 3 months ago, I believe there was one that got some notoriety out of it. But no, I'm with you. Well, hey, a lot of times they still wear the face shield, right? So you really better make sure you get that face shield off if you're going to throw punches.
Yeah, you got to aim for the neck, Andy.
Well, I mean, you could. I don't know if that's very gentlewomanly if you do that, but you know, I don't know what the rules are as far as that goes. So,
Team USA takes on Denmark. Dan has said this joke several times. The winner gets Greenland. It's a funny joke. Use it at your own discretion over the weekend. And then it's U.S. Germany on Sunday.
Hey, man, the Germans were playing, maybe it was earlier today or when I got home last night or something. Our guy Grubauer is on the German team.
Yeah.
Was Lars Eller on the German? Like, I felt like I heard 3 or 4 old Avalanche names on that German team. So
I don't know about that, but I know, the guy from France. We got a guy from France who's an old Av. Pierre Eduardo Belmar. You remember him?
Oh, yeah. Pierre P.E. Belmar. Don't you remember him? He was on the Cup team, wasn't he, Dan? He was one of the tough guys on the Cup team. He went to Tampa Bay.
He wasn't on the Cup team.
He was on the Cup team.
No.
I think he left the year before.
Okay.
But he's an ex-Av. He's on the French team now. They lost 6-3 to Czechia. And I'm trying to see if our guy, Natchez, had anything to do with anything. Yeah, he had a goal. Very nice. He had a power play goal. Oh, wow. Another power play goal for an Avalanche guy.
Doesn't that kind of hack you off?
Oh, my God.
Listen,
why is it so
easy? I hope
easy?
it rubs off for when we get back home, okay?
Wow.
Because Gabe scored on the power play also, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're all scoring on power
They're
plays.
all-
I think
yeah.
McKinnon got a power play goal. I believe our guy Brock Nelson had a power play goal for the U.S. It's just all power play all the time now.
All right. Well, that they took care of business to France. Are you? How compelling are these games to you, Andy? Like, where are you at right now with the talk? We know it's going to get great, but how are you with the stuff going? Either way, you got to give it to Italy, man. They're a scrappy men's hockey team, man. They lose to Slovakia, who beat Finland, but they lose to Slovakia 3-2. Whoever that goalie is for Italy must be pretty damn good.
What's his name?
His name is
Giovanni?
He's I think
Lombardi. Is he a Lombardi?
David Fadani.
Nice.
Very close though.
Nice. Yeah.
It's along that route, so I don't know, man. That guy's all right though. He's doing okay. I think he
Look,
is.
I'll dial in here in a minute. You know what I mean? When it's on at night, I'll watch it. I mean, I don't know. It's look, man, it's tough because all our guys are everywhere. You know what I mean? I told you, I am an Avs guy. Now, when it comes to U.S. Canada, I'll be rooting for the U.S. But is it not a little weird that the guys that have your hearts that you're always pulling for? I mean, again, I don't love the Kachucks. I know we got to root for them because they're the scrappiest members of Team USA. But, you know, I mean, I'll root for our guy Brock Nelson. That's easy to do. But, you know, this is always weird for me. So,
well, Tyler is rooting against Canada in every context period. No
Yeah, basically, but it's an interesting conundrum for me because I can't root for Canada to win games, but I do want to get a gold medal matchup, so I admit that that's difficult for me to get them to the gold medal matchup without them winning games.
Dude, if you're Canada, do you think there's any joy in playing for Team Canada if you play hockey seriously?
Right.
It's got to be like playing for the U.S. in basketball because you're not, you know, you're not expected. You're expected to win. You know what I mean?
I think it's the biggest honor you can achieve as a Canadian hockey player, period, though. I know what you're saying. Like, you're kind of in a no-win situation because the expectations are so high. But it is kind of the ultimate that I'm playing for Canada.
Nobody cares about a silver. What's the last silver or bronze basketball medal we all celebrated in the U.S. is all I'm saying.
I get it. Like, there's nothing but downside, but still the honor for playing for the team, I guess, is, you know, next level. You know, we had John Mitchell on, he goes, I was never good enough to play for the Canadian team. I'm like, oh, okay. Kind of get it. You know, like, when you think about it, like, Ross Colton isn't good enough to play for the U.S. team, Andy.
Bro, when Nate had the great point out, the goal that I think McKinnon finished it off, but you realize the goal that McKinnon scored went from Makar to McDavid to Crosby to McKinnon. Nothing but Hart Trophy winners and a Norris Trophy, and by the way, they've all got Hart Trophies and all. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, so that's why Ross Colton and John Mitchell aren't on the Canadian team.
No, I mean, why? Any game is close against Canada,
right?
I mean, there really is nothing but the expectation to win, period. I see what you're saying. That's a lot of pressure, I guess. Well, would you rather not have that pressure? Would you rather be in Cancun this week if you're, I don't know, pick out your favorite Canadian not playing for Team Canada from the Avs?
Look, any of our buddies from the 1998 Bronco team, and I'm talking 98 on the second time because they jumped out to that 13-0 start, and those guys will tell you there was nothing but pure joy and elation after the first Super Bowl victory in 97. The second one, because they were so good and TD had the 2,000-yard season and all this stuff, it was like a big relief that they just won the damn game. And again, they go up against Atlanta. They didn't even face the good team in the NFC, which would have been Minnesota. So the joy, there was like half the joy because they just were expected to get it done. And that's Canada all the time in hockey.
Can I give you a bit of a hot take, a little Olympic hot take here?
Go ahead.
There's too many stupid games in sports that don't mean anything that shouldn't be happening. Okay? Yeah. Like, if you're really serious, like this USA Women Italy game is dumb. It's just a dumb game.
What are we doing?
The Italians are being outshot right now like 39-2. Like, I get it, you're Italy, so you get a team in the tournament. But wouldn't this be better if you just had the top 6 teams in the world and there was like a round-robin qualification and then a medal round? Like, why do we bother in the Olympics with garbage teams in the Olympics?
DMac, it's what they struggle with events. You know, I had a chance to the biggest name in the sport of lacrosse is Paul Rabel. Talked to him a few years ago about they were trying to push lacrosse into the Olympics, and I go, do you think this is a good idea? And he goes, no. Because we got 2 good teams. No, we'd have a bunch of really bad games.
Right.
It would suck for television. It would not be a good representation of the product, and there's no point to it. And you know what? There's a bunch of sports that are that way. Enough of the world. Like, again, if we were to ever actually put real football in the world, You know what I mean? In the Olympics,
It'd be
how would
stupid.
that go?
It'd be dumb.
There's no point.
Well, they're about
most
to,
of the world doesn't play it.
But they're about to do it, kind of, with flag.
Sure.
Is that just going to be stupid?
We'll see. I mean, I would guess it is. You know, Tom Brady wasn't afraid to tell Logan Paul to his face, "You're not a very good athlete, and we'll see how you do in flag football here soon."
Like, Tom Brady's face is imploding. It's just he does not look like a human being anymore. And how much money do you have to pay the greatest quarterback ever to belittle himself with that sort of conversation? That to me was like weird beyond belief. I don't know.
Maybe he's trying to pump some into the Raiders' cause. All right, so Nate Kreckman's here, as you see. Before we get you out of here, DMac, off to go enjoy your weekend and everything else.
Yes, sir.
I heard you talking a little bit at the top of the 2 o'clock hours as I headed over here about what went down at Burnham Yards. Like, what do you think? Give me one. What do you think is going to be the most debated point as we head towards Stadium 2031?
Parking, and how do I get to and from the game? But when you say debated point, it's not like a hot take or anything. It's just people are going to season ticket holders who don't normally go downtown aside from going to games are probably going to be bothered by that. But if you're allergic to public transportation, it might be unbecoming to you. If you've had a tailgate location in a parking lot for the past 50 years, it might be an issue for you. Other than that, other than those 500 people, I think it's going to be kind of smooth sailing in terms of that.
But see, I got to tell you, I found your conversation at 2 o'clock interesting because we are not, let's be honest, if there's a criticism about Denver, the city as a whole, whether people want to hear it or not, we do not have the public transportation and transit that most other big cities have. It is not easy all the time. They've made great efforts to improve it, the light rail line down 25 and all that stuff, but it's still not ideal like some of the other cities do have. And to me, we're kind of a driving city. So when you talked about some of the parking coming up, I'm going to be curious to see how the conversation evolves, or if you just get a new kind of season ticket holder going down there that's more apt to live down there and so on and so forth.
I'm a big light rail guy, and trust me, I've had my frustrations with it being closed and being slow and all sorts of issues. Trust me, I've had issues with it. However, I'll tell you this, when the light rail is working, Andy, Nate, it's great.
It's good.
It's easy to use. It's relatively cheap. And it's pretty quiet. And I've taken it a million times in different ways, including with my bike. And I prefer it rather than driving if I just, could turn my brain off and, just sort of chill out as I go from one point to another. I used it to the Broncos game every game this year. I use light rail to the Broncos game, every single game.
I think W line's great. I mean, I use it from the west side of town.
Yeah.
I use it a lot when I go to Rockies games, especially.
Makes total sense.
But I've also experienced this before. The light rail station, the W line light rail station, the one at Union, which is closest to my house because I live over by Green Mountain. It's probably like a mile and a half away from my home.
Yeah.
And I have had experiences where I have gone to Coors Field and I've watched baseball games and I've enjoyed myself and I've indulged a little bit.
Sure.
And then I will do this thing where I get off the light rail and it's like 11 o'clock at night and I'm a mile and a half away from my home and it's pretty much straight uphill up Alameda all the way back to my house. And I've made myself walk before. I've done it. I could have easily called my wife and just had her stop by and pick me up. But especially like if I'm pissed that the Cubs lost or something like that, I'm just like, I don't deserve a ride.
You'll take a minute?
I'm walking all the way. Just walking home in anger because my team lost the game.
Well,
I like the Chris Farley arms you get going too.
Exactly.
To be a supportive person here with public transportation, if you wanted to, if you had a cheap bike, you could take your bike onto the light rail. At Coors Field, there is a secured parking area for bikes, and you could easily do that. And I would assume they will do something similar to like that with the new stadium. Listen, man, I cannot believe the Walton Penner Group. You realize this is the hardest thing they could do, and it's got the highest upside. So hearing complaints about it at all feels weird to me. because what this is going to mean to the city of Denver, if they get it done, is unfreaking believable, and no taxpayers are paying for it. And frankly, if you look at that Burnham Yard area, they call it a donut hole. It's another hole right there, but whatever, man. Like, it's a blighted area next to a community.
It's also like it's an opportunity for them to essentially call dibs on centrally located real estate in the middle of Denver, which how much of it still exists anymore?
Not much.
Like, quite frankly, if they wanted to build a new stadium, unless it was going to be tear down Mile High, go play at Folsom Field for 2 seasons while you build the new thing, like you pretty much you had to move very quickly. The timing of all of this is pretty interesting, but it was like we gotta go, and that's why I think this thing's moving as fast as it is.
Do you guys have any negative thoughts about this thing at all? Is there anything that comes to mind that, like, I got
plenty. Yeah, it's
like
on,
what?
DMac.
Like what do you got? I'm curious.
It's first off the
you're going to get into policy with him, and that's more the thing.
Yeah,
so.
no, the whole like we will pay nothing in taxes thing, like that's just not accurate. Like there's going to be so many tax breaks that are given to the Denver Broncos that they're not going to be then paying for the city of Denver. That's not exactly accurate.
Okay.
Is there no new taxes? Is there not a new sales tax to build the thing? Absolutely. But also, like, trumpeting that as a talking point is a little disingenuous, because if they put it on a ballot, it would lose. Like, it's a massive loser, especially in the politics of the Front Range right now, the idea of make the taxpayers fund a new stadium. It wouldn't pass. So they have to do it this way. They have no choice. It sounds good to say, but also it's their only option.
All right.
So, like,
all right, okay, I got you.
Yeah. Now, again, good on them. They're the Walmart people. They got $65 billion. Like, they should be paying for their own football stadium. That's exactly how this should be working. But the whole, like, this is so benevolent of us to not be charging you people for it. It's like, that's because the people would have told you to go cram it. That's why that's all happening right now.
So they ain't heroes. Yeah. I got you. They're not heroes.
Exactly. Now, again, good on them. Go to your point, DMac. What else is at Burnham Yard? There's nothing there. Okay,
it will be an improvement to the city.
Exactly. So go build your football stadium and upgrade what you can when it comes to mass transit and whatever you contribute there. Like, I'm excited for all of that. Absolutely.
Oh, you're a little bit of a cynic on this one, Nate. I could tell.
Nate Kreckman's a cynic about public policy and whether or not taxpayers are going to be footing the bill for anything? No way. Not me.
All right.
This is why we stay away from this part of the topic, to be honest with you, DMac.
Would you rather have whatever cynical issues you have, or would you rather have it out in the suburbs?
I don't really care. Quite frankly, like, you
don't care either way. Like, no big deal if it's not in
Denver?
You
could put the Broncos in Brighton. You could put them in Lone Tree, and I wouldn't care. Again, the whole purpose of this is, can you build your palace? Honestly, my view of it is that stadium's fine. That stadium's fine.
Oh, you're the non-move crowd. Like, we're
again,
good.
You can chase every revenue stream that you can possibly find. You know, you can watch SportsCenter after the Super Bowl, and they're out in front of SoFi, and it's friggin' gorgeous, okay? And you can think to yourself, well, I'm the wealthiest sports ownership group in North America, so I better have myself one of those. Like, absolutely. Guess what? You dropped your $4.5 billion to build your to buy your football team. Go for it. Good on you. You have earned the right to be able to do all of this with your tremendous wealth. But also, we all know what's happening right here. You think
this is an indulgent waste of time?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And resources, absolutely.
All right. Andy?
We don't need a new football stadium. We really don't.
Wow.
Again, in terms of urgency, you know, this thing wasn't the black hole in Oakland. You know, it wasn't the Oakland Alameda Coliseum. This wasn't they weren't playing NFL games at whatever the stadium equivalent of the Denver Coliseum is. Like, again, you have a very good football stadium, and it sure seems like the Denver Broncos are doing fine to me. But again, bells and whistles, man. This is what you bought it all for.
Let me ask you a question.
DMac is surprised.
No, it's all right. It's all good. I respect it. It's like, have you ever, for whatever reason, Nate, ever gone down to Empower Field when there's not a game for any reason?
Yeah, I've gone to concerts there.
Concerts, okay.
Yes.
For a non-event, have you ever said, because this is what Damani Leach said, have you ever said to visitors from out of town, hey, I got to show you Empower Field. Come on, get in the car, let's go down there?
Oh, God, no.
No. Have you ever said, let's go to Red Rocks?
Although I will say this.
I've never said, let me go show you Coors Field either, though, to be fair.
I have. Really?
I have.
Oh,
yeah,
wow, I have, for sure.
I've hiked the Front Range and certainly been like, hey, I see the Broncos Stadium from here. I've, shown it to people. But also, it's an NFL stadium. Again, quite frankly, is that a thing where people are like, oh, I got to go, I got to go see what Jerry's Palace looks like or something. I mean, if you're a big, architecture head, sure. But
All right,
I don't know.
I'll tell you this.
Maybe it's just simply my interests. I'm not necessarily like, ooh, you got to see our football stadium. It looks way different than it does on TV.
And I know it's a football stadium versus a baseball stadium, but I definitely have hung out in Atlanta when there weren't Braves games because there's a cool area around their stadium.
Sure.
I've definitely done that, by the way, too, in St. Louis because my kid used to go to college there. And without a Cardinals game, what they've done around that stadium is really cool, whether there's a game there or not. I mean, this is the concept for Denver that this would be a place to go to
the entertainment
no matter what.
district.
Yeah.
Yes, the build up the large entertainment district. Because last time I checked, Denver, Colorado, where would you find a bar or a restaurant in this city?
Well, in Lodo, I guess, around Coors Field. I mean,
where would I possibly find somewhere to get a drink and meet up with my friends and go see it? Where would I find that in Denver, Colorado?
You ever been down Tennyson Street over there in what you guys like to call
North Denver?
The Highlands?
Yeah,
yes.
that Tennyson's
Rhino
cool.
and the Highlands and South Broadway. Where would I ever? Number 38. Where would I find somewhere to hang out?
Yeah, we're at a good place right now. It's a good call.
This city.
Right.
DMac, I understand what you're saying. You know what's
No, close the city. We're done. That's it.
No.
It's
you know what's so interesting about this though, DMac? And again, I was just talking to our buddy that's a DJ here. I was talking this about him and just about how you spend your free time. I guess I did not know you sought out the nightlife. See, again, for me, I think it's funny because you're like, oh, I go hang out by these stadiums. Like, oh, my God. Like, most of the trips in my adult life have been to stadiums for whatever, college, pro, whatever the football, whatever
You've
the
seen
basketball.
every Cheesecake
the arena
Factory
football,
in
I
America.
have. And so, for me, I want to go see the city. I almost want to go see a neighborhood. You know what I mean? I want to go see how you folks live. I'm not worried about because I've been to so many stadiums. It just is not what I seek out. And, one of the funnest times I had, we went to Chicago for a preseason game in 2016, and me and Ed McCaffrey were just wandering around the city of Chicago. Now, he was Pokemon hunting because that Pokemon Go game was so big.
Ed McCaffrey was a big Pokemon guy?
He was, dude. It was unreal. We went to this, shady parking lot because he's like, I got to take over this gym. I'm like, bro, I think we're not going to have anything left when we get out of this parking lot if you're not careful. But it's just funny to me to, again, I'm not going to comment on it because if people want another spot like Coors Field to visit in this town, great. They're going to build it. Awesome. I'm just to a point in my life where I don't know if it'll track me down there because by the time, first off, this thing's going to get built, I'm nearly 60. You know
we're going to live in a condo down there, Andy.
Yeah. Hey, Nate and I have decided we're going to live in a condo together. So when the show ends, we'll just keep YouTubing it. We'll just be on a condo deck because we're sad and divorcees or whatever happens.
You sound like you're going to be the guy from the Muppets up
guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We'll be yelling down.
We're getting a condo down by Burnham Yards.
You young people, you are big ones. We used to have a show. Yeah, that'll be us.
I like this place when there was just a concrete company and graffiti and hypodermic needles. Those were the days.
Hey, man, maybe I'm an old Denver guy. New Denver ain't for me. Yeah.
Well, but that's a great thing. It doesn't need to be. They're not going to be worried about you.
I know.
They're not going to be worried about you.
You know what, Nate? In fairness, there were a lot of people from the neighborhood last night that shared those same concerns. That hey, we like our neighborhood. We like where we've been. We're near the Santa Fe Art District. It's kind of a quirky little area. We're good. Why do we really need this? There was sentiment like that last night, no doubt about it. Guess where there would be no sentiment? Out in Lone Tree, where it's empty fields, and that's that. Although you might.
It's a city with only one tree.
It has a lone tree.
There's plenty of space for a football stadium.
There is.
There's
Look, I'm
loads.
glad they're keeping it where they're keeping it, and we'll see.
Right.
I will say this,
do you guys
though.
want Nate? Do you want the Denver Broncos in Denver?
Well, they're not leaving Denver.
But do you want the Denver Broncos?
You're asking the wrong guy. See, this is
Oh,
you're asking a Vic question to a dude that doesn't.
Oh,
he's not worried about
I absolutely
that.
do not care.
Yeah.
No, there
Don't care.
are stadiums all over America. The New York Giants and New York Jets don't even play in the city or state of New York.
Yeah, they're in
it
East
doesn't
Rutherford.
matter what you call these teams.
What do you think then, Nate? Of
The
people?
Foxborough Patriots.
I gotcha. Well, it's New England, so they got it covered. But what do you think of people that really, really care about the Denver Broncos being in Denver?
I think you're right.
They're that concerned about the geographic footprint of it all.
No, I think there are people that do want it more central. I think there
I
are
get
lots of
that.
concerns. It would end up out by the airport, which nobody wanted. Right now, look, I mean, for you and I live by C470. Getting to Lone Tree is not a problem for me. I love my drive to work daily. It is amazing for me. But it's not.
The
if
drive
you live
home
up north,
I could do without.
Yeah. If you live up north, that's a pain, though, right? And so I do understand to a lot of people they want it in Denver. And
The
they
central
like
location.
Central location.
I get
of
that
it all.
part of it, sure.
So I commend the Walton Penner Group for trying to make sure that happened.
Sure. Yeah, they definitely did not have to. It would have been a lot easier.
they didn't. And
It would have been a lot easier if they didn't.
Well, also, like they simply used Lone Tree as leverage
Sure.
to be able to get
It's
a
a
better
bargaining
deal with the
part.
city of Denver
Nate, it's still
to
the
scare
ace.
Polis and Johnson and keep the team in the city.
It's still the preferred site. They're not taking that preferred label off of it just yet.
No, I heard your questioning. And hey, look, you guys did a great job with the interview you played, a great job with the interview with Parker Gabriel. I'll tell you this, what I appreciate about your top of the 2 o'clock hour, and anybody that's curious about this, go back and listen to the podcast, because I'm not all dialed into this yet. You know, to me, this is let me know when you break ground. Let me know when the plumbing's in and you start putting some building. You know what I'm saying? You taught me a lot just talking about, like, again, the cement company thing is anything but cleared out, so that's still something to watch.
Still
And
something.
so, you know.
Hey, by the way, if you're really bored this weekend, this holiday
And I won't
weekend,
be, but okay.
we have the entire HOA Broncos meeting, the entire meeting on our
Yeah.
YouTube page. Nate, you can watch the entire meeting, top to bottom, on our YouTube. 41 minutes that you cannot get back out of the rest of your life.
Did
can
you,
see all of it?
Did you go to the podium and go full Leslie Knope on the thing, DMac?
They didn't do. I wish they
Oh.
did, but they did not do the microphone in the middle where you could.
Okay.
What they did was pretty clever. They had big, huge boards with Post-it notes, like sticky notes, that you
Okay.
could write your comment. And during a presentation, they had interactive live polling. So they would put up a question, they would give you a variety of answers, and you could vote on things in real time, and you could also comment/ask questions in real time, and it would come up on the two screens that they had. But so they did not have the classic microphone, one person screaming like a lunatic to bother everybody else. And then they did 4 breakout sessions that you could go and bother whoever you wanted with whatever insane question you wanted to ask.
Yeah, it'll be.
So we did not have the classic insanity moment that we all
gotta get it.
love.
Oh, we gotta get
out of
it.
city council meetings. We did not have that last night.
Gotta get it.
So, was it like covering it? Yeah, the city council. I asked Dan, I go, did you ever go to journalism school? Because Nate and I had to both cover a city council meeting.
Oh, yeah?
And I go, you're not going to understand half of what they're talking about, just so you know.
It was like that on steroids. It was packed, guys. I mean,
Did they do Robert's Rules of Order?
No, they no. It wasn't like sitting at a
Was it a high school debate class?
No. It was very smooth, actually. Damani Leach got up there, and he's a really good speaker. He's very smooth.
And that's like now how he gets his paycheck, right?
That is correct. By the way, if
he gets to stand in front of people and get hollered at by the residents.
You realize his job. This is it. This is his job.
Yeah.
It's probably more fun if he wants to chime in on the draft, like Joe Ellis did as the president, but that's not happening.
Do you guys remember in Hard Knocks preseason with the Chicago Bears? And it was who's that dude that's president of the Bears that used to be president of the Big Ten?
I remember you talking about it. I don't remember his name.
So anyway, he's in a meeting. Like, they clearly wanted to put this on Hard Knocks. Like we're building a new stadium, okay? And he's in this meeting, and he's meeting with people, and they're talking about the assorted like bars and lounges they're going to put around the stadium. And it was, I really think we should put some, high top tables over in this area. Did you realize to this day the Chicago Bears have no stadium plan whatsoever? But they put it on television, this dope picking out tables and chairs for a stadium that is decades away from existing.
Oh, wait, do they even know where they're going?
No.
Oh,
no.
wow.
No.
That's crazy.
They're threatening to go to Northwest Indiana.
Right,
They have the property in Arlington Heights, but they're fighting them for not getting the tax breaks. They're threatening to go to Naperville.
Wow.
Like, I know I'm kind of inside the Chicago suburbs right now, but still, like, it's ridiculous.
They're threatening to go to Pueblo. They're threatening to go to Fort Collins. They're threatening to go to Buena Vista.
Yeah.
They may go to Grand Junction and really screw it all up.
Now, Pueblo Broncos, that could have been fun.
Well, what about Grand Junction Broncos? That's a little of a haul.
Do the Humpback Chubs, do they still have that place locked down?
They got a stadium you can use.
Hey, Nate, do you think the Pueblo Broncos would compete against the Bell game down there in Pueblo, or how do you think that would go?
That's CSU Pueblo country, everybody. Darren McKee, everybody, noon to 3 every day right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are out here at number 38. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We are rolling with you today until 6 o'clock. We have got Olympic hockey that is taking place right now.
We got stuff to give away.
We have Olympic curling. We have great giveaways. We're going to tell you about all of it. It's all brought to you by New Amsterdam Vodka. They got great specials like puck drop shots, espresso martinis, and the Avalanche Mule, plus chances to win great prizes. So come out here and see us at number 38 today. We're out here, number 38 today. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. You want to stop by, watch the remainder of Canada-Switzerland, you can come and see us. Otherwise, USA women's hockey, a commanding 6-0 lead in the dying moments against Team Italy today. So, of course, you can get all of that right out here at number 38 today. So come hang out with us. We're watching Olympic hockey. It's all brought to you by New Amsterdam Vodka. They got great specials, puck drop shots, espresso martinis, the Avalanche Mule, chances to win great prizes. We got all kinds of good stuff. Plus, it's going to be popping here at number 38 for the Olympics all weekend long, Andy. Team USA in Denmark. Saturday at 1 o'clock, Sandman's going to be here hosting the watch party. And then USA Germany on Sunday at 1 o'clock with Alex Ryan-Nemi. Again, get out here and enjoy these new Amsterdam vodka specials. This is a great place to come and watch Olympic hockey. Yes, Andy, Canada, a commanding 5-1 lead on the Swiss right now. You know that Swiss goaltender, Swiss cheese.
Nice. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nathan McKinnon.
Nate Dogg.
A goal, 2 assists so far in this game. Just listen to this. Is just comedic when you look at Team Canada. Okay, listen to this. So McKinnon, McKinnon scores. He actually scored the last goal for Team Canada, assisted by Connor McDavid and Mecklin Celebrini.
Yeah.
So the 2 best hockey players of their generation and the next best hockey player of the next generation, all teaming up on that goal. Earlier in the third, Sidney Crosby, assisted by Mitch Marner and Cale Makar for you, Andy. In the second period, Celebrini scored, assisted by McKinnon. Let's see. Oh, and when McDavid scored a power play goal in the first period, it was assisted by McKinnon and Makar.
Of course.
Yes, naturally. However, the one Swiss goal in this game was scored by Pius? P-I-U-S. How would you say that?
Pius.
Pius.
Let's go Pius.
Okay.
Let's keep it safe.
He's an arrogant individual. Pius Suter.
It's probably Paul.
He was assisted by Dean Kukin and, you ready for this name? Sven Andrighetto.
Yeah. Sven, we hardly knew you.
Andrighetto.
How many games he play as an Av?
Quick math has got it at about 133 over 3 seasons.
He scored He scored the nothing but guts goal.
Oh, the guts all over the place.
That.
Guts all over the place. Go pull it up, Spring.
Get
it right now.
We need to try to find the full call.
Yeah. He's got to really. That's probably buried in the system.
It's in the way back.
I don't think Spring has that on the old first 2 pages.
I'm going
to
see here.
It's there though. There's no doubt, Mark. That is not a needle in a haystack. That's I don't know. That's at least a toothpick size in the haystack. But yeah, you can find that, Spring. Sven Andrighetto out of Zurich, Switzerland. Andy. And he's playing for Team Switzerland in these Olympic Games, and he's not having a great day against his old teammates, Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar and Devon Taves.
What'd you think of what DMac had to say?
Have been there?
That's a good question. I don't even know.
Okay.
Taves is probably not there yet, I think, now that you mention it.
Yes. All right, here we go. You ready?
All right, Sven Andrighetto, let's celebrate it.
He'll take it far circle. Backhand shot blocked by Barry. Picked up by JT Comfort. The Asps may have a 2-on-1. Comfort with Andrighetto. JT in, shoots. Save, rebound. Score! Score! Sven Andrighetto! Sven Andrighetto! Sven 10! Rams it home! And the Avs have taken a 2-1 lead with 1:28 to go in the third period. Sven Andrighetto! I can't believe it. This has got to be one of the gutsiest clubs in the National Hockey League. Pure guts. They got nothing but guts. Every guy with 3 big old cow hearts, 2 pancreases, and 5 stomachs. Guts all over the place. I can't believe it.
Oh, Mark Springer, what a great job remembering that, Spring.
All right, so
great memory on Mark Springer.
2 thoughts. I haven't heard that in a while.
I don't think we've played it. That was like the big call prior to the Cup. But since the Cup, it's all Connor McGahey.
Is pancreases the plural, or is it like pancreae?
I have no idea.
How often do you refer to multiple pancreae?
Do we know of an organism that has such a thing?
Multiple pancreae?
Multiple pancreas. I mean, is there a left and a right? I mean,
Animals
what are we doing?
with multiple pancreas.
Because don't cows have two stomachs or something like that?
I think that's kind of what he was going for right there. While most vertebrates have a single pancreas, some species exhibit multi-lobed or separate pancreatic tissues. Teleosid fish can have diffuse pancreatic tissue scattered in the mesentery, liver, or spleen. Mostly fish. That's what it is. Mostly fish can have multiple pancreas. I think pancreas is the plural of pancreas.
Our gal Anne-Marie says it's pancreata.
Pancreata. Okay. Multiple pancreata.
I don't know.
That's either way, that's great. Secondly, there was Spring. It was close to being after the goal, but he gave a very stilted Sven Andrighetto. If you could just isolate that Sven for me, I want to hear how many different notes Mark Moser managed to hit in a single-syllable name right there.
I think we also got a couple Spens in there, and then he went back to Sven.
It spanned the globe of pronunciation possibilities for the name Sven. You said the word guts a lot in there as well. Spring, do we have that? Do we have that lined up possibly?
Sven! Andrighetto! Sven Penn!
That's Sven. Just that Sven is so good.
Yeah.
It's perfect. That's Connor yelling yeah right there. It's just a lot shorter. Sven. Yeah! Stella!
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Anyway, Sven Andrighetto is on Team Switzerland. Who knew? Who knew?
I forgot he played for us.
He did. He was on the Avs for a while. He was here. He was a guy. Yeah, he's, Andy, there's a lot of names in the between, basically like, I consider the lockout really the end of the original like great kind of era of Avalanche.
Yeah, I would agree.
They won the Cup in 2001. The next few years again they were still very good.
Then the lockout happened.
And then the lockout ended and Forsberg had to leave and Rob Blake had to leave, wasn't it? Or was it
lost
Adam
everybody.
Foote that left? Yeah.
They pretty much lost everybody.
Yeah. Or no, Rob Blake
48-point
stayed
season.
and Foote left. Sven Andrighetto is on the name of guys from that era.
Yes.
One of the guys of that era of Avalanche hockey. A lot of guys that they had. Andy, I got I got an NBA story that we got to talk about right here. So the Utah Jazz, as we discussed yesterday, some of their tanking strategies. Well, apparently Adam Silver, he doesn't appreciate it.
Not a fan.
The NBA last night fined the Utah Jazz $500,000 and the Indiana Pacers $100,000, with the league saying that both teams sat healthy players in recent games, while noting that moves that compromise its integrity won't be tolerated. That's weird syntax in that sentence. Anyway, quote, overt behavior like this that prioritizes draft position over winning undermines the foundation of NBA competition, and we will respond accordingly to any further actions that compromise the integrity of our games, Adam Silver said in a statement. Additionally, we are working with our competition committee and board of governors to implement further measures to root out this type of conduct, close quote. Okay, I'll address the second part first. Good job. You should be doing that, okay? And whether that's moving up a date to lock in the standings, whether that is eliminating pick protections, and we'll get to OKC's voice in all of this here in just a moment. But there's strategies that you can employ to get rid of some of this stuff, okay? But the part where he says that prioritizing draft position over winning undermines the foundation of NBA competition, the Utah Jazz are doing this because that's the only chance they have of winning.
Yeah.
They want to be able to draft. They'd love to be able to keep. First off, like if A.J. DeBonza, who plays at BYU right now, if he stayed in the state of Utah and played for the Jazz, that's a marketing dream for the Utah Jazz. So obviously they want him. If they can get Darren Peterson out of Kansas, if they can get Cameron Boozer out of Duke, these are three guys. And Andy, I'm starting to dig into some of the draft coverage on these guys. Like these guys are getting the kind of grades that you put on like future Hall of Fame players. They are viewed as three transcendent talents in a single NBA draft. So if you're the Utah Jazz, which is it's got some of the same problems as Denver, Colorado. It's not exactly a free agency hotbed. You've got to be able to draft a franchise-altering player. This is their only chance. And oh, by the way, if I'm, what's the guy's name? Ryan Smith, the new owner of the Utah Jazz. They fined him $500,000. If you find him $500,000 a week for the rest of the year, what's that come out to? Like 12, 13 million? He'll gladly pay that
to keep his pick.
If that means that he can potentially have a top 3 pick in this draft, he has to do whatever he can. The Utah Jazz have to do whatever they can to have any opportunity to increase the likelihood of getting these players. So to say that it undermines the competition of the league, I'm sorry, that's crap. It's their only strategy. It is the smart thing to do.
Yeah, and on top of it, you sent a great article over that pointed out, for those that don't know, Oklahoma City owns that Utah Jazz pick if it's not in the top 8.
Right.
So, not only, you know what undermines competition? You're already smoking team about to add another top 10 lottery pick.
That's just it.
You know what I mean?
Now
listen, good for Oklahoma City. They did the deal.
Yep.
But, yeah, you've already got what is a wagon that owns a lot of picks.
According to Tony Jones, and again, good on them, that's smart by them, but according to Tony Jones, Oklahoma City reportedly has concerns about Utah tanking and has been working through back channels to pressure the league into making the Jazz remain competitive. First off, when Oklahoma City traded away every single asset that they had in order to stay out of the luxury tax and get all of those draft picks, what exactly would you call that?
Right.
Like what you are right now is what NBA teams want to be. They are incentivized to do what you have done.
Look, man, it also, what I think is funny is it adds back value to the NBA draft. You know what I think is funny for a while? There was a point with the NBA draft. Now, a lot of this was when you had a lot of high school and foreign players that were going, a lot of the European players getting drafted. We didn't know who these guys were.
You didn't know who they were, right.
And they weren't panning out because the NBA, like they do now, back then, they don't have time to coach you. They need you to be a little bit ready to go, right?
Yep.
They don't have time to coach you. They don't have time to give you the basics. They certainly don't have time to groom a high school player and to be ready to play in the NBA. So, and I think that's why they set the age restrictions. I know it's not popular with a lot of people. I understand the argument that when you get out of high school, if somebody wants your services, go get it. But the NBA overall, for those that remember, who was the number 1 high school? Kwame Brown, right? Went to the Washington Wizards.
He was one of them,
Just
yes.
an absolute disaster.
Yeah.
That it never worked out for anybody, including him, who was out of the league a lot quicker than maybe he would have been had he actually got a little grooming and coaching.
There's a litany of guys that came into the league and they were stars.
You're right.
Like there were those guys as well that skipped college basketball. LeBron James didn't play college basketball. Kobe Bryant didn't play college basketball.
Yeah, look, there are plenty of people who went to college and didn't work out and make them But the bottom line is this.
You and I went to college. How'd that work out for us?
It did. Hell. Here we are. Look, man, I'm just saying it really does put emphasis back on your draft and drives you more towards that thirst for the draft coverage like the NFL has. So that's something they should be excited about. Now, again, I think what the NBA is tired of, I think you would agree with this. They know they can't really deep down stop the tanking, but you can't be so damn obvious about it. A lot of these teams, especially this year, are like, yeah, we give up. Goodbye. We are trading everything. We are not hiding what we're doing at all.
The Utah Jazz just telling Lowry Markkanen hey, you're not going back into the fourth quarter, And then, after the game, coach is getting asked about it, and he's just like, yeah, no, he's injured. I couldn't put him back in. But also, Will Hardy wants to get a good player.
Yeah.
He didn't want to be coaching these guys. He wants a good player.
We want to be competitive. And like you said, the draft for a lot of teams, it's the only way to do it.
Yeah.
Well, especially with aprons and everything else, you're not putting a big 3 together anymore in the Utah market.
Until you eliminate a system that is a race to the bottom, in the NBA in order to be able to improve. Until you fully eliminate that system, and maybe this gets into the bigger conversation of maybe there is a world where you just blow out the draft completely.
And it's just free agents,
or however you want to go about it. Okay, there are, and guess what? You will not have tanking anymore at that point, and you will have accomplished it. But as long as the system and you are incentivized to be as bad as you can possibly be, these teams are doing the only smart thing they can do right now.
All right, let's just talk about it for a minute then.
Okay.
Now, I'll tell you what. On the other side, how about this?
Yeah.
I want to hear from you. If you are to get rid of the draft, how do you do this? Because, again, if you can't attract NBA free agents, then how do you attract college free agents? I want to hear some of your thoughts on maybe how you would solve that.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll do all that when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're out here, number 38 today. It's all brought to you by New Amsterdam Vodka. They got lunch until 4 o'clock here weekdays. This is a great place to come. Get the double smash burger, which
oh my gosh,
Andy Lindahl just inhaled.
I'm telling you, darn DMac in that long crosstalk segment put it off. Even cold, it was still good. Yeah, I seriously have not had a burger that good in a long. And they've got this. It's like this A1 secret sauce to go with it.
I think what they need to add to the menu. GLP-1 proof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that'll be the last thing I eat today.
The last thing Andy's having this
But
weekend.
I used it all on a good burger, so who cares? That's what happens when you haven't really had much to eat this morning.
Uh-huh.
And now you're good. I don't know. The kid's going to dinner tonight. We'll have to figure that out. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe I'll get a little shake to end it all.
I'll have a side salad.
They got that too.
I'll have a mixed greens.
They have a falafel-ish salad.
All right, Andy, if the NBA really wants to get rid of tanking.
Yeah, because here's what I think is interesting. Because I think, when you and I have kind of we've danced around this topic before. I will say I understand the players' complaint about it, but I do think as a fan, there is something like the one thing that gives you a little bit of comfort, a little blanket at the end of a terrible season is at least we got a good draft pick, and maybe we'll finally draft the future that gets us out of here.
Yeah.
Right? But as long as that's the system, to your point, there's always going to be tanking. So let's say you go to free agency. What I worry about in a place like Denver, in a place like Utah, and I'm sure there's some other cities, Milwaukee, we could pick out a plenty. How do you get those free agents if you're not, if you're not a destination for the vets, why would you be a destination for the rookies would then be my question.
So this is, first off, it would require completely rethinking roster construction and contract lengths and all of that. You would have to rethink all of that, and it would honestly, it would blow up modern sports thinking, essentially. But let's think about this in terms of the two sports who have drafts that we care about, okay? Basketball and football.
Right.
Okay? And here is where it's incumbent upon you to have created a situation that is attractive for young players. Now, there's all kinds of different things that are attractive for young players. And let's use, for example, the modern landscape in college athletics, okay, where you have NIL dollars available, all right? Some guys will prioritize the opportunity to be able to go to the biggest programs, okay? I want to play in the SEC. I want to play in the Big Ten, whatever it may be. I want to be in the biggest games. I want to be at the biggest programs. Other athletes are going to prioritize the opportunity to step into a program and be prioritized themselves as players and get an opportunity to play right away. Julian Lewis could have written his ticket anywhere.
Sure.
In college football. He came to Colorado with the Big 12, right? Now, at the time, Colorado was a little bit more attractive. But again, he could have written his ticket anywhere. He elected to come and play for that program. Okay, is BYU the first program that you think of in the world that is the most blue chip college basketball program?
Nope.
I mean, sure, the Jimmer Fredette era was fun, but AJ DeBonce is arguably the best player in college basketball on a massive NIL deal, and he chose to go there. Again, when we talked to Kevin Young about what he was building with his program, it was like, well, I am building a place where players want to come and be here, okay? And it's not in the ACC. It's not in the Big Ten. It's this outpost in Provo, Utah, and yet I'm building a perennial top 25 program, and guys want to be a part of that. In some ways, Andy, it would force these organizations to do a better job to be able to attract these players. So number one, that's the thing that it would do, is it would make it so terrible organizations have to be better, otherwise they just get left behind.
And you know what's so funny about us bringing this up today, and this is just by pure happenstance through our conversation, this comes on a day where the NFL found a way to quash the report cards and get no more reporting about how crappy your franchise is.
Exactly.
For those that missed it, the arbitrator ruled you can have no more player report cards.
Now let's think about it from the player's perspective, okay? If it's just you don't go into a draft, you simply go into a free agency pool. what you will have to do as an organization is, if you want to be able to attract the premier talent, well, then you have to create a place where they can go, and what's going to matter to these players? Minutes, okay? Andy, if you're an 18-year-old kid, okay, or 19 or whatever, 20 years old, and you're like, I want to go play for the Denver Nuggets. They have a chance to be able to win an NBA championship. How many minutes are you getting right now?
None. We just talked about it. A buyout player may not get any minutes.
They don't exist for you, okay? So, like right now, if you're looking at going to a place that is an immediate championship contender, well, you're going to have to sit, because these coaches, they don't want to play rookies in high-leverage minutes right away. That's as old as time. NBA coaches hate rookies.
Coaches hate rookies. Let's be honest about it.
And
all sports, all of them.
So again, right away, like it's you might look at it and say, they just are all going to want to go play for the Knicks. Well, the Knicks only got so many roster spots, and the Knicks are trying to win. Are you going to play?
Let me ask you this: Could you create a system? Would you still have too much taking this way, where if you were the worst team, you had more cap dollars you could you know what I mean?
Sure.
You have the worst record, therefore you have a bigger rookie pool to sign players
be able to pay.
with.
Sure. I mean,
you still may tank for that
you
option.
could do that.
But
You could also just do it simply through the structure of your salary cap. I mean, most crappy teams have cap
don't have a lot.
space.
Yeah, the Nuggets don't have a lot of money for rookies. Let's be honest.
Think about this: if you're a football player, okay, if you're Fernando Mendoza, all right, and you don't have to enter the NFL draft, what are you looking for in your career? Well, guess what? The good gigs are spoken for.
Yeah.
And they're going to be for a long time. So
Bills
again,
are good. Chiefs are locked up.
Exactly. So now you can look around at the top 10 and you could say, okay, do I want to go play for the Raiders or the Jets or the Cardinals or whomever am I going to go play for? But you want to go to a place where you're going to get on the field.
Yeah.
So again, it's another one of those ways to look at it and just say, well, they'll all just go sign with the Cowboys. They're not going to bench Dak Prescott for you. That's not the way that this works. So I just think that, now, would there be unintended consequences to it and things that are 8 and 9 steps down the road that I haven't even thought of? Of course, because there is absolutely no perfect system by which to bring talent into a new league. But also, just the idea of they're all going to choose the big market or they're all simply going to choose contending teams, well, that doesn't line up with whatever they could be looking for as players.
Sure. I hear you. Now, again, I think all this it's a fun discussion, I think, to have, to rethink some of this stuff, and yet the NFL especially, they're not giving up their TV cash cow.
No.
The TV's not letting you give up their TV cash cow in April.
Although that, again, couldn't that be kind of a fun way to, and again, you
just
could
announce your signing place
think of it
of
like National Signing Day.
Yeah,
and the kids got the hats that they take out and all of that. If you gave the NFL notice and they had an opportunity to create a television product around it, they could make it unbelievable. You know, the amount of drama. Get cameras in there with the slighted front offices that didn't get the guy that they were recruiting as hard as they possibly could. Again, the NFL could figure out a way to make it really fun.
I don't disagree with you. I think about, the shenanigans of the hat fake that you toss away or whatever.
I love that stuff. I absolutely love that stuff. So yeah, I tell you the one part of the idea that I find really appealing in doing away with a draft is it will force teams to not just be gigantic piles of garbage. And we have too many of them in pro sports.
Oh, that's why they got rid of the NFL report cards.
Exactly.
The owners did not. Woody Johnson in particular was the one they said. I read an article saying he's the one that pushed you can't do this anymore. Well, your organization sucks. We found that out.
Yeah. It's, it doesn't incentivize you to be the Colorado Rockies, right? You got to try. And that's the only way that you could get talent because, watching Joe Burrow waste away his career with the Cincinnati Bengals is lame as hell. There you go. I had to throw in a dig on the Bengals before we get out of here. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Andy, an old friend of ours, a former Broncos head coach, has a new gig. I want to talk about why he took this job, number one. But secondly, where does this individual stand in the pantheon of coaches in the Broncos organization? We'll be doing that coming up next. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We're live at number 38 today. Come on out here to number 38. Have a new Amsterdam vodka special. Watch the Olympics. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Scott Friday, we're live at number 38. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Come visit us here today at number 38. Enjoy New Amsterdam vodka specials like puck drop shots, espresso martinis, and the Avalanche Mule, plus chances to win great prizes. We'll see you at number 38 today. Great place to come out and watch Olympic hockey all weekend long. Team Canada took care of business, waxed the Swiss 5-1 today, Andy. By the way, the USA women's team, a 6-0 convincing victory over Italia today. So that's what's happening in the world of Olympic hockey. Team USA will be back in action against Denmark tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Sandman will be out here for a watch party. Come hang out with Mike Sanford. Watch USA-Denmark tomorrow at 1:10 in the afternoon. Andy, Nathan McKinnon, Cale McCarr, Devon Taves, and Team Canada, they will return to the ice Sunday, 8:40 a.m. against France. Oh, by the way, Sweden and Finland played earlier today.
Oh!
They did.
Little Lecky on Gabe action, huh?
And the Finns, Lecky and Kiviranta got the best of Gabe Landeskog. 4-1.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not good.
Yeah, 4-1 was the final score of that game. Mikko Rantanen had a empty net goal to close it out for the Finns. Rasmus Dahlin with the lone goal today scored for Sweden. There's your Olympic hockey update. Andy, an old buddy of ours, has a new job. Bills head coach Joe Brady adds John Fox as senior assistant.
Really?
Yes.
Now, why did he do that?
Well, he needed somebody to be a senior assistant. He found the most senior guy he could find.
He did do that.
Yes. According to Joe Brady, he said, quote, after he was hired, full transparency, I'd love to have someone with head coaching experience on my staff. It's not a must. There's a fine line when you bring in coaches, and I've worked with coaches that have been in certain systems and say this is the only way to do it. He's basically looking for somebody with experience that he's compatible with, that he wants to bring in. So he's going to bring in John Fox as a senior assistant coach.
Yeah, look, good on him. This is basically, remember, Sean McVay did this with Wade Phillips. Remember that when he got to the Rams? Learned under his tutelage a little bit, a guy that had done the head coach thing.
But Wade had a real gig. He was a defensive coordinator.
He was, but I mean, he also was a guy, and he was a very good one.
Yeah.
But he also was a guy that had lived the head coach life and was able to tell the young guy, here's what to look out for. And John Fox can do the same thing for Joe Brady. I think it's a smart move.
Yeah, Foxy, to me, what this screams is the benefit of being a good hang.
Yes.
I think Foxy's a good hang.
I would agree.
And so I think they look at it and they're like, yeah, I wouldn't mind hanging out with John Fox every single day. He can come to a couple of meetings. He'll bring some donuts. He'll show us his scar from his heart surgery. You know, he'll
is this like
he'll tell San Diego State stories.
Okay.
You know, that's Foxy.
That is, yeah.
John Fox is one of the, probably in the football world, one of the most universally liked people. Would you say?
Yeah. Look, I mean, I think John Elway enjoyed him, but the problem got to the point where I just think they maybe enjoyed a little too much, right? You know what I mean?
There was a lot of enjoyment.
Yeah, there were a lot of the old cocktail hour meetings going on and whatnot, and
liquid lunches.
Yeah, something like that.
It was known to happen from time to time with Foxy.
Yeah,
again,
they're not the first ones, but you know,
again, good time.
Sure.
Okay,
and that benefits you,
right? Yeah, if you knock off early and, go play 9 holes in the afternoon, you're looking for somebody to add to the foursome, you can do a hell of a lot worse than John Fox.
You could.
So he's getting a gig.
He talks like this. You better be close to him when he's talking to you. I don't know. They got a lot of skins. I got a lot of skins on the wall, Joe, if you want to come talk to me.
Although that's how I sounded 2 weeks ago, so who knows?
John Fox, Andy, is by total wins the third winningest coach in Broncos history.
Yes.
46 victories, trailing only Mike Shanahan and Dan Reeves. By win rate, win percentage, John Fox has the best win percentage of any head coach in Broncos history at 71.9% of his games that he coached. He was victorious in them. Gary Kubiak, number 2 on that list in his 2 seasons. Red Miller, 3. Sean Payton, 4. Mike Shanahan, 5. Playoff victories. Foxy is tied for 3rd in franchise history. Again, trailing Mike Shanahan and Dan Reeves, tied with Gary Kubiak. So I ask you this, Andy. By the numerical ways of stacking them, John Fox is the 3rd most accomplished head coach in Broncos history.
Okay.
Is John Fox the 3rd best head coach in Broncos history?
No.
It shouldn't have taken you that long to get
No,
there,
but see,
honestly.
I want to be fair about it.
I know,
I'm trying
you're trying to
think
be
of all
nice.
this, you know what I mean? Not even that nice. I don't care. You didn't win a Super Bowl. First off, you got the 2 guys that won Super Bowls ahead of you.
You would put Kubiak too.
No, I'd go Shanahan, Reeves, then Kubiak.
Yeah. Well, Reeves didn't win a Super Bowl.
No, I know, but both of them are still the 2 Super Bowl winners are ahead of Fox in the order. And I don't know much about Red Miller. Again, you and I always throw this caveat out to people. Was I alive in the 70s? I was, but I didn't join the race until halfway through 74. So I don't remember a lot of the 70s, quite honestly. What I remember about Broncos football is the 80s. It starts with the 08 era. I don't remember the Orange Crush defense. I don't remember Craig Morton. I don't remember that stuff. So I don't know what kind of coach Red Miller was. I don't even remember how long Red Miller coached here. You know what I mean?
Do you know Red Miller's real name?
No. Bobby?
Robert. You were on it. He was a Robert.
Good.
Yes. Red Miller's 4 seasons from 77 to 80. 12-2, 10-6, 10-6, 8-8. It's a pretty good run.
Yeah.
It's not bad. That's pretty good.
77
Orange Crush, lost in the Super Bowl to Dallas, but he had a good run. Absolutely. First off, it's Mike 1 and Reeves 2. I don't think that's debatable.
No, Reeves had 100 victories here. I mean, come on.
110 wins, 2nd in franchise history. 110, 73, and 1. So I guess that's then next in the debate. Who is the 3rd best Broncos coach of all time?
See, I lean towards Kubiak because you got it done. Now, the thing about Kubiak is he's kind of the Terrell Davis of this conversation. He didn't coach here very long.
Well put. 2 years.
Right?
2 years.
And the second year, but again, the second year
was a disaster.
Well, I don't know if I'd go disaster because if somebody could just catch the ball in the end zone, Benny Fowler in particular, you'd have made the playoffs. Now, I don't think you'd have gone far in the playoffs.
That's what's kind of funny about Gary is when you look at playoff win percentage, Coobs is undefeated. He's 3-0 in the playoffs.
That's true.
As the head coach
Hell
of the
of a
Denver
percentage,
Broncos.
baby.
Yes.
Here's the thing, though. Gary, to me, I think Gary...
Does Kubiak get a bump because of his experience as a Super Bowl winning offensive coordinator?
Yes, that's another good call.
If you want to look at the
All
entire
right.
resume?
I didn't think about that, but you're helping my argument. Here's the other thing I would say, and you know this. When you tell the story of the 2015 Broncos, you had an aging quarterback on his last leg, Hall of Famer or not. Like, John Fox got an unbelievable version of Peyton Manning till the last half of 2014, right?
Yes.
Gary Kubiak had to deal with an already injured, cranky, I hate your offense, I don't want to be under center version of Peyton Manning that just wasn't himself.
Yeah.
And he found a way to come in with, I would say, a steady hand, not a heavy hand, and tell him we're going to run the ball more. And we'll come to an agreement as far as the pistol, but you are not here to put up – we're not worried about having the Star Wars numbers. We're going to coach the game. See, again, what did Sean Payton not do in the AFC Championship? He did not coach the game he needed to win like Gary did the entire 2015 season.
Gary Kubiak won a Super Bowl with a team that averaged 22 points per game offensively.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And again,
terrible offense.
Different quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. And he had to handle basically the injury/benching of a Hall of Famer.
Yep.
And let's be honest, there was a touch of a benching in there. Thus, the big bird in the indoor facility that was caught on video trying to let him know that, yeah, I'm healthy if you want to play me, dude.
Yeah.
I've been healthy for a month.
Yeah. Again, Terrell Davis. Great comp. Because that was Coop's 10 years as head coach. It was only 2 years, and again, the second year was a disaster. It was.
Hey, it was twice as long as what Nathaniel Hackett got.
Nathaniel Hackett is undoubtedly dead last in these
Over
standings.
McDaniels?
Yes.
I guess you got to be right,
Yep.
man. But McDaniels is really giving him the stare down.
In terms of total victories in franchise history of guys that were not interim coaches, Hackett's, he's up there with Ray Malavasi in 1966. But Hackett's 4 victories, lagging behind 11 for Josh McDaniels.
You realize, it's almost not fair to add this in, but the reason why I will hold firm on number 3 for Cougs despite the one season is his connection. You realize he was either the participant or a coach in all of your Super Bowl appearances except for the 77 one. He was a player behind John Elway in the 3 that he went to in the 80s.
Yep.
He was his offensive coordinator for the 2 that he won in the 90s.
Legend.
And then he coached you to another one when it came to 2015.
All right.
So the guy has been a part of a ton of winning as both a coordinator and a coach.
Is John Fox above Sean Payton?
Right now, John Fox is. John Fox got you to the Super Bowl.
46 victories.
And John Fox, now here's what's interesting, Nate. They're both 3-year coaches. And John Fox had more playoff wins than you've got.
Foxy was 4.
Oh, was he a 4th year?
John Fox won the AFC West with Kyle Orton and Tim Tebow as his quarterbacks.
You know what's funny?
He was 8-8.
I forgot about 2011. You're absolutely right, because I've got him as 12, 13, 14. But you're absolutely right. He's got one more year.
And honestly, that was a marvelous coaching job by John Fox that year.
That's what got Peyton Manning here.
Yep.
Just watching this guy's ability to morph.
Yep.
Okay? I think there was a little camaraderie between John Elway and Peyton Manning, but I don't think, and even John talked about it in his own documentary. The bottom line was, John Fox is like, look, I'm going to coach the D. You're going to coach the offense. You can have all your verbiage. You can have all your pass routes. We'll marry it with the game of Mike McCoy, who, by the way, also got an assistant coaching job. You see that? He's on Clint Kubiak's staff.
That's right.
With the Raiders. That was announced.
But if you got to win one game, I'm taking Sean Payton over John Fox 10 times out of 10.
I don't disagree at all. But the bottom line is right now,
in terms of accomplishment,
John Fox had a way. His team won a playoff game with Tim Tebow as quarterback. Don't forget that.
Quite frankly, if it's win one game, I'm going to go Shanahan 1 and Sean Payton 2 in Broncos history. I think that's the 2 best football coaches that have ever been the head coach of the Denver Broncos. Now, Sean has more to accomplish here.
I don't know, man. I might go Kubiak.
Gary Kubiak over
Sean Payton.
Over Sean Payton?
Shanahan is the guy. But I'm telling you, the game I saw coached just a month ago is sticking with me. It's like bad borscht. I can't get it out of my mouth. I don't want to eat it again.
8 to 10 to 14 victories over 3 seasons. It's been a pretty good run out of Sean Payton so far.
But you said
and again, if you're dinging him for losing a game with Jarrett Stidham as his quarterback,
but you didn't have to. I don't think you had to lose that game. You made a bad coaching decision early on, and you weren't ready for weather.
I still struggle to see a planet in which the Broncos win that game, even if they kick the field goal.
I think they could win the AFC Championship. I think we'd be angry about a butt kicking this week. We'd be the New England Patriots this week had they gone to the Super Bowl.
Here's a thought. How much would overtime have sucked in that game?
Oh, I don't know what would have happened to win that game.
Just 2 teams punting the ball back and forth to each other.
You know what would have really been mad about it? The NFL, because I don't think they'd have scored for like 45 minutes, and then the NFL would have been holding up the NFC Championship going, hey, can you finish up?
Yeah. Would you mind?
We got some TV windows we'd like to keep accurate.
It's again, I'm going to take Sean over Gary. I saw Gary Kubiak coach some pretty crappy games.
Are we being unfair to Dan Reeves, though? The guy won a lot of playoff games.
He sure did.
I mean, now the Super Bowl was his problem.
7-6 all time as a playoff coach. Pretty good. 7-6 as the head coach of the Denver Broncos.
See, again, Sean's only got the 1 playoff win.
He does. Yes. He certainly does.
Let's be honest. A couple better throws, he doesn't even have that one.
It's also,
But them the breaks.
Inheriting Russell Wilson, 2 years building up a
I
rookie
don't know about the
quarterback.
old inheriting thing. I got a problem with the word inherited. You chose to come give that a shot because you
Well,
like the paycheck.
Yes, exactly.
You didn't have to come deal with that. They're the guy in the world that thought you and Russ were going to be pals.
If you're going to tell me, I'll give you $90 million, there's a catch. I'm going to be like,
you have to work with, hey.
Unless the catch is you're going to murder my family, I'm interested.
Wow.
Harsh?
Yeah, a little,
okay.
a little extreme. What's going on with you this week? Are you all right?
I'm great.
This week
I
you've
couldn't
now
possibly
thrown out
be doing better.
You've thrown out that thing. You've thrown out that Sophie's Choice, literally. And now, I mean, yesterday you and I are somehow divorced living in a condo. It couldn't be sadder.
Andy.
I don't even think we had a 2-room condo. One of us is on the couch with a pull-away.
If you listen to the analogy I just used, I said I wouldn't take
I
$90 million.
understand, but why did you go to that dark a place? You didn't need to go to that dark a place.
Well,
golly.
The amount of things that I would take
you could have
over
said I'm
90
not going to
mil.
drink pickle juice every day.
The amount of things on the list. 90 million wins.
A lot of things.
Almost all of that.
Does for you, for me, and you don't have to live the condo life. You might own the building I'm renting.
We're live at number 38. We'll talk to Jeff Legwold coming up next. You can go to ESPN.com right now. You can check out 2026 NFL offseason free agency draft questions for all 32 teams. I am going to ask Jeff Legwold his very own question. Jeff, what will the playbook look like when quarterback Bo Nix returns? How does this thing evolve in year number 3 of Bo Nix as the starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos?
That's an excellent question, Nate.
Thank you. How did you answer it on ESPN.com today, Jeff?
No, I think the two biggest things are everybody, and I'm intrigued to see how Sean answers this next at the Combine in a couple weeks is, who's the voice in Bo's ear on game day? Who's calling the plays? Because I still haven't spoken to anyone who has worked with Sean or played for him who thinks he is giving up play calling duties all the way. So doesn't mean he won't do it. But I'm just saying everybody who I know who knows him is less inclined to think that's going to happen. So I think that's a big question. How does Davis Webb fit into all this? And because I think he's an important voice for Bo Nix. And the other one is, Bo Nix has now had fractures in his back and 2 ankle surgeries and an ankle fracture in there too with the second surgery. So, what will be his role in the run game? Because Bo has said, I was on the call. We had a call with him, after the season, and he was pretty adamant he wants running the ball still part of the dynamic in the offense. And I just think it's something they're going to have to talk about and think about because as the quarterback of the Broncos, who they're going to have to decide, in a couple years here, what a contract looks like for him. I think that's an important question over the long haul is how much do you want him in the designed run universe, even though it's really good. And I think, teams have always fought this battle, as far back as the Niners trying to decide how much Steve Young should run and the Titans trying to decide how much Steve McNair should run and the Ravens trying to decide, how much Lamar Jackson should be. It's an age-old question with a quarterback who has this kind of ability.
Jeff, you talked about the question of, to call plays, to not call plays, to cede play calling duties, to not cede play calling duties. That question, we don't know what the answer to it is. But we do know that Davis Webb had opportunities elsewhere and teams interested in him elsewhere with positions that would have come with play calling responsibilities, which would seemingly be the next step in his evolution. Again, we don't know exactly what Sean is going to decide here or what has been decided or what has been discussed. But what is the environment like over there on that coaching staff, the kind of the incubation of football coaches, because that is a part of the head coach's job just as much as it is with players. He's got to be able to do it with coaches as well. What is it about the position here in Denver that could be so attractive to Davis Webb?
Well, they're going to be good, or at least people in the league think they're going to be good, and they're going to have resources. If you're a coach here, Greg Penner has said it out loud. The expectations are going to be pretty big, but you're not going to want for anything. If you need 2 more analysts and can make a good case for it, you're going to get 2 more analysts. If you need this video system, would help you, you're going to get that video system. The new facility is going to be state of the art in terms of video and VR and all of that stuff that is available for players and coaches to use. They're going to have the best of the best in every room in that new facility. So if you coach here, you need a pretty compelling reason to go elsewhere because I don't think the luster comes off you. I don't think Vance Joseph is a worse candidate in 2027 than he was, now. And I just, because of the situation you're in, by the same token, if you're Davis Webb and you get to work with somebody you've wanted to work with, like Sean Payton, and you get to keep doing that, and you know your quarterback, and you like your quarterback an awful lot in Bo Nix, and you have all the resources you need, and you're pretty sure the team's going to be competitive. I think that's a compelling thing for a coach like him. But I don't think people should undervalue the importance of Davis Webb or any good quarterback coach. Gary Kubiak's role with Mike Shanahan was much the same. You are the buffer between the head coach, play caller, and the quarterback. And it's an important role. And, he's the guy, that's the position. You got to diffuse things. You got to convey messages, and you got to make sure that, the train stays on the tracks, as it were. And he's an important guy in all of this. So if we don't end up hearing that he is calling all the plays, he definitely got a contract to make it worth staying, I believe.
Broncos had their informational meeting last night with the stadium. I know you probably looked through some of it. Anything you're surprised about? What do you think will be the hot button? I know DMac went. I asked him earlier. He thinks parking is going to be a big talking point from at least these initial sort of thoughts. We don't, to make clear, we don't have a design. We don't have an architectural model, but at least they laid out where they're thinking things will go. What do you think the fans are going to have to get used to that might not be the same as what we're used to over at Empower right now?
Well, I went, Andy. I listened to all the folks who spoke. I made the rounds in the room, which was packed, by the way. You want to talk about something that obviously interests people of the neighborhood there. I think you found it. But I think this notion, I guess to put it as simply, and I think I even said this to DMac last night at the meeting, if you want the Broncos to be the Denver Broncos, your vision of tailgating is going to have to be left in the past. If you want the Highlands Ranch Broncos, it'll look like Arrowhead. You can tailgate like crazy, and it'll be just acres and acres of tailgating. But to put this stadium downtown in a neighborhood, there's going to have to be greenways. There's going to have to be pedestrian access. There's going to have to be public transportation. I mean, if you're talking about lifting the light rail up over the pedestrian walkways, you can tell how important it is. And that is exactly what they're talking about with this project. So if the vision of your football experience is I tailgate with all my buddies in my Winnebago every Sunday, there's going to be a lot less of that. And the trade-off will be a Lodo-type atmosphere around a stadium that is in Denver, downtown Denver, and not in the burbs.
So fewer hot dogs and more bar tabs is what Jeff Legwold is telling us right there. And I'm really interested to see, again, what they do with the RTD lines, what they do with the light rail. You talked about that, of having the bridges going over streets and over pedestrian access and all of that. But, yeah, no, to your point, Jeff, like it really does sound like, and the parking situation sounds like it could be a parking garage type of situation, an underground parking garage situation, that it really does become a more neighborhood type of atmosphere. It is, it's not going to be Lambeau Field anymore. It is going to be very different. The Broncos will, they'll dedicate what space they can to it. But ultimately, like, number one, that probably becomes a bidding war. And number two, it's, it's people are going to have to get in early and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the maps, and again, it's all preliminary and preferred.
Yeah.
Because frankly, they still have to move the water department, among other things, to even get the
concrete
site
people
ready. Well, the concrete people are on the fringe. That doesn't stop the stadium. That was the other thing about this meeting. It's multi-phases to get it all the way to what they're talking about. Years and years after the stadium opens, the initial phase is the stadium and some of the development around the stadium. The way it's been explained to me, that the concrete company doesn't impact that initial phase, but the water department does. And the Broncos are are likely going to move the Denver water to another site and pay for all of that. But so, I mean, this is a multi phase project. You know, I'll be stunned if little Timmy, the sports writer, is covering a game when it's fully completed 8 years from now, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Jeff Legwold, everybody. Little Timmy, the sports writer, with us every Monday and Friday here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Jeff, again, I keep refreshing my inbox. I still don't have a rough draft of the top 100, so it's, again, I'm eagerly awaiting.
He's rolling the sleeves up.
Yeah,
the top 100 pre-Indy is just much
Jeff,
like the stadium project. It's a preferred 100 at that point.
I'm clicking right now. I'm clicking on other top 100s, and I know that they're not up to snuff.
I will ask you this though: do you trust those top 100s? No, you don't. Leggy puts out one top 100. That's it. That's what you get. It's researched. It's thought through. We're not moving things around. We're not.
Andy, in the clickbaity internet age, I don't have time for right. Okay, that's not what I go to the internet for.
Yeah.
Some would say I didn't even hit that mark some years, but that's okay. You know.
Leggy, man, good stuff. Have a great weekend. We appreciate it.
We'll see you.
All right, Jeff Legwold. We'll talk to him next week right here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. So, Andy, we will not talk to Dan Hyatt today here on the show. However, I have a Dan Hyatt contribution. When we come back, Dan Hyatt is vacationing for the NBA All-Star break at the San Antonio Rodeo.
Uh-oh.
When we
the
come
rodeo
back,
that causes their long road trip, right?
That's right. When we come back, one snack you need to know or one snack you don't need to know. I'll bounce it off you next. Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Roller Auction. We got a long weekend ahead of us, holiday weekend. Great time to go and peruse all of the auctions available for you to bid at their website, roller.bid. Bidding is available right now on a reconditioned power tool auction. I love digging through these things. I'm a power tool guy. Phenomenal selection of reconditioned DeWalt power tools. I'm eyeing this cordless hammer drill right now. I've got some concrete that I need to put some holes in. Current bid $12.50. See if you can outbid me. Go to roller.bid right now and check this out. But a phenomenal selection of DeWalt power tools in this reconditioned power tool auction, which is right now. You can check it out at roller.bid. And hey, if you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude, you can win tickets from us. Our next giveaway, Avs Pittsburgh, Monday, March 16th. McKinnon, Crosby. You can be there watching the game in a catered suite. You just got to enter to bid at roller.bid/altitude, and then you could potentially win. That gets you signed up for the raffle. So go to roller.bid/altitude. Do it right this second. Hope you're having a great Ska Friday. I know we are. We're out here at number 38. We're watching some biathlon right now, Andy. They're skiing and they're shooting guns.
Well, we got a guy down. What's the guy down for?
He looked wiped.
Yeah, he didn't look like was he hurt?
Yeah.
Like, was he actually hurt or is he just tired?
I think he's just tired.
Now, isn't this the event your guy was in that was
the
saying sorry?
The serial cheater as well as the credit card fraudster were all biathletes.
That's right. I forgot
about it. It's a
her.
controversial sport.
Yeah, they attract some interesting folk.
By the way, coming up here in just a moment, another edition of the Olympics are so damn weird. But first, a contribution from Dan Hyatt. So Dan Hyatt, he gets the All-Star break off from one nugget stat you need, or two nugget stats you need to know, one you don't. So Dan Hyatt, he's vacationing right now. We shipped him off. We gave him PTO. And he chose to, with his few days off, visit the San Antonio Rodeo.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's a big rodeo guy.
Okay,
apparently.
Good for him.
He likes a bull ride. He likes a mutton bust. He likes some roping.
Likes a sturdy set of boots.
Yes.
10-gallon hat.
And he sent me a photo. He's been perusing the food court.
Why wouldn't you?
So to speak. And he sent me this picture, Andy, and I want to read this to you, and then I'm going to show you, I'm going to hand you the picture, hand you the phone so you can look at this picture, okay? He told me if he gets enough beer in him, he's thinking about this item. This is from the San Antonio Rodeo. This is a real thing. The Hot Cheetos Twinkies Smash Burger.
There's a lot of words there. Hot Cheetos.
Twinkies.
Okay, so
wait
it's a
for
hot
it. Smash Burger.
So is it a hot Cheeto Twinkie bun? Like a Twinkie with hot Cheetos on it, and that's the bun with the burger in between?
The bun is sprinkled in hot Cheeto, like smashed hot Cheeto dust.
Right, but it's a Twinkie.
It's a toasted bun. The Twinkies, it appears as though it's two full Twinkies
All right.
that then sit atop the cheeseburger patty. Hot Cheetos, Twinkies, Smash Burgers. The question, Andy, one snack you need to know or one you don't?
I don't need to know anybody made this exist. You know? We got the cheesy bacon something beneath it. There's curly fries above, but yeah.
It appears as though, here's another photo of it for you that I found on via Reddit. It looks as though the hot Cheeto dust also, it makes its way down onto the glazing of the Twinkie. Also, it appears as though that does have grilled onions on there, which I do appreciate. Would you add another condiment? Would you put like a mustard and A1 sauce on it, perhaps?
I just had a great burger, smash burger here at number 38. Again, the best burger I've had literally in months, if not a year.
Yeah.
And now you're showing me that.
I
mean, why are you – like, again, do you want ketchup on a Twinkie is my question as you ask about – I don't need mustard on a Twinkie. That sounds awful.
I never considered that I wanted hot Cheetos on a Twinkie.
Yeah, I don't.
I never considered that I wanted any of those items on my burger.
I don't.
Yeah.
No, I don't. Like, you just end up taking the Twinkie off and just eating the Twinkies.
I mean, you do eventually, but for the first bite, don't you have
you got to go full experience?
You have to honor the integrity of the structure.
The creator?
Yes.
Honor the artist that put this into our lives.
Respect the
unnecessarily.
artist. Andy, yes.
No, I don't.
You have to respect
I do not.
The man's art.
I don't respect what you've done, frankly. I question why you did this.
The Hot Cheetos Twinkie Smash Burger.
You and I have talked about a few things this week where you wonder how to come into existence. Doubles, luge, or that burger. What do you got the bigger question about?
What about – now here's an Olympic event I want to watch. It's a timed race. The two losers both have a Hot Cheetos Twinkie Smash Burger in front of them.
No.
They must consume the entire structure.
Nope.
In whatever form they eat it.
And then get on the luge
and
together?
Then get on the luge.
No.
It's two-man luge together.
Nope.
And then ski
Not
down.
in that suit. Not in that suit.
And do everything they can to not Ralph that
thing
is all over the
Ralph
ice.
it. What about it going the other way?
Well, that's like
it should take a couple hours for that to get. Well, you never know.
I'm more worried about the refund,
right?
Than I am the.
See, in your scenario, you're right. Top guy has got more to worry about. But let's say you eat it and then don't compete for a few hours. Bottom guy's got the bigger problem.
I mean, you've just taken down like you're a gold medal competitor in this event, so you've taken down a Hot Cheetos Twinkie Smash Burger in like 45 seconds. Okay, you're the best in the world at this event. That's why
you went
you're
Joey
at the Olympic
Chestnut
Games.
on this burger.
The guy on the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay, you're jostling around 70, 80 miles an hour on the luge. And then you got a dude laying on top of you the entire time.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. And, like they lower that face shield over their faces when they're doing the luge.
Yeah.
You're just spewing all over that thing?
No.
It's vile.
Well, that's why they don't eat this before they go down the luge.
Again,
is that like the Navy SEAL version of luge training? You got to do this to show you've got the stuff.
This is why the International Olympic Committee is rejecting my resume every 4 years.
Well, I mean, listen.
I'm full of good ideas.
Listen, people watch Fear Factor. This is luge Fear Factor right there.
That's what I'm saying. People are intrigued by these
things. But
just
your description alone, take the burger out of it. Your description of the event has me again questioning who the hell signed up for this.
It's Andy. There's a lot of glory that comes with a gold medal. Which speaking of,
not enough for that.
Speaking of said Olympic glory, Spring, I got yet another edition of the Olympics are so damn weird. Fire it up.
Oh, here it is. Here's the music.
Here we go. Headline today from The Athletic, Andy. The Winter Olympics condom supply ran out in 3 days. Athletes have thoughts. I bet they do.
Whoa. Yeah. The thought we need more. Restock, please.
According to Italian outlet La Stampa, the complimentary condoms distributed inside the Olympic Village in Cortina were gone in a matter of days. 3 to be exact. So this is just in Cortina, remember. So this is like all the skiing events, anything that needs a mountain, they're in Cortina. All the other stuff is in Milan. An anonymous athlete told the newspaper the supply ran out in just 3 days. They promised us more will arrive, but who knows when. Close quote. The situation becomes even more striking when stacked against the numbers from Paris 2024. In the French capital, often dubbed the City of Love, organizers handed out approximately 300,000 condoms. That figure was confirmed in an interview with Sky News by Laurent Michaud, director of the Athletes Village, during those summer games. By contrast, the allocation for these Winter Olympics was dramatically smaller. As reported by La Stampa, fewer than 10,000 were made available. There are 2,871 athletes in Italy for the Winter Games compared to 10,500 in France for the 2024 Summer Games. Many of the athletes are staying in Milan, 4 hours away from Cortina d'Ampezzo. The debate over availability intensified last week when Attilo Fontana, governor of Italy's Lombardi region.
Oh, hey.
It's a fine region.
Sure.
Yes. Publicly addressed the topic. Quote, yes, we provide free condoms to athletes in the Olympic Village, he said in a Facebook post. Fontana's remarks underscored what has long been standard protocol at the Games. Quote, if this seems strange to some, they're unaware of the established Olympic practice that began in Seoul, 1998, to raise awareness among athletes and young people about sexually transmitted disease prevention, a topic that should not cause embarrassment, close quote. I don't think it does.
No.
I think they're all psyched to be picking up condoms.
They are?
I don't think they're all like, it's not like the 14-year-old at Walgreens that is picking those up and hoping he doesn't run into his friend's parents, okay? These are Olympic athletes that are like, hell yeah, I'm loading up the pockets.
Buying an extra Big Gulp and maybe a candy bar you didn't need just so you could show up at 7-Eleven and slip that into.
That's right. So there you go.
Hoping for not a price check.
They're waiting for more prophylactics right now in Italy, Andy. They have run out of condoms apparently in the Olympic Village.
One time I was making that specific purchase at a Target when the printer broke, and she's like, "It's going to be him," and I go, "I don't need the receipt, for I won't be returning these."
Go home and file it under C.
I'm heading out. Good day to you.
So that's the latest, everybody. From
and for those that don't know,
Olympic Village.
The Olympic Village has got some Studio 54 vibes, if you didn't know that.
It's all hot people that are just there to.
I don't know. They're all like super athletic in the top of their sport. What do you think is going to – there's some socializing that goes on.
And you know what? They're all doing everything they can to make sure that 2027 doesn't begin with a new addition to the family.
And that's good for them. That's why it's good that they've done it.
Again,
it's basically Daytona Beach.
You got to train for 2030.
Yeah.
Okay?
Sure.
Who has time for diapers right now?
Right.
Joe Judge will tell you certainly don't have time for that right now.
He'll let you know.
Yeah.
Better get your own room, pal.
Do it, ladies. Football players got to sleep. Why did Joe Judge say all that?
No idea.
That was at the Trinidad Chambliss 6th year of eligibility hearing, and he's on the stand going on and on and on about how football players
better have a room.
Can't be changing diapers.
You better be getting your 9 hours of sleep. What? Okay.
I'm sorry, what does this have to do with
this guy's injury history?
Battle with the NCAA? I'm just curious.
Does he have a young one even? Do we even know?
I'm not sure.
Is that how it came? Because I'm with you. How'd the topic even enter the chat?
I have no idea. It
Well,
honestly,
Joe Judge.
As soon as I saw Joe Judge saying all that, I thought of Will Ferrell in the scene in Old School where he's in therapy and he just starts talking about the Olive Garden waitress.
Yeah.
He
He goes,
to
what?
the
I
end.
thought we were in the Cheer of Trust, no?
I don't know where I was going with that. Yeah, why are you talking about this right now, Joe Judge?
You just black out and
I think
start
so.
talking.
He's Joe Judge.
Bro, what?
We've got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Coming up here in just a moment, we're live at number 38. Get out here. Watch Olympic hockey. Watch the Olympics. We've been watching biathlon, curling.
Curling
Olympic
is quite
hockey.
interesting.
It's all going
We got
down.
a U.S. curler with like the Ralph Macchio Karate Kid headband on, and I don't know why.
Did you see the guy that we put out there that's 54? 54 years of age, oldest U.S. Olympian ever.
He knows how to curl.
He knows how to curl.
He knows how to curve the stone.
He's from Minnesota, the land of
Well,
curling.
That makes sense.
That's right.
Does. What else they got to do up there?
Yeah, they curl.
Look at this guy. This guy's been thrown. What are you doing? Are you pushing it? You sliding it? What's the call here?
He's the what do they call? Yeah, he slides it and then they do the broom and he yells at them and tells them what to do.
They got the gloves so they don't get the blister.
Here at number 38, enjoy New Amsterdam vodka specials like puck drop shots, espresso martinis, and the Avalanche Mule, plus chances to win great prizes. See you at number 38. Kreckman and Lindahl. Football news next. Let's get into it. Football news to begin the 5 o'clock hour of the Kreckman and Lindahl show on a Ska Friday afternoon. Live at number 38, brought to you by New Amsterdam Vodka. Let's go, Spring.
Are you guys ready for Valentine's Day? It is tomorrow.
I am.
You are?
I am.
All right. Well, you can always do better. You could get your wife, Nate, some Papa Murphy's.
I think she's the one that can always do better, but go on, yes.
Well, hey, just get yourself in better position with the Papa Murphy's Heart Baker Pizza. Crust baked like a heart, Nate. Savory pepperoni and melted cheese ready to bake in your oven. Order online at papamurphys.com. You too, Andy.
Heart Baker, Dream Maker, Love Taker. Don't you mess around with me. Go ahead, Spring.
So I'm going to read this from my guy. He's no Phil Milani, but he's still pretty good. Eric DeLala of DenverBroncos.com. He writes, there was plenty to learn at the Broncos Burnham Yard Community Information Meeting. The hundreds of people who packed La Alma Recreation Center on Thursday evening got a firsthand look at the latest area plan. They learned about the guiding principles for the design of the planned stadium-anchored mixed-use district. They received insight into the project schedule, saw how the plans would celebrate the area's culture and history, and learned more about the conceptual layout for the districts and neighborhoods around the new stadium.
So a couple of the details that have come out of this, and according to the architect, Andy, the actual stadium area, I believe that's not the footprint of the whole thing, just the stadium has expanded to 150 acres. Said the stadium itself will be positioned to the western edge of the region to ensure noise will be as far away from the La Alma community as possible. An updated rendering presented to residents at the meeting outlined a potential tailgate area just south of the stadium with a swath of surface parking slightly farther south below West 6th Avenue. Damani Leach told reporters the actual stadium capacity is still to be determined, but said the organization is planning for between 5 and 7 million square feet of development, adding, quote, so hopefully people feel good that it's not going to be a bunch of skyscrapers right up against the residential neighborhood, close quote. I would assume that would be the part that'll be right up against the neighborhood will be a lot of the mixed-use district and entertainment district that they're going to be putting up there. Sounds as though, and we talked to Jeff Legwold earlier, parking is going to be, while there's going to be some lot, there's going to be some tailgate area, it's going to be largely a parking garage type of situation, and they're hoping to have all of it in place by the stadium's opening in 2031. So that is a few of the items that were covered last night. We still have no renderings, no drawings of what things are going to look like.
Yeah, here's my prediction. I told this to you on the phone yesterday. We will get our architectural concepts and designs and videos and a model and all that stuff somewhere, I bet, right before the start of the season. It'll be ballyhooed at the opener. Who do the Broncos play the NFC West coming up here? Where are they on the rotation? Is there even a shot that the Broncos in Seattle could open the season?
There always is, absolutely. It would be in Seattle if it were to happen.
Right.
But
I mean, again, something like that, one of their big broadcasts where they show off, here's the Broncos' new stadium and fanfare and the next great NFL, Coliseum to its football, all that kind of stuff.
AFC East and NFC West.
Yep, so there you go.
NFC West, that's not great.
What? That's Seattle.
Good division.
Could be the Broncos in Seattle to start
division.
the season if they thought what could have been the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Listen,
AFC East is fun because you get to play Buffalo and New England again. Plus, you get the Dolphins and the Jets, so that always helps.
They've been playing a lot of the Jets lately. That's what's been interesting. I'll say this. The parking garage thing that you mentioned is going to be a big deal. I think as we get closer and closer, we're going to hear from those that we're big tailgaters and aren't going to have the opportunity to do that anymore. I know Tyler talked about it on his show. Jeff Legwold told us in our interview today, if you like the tailgating, it ain't going to happen there anymore. That's in part because now it doesn't sound like, Jeff also mentioned the phases.
Yeah.
The PhD had on Parker Gabriel, and they talked about the fact that the stadium would be done first, the restaurants, the bars, that kind of stuff will come along later. Like it's going to be 6 years for the stadium, could be 8 to 10 years to finish up the other stuff. But you're not going to be tailgating anymore. This is going to be a very different field as you lay out there. You're going to be taking mass transit down there more likely. It'll just be more convenient. They have a few parking spots, but who knows how much those will cost.
Yeah, if I could make a request of Greg Penner, it is if you can use your connections with Jared Polis and Mike Johnson and whomever else you need to hit up on this, just do me a solid. And for the people that live in the neighborhood in the surrounding Burnham Yard area, can you not just screw those people with property taxes once this all now comes into their area? Can you do your best to grandfather them in as much as humanly possible so that it's still an affordable place to live and their neighborhood can continue to exist and have tradition? It's one of those areas where I would like if they could use some of their sizable political influence to, do some good for people.
Okay. I don't disagree with you. I don't think it'll happen. That's where I'm cynical.
You're telling me they're not looking out for the citizenry?
As a guy that's had quite the feast of taxes himself increase, no, I don't think it'll happen.
Okay. Yeah.
My
can't
mortgage,
tell you you're wrong.
The mortgage I went a month through negotiating, it's had its changes quite a bit over the last few years, that's for sure.
Tell me about it.
That's not the payment we agreed to, and I know there's a lot of folks around the city that agree, that know exactly what we're talking about.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. The NFL won its grievance against the NFL Players Association, effectively banning the union from publishing future player report cards. The NFLPA, however, said it will continue collecting the report card responses, even if it can't make them public. An arbitrator found that the report cards violated the collective bargaining agreement by disparaging NFL clubs and individuals.
Oh, my God. They actually were held accountable, and they were told by the employees ways to make my workplace better. And, oh, by the way, it turns out that apparently the NFL didn't like that.
The cheaper owners didn't. I don't think the Penners cared. Penners didn't seem to care.
They
were
used
getting
it.
A's. Anytime they got a criticism, they went ahead and fixed it.
Yeah, well, guess what?
But Woody Johnson and Mike Brown, we're not friends of. We're not psyched about it.
Clark Hunt. That's a name you got to really enunciate.
Yeah, you do.
He didn't appreciate it. I know that. He didn't like hearing that his locker room was one of the worst in the entire NFL.
Look, when you're making as much money as you do, I don't have a problem if they make you try harder. I really don't.
Not connected to this, but really quickly because it's sort of connected to this, and we didn't get to this story this week. Did you read the ESPN.com story this week about the divorce between the Warriors and Jonathan Kuminga?
I did, and it's awesome.
Apparently, there was
a member of the team.
There was an issue.
Now, I thought I've seen some that said it was a member of the family.
One of the issues,
but it was one of his people.
One of the issues between Kerr and Kuminga, the Warriors and Jonathan Kuminga, was there was a suspicion that there was a member of Kuminga's team, group, crew, family,
his people,
that was taking too much out of the buffet.
Enjoying the free food before games way too much.
In the team family room.
Yeah.
And that was a specific grievance that was addressed with Jonathan Kuminga. Hey, can your family stop eating all the chicken fingers?
Remember the jerk cheapskate uncle from Home Alone? Apparently he was showing up on Kuminga's behalf and just housing a bunch of free food and stuffing it in his wife's purse.
Was
and
it just like
else.
They were bringing like oversized Ziploc freezer bags and just like, I'll take some soup home with me?
Have you seen the shrimp? Stuff it. Let's go. Bring it out with you. Come on now.
Yeah, so apparently the Warriors didn't appreciate that. Stop skimming off the top, Kuminga.
Don't you want to know what the food item was? Like, was there a specific, was it steak and lobster? What was it?
I don't, yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Or was it just anything?
Yeah. Was there a Sunday bar where they took too much Sunday?
Were they bringing Tupperwares and just loading up mashed potatoes to take home?
It's not Fur's cafeteria.
I'm sorry, we're counting the plates. It's not truly all you can eat.
That's right.
Go ahead, Spring.
At Olive Garden.
Exactly.
High five. Drew Brees, he went on the New Heights podcast with the Kelsey brothers. He says there was a moment this season where he woke up and thought, I can play quarterback in the NFL. potentially some sort of injury that happened to a quarterback where Drew Brees got out there and said, I'm going to see if I can still do this. Here is Drew Brees with the Kelsey brothers.
My body feels great. My mind sharp as ever.
Yeah.
Shoulder, wrist, not having it. And like to the point where there was a moment this year where I was drinking a tequila and something happened where I thought there might be a chance I would play that week. And I literally switched to water and I started thinking about going to bed early and getting up the next day and like getting my body nice and loose and going out and throwing to see if I could even pull it off.
Yeah.
And boy, I was like so mentally right and got up, got the body loose, went out there, grabbed the ball, threw a couple. My 13-year-old son was catching for me.
Let's go.
And it was just like, it's not there. I would have been able to like break that glass 10 feet away.
Well, you got to take the Toradol first. You forgot the Toradol.
I was going to say, yeah. The good stuff was not in the system.
Yeah, right.
The good stuff was not in the system. But no, it's honestly, look, I really think I'd still be playing if the shoulder and the wrist wouldn't have started to let me down.
Sure.
I started to lose quite a bit of pop.
Dude, you know what I think's the funniest about that? I was having a tequila where all of a sudden I was like, yeah, I'm going to give it a go.
Right, exactly.
Hey, Drew, you're like the rest of us. Not the first bad idea born of having a few sips of tequila. I'll just say that.
Got a little booze in me, and suddenly I could get out there and play
again.
I've
been trying to throw that ball over the mountains. Give me a ball, boy.
Uncle Rico gets out there with his kid the next day.
And then,
All right, Andy. So now here's the question. Would the Broncos have been better off with hungover Drew Brees off the tequila or Jared Stidham in the AFC Championship
Sadly,
game?
Hearing that description, saying he couldn't throw the ball and hit the glass 10 yards away, I guess Jared's – remember, they thought the Broncos might – I think it was Florio, the first on Pro Football Talk, said, hey, could the Broncos go sign a Drew Brees or something?
Call Phillip Rivers.
Yeah.
It turns out he was under contract, and Drew Brees' wrist and shoulder don't work.
That right there, I don't even know what the adjective for it would be if Phillip Rivers came and played a game for the Broncos. What would that have been? That would have been like, we're all out of hope. Call Darth Vader. We need him to fly the Falcon out of here.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yep, pretty much.
And Vader's got the helmet off.
Yeah.
Hayden Christensen Vader's got the helmet off with his half face or whatever. I'm going to give it a go.
Trump calling Obama and asking him to come advise.
I need a new VP, and you're the only one I got left.
Right.
What?
I'm sorry, huh?
Come again.
Excuse me now?
Who's on this phone?
Phillip Rivers.
I've had a couple tequilas. Will you come?
By the way, has Rivers officially, has he re-retired? Did he have a press conference or anything?
No. I mean, again, he's in the Hall of Fame, so he didn't pull the Phillip Rivers or he's now got another 5-year wait.
Yeah.
Remember, Phillip Rivers could have been part of this Hall of Fame class if he wanted to.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you think he would have got in? Do you think he would have been a first ballot guy? I'm not so sure he would have.
They'd make Rivers wait a couple of years. Yeah.
But now he's got to wait 5 more.
Yeah, now he's got to wait 5 more.
That's kind of stupid.
Oh,
he's waited his 5 years. Don't reset the guy. Get out of here.
Exactly. It was a fun story that he came back.
I know. It provided a little just get out of here with that.
Quite frankly, I still think it's the most fun thing that happened in this NFL season.
It was, because he went out there looking like most of us.
And quite frankly, he did better against Seattle than Drake May did.
He showed up looking like Andy pre-GLP-1 shot from our interview with Paul Chesky in training camp, and he went and tossed a couple tutties.
Yeah, he held up. He had a chance to beat the Seahawks, quite frankly. So, yeah, we're all rooting for Phillip Rivers. And finally, Spring.
High five. So now that we all know that Derek Carr and David Carr have a podcast called Homegrown, maybe they're just trying to milk the publicity out of this thing, because now Derek Carr on their podcast says he would come out of retirement, but only in certain situations. Here is Derek Carr on his podcast, Homegrown.
So would I do it? Absolutely, I would do it. I told you 2 things. I'd have to be healthy, and I would want a chance to win a Super Bowl.
That's 2 pretty
and
good factors.
And obviously, that's a tough thing to find. That's hard to do. That's not easy.
I'm going to tell you right now, though, I know you're healthy.
So here's I think the biggest challenge that he would confront there, Andy, is I do believe Derek Carr would have a tough time winning a Super Bowl, because the issue would be he would be on a team where the quarterback is Derek Carr.
Well, wow, look at that. I was also going to say the other addendum that he had to put in there is that a Super Bowl winning team would actually want him. And as you laid out during our draft conversation a couple hours ago, if you're vying for the Super Bowl, you probably got the quarterback figured out.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So again,
Sam Darnold ain't retiring in Seattle. And I know Drake May, everyone's all down on Drake May. I promise you the shoulder was a bigger problem than anybody let on. That kid still had a hell of a season that led him to second in voting in MVP. And Matthew Stafford's already told us he's coming back for the Rams. So I don't know where the Super Bowl-ready team needing Derek Carr is. And as you said, you don't think the skill set's there to do it anyway.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We'll take a break when we come back. NBA All-Star Weekend is upon us, Andy. Spencer Jones is still not signed, but he continues to be a huge love to root for him guy. I got that for you coming up here in just a moment. Plus, Chris Paul has officially retired. What are we going to remember the most about the career of the point guard? That's all coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Yeah, we're back out here at number 38. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Got a nice story here for you. I think this is a nice story. Spencer Jones, by the way, who currently isn't on the Nuggets here at the moment. We would sure like it if they would sign him and he could get back. But Spencer Jones, who is, of course, a Sanford grad, and I'm really enjoying kind of getting to know Spencer Jones as a basketball player and as a person, Andy. He's a very thoughtful individual, and he put a post on his LinkedIn page. He puts a lot of stuff on his LinkedIn page, okay? Spencer Jones posts that at NBA All-Star Weekend, he had an opportunity to sit down with Adam Silver. Even though he was not a drafted player, he didn't get his name called by Silver. He had to earn a two-way contract and, fight his way into the NBA. But he had an opportunity this week to sit down with Adam Silver and talk to him about his perspective from the player seat and kind of what the league needs to do to make things better inside locker rooms, to make things better in terms of performance on the floor. As Spencer Jones wrote, because innovation works best when it's built with athletes and not just around them. And they sat down, a personal sit-down together in which Adam Silver was just asking Spencer Jones questions about his experience as an NBA player, which actually Spencer Jones is, that's the kind of perspective of a guy you want to hear from, right? A guy that, went through undrafted, went through the G League, fought his way onto teams on summer league rosters and everything else like that, and is now making it as an NBA player and has fought his way into the rotation. It's like Spencer Jones can speak on being an NBA player from the perspective of essentially almost every level of the league. It's not just Adam Silver talking to, Chris Paul when he was the head of the Players Association, talking to LeBron James, players like that. Spencer Jones is what, is more representative of what the NBA population is actually like. And I think he's a really thoughtful guy. And honestly, Andy, I think he's going to do some pretty cool things in his basketball life.
Yeah, I would agree. I think you put it there perfectly, though, because, again, you and I talk about this a lot. Spencer Jones and Julian Strawther and there's a lot of guys that's the NBA life.
Right.
The NBA life is not max contracts and, racking up all-star.
Yeah.
Those
guys are the 1%.
Yeah. It's in every league, it's about the guys that are just trying to keep their job year to year.
Right.
Right? And, again, I'm glad he would talk to a guy like Spencer Jones, who's probably had some weird flights and, lived the up-and-down life on the roster one, back to the G League the next, things like that.
The guy's legitimately, he's in a position right now where because of his two-way contract, he can't even be on the team at the moment.
At a time when they really like to have him.
Right.
Where they'd like the business of basketball not to be in the way.
They got to get this done.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Because, again, when we talk about a replacement for Aaron Gordon, or at least a reasonable facsimile thereof, he can at least bring some of the toughness in the paint and the dunker position, all that kind of stuff that they kind of need. And he's got a nice little corner three ball going at the moment.
No, that dude is – you can tell he has put in the sweat equity to make himself a better basketball player. I would love to know how many threes that guy put up this past offseason, because when he got to the NBA level last year, it was like, oh, my God, that jump shot. And he hits that thing now. He's really turned himself.
Still looks weird, but it's going in.
Yeah, it's goofy looking, but who cares? It goes down.
Yeah. Brett Favre threw weird, so did Phillip Rivers.
To his credit, in the very least, he does shoot it from a high position, which does make it a little bit tougher to block. I appreciate that, as opposed to remember what Lonzo Ball's three looked like when he got to the league, flinging that thing up from down here? That's not a good shot. So at least Spencer's got that going for him. Announcement today, Chris Paul is retiring from the NBA. He was cut loose by the Clippers earlier this season, eventually ended up on the Rockets. He was bought out, but apparently Chris Paul, I don't know if it's for a lack of takers or what it is, but Chris Paul says he is retiring from the NBA. And he's second all-time in career assists, 12,552, trailing only John Stockton. By the way, still over 3,000 shy of Stockton. In terms of career assists per game, number 6 on the all-time list. Andy, the point guard, Where does he rank for you on the all-time point guard list?
My favorite will always be Isaiah Thomas because I like the bad boys.
Ugh.
I know.
Yeah.
The player, Nate. The player. And I know you're a Chicago guy.
He's a good player.
You know what was weird is that he did transfer. Like when I got when Jordan took over and it was at the height of his powers, that's when I just kind of got into Jordan. Love Jordan. Gosh, Magic. I don't know. Where would you put him, Nate? I
put down my top. I jotted down my top 10.
Where is he 5?
I put him at 6.
Okay.
I got Paul at 6.
Okay, who are the 5 in front?
Magic, Steph, Oscar Robertson, Isaiah, Stockton.
Okay, who are the 4 behind?
Steve Nash, Jason Kidd, Russell Westbrook. Number 10, kind of a joke. Shout out to George Karl, Andre Miller.
Nice.
But the truth is, too, I love Andre.
Oh, yeah, great old man game. Come on now.
Yes.
They could use a little Andre Miller right now. Let's not kid ourselves. That second unit led by an Andre Miller wouldn't be the worst thing going right now.
I'd take it. I would take it. Jalen Pickett's got a little Andre Miller.
He does. He was coached by him.
Yeah. So I got Paul number 6 on the list.
I don't know that
The problem is Paul is he also goes on the list of all-time greats to never win a title. Barkley, Elgin Baylor, Karl Malone. Stockton obviously is on that list. Chris Paul, now on the list. Allen Iverson, Steve Nash, Patrick Ewing. Westbrook's on the list. Reggie's on the list. Harden's on the list. Melo's on the list.
When I think of Chris Paul, though, I think more of like your true pass-first point guard. Fair?
He was. I mean, he was a true point guard through and through, but also like –
felt like a guy running your offense truly.
That guy's mid-range jump shot was
sweet.
It was a layup. I mean, that guy was automatic. Do you remember the Suns in 4 series?
Right.
He couldn't miss.
No, you're right.
If he got to the elbow, it was just 2 points, put it in the bank.
But see, this is where, again, I need a little of your help because when I think of guys like Steph and a Westbrook and guys like that, I think of guys that are looking to score first before the creation. And for good reason. They've got great shots. They're great scorers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But to me, Chris Paul was like your classic, Chris Paul's like to point guards what Singletary is to old school middle linebackers.
Sure.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Well put. Yeah. A little, a little basic, but very much a guy that could do the job, and distribution was what he did best. Yes. Like what in terms of the great scoring point guards, like Steph is the greatest scorer to have ever played the position. Zeke was a great scorer, obviously. Westbrook was a great scorer when he was in his prime. Iverson in a lot of lineups was the point guard, and he was 100% a score-first guy. But then you would look up at the end of the game, and, he would have 8-9 assists.
See, again, if you're just talking favorite, I know his time here was interesting. God, I loved watching me some Allen Iverson. Just a fun player. They didn't win near as much as I wish, but Allen Iverson was a fun Nugget. Was he a great Nugget? Probably not. But he was a fun Denver Nugget, was he not? Did you not enjoy Allen? What was it, 3 years here? 2 years here?
Couple of years, yeah. He showed up in 2007 and was traded in 2009.
Do you remember us all running around the hallways trying to figure out if he had made it that night? And
it was with the snowstorm coming.
Yeah. Is he here yet? Is he going to play? And he just showed up. I don't know, man. I always enjoyed Allen Iverson. I really did.
The other thing that I liked about the Allen Iverson experience was he came in with such a negative media reputation from the Philadelphia media.
God, he was great with us.
I liked him. I found him engaging. I loved hearing him talk about the game. He
really
was
high basketball IQ.
Extremely high basketball IQ, and a guy that I never found him to be short and snippy. His tenure here was very different than what his tenure was in Philadelphia. And quite honestly, Andy, I think if they don't make the trade at the start of 2009 for Chauncey Billups and Iverson is on the Nuggets this year, it would have gotten that season. It would have gotten really ugly.
It would have.
George Karl would have gone to public war with Allen Iverson, and it would have been a heinous situation. Thank God they didn't. By the way, speaking of the 2009 Nuggets, Andy, they did see Chris Paul and the Hornets in the playoffs that year. In the opening round, they dispatched him in 5 games. That was the series that included the Game 4, 121-63 victory in Charlotte.
Oh, man, I forgot about that.
Chris Paul was a minus 38 that night for the Hornets.
Not a game he wants to remember.
No. Chauncey was a plus 39. Kenyon was a plus 37. Melo was a plus 36 as the Nuggets just beat the ever-living crap out of the Hornets that night.
That was not even you couldn't believe that was a playoff game. Wasn't that a second-round playoff game, or was that a first?
I think that was the opening round. They got Dallas in the next round.
You're right.
Took
then
care
the
of
Lakers.
Took care of Dirk, and then they lost in 6 to the Lakers.
God, they should not have lost in 6.
Let me give you a name really quickly here, Andy. I got this. This is via ESPN.com. One spring training name you need to know for all 30 major league teams. That actually does include the Colorado Rockies, who are still technically in the major leagues.
They're in the category.
They are. Who do you think the Rockies' name was? Thinking.
The catcher, Hunter Goodman?
It was not Hunter Goodman. No.
Kevin Freeland?
And as soon as I saw this name, I was like, you know what? They're right. This is the most intriguing Rocky this year.
Zach Veen?
Nope.
Who?
Chase Dollander. Dollander.
Pitcher, right?
Rockies pitcher.
He was the Georgia kid that came up for a minute, then they had to send him down?
He was up, and then he was down, and then he was back. 21 starts in his rookie season. It was not good. He had a rough start, but he put up good numbers on the road. He's a major league pitcher. There is no doubt about that. The question is he going to be able to solve the riddle of Coors Field?
I was going to say, is he a Coors Field major league pitcher?
Yeah, Chase Dollander, to me, Andy, is right now, former first-round pick and kind of the future of this organization when it comes to the pitching staff he's this generation's Butler and Gray. That's what he is to me right now. Dollander of, the stuff is there. You were – and multiple front offices with Colorado have thought highly enough of you. They made you a premium draft pick, all that stuff. The question is are you going to be John Gray or are you going to be Eddie Butler?
See, I like that. Who else? The other one I was thinking of, who is the guy they got from Cleveland in the trade that went on to be pretty good with the A's?
Drew Pomerantz.
Pomerantz.
Yeah.
Are you going to be a Pomerantz?
Another guy, Drew Pomerantz, really good major league career.
Once he got out of here.
Yeah.
Tyler Matzik, once he got out of here.
Yeah, there's been a lot of those dudes. And, look, John Gray, did John Gray become an ace? I would say no, he did not, Ted Leitner. But he ultimately had a productive major league career as a member of this organization. He ultimately was a guy that you started in a playoff game, and he ultimately did become a respectable Coors Field pitcher.
He's a guy you should have got something for. You know what I mean? You don't have a lot of pitchers that I could say you would have got something for him, but you didn't.
I know we weren't technically doing, can you say something nice about the Rockies there?
But you were. But you were on a roll.
But if we were,
I ruined it.
We failed.
Yeah. We might have to bring that back soon. We should have let spring play the Open. Now say something nice. That's what I always say. Yeah.
I wasn't really trying to say anything nice about the Rockies. I was merely saying, you know what, Chase Dollander, I am extremely intrigued about what you are as a major league pitcher here in year 2. I'm very intrigued to see what this new staff can do with Dollander, who has the stuff, man. If they can make him a guy that can survive Coors Field and be a good major league pitcher in a Rockies uniform.
All right, is there any chance that he's one of the guys they brought in? The kid, they brought the kid. He's not a kid. The older guy from the American League, Boston, right? Who's the new pitcher they signed this week?
Jose Quintana.
Is he the one that they signed in order to keep Dollander from having to be up too early?
No. Dollander's going to start the year in the rotation.
No matter what?
No, they have to start the year with him in the rotation. To me right now, the rotation is Freeland's your de facto number 1. You got Lorenzen. You brought him in. Dollander. Quintana, and then Sagano probably. And Ryan Feltner fits in there somewhere, I guess.
So, officially...
I mean, here's the thing, Andy. I just rattled off 6 names for you. They do actually begin the year with a major league rotation.
Help me out now. Who's been... Shoot, I can't even remember his name. Why can't I remember the top pitcher from the last few years? He's gone?
Oh, Herman Marquez?
Herman Marquez is gone?
Yeah, still a free agent. They didn't
Senzatella
re-sign
is
him.
gone?
Senza's still here. He'll be out of the bullpen, though.
Okay.
It would be baseball malfeasance, granted it is the Rockies, if they let Antonio Senzatella ever start another
El
game.
Gambarino ran as far. He got released, right? He got DFA'd?
Yeah. Gambarino's gone.
He's never coming back here.
Yeah. It's again, little signs of encouragement. The fact that Kyle Freeland is the only one of the veterans that's left now, they're not going to be any better this year, but it's signs that if you get the binoculars out, in the very least, Andy, I'm not telling you they're going to become good. They probably won't.
You still doing to say something nice about the Rockies?
I'm not. No, I'm legitimately not.
I know you're not.
They are actually, though, getting different players. I don't think they got good players, but they got different players, and I appreciate them for that.
At least they have guys whose face you're not sick of yet.
Right.
Sure.
Again, if you're a Major League Baseball team trying to win anything, are you signing Tomoyuki Sagano and Jose Quintana? Of course you aren't.
No.
But you do need somebody to fulfill the contractual
Somebody has to trot out there every 5 days
and maybe start 27 to 30 games in a Rockies uniform, and I hope that they do.
You can't do a bullpen day all the time.
Yeah.
Who's the closer?
Victor Vodnik?
Good.
Seth
Great.
Halverson?
Can't wait.
One of those guys?
Sure. Why not?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they be?
One of those dudes.
Why not?
Probably.
Have they signed your guy yet? Castellanos?
By the way,
have they hit him up yet?
They have not signed Nick Castellanos. Of the Hunter Goodman, Ezekiel Tovar, Brenton Doyle triumvirate, the only one of them that projects to be an above average Major League hitter this year is Hunter Goodman.
And Tolle is gone too, right?
They shipped him
They're
out.
done with Tolle.
Yeah, that experiment is over. Troy Johnston is going to be the first baseman to begin the year. Now we're venturing into the major league
country
scene.
music star or Rocky?
Who are these bleeping guys? Anyway, that's Rockies talk. We're live at number 38 today. It's all brought to you by New Amsterdam Vodka. Great place to watch Olympic hockey this weekend. NBA All-Star Weekend festivities, all of that good stuff. We'll get you ready for NBA All-Star Weekend when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
We are wrapping it up here on a Scott Friday, as we always like to do. Andy Lindahl, Nate Kreckman, Mark Springer, hoping that you're about to have a great weekend. First weekend, well, it's wild. Now, I wanted to say first weekend without a lot of major sports. We have the NBA All-Star Game. There is plenty of Olympic action.
It's
Watch
a massive sports weekend.
Join Mike Sanford out here at number 38 tomorrow, where he's going to be watching the U.S. game. Who they play tomorrow? Is that Germany, did you say? Who? Denmark.
Denmark. USA,
then
Denmark,
Germany, right?
Tomorrow. They'll play Germany. Is Draisaitl on the German team?
He is.
Okay, so Draisaitl.
Grubauer.
Yeah.
I think Lars Eller was on there as well.
Okay.
He was in the game. Maybe he was on the other. I can't remember.
Sounds good to me.
Well, I heard a couple names that I remember.
Yeah,
once upon a
USA,
time.
Germany on Sunday, and then Canada, and our guys are back on the ice against France.
And I believe Raj is out here Sunday.
Sunday morning, 8:40 a.m.
You know what I thought was interesting? DMac had said before you joined Crosstalk, and I don't really disagree with him. Like, this Olympic tournament's fine, right? But again, you had Canada smoke Switzerland today. That's why we were all out here getting that one done. We watched in women's hockey, the U.S. is just plowing through everybody. Do you really need every country to have a team and participate in some of these things? Does that lessen? Like, it would be, should there be a qualifier to get in like like the actual tournament? How many teams do you really need?
Well, I mean,
or is it just a matter of filling out the TV schedule? Because it really feels like some of these teams don't need to be playing.
This is the point of the round robin right now. You got the round robin right now, and then you get to the medal stage. So
couldn't you handle it before this?
You trim the fat. I don't know. In 1980, would Team USA have made the games?
Fair enough.
What is the purpose of the Olympics if not to embrace international competition? It's a global event, Andy.
I think the U.S. women smoking the Italian women today and fights on the brink of breaking out. Do we need that?
Yes, absolutely. The host nation, the Italianos, the fighting ricottas, they need a team.
If you're a U.S. women's hockey player, are you worried about eating in Italy tonight after that?
Exactly.
You better eat the food you brought from home.
I'll just stick to the granola bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the spirit of the international competition. Get them all out there. You never know when there's going to be an upset. Didn't Slovakia already beat Finland in this tournament? And then Finland turns around and beats Sweden today? You never know what's going to happen. That's why they line up. That's why they play the games.
Fair enough. By the way, we watched an English, what was he? Was that a skeleton, I think?
A British skeletoner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Won the first gold ever for Britain.
For Great Britain in the skeleton.
Good
That's
for
fantastic. Them. Well done. Andy, it is NBA All-Star Weekend. Let's dig into some of the events. Let's do a little weekend preview, shall we, Mark Springer? Dig it out. We haven't used it in a while.
Everybody's watching sports on the weekend. Everybody wants to watch the games. Everybody's eating guacamole.
Yeah.
Chips and guac are good when watching sports. You want to go watch the game?
Oh, you better believe I want to watch the game. The NBA Celebrity All-Star Game is taking place right now. Spring, have you heard of any of these celebrities that you're watching?
Some of them.
Okay.
So the most famous celebrity-wise has got to be Keegan-Michael Key.
Okay.
He's out there.
Has he done any pelvic thrusts?
I've seen him celebrating on the bench. No pelvic thrusts.
Okay.
Matt Ishbia has gotten a lot of time with the ball in his hands.
Shams Charania is playing in this game.
You know who's crushing it right now?
Who?
Keenan Allen.
Really?
Chargers wide receiver Keenan Allen.
I bet he's got game.
Yeah, he can play.
Isn't Amon-Ra St. Brown is in this game as well?
Yes.
Yeah. Taco Fall is in the All-Star Celebrity Game. I haven't heard from Taco Fall in some time. Is he still 8 feet tall? I believe he is. Of course, tomorrow night, NBA All-Star Saturday night, Andy. Headline for us locally with the three-point contest tomorrow night. By the betting odds, Jamal Murray is tied with Tyrese Maxey in terms of third in the betting odds. The favorite, Hornets rookie Con Knippel at plus 250. Dame Lillard is getting 4-1, even though he's not back and playing yet. He's doing the 3-point contest, which isn't that what Vashawn Leonard did back in the day?
Did he?
I think he was.
Trust you.
Was he injured or was he not on a team?
I don't think he was. Yeah, okay.
He won the contest in 04, and then in 05 when the All-Star game was in Denver, he was in it, but he wasn't playing at the time.
Might have been injured,
Okay.
right? But I think they did that. Was that for a local flare?
I
Because the
believe
game was
so.
in Denver?
Yeah, they let Vashawn go out there and do it. Vashawn could shoot the rock.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Devin Booker's a plus 650. Donovan Mitchell 8-1. Norman Powell's 10-1. Bobby Portis is 15-1. Is it Bobby Portis the leading three-point shooter in the NBA? He's getting no love. Value bet at plus 1,500 if you want to go in that direction. So, yeah, Jamal Murray and company will be in there. Other than that, Andy, it's a big Olympic weekend, as we know. I tell you what, I saw the results. I'm not going to throw out the spoilers on the men's figure skating.
Uh-oh.
I'm not going to tell everybody.
I know what it is.
How the quad god did.
You know what? See, that's interesting because that feels like a story most people would know the answer to, right?
It certainly does, but I'm gonna leave it out there. Just
for the old heads,
as the
kids would say,
for whatever old head is out there
that's waiting to watch live.
Yeah,
that does not have Twitter.
Andy, Buffs are a 14.5-point road dog against AJ DeBonsa and BYU tomorrow afternoon. Tad Boyle was not too pleased about their trip to Lubbock.
Tad bit hacked. About what they did in Lubbock. I've heard him in a lot of pressers. I've not ever heard him like that.
It was a sorry performance out of that team, and again, like a lot of the guys that he has recruited, like they haven't taken. I think Isaiah